Chapter 1. The Daily Life at the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center. In the Internet Addiction Treatment Center of Tsangnan City, Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the melodious chirping of birds blended with the fragrance of flowers, while people bustled about, creating an ordinary scene. However, the sight of those clad in white coats made Sheng feel as if he had just consumed something distasteful. He struggled momentarily, only to realize that the restraints binding him were tightened once more. With a resigned sigh, he could only stare vacantly at a buzzing bee flitting outside the window. Since arriving in this realm of severed deities, he had been confined in this place for 5 months. 5 months? What a stretch of time! Just as Sheng was lost in contemplation, the door to his room swung open, and a stern-looking middle-aged doctor entered, followed by a procession of robust nurses. "Sheng, is it? Let us assess the progress of your treatment," the middle-aged doctor remarked, casually picking up a nearby record book. A nurse approached the bedside, promptly shutting the window and drawing the curtains. The room was instantly shrouded in darkness, save for the ominous glow of a lamp perched on the bedside. With a calm demeanor, Sheng stated, "Dr. Zhong, I believe my internet addiction has entirely dissipated, and I am fully qualified for discharge." After countless electric shocks, Sheng had become utterly numb. "Your word alone does not suffice. The success of your treatment hinges on our medical conclusion," Dr. Zhong replied indifferently, brandishing a flashlight and feigning an examination of Sheng. Once the examination concluded, Dr. Zhong reclined in a chair, crossing his legs, and initiated the routine treatment phase, which he referred to as the withdrawal therapy. The number of sessions required depended on when he deemed it satisfactory. "Now, my child, speak honest, Lido, you still wish to play online games?" Sheng, gazing at the ceiling, answered earnestly, "Dr. Zhong, I no longer wish to play. I have no desire to engage in gaming whatsoever." Dr. Zhong scratched the back of his head. "Lies too cunning. Children with internet addiction behave in such a manner, resorting to any means to access the internet. Administer the shock." One of the nurses seized a device crackling with electricity, and after a cacophony of electric therapy, Sheng was left in despair. Dr. Zhang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Now, tell Uncle Zhong, do you still wish to play games?" In a state of hopeless resignation, Sheng closed his eyes. "Doctor, I want to play. Is that not enough?" "Ah," Dr. Zhong nodded in approval. "This time you have shown some honesty. Yet, after so many sessions of treatment, you still harbor the desire to play games. It seems the treatment has not reached its desired effect. Therefore, let us lower the power and administer another shock." Another round of electric therapy ensued, and Sheng ceased his futile struggles. "I shall ask you one last time, you wish to play games?" Dr. Zhong reiterated his inquiry. Sheng, in a state of numbness, replied, "Doctor, I want to play, yet I do not want to play. It is a sort of Schrödinger's state, disoriented. Give me electricity." Sheng replied. Another round of crackling electric shocks ensued. Dr. Zhong picked up a nearby pen. Writing as he spoke, "The patient exhibits a profound internet addiction. Even after 5 treatment sessions, he remains deeply obsessed with gaming. I recommend extending the treatment duration and reducing rest periods." Sheng was consumed by rage, losing all semblance of reason as he struggled violently, cursing vehemently. "I have an internet addiction? Do I, damn it? Just the sight of a computer makes me want to vomit. Bah, stop pretending. You old fool, why not let a bolt of lightning strike you dead?" "Ah, refreshing," Sheng sighed contentedly, reclining on the pitiful little bed, feeling invigorated. With the frequency of the electric shocks increasing, he had grown somewhat numb to them. Dr. Zhong, with a dark expression, noted in the record book, "It is advisable to increase the power for the next session to observe treatment outcomes." Soon, the group exited the cramped hospital room, extinguishing the lone light as they departed. "Help! Who will save me?" Sheng resignedly closed his eyes, lamenting his misfortune upon arriving in this world known as the God-slaying realm. It is crucial to understand that within the God-slaying world, various mysteries and deities permeate the landscape, rendering it exceedingly perilous. However, having arrived, Sheng could only accept his fate. He believed that as a transmigrator, he possessed a degree of foresight, complemented by the essential golden finger that all transmigrators are said to have. He thought that if not a divine ruin, he could at least find a high-risk forbidden zone. Under such circumstances, as long as he remained cautious, Su Sheng believed he could preserve his life. Yet, as fate would have it, he discovered that he possessed no golden finger and had yet to uncover any forbidden zones. Instead, he found himself in a dire predicament. Prior to Su Sheng's arrival in this world, the unfortunate boy, also named Su Sheng, had endured 2 months of torment. Dubbed as treatment for internet addiction, it was evident to Su Sheng that the true intention was to seize the 30 million left behind by his parents' clear case of seeking to monopolize an inheritance. The original host, who bore the same name, indeed had an internet addiction. A native of the capital, he had lost his parents in an incident involving a mythical creature, leaving him with 30 million in his account. Thus, the lonely Su Sheng chose to seek refuge with a distant uncle in Songnan City. Faced with a nephew possessing 30 million, the uncle was overjoyed, welcoming Su Sheng with such enthusiasm that it was as if he were celebrating with drums and gongs. However, the good times were short-lived. At only 17, and having been spoiled by his parents, Su Sheng was utterly naive to the complexities of human relationships. Unsurprisingly, the 30 million was soon swindled by the distant uncle. Yet, Su Sheng remained unperturbed, locking himself in his room to play games, until his uncle, in collusion with Dr. Zhang, had him committed to an internet addiction rehabilitation center. The cost of admitting Su Sheng to this facility was merely 3,000 a month. Over time, faced with the continuous electric shock treatments, he would inevitably succumb, at which point a convenient excuse could be found to dispose of him. Thus, the uncle would profit handsomely from the 30 million. In truth, Su Sheng, whose constitution was already frail, succumbed to a tragic demise one fateful night amidst the grueling electric therapy and corporal punishment. In a twist of fate, he, who had perished from overwork on Earth, found himself inhabiting the body of this unfortunate soul. Ding! System energy at 100. System transmission in progress. Detecting host's prolonged exposure to electric shocks. System selection in process. Su Sheng abruptly opened his eyes. Damn you, system. 5 months. 5 months. Do you have any idea what I endured to arrive here? Su Sheng is dead, I tell you. System activated. Multiverse lottery system. System attribute selection. Thunder. Binding successful. Host. Su Sheng initial system activation allows for 1 complimentary novice draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Yes, no. Su Sheng was revived. Chapter 2. Thunderfruit. As the name suggests, this system is a pure lottery system, allowing the host to draw from an array of items across the multiverse, including martial arts techniques, weapons, and divine beasts. The system's attribute inclination is thunder, thus the likelihood of acquiring thunder-related items during draws will be significantly enhanced. Su Sheng nodded. This system aligned perfectly with his desires. Thunder, indeed, was an attribute he held dear, embodying a spirit of righteousness. The thunderous magic was the dream of every young man, who would not relish the sensation of being enveloped in thunder, descending from the heavens to shatter the darkness. How does one obtain opportunities for the lottery? Su Sheng inquired eagerly. The host will earn a chance for a regular draw upon the completion of each event within this world, with no restrictions on the prize pool, allowing draws from the entire system's inventory. As the host's strength breaks through, transitioning from the Zhan to the Qi realm, and subsequently to the Chuan realm, a limited draw opportunity will be granted, with the prize pool restricted to items of S rank or higher. The novice draw, currently offered, is an additional gift, with the prize pool under customization. Su Sheng clenched his fist. The significant event draws resembled the grand prize pools found in card games, embodying randomness. Conversely, the draws upon strength breakthroughs appeared akin to a limited prize pool, ensuring at least an S rank item as a safety net. Though the exact correlation of S rank to the realm of slaying gods remained unclear, the emergence of this system undoubtedly cast a glimmer of potential brilliance upon his previously bleak existence. With tears of joy streaming down his cheeks, Su Sheng opened his eyes wide. Damn it! All the suffering was not in vain. He had initially thought he would be condemned to this existence for eternity, yet fate had played a grand jest upon him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he felt as though he had glimpsed a sliver of the goddess of fate's undergarments. Prize pool customization complete. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Su Sheng hastily closed his eyes and responded inwardly, yes. Meanwhile, in an unknown realm. Huh? What is this? A voice, transcending the mundane, echoed with a hint of curiosity. Here, magnificent palaces formed an expansive court, with thunder swirling around the eaves and rooftops. Within the central palace, a towering figure gazed upon the throne before him, as a ceaseless ring of thunder revolved behind him. His gaze bore an unruffled calm, with subtle flickers of thunder coursing through his pupils. Despite the silver strands adorning his visage, he stood erect, exuding an ancient, timeless aura that resonated with primordial vibrations. "Ah, I see. Allow me to go with the flow and add a touch of leverage for you," he mused, calculating with a flick of his fingers. With a graceful sweep of his dusting cloth, he sighed and continued, "If it weren't for you, I might never have discovered this. I suppose it is only fitting that it returns to its rightful owner." As he meticulously surveyed the palace that had housed countless years, he transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Accompanying his disappearance was the grand edifice itself. Such a thunderous commotion went unnoticed in this realm, which remained enveloped in profound silence. Warning. Unknown energy intrusion detected. Warning. 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 The system's alarm blared, jolting Sheng into a state of shock. Would he, a novice, truly encounter such misfortune before even embarking on his journey? At that moment, a thunderous crack echoed, startling Sheng anew. Didn't the weather forecast predict no rain today? Damn it. Nothing is reliable these days, he cursed, instinctively attempting to open his eyes. It appeared that the system was in turmoil, even it could not contend with this unknown energy. As a mere fledgling yet to enter the realm of enlightenment, he knew better than to meddle. However, Sheng soon realized he was utterly unable to open his eyes. Warning. Yet, as the thunder faded, the system's alarms abruptly ceased, as if throttled. In the darkness, the world shifted. Sheng felt as though he were caught in a whirlwind, enshrouded by thunder and mist, unable to see or comprehend. Gradually, the thunder and fog dissipated, revealing that he stood within a magnificent palace. The interiors were adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, each furnishing exuding an ancient essence. The floor was laid with peculiar jade tiles, beneath which dense, almost liquid thunder energy flowed languidly. At the heart of the palace, he found himself facing a colossal throne, perpetually encircled by crackling lightning. System? System? Sheng approached, calling out for his hard-earned system. Yet, he received no reply. Despair welled within him. Had his newly acquired system already met its demise? Damn it, what a cruel jest. Nevertheless, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Anything was preferable to returning to that dark, oppressive addiction rehabilitation center. Trapped in this realm, it was likely that his physical self outside had become a mere vegetable. For the family of his distant uncle, who longed for his demise, this would surely simplify matters. With his body gone, his consciousness would likely dissipate shortly thereafter. So be it, being reborn sooner was certainly preferable to enduring perpetual torment. Sheng retracted his tumultuous emotions. Curiosity piqued as he surveyed the splendid palace. He then stepped forward, intent on examining the throne closely. He could sense the astonishing power emanating from the throne, which was enveloped in a multitude of metallic scales, with serpentine lightning coiling around its core like countless thunder dragons. Sheng blinked and boldly seated himself. Forget it, let's sit first, he thought, this damned world. Damn it. Just as he was about to settle in, a thunder dragon, formed from pure lightning, struck him abruptly on the backside, propelling him toward the center of the palace. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed while rubbing his sore rear. Lightning crackled around him, yet curiously, he felt only discomfort in his behind, devoid of any sensation of being electrified. What's going on? Is this thing merely for show? Sheng pondered, patting his backside as he stood up, the tiny arcs of lightning gradually dissipating. The legendary electric-resistant Sheng scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that I've developed a resistance from prolonged exposure to electricity? Beep! System rebooting. Sheng felt a rush of emotion. System, you finally returned? I thought you had crashed. Would you like to proceed with the novice lottery? The aloof system ignored Sheng's excitement, its neutral electronic voice inquiring. Yes. Sheng eagerly nodded, fearful that this unreliable system might disconnect again. Lottery commencing. As his words fell, a colossal holographic wheel appeared, and the pointer began to spin. The wheel was segmented into various colors: white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold, each section equal in size. Additionally, Su Sheng noticed a small red area, merely 1/10 the size of the other sections. Attention, the colors from white to gold correspond to qualities ranging from Zhang to Klein, while the gold area represents Klein to the supreme god, namely SSSS, and the red area signifies transcension and above. Gazing at the red segment, Su Sheng swallowed hard. "Come on, give me something good," he silently yelled, maintaining a calm facade while his heart raced. The pointer slowly descended towards the golden area, and a faint golden light suddenly illuminated the space. Holy cow! It worked, it worked! Su Sheng's eyes widened as he beheld the strange fruit gradually materializing. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an scrayed item, Thunderfruit. Chapter 3. Carnage, Thunderfruit. Quality, Klein origin, world of One Piece characteristics. The consumer can transform into lightning and manipulate it by expending mental energy. Note, products from this system are undoubtedly exquisite, and all rights to interpretation belong to this system. The lottery has concluded. The system shall now enter slumber, anticipating the host's growth and strength. The next lottery awaits you. After uttering this tantalizing phrase, the system fell into a deep sleep, leaving behind a golden fruit that gradually took on a tangible form. Su Sheng gazed at the thunder fruit that gently descended into his hands. Its shape resembled that of a cantaloupe, adorned with lightning-like patterns across its surface, exuding an air of mystery, as if it contained boundless energy. Su Sheng was well aware of the legendary nature of this fruit. The consumer of the thunder fruit would gain the ability to manipulate lightning, become elemental, and gain immunity to physical attacks, achieving speeds comparable to lightning itself. In the world of One Piece, the fruit's consumer, Enel, had once instilled considerable pressure upon the protagonist group, particularly with the aid of his electromagnetic waves and the ability to become elemental, coupled with super speed movement and extensive range attacks. Had it not been for the protagonist's aura and the activation of Anika fruit, the god of this sky island would not have faced defeat. In summary, this was an exceptionally powerful fruit. It was rumored that it possessed a most repugnant taste. Su Sheng was eager to discover just how unpleasant it truly was. With determination, he sank his teeth into the thunder fruit, an indescribable wave of nausea washing over him, rendering his mouth numb. Fighting against the urge to retch, Su Sheng continued to consume the thunder fruit, skin and all, fearful that a mere taste would render it ineffective. He was resolute in not returning to that dark, desolate existence. Upon finishing, Su Sheng meticulously examined his hands. Gradually, tendrils of electric energy began to coalesce upon his slender fingers. Feeling the overwhelming power of thunder coursing through him, a faint smile graced his lips. As the effects of the devil fruit took hold, he sensed his mental energy steadily increasing, drawing him closer to enlightenment. He could feel that even his meager mental energy could unleash astonishing power. After all, since time immemorial, the might of thunder had been synonymous with divine retribution. Capable of vanquishing evil and extinguishing malevolence, how could such strength be deemed weak? A smile curled on Su Sheng's lips, regardless of the circumstances. He felt an unprecedented sense of empowerment. It was his first experience wielding extraordinary power, leaving him profoundly satisfied. If he were to later obtain items such as the 5 thunder techniques or artifacts of the lightning element, he would have no fear of the vile gods and wicked paths. However, the question loomed, how would he escape? Su Sheng retracted his smile and concentrated on the grand palace surrounding him. After a brief moment, as though etched in his mind, he instinctively understood the way out. With a mere thought, he opened his eyes once more, finding himself back in the darkened hospital room. Upon returning to the realm of reality, Su Sheng found the very air to be invigorating. Even the repulsive medical files that once disgusted him now failed to provoke any sense of aversion. He felt a slight stir of mental energy, and the parts of his body that had been bound began to emanate a soft glow. A faint rumble of thunder resonated, and Su Sheng effortlessly broke free from his restraints, gradually rising to a seated position. The roles then reversed. A chilling smile graced Su Sheng's face as he approached the window and drew aside the heavy curtains. The luminous moonlight instantly flooded half the room, casting a tall silhouette of Su Sheng. Gazing at the resplendent full moon, Su Sheng understood that there existed a profoundly terrifying entity upon its surface. However, at this moment, he was merely a novice in the realm of divine slaying, and fretting over the existence on the moon was akin to a fool's lament. The director of this Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center, Dr. Zhang, was the sole attending physician. As Su Sheng knew, through dazzling yet deceptive advertisements, this center had amassed billions in mere years. Under Dr. Zhang's deceitful manipulation, many unsuspecting parents sent their children to this nefarious institution, all under the guise of for your own good. Yet only Su Sheng was aware of the torment endured by the children admitted. Corporal punishment and verbal abuse were merely the baseline. Maltreatment and violence were the norm. Su Sheng had witnessed, with his own eyes, a mere 15-year-old being ruthlessly beaten with a large wooden stick or lashed with a thick whip. The cruelty was so shocking that even Su Sheng found it hard to bear. Moreover, like Su Sheng himself, some were directly deprived of their freedom, subjected to electric shocks masquerading as electrotherapy. How could these children, merely in their adolescence, possibly endure such horrors? In one desperate instance, a child even leaped from a building. Beneath Dr. Zhang's fa of sorrow, coupled with hefty compensations, rebellious and impatient children were lost to the void. Even if some parents sensed something amiss, they could only turn a blind eye to the attending physician who had powerful connections. Su Sheng withdrew his dazed gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not let this man escape punishment. To further instill trust in the parents, Dr. Zhang typically resided in the office within the center, sharing meals and accommodations with the students, a tactic designed to put oblivious parents at ease. Of course, Su Sheng had also visited Dr. Zhang's office. Utilizing the radiant moonlight, he slightly spread his fingers, and a faint electric current danced around his fingertips, illuminating the dim room. The chair within the ward began to creak ominously, and soon, iron nails slowly emerged from its structure, causing the chair to collapse under the loss of support. Su Sheng gazed at the iron nails hovering above his palm, imbued with a soft blue glow, forming a circular ring that fluttered gracefully. Initially, he had thought it would be a formidable task, yet he found the powers of the Thunder Fruit to be as instinctual as an extension of his own will. Indeed, if Canon's sister could achieve this, there was no reason for him to falter. Su Sheng murmured to himself, casually waving his hand, causing the nails to glide behind him, hovering silently in the air. This was merely the fundamental application of the electromagnetic force that accompanied the Thunder Fruit. Kicking the door open with a forceful thrust, Su Sheng made his way towards the duty station. During the initial phase of his stay at this Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center, he was still afforded moments of freedom, allowing him to familiarize himself with the general layout of the facility. The on-duty nurse, a robust and portly woman, was roused from her slumber by the sound of the door crashing open. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she approached him, her voice laced with irritation. "Is it you? How did you manage to escape, you little brat? Get back here this instant." Her reprimand was abruptly cut short as a flying nail struck her, eliciting a piercing scream that echoed through the corridor, illuminating the motion sensor lights in response. Many rooms flickered to life as a result of the commotion. Su Sheng curled his lip in disdain, raising his hand as the iron nail pierced the nurse's throat, blood gushing forth and splattering the surrounding white walls with a vivid crimson hue. The demise of this nurse was of little consequence. She had once brutally disabled a young girl, a sweet-faced beauty who was left permanently scarred by the nurse's cruelty. Chapter 4. The Manifestation of Divinity. Su Sheng was initially an upstanding citizen, burdened by the psychological weight of taking a life. However, once he crossed that threshold, his inhibitions dissipated. The prolonged torment had ignited a furious blaze within him, and stifling it would only transform him into a repressed psychopath. With a swift motion of his hand, the iron nail that had pierced the throat of the female nurse flew back to him. Passing the duty station, he casually donned a mask and hastened towards Dr. Zhang's office. Along the way, with a mere flick of his wrist, he short-circuited all surveillance cameras, rendering them inoperative. Numerous staff members approached to investigate, yet the iron nails swirling around him like fireflies deterred them. Nevertheless, Su Sheng had no intention of sparing some of them. The nails surged forth, crackling with a faint blue current, piercing through the hypocritical visages of those nearby. The corridor was engulfed in screams and blood, but Su Sheng remained unfazed. Under his control, the nails transformed into bloodthirsty serpents, fierce and lethal, while he swiftly advanced towards Dr. Zhang's office. Meanwhile, in Songnan City, at Peace Bridge, there stood an unassuming storefront that blended harmoniously with its surroundings, devoid of any peculiarities. Above the entrance hung an old crimson sign that read, Peace Affairs Office. The shrill sound of a ringing phone pierced the air, rousing a middle-aged man from his slumber with difficulty. He was neither unattractive nor particularly handsome, resembling an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street. Yet, his muscular physique and scars lent him an air of rugged masculinity. "What is it at this late hour?" he grumbled, rubbing his eyes in discontent. However, the news relayed over the phone caused his demeanor to shift. His drowsy eyes ignited with a sharp intensity. "What? A suspected owner of a forbidden ruins is attacking civilians?" After receiving confirmation, he hastily donned his clothes and rushed out, knocking on each door along the way. Thus, the once tranquil office erupted into activity. Amidst the ongoing complaints, for men quickly emerged from their rooms, gathering together. They were attired in black uniforms, cloaked in dark red capes, with simple, ancient knives hanging at their sides. "Old Zhao, have you notified Hong Ying?" the leader inquired with a grave expression. The man referred to as Old Zhao nodded, holding up his phone. "I informed them long ago. They are already en route." "Good. Team 136, Night Watchman, let us move out." The ensuing carnage did not impede Su Sheng's pace in under 5 minutes. He arrived at the threshold of Dr. Zhang's office. He steadied his rapid breaths, feeling the constraints of his freedom. Having been inactive for an extended period, the mere physical exertion began to wear on him, not to mention the drain on his mental fortitude. Yet, having just consumed the thunderfruit, he effortlessly dispatched the lives of over 10 individuals, rendering ordinary people utterly defenseless against the might of his newfound power. If the thunderfruit can be regarded as a forbidden realm, it undoubtedly rivals the echelon of divine domains. Su Sheng's breathing gradually steadied as he wiped the blood from his face. He extended a hand, and under the influence of electromagnetic waves, the lock on the wooden door was slowly stripped away. "Dr. Zhang, I've come to see you," Su Sheng said with a faint smile. He kicked the door open, and at such close proximity, he could feel Dr. Zhang's trembling form. A swarm of iron nails shot forth, pinning the detestable figure firmly against the wall. Su Sheng stepped into the office, and with a mere flick of his fingers, the lights illuminated the room. At that moment, Dr. Zhang was ensnared by over 10 iron nails, firmly affixed to the wall, while in his right hand, he clutched a glistening fruit knife. "You, Su Sheng, what are you doing? Release me at once." Upon recognizing the visitor, Dr. Zhang shouted in an attempt to reclaim his dignity as the attending physician. Su Sheng regarded the man who had caused him months of torment with an impassive expression. With a snap of his fingers, the fruit knife was propelled from Dr. Zhang's grasp, hurtling towards his forehead. This startled the once commanding leader of the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center, prompting him to exclaim, "Su Sheng, I'm doing this for your own good. Your addiction is severely affecting your life. Don't blur the lines between right and wrong." Yet, the fruit knife did not waver. Instead, it accelerated directly towards Dr. Zhang's brow. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, a sudden warmth spreading in his trousers as he shut his eyes, yet the anticipated pain did not follow. The knife was firmly lodged atop his head, trembling slightly. Dr. Zhang could no longer contain himself, weeping profusely as he pleaded, "Su Sheng, it is my fault. I should not have listened to your uncle's words and forcibly brought you here. Blame your uncle. He offered me a substantial sum to ensure your demise." Unmoved, Su Sheng coldly observed the man's fervent repentance. "You reveled in tormenting me when you wielded power. Now it is your turn to experience the consequences." Dr. Zhang incessantly apologized, discreetly gauging Su Sheng's demeanor. Noticing that Su Sheng showed no intention of striking, his expression relaxed, and he continued, Su Sheng, it is not too late to stop. I acknowledge my mistakes and apologize. If you cease your actions now, I will not pursue any consequences. You are still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Su Sheng took great interest in the disheveled Dr. Zhang, leading the latter to believe he might be spared. You do not comprehend your wrongdoing. You only recognize your imminent death. The chilling words caused Dr. Zhang to pause momentarily. What did you say? Su Sheng raised his hand, and from a nearby power strip, blue arcs of electricity surged towards Dr. Zhang. Ah! The powerful current engulfed Dr. Zhang's entire body, his screams echoing as wisps of smoke emanated from him. Such an intensity of electricity would gradually lead to his demise. In the instant, Su Sheng unleashed his full, thunderous prowess in an unknown realm within an ancient Taoist temple. Several pairs of eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. It appears that the individual spoken of by Lei Zhu is indeed him. After exchanging glances filled with understanding, they erupted into laughter, only for a flash of lightning to ensue, causing one figure clad in a deep blue robe to vanish abruptly. At last, a burden had been lifted from Su Sheng's chest. His breath gradually steadied as he cast a calm gaze upon the charred remnants of Dr. Zhang, a faint smile gracing his lips. Cursed be it, to endure such treatment upon arriving in this world, having been subjected to electric torment for a full 5 months. At this moment, an ancient and formidable aura descended without warning. Su Sheng hastily turned his gaze towards the window, where he noticed that the once pristine full moon and twinkling stars had mysteriously vanished. Dark clouds surged, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder as rain began to fall. Above, the roar of thunder reverberated like the wrath of a deity, shaking the earth with its might. The winding lightning resembled a display of fiery blossoms, illuminating the pitch-black night. What was astonishing, however, was that this phenomenon enveloped solely the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center. Several kilometers away, the assembled night watch team of 136 members looked on in bewilderment at the building shrouded in tempest. Golden lightning snakes flickered, intertwining within the dense clouds, illuminating the faces of a few individuals. Moments later, a deafening thunderclap echoed continuously. The power of divine retribution was undeniably awe-inspiring. What is that? It appears to be the Forbidden Ruins, but the intensity of this energy is exceedingly exaggerated. Could it be? Old Zhao, gripping his blade, asked incredulously. The leading man nodded gravely. It is indeed the Divine Ruins, and its energy fluctuations surpass even those of Klein. This is a manifestation released directly by the Divine. Domineering, ferocious, and annihilating, this force emanates the pressure of the Divine. Chapter 5. The Night Watch Squad. Su Sheng gazed upward at the sky, unfazed by the tumultuous thunderstorm that surrounded him. He could sense an undeniable core presence amidst the chaos of the tempest. Perhaps this extraordinary storm was conjured by that very existence. A deity? Su Sheng murmured to himself, pondering the myriad of gods that populated the world of divine slaying. Yet, could the god associated with Thunder be Thor? Or perhaps Takmenakata, Indra? No, that couldn't be right. Sangnan City still stood, indicating that Lin Xie had yet to awaken. In such circumstances, how could an outer god intrude so brazenly upon the territory of the Great Xia? Moreover, weren't the deities of Great Xia still undergoing their cycles of reincarnation? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Sheng shook his head in confusion, feeling utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a resounding boom of thunder interrupted his reverie. He focused intently as a deep blue figure materialized, standing atop the storm clouds and gazing down at him from a lofty position. Su Sheng beheld the figure clad in a deep blue robe, adorned with a Taoist crown, revealing a middle-aged man with a long beard. Tall and slender, his robe billowed dramatically in the fierce winds, and his eyes, crackling with the essence of lightning, contained a vitality that nourished all things. Surrounding him, deep blue and pale golden lightning intertwined, continuously coalescing into forms reminiscent of serpentine dragons and surging waves. Su Sheng felt a stirring within. Even without having witnessed the strength of Klein, he suspected that not even Klein could exude such an imposing demeanor. Moments later, The man in the blue robe furrowed his brow. With a sudden gesture, he pointed a single finger, sending a torrent of mixed blue and golden lightning hurtling towards Su Sheng's brow. Su Sheng was struck with terror, realizing that his opponent displayed a shocking lack of martial decorum, devoid of any semblance of honor. An ambush, confronted by the overwhelming force of the impending lightning. Su Sheng's body radiated a faint blue glow as he fervently summoned his mental energy to activate the powers of the Thunder Fruit, attempting elementalization. However, the robed man merely uttered a few words, and with a mere glance, the raging power of the Thunder Fruit came to a standstill. Su Sheng found himself utterly incapable of resistance, rendered immobile and helpless. In an instant, the bolt of lightning struck him, yet it inflicted no pain. It merely lingered for a fleeting moment before dissipating into thin air. Su Sheng, initially resigned and closing his eyes in despair, felt an odd sensation on his forehead. He lifted his gaze to find a robed man looking at him with a hint of regret. Such a remarkable ability you possess, yet ultimately, it cannot lead you to the pinnacle, the man remarked. Su Sheng's pupils constricted as he realized that this robed figure had discerned the source of his power. Although the Thunder Fruit currently served as a tremendous aid to him, the man's words suggested that there might be a further ascent possible. "May I ask?" Su Sheng regained his composure and hastily inquired, but by then, the sky had transformed, the moon and stars sparse, and the enigmatic figure along with the thunderstorm had vanished without a trace. "Goodness, you nearly drove me to despair," Su Sheng muttered as he approached the mirror in his office, scrutinizing his reflection. The recent thunderbolt seemed to have left a mark upon his forehead. As he examined himself, he noted his once plump visage had become angular, a consequence of prolonged torment that had rendered his physique gaunt. Although the pallor of his emaciated form cast a shadow of gloom, he still retained a certain handsomeness. Suddenly, Su Sheng's attention was drawn to the deep blue thunder mark upon his brow, which was gradually fading. "Oh no, how could I have been branded?" Su Sheng felt a surge of panic. Protagonists in novels often found themselves in such predicaments, unwittingly marked and relentlessly pursued by villains. How infuriating! Lin Xie is the true protagonist. What does it have to do with me? He grumbled to himself, attempting to dismiss the mark from his mind, reasoning that if the divine wished to track him, they could do so without this insignia. With that thought, he swung open the door. The chaos wrought by slaughter had long since ceased, and the staff who had witnessed the carnage had fled in a clean escape. The vast Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center was now eerily quiet, save for the patients, who, wearied by their prolonged suffering, stared blankly at Su Sheng as he stepped out. Upon his emergence, they erupted in cheers. To them, he was their savior, the one who had liberated them from hell and vanquished the demons. Su Sheng quickly raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal, and the iron nails that had been affixed to the walls sprang forth, swirling around him like fireflies, dispersing the crowd. "You need not thank me. I'm doing this for my own sake," he spoke softly. "That fellow is dead, and you are the living witnesses. Take care of yourselves, live well." With that, he turned to leave. After all, this world harbored more than just mysterious entities. The Night Watch team was surely en route, and there was no time to linger. The Night Watch team, particularly under the command of Captain Chun Mai and Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan, was not to be trifled with. Even the formidable Hong Ying was beyond the capabilities of a novice like Su Sheng to confront. He had shown enough compassion to these unfortunate souls. Now, it was time to settle accounts with that distant uncle. Whether it be the debts of the original host or his own, they needed careful reckoning. Reaching the back door of the rehabilitation center, he pointed with one hand, and the decrepit iron lock flew several meters away. Without looking back, Su Sheng dashed outside, only to collide headlong with an unseen barrier. An empty void? This could be troublesome. He gazed at the invisible wall before him, letting out a resigned sigh as a faint blue light enveloped his body, accompanied by the persistent rumble of thunder. "Hey, you little brat, cease your release of the forbidden space, or my spear shall show no mercy," a melodious voice rang out. Su Sheng, with a sense of resignation, halted his elemental transformation and raised both hands in surrender. "Your efficiency leaves much to be desired. After all, we are but human beings, and we too require slumber. We are currently investigating a heinous case of murder perpetrated by a malevolent superhuman. Might you be inclined to assist us by answering a few inquiries? Shemai inquired tentatively. The individual before him likely possessed divine abilities. Thus, it would be ideal to proceed without resorting to force, provided the individual cooperated. Moreover, the emergence of an unknown deity in Songnan City is of paramount importance. He must ascertain all pertinent information related to this deity and the youth before him, capable of wielding thunder, appeared undeniably connected to the recent tempest. Chapter 6. I am going to school with a composed voice. Su Sheng slowly turned around. The speaker stood beside the leader of the group, exuding a calm demeanor as he regarded Su Sheng in silence. This must be Wu Xiangnan, Su Sheng surmised. The individual who blocked the gun-wielding girl must be Chun Mai, and the girl herself, if he was not mistaken, could only be Hong Ying. So, what is your intention in stopping me? Su Sheng inquired, exasperation evident as he lowered his hands. He had no desire to enter the sanctuary, a prison specifically designed for confining the possessors of forbidden relics. Entering such a place not only meant losing his freedom, but also forfeiting numerous crucial opportunities. Since he had arrived in this world and was presented with a chance to enhance his abilities, Su Sheng had no intention of living as an ordinary person. At the very least, he aspired to be an ordinary individual capable of self-preservation. The world of god-slaying was fraught with peril. Even if one cloistered themselves at home, mysterious events could erupt at any moment, seeking them out. Chun Mai spoke in a grave tone at the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center. Over a dozen staff members perished beneath iron nails, and one doctor succumbed to electrical leakage. Did you witness the assailant? Or is this incident in any way related to you? Su Sheng shook his head, his expression innocent. I have not seen any assailant, nor do I know of any doctor. This matter has no connection to me whatsoever. The young man standing next to Hong Ying smiled and remarked, I noticed you can wield thunder. Have you awakened some ability? Have you encountered a deity? The adorable girl beside him inquired eagerly. Compared to the incidents involving malevolent, superpowered individuals, information regarding deities held greater significance, especially since the Great Xia has been devoid of divine presence for a long time. This must be Si Xiaonan. Su Sheng thought to himself as he discreetly surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of the sniper, which indicated that Lung Xian was likely positioned at a high vantage point, preparing to take aim. However, he was unperturbed by the threat of firearms. Wu Xiangnan, who had been observing Su Sheng, felt a chill run down his spine. Could this individual possibly discern that they had a sniper targeting him? I have encountered a deity and awakened a certain ability. I now serve as their emissary. Su Sheng replied with a smile. Clad in a mask and a standardized hospital gown, with the surveillance equipment destroyed and no fingerprints on the iron nails, he was confident that they possessed no evidence against him. The group exchanged glances, a flicker of joy passing among them. They had not anticipated that a routine field operation would lead them to an emissary of a deity. Chun Mai hastily inquired, May I ask which deity this is? Su Sheng shrugged. They merely granted me the divine relic and did not disclose their name. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Wait. Chun Mai interjected. While the night watchers do not compel participation, allowing a deity's emissary to depart would indeed be a significant loss for them. Is there anything else? Su Sheng asked, a hint of resignation in his tone. Wu Xiangnan pondered for a moment before asking, What is the nature of your divine relic's ability? With a resigned sigh, Su Sheng summoned a pale blue lightning, which surged forth with a ferocity reminiscent of a wild serpent, crackling ominously in his grasp. This lightning bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Norse god Thor. He subtly led the others to draw parallels to Thor, knowing well that the deity lacked the ability to manipulate electromagnetic waves. Wu Xiangnan pondered for a moment, setting aside the unfortunate demise of the workers who perished due to iron nails. The death of that doctor, although attributed to electrical leakage, could not be entirely divorced from your involvement. It is highly likely that you have encountered that malevolent superpowered individual who wielded the iron nails. His death from electrical leakage has nothing to do with me, Su Sheng replied innocently, having meticulously covered his tracks, as long as he maintained his silence. they would be unable to uncover any clues. Indeed, the others exchanged glances filled with exasperation. What on earth is happening? It's infuriating, murmured a middle-aged man standing at a distance on the rooftop, peering through binoculars. Beside him stood a silent notice board. I shall take my leave if there is nothing further, Sheng stated calmly. The Thunder Fruit, while possessing superior escape capabilities, paled in comparison to the illustrious qualities of the top-tier natural fruits. The members of Team 136 regarded the composed Sheng with astonishment. It was remarkable that someone evidently weaker than the rest could maintain such an unflappable demeanor, evoking their deep admiration. Wait, Chunmai interjected with a raised hand, speaking earnestly. You should return with us. We, the Night Watch, place great importance on the divine agents awakened from the god ruins. Furthermore, given the ambiguous stance of your patron deity, should they belong to the malevolent gods, it would pose a significant threat to Daxia. Thus, both for reason and sentiment, I must take you back for a period of observation until your deity issues further instructions. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan added seriously, rest assured. Even if you choose not to join us later, all that is required is a brief registration of your information and a confidentiality agreement, and you will be released. Sheng furrowed his brow, sensing an opportunity for greater advantage. Wu Xiangnan continued, Do you have a place to stay? No, Sheng replied candidly, shaking his head. What about money? I do not have that either. Seizing the moment, Chunmai exclaimed, During your stay with us, all your meals and accommodations will be covered, and you will have ample pocket money. I can see that you appear somewhat frail. Do you see those two lovely ladies behind you? They will personally assist you in your rehabilitation training. Sheng glanced at Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Well, they were resorting to beauty as a tactic. Yet, at last, he had held out until the allure of beauty was employed. Noticing Sheng's wavering resolve, Chunmai fanned the flames. Moreover, I, Chunmai, personally guarantee that I will conduct a thorough investigation into this incident. If there is any foul play, I will not turn a blind eye, and those who commit wrongdoing shall face the consequences. As he concluded, his expression turned grave and earnest. A guarantee from the personage of Black Wuchang? Sheng blinked, as it appeared there was little reason to decline. Originally, his intention was to venture out and eliminate the so-called distant uncle, seeking vengeance for himself and the original host. However, it seems that this plan must be delayed for the time being. After much contemplation, Sheng concluded that acquiescing would be the more prudent choice. This decision was certainly not motivated by the prospect of engaging in rehabilitation training with a beautiful woman, for even with elemental transformation, he could not travel far at present, and such actions would only attract the pursuit of the Night Watchers, amounting to self-inflicted hardship. It is important to note that the Night Watchers are a specialized official institution, wielding an extraordinary degree of authority and capable of mobilizing resources from across the nation of Daxia. He had no desire to be pursued nationwide by the Night Watchers. Since they would be unable to trace him, he might as well consider this a job that provides food and accommodation, along with a formal position. In his previous life, he had strived tirelessly for such a position, and now it lay within easy reach. Furthermore, to obtain system rewards, he merely required an opportunity to engage with significant events in the realm of divine slaying. With this in mind, Sheng nodded earnestly. All right, but I have one request. Don't hesitate. Feel free to voice any requests, Chunmai replied patiently. I want to return to school, and I have a distant relative who embezzled my money, so please help me retrieve it, Sheng stated solemnly. Having been confined here for several months, my studies have been severely hindered. This was not due to a fondness for learning, but rather a necessity for a plausible reason to involve himself in the forthcoming incident concerning the masked man. The others exchanged glances, realizing that this divine agent was indeed quite the exemplary student. Chapter 7. The Divine Ruins in the City of Tsangnan at the Peace Bridge. Sheng did not indulge in petty cleverness, but dutifully followed Team 136 to the Peace Affairs office. After heeding Chunmai's advice, he finally met the remaining members of Team 136, the sharpshooter Lung Xian and Zhao Kongsheng, the guide of Lin Chiye. Observing the cheerful peace wedding on his left and the somber peace funeral on his right, Sheng couldn't help but chuckle, you certainly have an eye for location. Indeed, it's a prime spot. In a place like this, our office is like a little transparent entity, hardly noticeable, when Shimo remarked with a smile. Hong Ying pursed her lips and softly suggested, why not let him stay at my place? It's all the same. I assent it? No, let him stay here for now. Room and board are covered, and I will arrange your schooling. You needn't worry about tuition. And as for living expenses during this period, just come to me for however much you need, Chen Mai said, casting a glance at Su Sheng. However, he felt a pang in his heart as he remembered that his salary for the month had yet to be deposited. After contemplating for a moment, Su Sheng found the conditions acceptable and nodded, following the others into the office. In the underground of the Peace Affairs office, the spacious hall gradually illuminated. Su Sheng approached the sofa and sank into it with a contented sigh. Is this what a sofa feels like? It's been ages. It's quite comfortable. Hello, Su Sheng. I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watchers Team 136 stationed in Songnan. The gentleman in black standing over there is our captain, Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan said, sitting across from Su Sheng and gesturing towards the silently observing man beside him. The others introduced themselves on the way back, so I shall refrain from elaborating further, he added. Su Sheng nodded. He could roughly deduce their identities from their demeanor and appearance. So, which deity manifested at the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center? And what divine ruins did you acquire? Chimai inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Chimai paused, suddenly realizing that Su Sheng was entirely unfamiliar with these matters. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Since their meeting, Su Sheng had presented himself as a seasoned adult, leading him to forget that the boy was merely 17. Old Zhao, please enlighten Su Sheng about the pertinent information he should know, Chen Mai said, handing a cup of hot water to Su Sheng. Thus, Zhao Kongsheng recounted the origins of the mists, the emergence of mythical creatures, the existence of deities, forbidden ruins, the characteristics of divine ruins, and the classifications of realms. Su Sheng listened patiently, comparing the information with his own recollections. With a sigh of relief, he confirmed the accuracy of his memories. So, you Night Watchers are rather impressive, aren't you? At this remark, the others regarded Su Sheng with softened expressions. Acknowledging his perceptiveness, Su Sheng continued to inquire. So, does that mean the divine ruins bestowed by the deities come at a price? With the agents receiving commands from the deities that they must execute? Chen Mai nodded, taking a seat opposite Su Sheng, and gazed intently into his eyes, posing a serious inquiry. Su Sheng, which deity do you represent? To which faction do you belong? Su Sheng appeared bewildered, replying, I am unsure. He did not specify. He merely cast a distant glance at me, struck me once, and then vanished. Confounded, Su Sheng added that aside from the mark and 2 taunts, he had received nothing further. At that moment, in an unknown realm, within an ancient temple, a Taoist clad in a deep blue robe sneezed, prompting several others to exchange puzzled glances. Did you not say that such words would pique his curiosity, prompting him to initiate communication regarding the mark? No, that cannot be. It is simply improbable. After a lengthy silence, Chun Mai, having never encountered such a situation, was prompted by Wu Xiangnan's next question. What does he look like? Su Sheng furrowed his brow, recalling the middle-aged Taoist's appearance. He wore a deep blue robe, surrounded by thunder. A robe? Then it must be the deity of Daxia, exclaimed Si Xiaonan excitedly. I knew the deities of Daxia would not abandon us. Thunder? Wu Xiangnan pondered. Could it be the Thunder Lord, or perhaps the Mistress of Lightning? Hong Ying shook her head. As of now, the deities of Daxia have yet to manifest. This requires further investigation. Truly, nothing was conveyed? You received no information? When Shima inquired with curiosity, Su Sheng honestly nodded. No, nothing was shared with me. Chun Mai scrutinized the earnest Su Sheng, realizing he needed to monitor this individual closely. He was indeed a potential spark. Then, what is your divine ruin? Su Sheng blinked, momentarily unsure how to describe it, as the thunder fruit was not a divine ruin. Chun Mai sighed, patiently asking, so, how does your ability manifest? Su Sheng turned his palm over, and in an instant, a tempestuous force of lightning coalesced within his hand. I can manipulate thunder and lightning. With a wave of his hand, Chun Mai signaled Wen Qima to document the information. Continuing his inquiries, what form does this control of lightning take? Is it limited to releasing lightning from your hands? In what manner? Lightning spheres? Lightning serpents? Or merely discharges? Can you control electricity beyond yourself? Upon hearing this, Su Sheng stood, his entire being illuminated by a faint blue lightning. As the surrounding lights began to flicker due to unstable voltage, there are no limitations on form. It is simply the ability to command thunder. Impressive, Si Xiaonan remarked, observing Su Sheng enveloped in lightning, resembling a radiant super scion, albeit a tad too conspicuous. Indeed, the absence of form constraints implies considerable freedom for development, truly befitting a divine ruin. Is there more? I possess a sensory ability. Even with my eyes closed, I can perceive everything within a 50-meter radius. Excellent. Whether for reconnaissance or close combat, this is immensely advantageous. Please continue. That is all. Su Sheng scratched the back of his head, awkwardly admitting that elemental transformation and super speed movement were his trump cards, not to be casually divulged. This was a new divine ruin, one that had never appeared in previous records. As far as divine ruins go, it was quite conventional, though I suspect this divine ruin is not yet complete. Its current manifestation alone showcases a mastery over lightning that is already at the level of a divine ruin, Chun Mai remarked with admiration. If you can control lightning, can you also manipulate electromagnetic waves? Wu Xiangnan inquired casually, stroking his chin. Su Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine, but maintained an air of calm as he replied, electromagnetic waves? That's beyond my capabilities. Indeed, none of the members of the Night Watch Squad 136 were ordinary. Since this divine ruin has never been encountered before, let us bestow it a name, Wen Qima suggested. How about Thunderclap? Chapter 8. The Deity of Thunder, the following day. In the underground chamber of the Peace Affairs Office, the members of Team 136, who had already risen to commence their labors, wore dark circles under their eyes and glared resentfully at the room from which the sound of snoring emanated. Please share your findings, Chun Mai requested, sifting through the documents in his hand. In their quest to uncover the truth behind Su Sheng, they had not only burned the midnight oil, but also arisen at the crack of dawn to investigate his detailed background and meticulously examine the scene of the incident. The statements made by Su Sheng the previous day appeared to hold substantial truth. Zhao Kongcheng produced a stack of photographs and documents, revealing that he, along with Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan, had visited a rehabilitation center for internet addiction and interviewed several so-called patients, leading them to this conclusion. As Chun Mai scrutinized the photographs, his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Abuse, violence, humiliation, and the concealment of suicide. Each revelation ignited a furious blaze within him. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such a morally bankrupt institution in Songnan City. Hong Ying exclaimed with righteous indignation. Why doesn't Su Sheng take matters into his own hands and slay them one by one? Lung Xian remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with her sentiment. After closing the photographs and documents, Chun Mai pondered for a long while before continuing to inquire, what are the results of your investigation? Hong Ying and Wen Qima primarily focused on tracing Su Sheng's lineage. Wen Qima retrieved Su Sheng's record from his bag and handed them to Chun Mai, subsequently stating, Su Sheng, age 17, hails from the capital, an only child whose parents perished in a mysterious accident, leaving him bereft of family. Consequently, he sought refuge with a distant uncle in Songnan City. He added, at that time, he possessed a fortune of 30 million. And the money? Chun Mai asked in a grave tone. Where could it possibly go? According to his distant uncle, Su Sheng suffered from severe internet addiction, prompting him to conspire with Dr. Zhao to admit Su Sheng to the rehabilitation center, where the 30 million was placed in his uncle's care. Hong Ying seethed. Moreover, we uncovered evidence of illicit transactions between his uncle and Dr. Zhao. In pursuit of that 30 million, his uncle did not hesitate to lavish bribes on Dr. Zhang to drive Su Sheng to madness and ultimately to death. The thought filled Hong Ying with sympathy for the young man. Despite the dire circumstances, his first thought upon release was to return to school. Oh, Su Sing, how could you be such a villain? She lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. Alas, he truly is pitiable, Si Xiaonan remarked, covering her mouth in sympathy. Shamai nodded, contemplating for an extended period before asserting, I have investigated with Xiangnan and within the mythological framework of the Great Xia, aside from Lei Gong and Jianmu, there exist numerous deities associated with thunder and rain. They all belong to the Thunder division, and identifying the exact deity involved is indeed challenging. Thus, we must remain observant. As for the handling of Su Sheng, Chen Mai glanced at Wu Xiangnan and proposed, given that he has no immediate family, I suggest we temporarily take him into our custody. Regarding this incident, let us suppress it for now and observe the stance of the influential figure behind Su Sheng before proceeding. What are your thoughts? Wu Xiangnan glanced at the few remaining individuals, their eyes pleading for hope. It seems this is the best course of action, though I am somewhat concerned about Su Sheng's mental well-being, particularly regarding Hong Ying and Xiaonan. You must thoroughly guide him and help him sort out his mental state. Indeed. Hong Ying exchanged a glance with Xiaonan and nodded. Rest assured, Vice Captain. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled heartily. I have a knack for reading people. That lad doesn't seem to be a bad sort. What shall we do about his money then? Will it remain with his uncle? When Qima inquired with curiosity, Hong Ying snorted disdainfully, clenching her fist. Of course, it has already been retrieved and deposited in Su Sheng's account. Now, he possesses more than most of us. When Qima sighed, no, Hong Ying replied with a mischievous smile. Although it is stored in his account, he remains blissfully unaware of it. 2 weeks later, at Sangnan Second High School, Su Sheng sat in the back row of Class 2, Grade 11, wearing a sullen expression. He had originally intended to avenge the original owner's grievances, as the original owner had suffered greatly and met a tragic end. However, given the current circumstances, he had to bide his time for a few more days. Thus, Su Sheng decided to attend school first. Yet, in his calculations, he had overlooked the fact that he had arrived early. Lin Xie's aunt had not yet come to deliver eggs, likely because that boy was still at a special school. Naturally, he did not encounter any of the so-called school bully incidents, but neither did any students come to his aid. In this class, Su Sheng's presence was largely limited to being a well-known figure amongst his peers. At the front of the room, the teacher passionately lectured, while Su Sheng found it hard to muster any enthusiasm. He had never been fond of studying, and his primary motivation for coming here was to familiarize himself with the child of fate, ensuring that future dealings would be more amicable. Lost in thought, Su Sheng suddenly felt a warmth on his forehead. He pulled out his phone to check, only to see the deep blue thunderbolt mark on his forehead beginning to emerge. He quickly leaned down on the desk to conceal it. The teacher cast a helpless glance at Su Sheng in the back row, muttering to himself about the boy's supposed love for learning, only to find him requesting a seat at the rear and even dozing off during class. Truly, a child beyond redemption. Yet, Su Sheng could not concern himself with such matters. He sensed a powerful force summoning him. As his vision blurred, he felt the world spin around him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an ancient Taoist temple. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the antique furnishings that exuded a sense of antiquity. The temple was vast and grand, with walls adorned by depictions of various deities, most clad in armor. Surrounded by thunder, their visages imposing, wielding divine artifacts from which clouds and lightning emanated. Su Sheng, why have you delayed in communicating with the mark for so long? Do you not wish to rectify the inherent deficiencies of your abilities? A resounding voice echoed. Su Sheng hastily looked up to see 5 figures of distinct demeanor, each donned in robes of various colors, seated at the center of the temple, accompanied by mythical beasts such as the Qilin, Black Tiger, and Thunder Dragon, all exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Above the 5 Taoists, there stood a roaring Thunder Qilin, and atop it was a half-reclined armored man, wielding a wooden sword, his gaze devoid of sorrow or joy as he stared ahead. The sound drew nearer, snapping Su Sheng back to reality. The divine statues were so lifelike that they captivated his very spirit. Turning to look, he saw a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue Taoist robe standing behind him. At that moment, he lacked the divine visage he had displayed on a previous occasion and appeared merely as a tall and imposing Taoist. I do not know either. You haven't informed me of the mark's purpose, Su Sheng remarked. However, his next statement nearly breached the Taoist composure. The man, scratching the back of his head, laughed heartily. "You are quite amusing." Su Cheng forced a polite chuckle and stepped forward to inquire respectfully, "May I ask your name?" Naturally, Su Cheng did not dare to act presumptuously toward the deity capable of summoning thunder and rain at will. "Ha! I am merely an ordinary deity of the Thunder Department. You may call me Taoist Pang," he replied casually. Su Cheng felt a sudden chill. His understanding of the Thunder Department was limited, yet he had taken care to investigate after witnessing Taoist Pang's miraculous powers. There's a saying that aptly describes it. Thunder is the pivot of heaven and earth. This was a place of utmost significance. It was said that the Thunder Department governs punishment, controls the emergence of all things, drives the seas and mountains, regulates the four seasons, balances yin and yang, and records virtue and vice. Among them, the five Thunderlord enact timely commands to assist the transformation of the true king. The highest deity of the Thunder Department is the Thunder Ancestor, also known as the Lord of Thunder, who embodies the resonance of the nine heavens. The five Thunderlords, or the five Celestial Lords, include one with the surname Pang. However, it stands to reason that most deities of the Great Xia should currently be in a state of reincarnation, leaving Su Cheng somewhat bewildered by the situation before him. Chapter 9. The Primordial Thunder of Hongmeng. I would like to inquire about the meaning of your previous words. Su Cheng withdrew his thoughts and inquired solemnly, feeling a restless itch in his heart akin to a cat's clawing. Taoist Pang, with a flick of his dusting whisk, smiled and remarked, "Your ability is indeed remarkable. Although you have yet to comprehend the laws, you can still rudimentarily grasp the fundamental powers of thunder. However, in essence, it is a lesser path, with limited potential and challenging to reach the pinnacle. Moreover, what you have mastered is merely ordinary lightning." Taoist Pang cast a curious glance at Su Cheng and continued, "Surely, you do not believe that ordinary lightning can be compared to the power of divine retribution? Furthermore, you lack the ability to summon winds and rains, to actively invoke thunderclouds, and to attract lightning. Am I correct?" "Your words are exceedingly accurate." Su Cheng nodded vigorously, astonished that Taoist Pang could discern the essence of the thunder fruit at a glance. He quickly inquired, "Do you have any solutions?" "Ah, indeed, there are ways," Taoist Pang replied with a smile. "This ability is not entirely a flaw. At least for you at present, the enhancement it provides is significant. You can experience the power of lightning through it, laying a foundation for further strengthening your abilities in the future. As for the solution, during the Primordial Chaos, 5 primordial innate thunders were born within Hongmeng, existing in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Any one of them could compensate for your inherent deficiency and elevate your fundamental standing. However, our Thunder Division has long lost the primordial innate thunders. Even before the Great Cataclysm, we possessed only one divine thunder, and after the Cataclysm, that too was lost, which severely diminished the strength of the gods in our division. It is worth noting that the position of Thunder Ancestor was one imbued with the title of Heavenly Sovereign. Su Sheng's heart stirred. How could such primordial innate thunders, born at the dawn of creation, be easily obtained by one in his current state? Moreover, even the Thunder Division had never fully gathered them. He continued to ask, "Taoist Pang, is there another method?" The Taoist chuckled softly. "There is indeed another approach, which, in essence, involves expelling it from your body." "That won't do." Su Sheng shook his head, "At least not at this moment. Without the Thunder Fruit, I lack even the ability to protect myself." Suddenly, an idea struck him. This divine being had gone to great lengths to showcase miracles, imprinting his essence upon him, and even summoned him here. Clearly, Su Sheng held some value to him. "The reason I summoned you is to have you serve as my proxy within the Thunder Division." Sensing Su Sheng's confusion, Taoist Pang did not mince words and stated directly, "As for the task I require of you, I trust you can surmise it, to seek out the clues of the 5 elements' divine thunders and bring them back here." Su Sheng nodded, realizing his initial assumptions were correct. This task seemed to hold no drawbacks. After all, he needed to find the thunder of submergence as well, serving this divine being while simultaneously gaining another divine ruin, achieving 2 objectives in one endeavor. However, there was still a crucial piece of information that needed clarification. With this thought, Sheng cautiously inquired, Taoist Pang, is there a time constraint for the search for the divine thunders? Upon hearing this, Master Pang let out a laugh. A knowing glance directed at Sheng. There is no time constraint. Such primordial treasures are contingent upon fate. When the moment arrives for them to manifest, I shall sense it, and at that time, you may retrieve it. With this reassurance, Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He nodded, blinking eagerly at Master Pang. Huh, you rascal, Master Pang chuckled, pointing at Sheng. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as a faint golden thunder dragon descended from the heavens, enveloping Sheng's form in an instant. The dragon vanished into Sheng's body before he could even comprehend the event. Very well. I have bestowed upon you the so-called divine ruins. It is time for you to return whence you came, Master Pang stated nonchalantly, waving his sleeve, causing Sheng's figure to abruptly dissipate from the grand, ancient temple. In the classroom, Sheng's eyes snapped open just as the school bell rang melodiously. The thunderstruck domain? Sounds rather appealing, he murmured to himself. He could sense a formidable energy rapidly transforming his physique, as if his very essence was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Clenching his fist, he reveled in an overwhelming sense of strength. His physical prowess had seemingly tripled. This sensation was indeed exhilarating. While absorbing the changes within, he explored his newly acquired divine ruins. Before him, the system's notifications reappeared, presenting several lines of text. Congratulations. Host has obtained divine ruins. Thunderstruck domain. Thunderstruck domain. Within a 20-meter radius around you, a stormy area is created. In this domain, you can commune with the power of divine retribution. Within this area, your mental acuity, speed, and regenerative abilities are doubled. Your perception will be significantly heightened, and you can merge with the thunder. In this domain, your lightning damage is quintupled. Enemies will be ensnared within this area, and those who perish here will have their corporeal and spiritual forms obliterated. By expending substantial mental energy, a fraction of the Thunder Ancestors' divine might can be summoned. Sheng chuckled aloud at the thought of battling in an arena akin to a one-on-one duel. This divine ruins was perfectly suited to his current state. Presently, he was akin to a high-damage, low-mana glass cannon, hesitant to unleash elemental powers. However, with this divine ruins, he not only gained various restoration capabilities but also enhanced perception. Coupled with elemental transformation, damage amplification, and binding abilities, he could conjure thunderstorm weather, an extraordinary force of divine retribution. It was as if this divine ruins had been tailor-made for Sheng. The mention of Thunder Ancestor left him momentarily stunned. The only figure worthy of such a title was that venerable deity. What then did this make him? Merely a minor disciple among disciples? The path ahead seemed brilliantly illuminated. Yet for now, he must diligently practice mastering these newfound abilities. Feeling the surge of his spiritual power, Sheng's lips curled into a smile. This time, the divine ruins had granted him a dual enhancement of both physique and spirit. Unlike the concept of the devil fruit, Sheng's previously sluggish spiritual prowess surged to the realm of enlightenment in an instant upon awakening in the divine ruins. 2 weeks later, Sheng found himself seated in the last row of the classroom. Beside him, a stout individual snored loudly while another was fervently devouring a bucket of instant noodles. Stretching his neck to sip the broth, Sheng rolled his eyes. In this gathering of prodigies, he, the one momentarily distracted in class, appeared to be the only normal one. Yet, he mused, Lin Chie should be arriving soon. As he fumbled with the boiled egg in his hands, courtesy of Lin Chie's aunt, he skillfully peeled the shell away and devoured it in 2 bites. The aroma of the instant noodles from the obnoxious boy next to him was indeed making him hungry. With the passage of time, the diligent and cooperative Sheng had gradually earned the trust of the members of Team 136. After all, his daily routine consisted solely of attending school, completing assignments, and running errands for rehabilitation training. Truly, he was exceedingly well-behaved. Suddenly, the classroom's cacophony fell silent, only to erupt into noise once more seconds later. Su Chong snapped back to reality and observed a striking young man standing at the podium, his eyes obscured by several layers of black cloth, emanating an aura of mystery. Lin Jie had initially anticipated being overlooked, yet he was met with an unexpectedly warm welcome, leaving him somewhat dazed. A few classmates chattered animatedly with Lin Jie, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, several students were already guiding him toward his seat. A tall boy approached, intending to take Lin Jie's backpack. Quick as a flash, Su Chong stepped forward and elbowed the taller boy aside. "Do you understand what you're doing?" The tall boy stared at Su Chong in shock, unable to fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous and slender figure possessed such strength. He felt as though he had just struck a stroke of luck. Su Chong effortlessly seized Lin Jie's backpack and slung it over his shoulder, turning to Lin Jie with a smile. "Hello, Lin Jie?" Chapter 10. The Phantom Mask. Lin Jie gazed in bewilderment at the amicable atmosphere in the classroom, which starkly contrasted with his expectations. "Do you know me?" he inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes as he looked at Su Chong. "The homeroom teacher informed us about you in advance," Su Chong replied, giving Lin Jie's shoulder a friendly pat before placing his backpack on Lin's desk and returning to his own seat. During their initial encounter in the first year, excessive enthusiasm could be counterproductive. After all, there would be ample opportunities for camaraderie in the days to come. Regardless, he intended to partake in various events, both grand and trivial, for the sake of the system's lottery chances, especially concerning the impending incident involving the Phantom Mask. Contemplating this, Su Chong felt a shiver run down his spine. It was no wonder that the entire Team 136 was present today, if memory served him right. A mysterious incident involving the Phantom Mask was set to unfold in the old district where Lin Jie resided. The individuals surrounding Lin Jie included a few who would tragically lose their lives in that very event. "Everyone, please turn to—" At this moment, the teacher's voice broke the contemplative silence, jolting Su Chong back to reality as he attentively listened to the lesson on the day of survival. Nightfall arrived swiftly. After the evening study session, Su Chong reported to Team 136 and, alongside other classmates, escorted Lin Jie out of the school premises. The members of Team 136, engrossed in tracking the Phantom Mask's whereabouts, readily acquiesced to Su Chong's request. To them, Su Chong appeared to be a genuinely kind-hearted individual, even willing to assist a visually impaired classmate home. "I can walk back by myself," Lin Jie remarked with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, feeling somewhat helpless as he addressed the crowd surrounding him. "I can see. It's just that my eyes are sensitive to light." "Of course. I know you can see," Su Chong interjected, putting down his phone with earnest conviction. "Do not say anything further. Lin Jie, we promised your aunt that we would take good care of you, and we shall keep that promise." Jiang Xian, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Those were precisely the words she had intended to express. The classmates surrounding them echoed Su Chong's sentiments, and though Lin Jie felt somewhat uncomfortable, he resigned himself to the situation, allowing himself to be ushered forward by the crowd. As they distanced themselves, the group gradually dispersed, leaving only 6 individuals, including Su Chong, to accompany Lin Jie. "Su Chong, is your home in this direction?" Jiang Xian asked curiously, recalling that Su Chong had never returned home this way before. As they approached the old district, Su Chong had already extended his electromagnetic waves. As one of the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, he could manipulate metal and sense the surrounding environment through these waves. Unfortunately, Su Chong lacked the observation haki, which rendered him less precise than Enel's mind link. Upon hearing Jiang Qian's question and noticing Lin Jie's inquisitive gaze, Su Chong casually responded, "There's nothing pressing at home. I'll just accompany Lin Jie a bit longer." "Thank you, Su Chong," Lin Jie expressed gratefully, having remained silent until now. Su Chong flashed a smile, stepping forward to drape an arm around Lin Jie's shoulder. The lad appeared rather bashful at this moment. "No need to be polite. We're all comrades here." He then posed a question. "Do you think the mist will truly resurface and engulf the Xia?" Li Yifei, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, inquired with curiosity. The group piqued their interest and began to deliberate on the matter. However, Su Chong fell into a deep silence. his electromagnetic waves currently extending to a 50-meter radius around him. At this juncture, he had already sensed the presence of an unrestrained void at the edge of his range, indicating that the appearance of the ghost-faced man was imminent. Contemplating this, Su Sheng focused all his attention on perceiving his surroundings. It was his first encounter with a mysterious creature, and to claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. After walking a short distance, Wang Xiao bid farewell to the group, preparing to turn homeward. Su Sheng, why do you seem so tense all of a sudden? Lin Xie perceptively noted Su Sheng's unease. Su Sheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Xie's keen sensitivity at this moment. Realizing his oversight, he quickly laughed and said, "The lighting here is a bit dim, and I have a fear of darkness." Speaking of fears, have you heard? The old district has been rather unsafe lately. There's a deranged serial killer on the loose. After not wandering far, Wang Xiao departed. While Li Yifei began recounting the chilling tales of the serial killer. It was said that the victims had their skin entirely peeled away. Li Yifei animatedly narrated, but the listeners felt a chill creeping from their toes to the top of their heads. Suddenly, Su Sheng's expression shifted. Within his perceptual range, something had breached the area. This entity moved with astonishing speed, darting swiftly toward the direction where Wang Xiao had just departed. "Stay here and do not run," he instructed. With that, Su Sheng sprang into action, a flicker of lightning glimmering at his feet as he raced towards the approaching threat. "Did you see Su Sheng's speed?" Li Yifei exclaimed, astonished at how quickly Su Sheng had vanished from sight. The others nodded in agreement, while Lin Xie stared blankly at the retreating figure, having caught a glimpse of the thunderous energy enveloping Su Sheng's legs. "What is Su Sheng doing?" Jiang Qian stomped her foot and moved towards Su Sheng's direction. "Honestly, you all are quite bothersome. Wait here. I will check on Su Sheng." As the class monitor, Jiang Qian felt it was her duty to take responsibility, akin to escorting visually impaired classmates home or caring for a new student struggling to adjust. As she approached, a nauseating stench assaulted her senses, a foul mixture reminiscent of rotting flesh and rotten eggs that could induce vomiting. Su Sheng then beheld the true form of the approaching entity. It resembled a human, but was more akin to a grizzly bear, sprinting on all fours. The most disconcerting aspect was its head, adorned with a pallid, ghastly visage, and a long, crimson tongue that writhed like a serpent, extending a full half-meter. At that moment, the ghost-faced man lunged towards the now-separated Wang Xiao. Beside him, Wang Xiao trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear as he sat on the ground, a large stain of dampness spreading across his trousers. In this moment of despair, he shut his eyes tightly. "Is this the ghost-faced man?" Su Sheng murmured to himself, instinctively covering his nose. "Goodness, it truly reeks." Two ghost-faced beings had escaped. One would provoke Lin Xie's awakening, while the other, "Let me test my skills." "My apologies, old Zhao, but there will be no chance for you to show off now." With that thought, a smirk crept across Su Sheng's lips. Upon realizing the presence of more than one human, the ghost-faced man grew increasingly exhilarated, its speed surging as it lunged towards Su Sheng in a matter of steps. Its elongated, sharp claws aimed directly at him. "You truly smell terrible." "Thunder strike!" Su Sheng spat, raising his arm and extending his finger, as a surge of pale blue lightning erupted forth, resonating with a thunderous roar upon the ground. Chapter 11. The Divine Ruins, Thunder-Stricken Celestial Domain. "Do you smell something foul?" At that moment, Li Yifei suddenly wrinkled his nose and inquired, "What on earth is that stench?" Lin Xie and Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, took a deep whiff. Just as Lu Yuan was about to respond, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily covered his nose, scanning the surroundings. Lin Xie, too, detected the nauseating odor. After a moment of careful contemplation, he pointed toward a narrow alley. In the next instant, a harrowing scream echoed from that direction, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the night sky. "The squad leader and the others are over there." Exchanging a glance, the two took off toward the alley from which Wang Xiao had just departed. Lin Xie hesitated momentarily, then, with a resigned sigh, picked up his guiding cane and followed suit. Su-chan, help me." At that moment, Wang Xiao, oblivious to any pain, heard a deafening crash. He opened his eyes just in time to see Su Cheng standing before him, while the ghostly figure shimmered with a pale blue glow, convulsing incessantly. Su Cheng paid no heed to Wang Xiao. Distractions were ill-advised in the face of danger. He fixed his gaze on the ghostly figure he had just sent flying with a bolt of lightning. This creature could be dispatched even by old Zhao with a blade. And for Su Cheng, who had enhanced his physique by unlocking the divine ruins, it posed little challenge. A scream of terror pierced the air. Without needing to look back, Su Cheng recognized the source. He sighed in exasperation. "What trouble are you bringing, dear squad leader?" The wailing figure was Jiang Qian, who had come to check on Su Cheng. Trembling with fright, she approached Wang Xiao despite her fear. I came to see what happened to you." At that moment, Lin Xia, Li Yifei, and Lu Yuan arrived, witnessing the grotesque visage of the ghostly figure. Li Yifei and Lu Yuan stood paralyzed in shock. Lin Xia, limited by his 10-meter perception, lowered his voice urgently. "What transpired?" There's a monster," Jiang Qian stammered, her teeth chattering. Simultaneously, Su Cheng sensed the approach of another ghostly figure. The stench thickened in the air, and the eerie cries of the creature sent shivers down their spines. "Be cautious. There's another one. Run." Seeing the terrifying appearance of the ghostly figure, Li Yifei shouted, and the instinct to flee surged uncontrollably. Lu Yuan collided with Lin Xia, pushing him off balance as he desperately ran backward. Li Yifei followed suit, while Lin Xia lagged slightly behind. Even Wang Xiao shoved aside Jiang Qian, who had kindly tried to assist him, trembling as he fled. "Don't run, you fool!" Su Cheng barked, his expression devoid of emotion. Had Wang Xiao been less selfish or had the sense to stay put, Su Cheng would not have allowed him to be slain by the ghostly figure. After all, it would have been an easy task, but Wang Xiao chose to flee without a backward glance, and in such circumstances, one could hardly blame anyone else. After all, Su Sheng owed him nothing. At this moment, the electrical currents began to dissipate. The ghost-faced figure abruptly rose to its feet, once again charging towards Su Sheng with a gust of malevolence. Thunder crackled ominously, and in an instant, Su Sheng retreated 2 meters, narrowly evading the ghostly assault. He then raised his arm, brilliant lightning coiling around it, pulsating like a frenzied serpent, and struck towards the ghostly entity. The approaching specter abandoned its pursuit of Su Sheng, even neglecting Jiang Qian, who stood nearby, and instead lunged at the slowest among them, Wang Xiaofei. The primal instincts of the creature dictated that it should prioritize eliminating the weaker prey first. Wang Xiaofei barely had time to flee. In the face of the ghost's astonishing speed, he was inevitably knocked to the ground, sharp claws embedding painfully into his back. "Ah, don't kill me! Don't kill me!" he cried, struggling desperately, his anguished screams filling the air as the ghost-faced being opened its rancid maw and bit off Wang Xiaofei's head. Blood splattering forth, the still twitching body quivering slightly. The head, clamped within the ghost's jaws, was chewed and swallowed, the crunching sounds echoing ominously. Observing Wang Xiaofei's horrified and distorted expression gradually fade, blood splattered onto Lin Xia's face, which he instinctively wiped, feeling the wetness. Through his heightened senses, he acutely perceived every detail, causing his stomach to churn violently as he nearly retched. However, the fierce instinct for survival propelled him to flee once more, while the ghost-faced figure, having swallowed Wang Xiaofei's head, seized the corpse and continued its relentless pursuit of Lin Xia. Yet, the two were not of the same caliber. As the distance diminished, despair enveloped Lin Xia's heart. Seeing the gap closing, the ghost casually discarded the body and lunged at Lin Xia's back with its razor-sharp claws. A putrid, foul wind swept over him, raising the hair on the back of his neck. He turned, raising his cane in an attempt to resist. But the stark reality was cold and cruel. In less than 2 exchanges, his cane shattered into 2 pieces, while the ghost remained unscathed. In that moment, under the pressure of impending death, years of grievances and frustrations erupted like a volcano. Damn it! Why? Suddenly, a brilliant and searing beam of light shot forth, piercing the heavens. Oh dear, this is escalating. Feeling the overwhelming and divine aura of the seraph, Su Sheng shielded his eyes as he gazed at Lin Chia within the light. At that moment, Lin Chia floated midair, the supreme and sacred presence forcing the nearby ghost to retreat repeatedly, even pinning it firmly to the ground. Boom! As if provoked, the Thunder Domain inexplicably activated, beyond Su Sheng's control, in response to the Seraph's divine might. Dark clouds gathered above him in an instant. Relentless thunder erupted in a cacophony, and the tyrannical force of divine punishment incessantly battered the earth. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Su Sheng ascended into the air, his entire being enveloped in a soft, golden radiance of thunder. The ferocious bolts danced in his grasp, resembling a sword whose form was ever-changing. He gazed towards the dim moon in the night sky. Behind him, a colossal and indistinct thunder dragon emerged, its wings formed entirely of lightning, coiling and spiraling amidst the stormy clouds. Each roar it emitted reverberated like a cataclysmic thunderclap. Above the moon, a deity radiating a primordial essence suddenly turned its gaze upon Su Sheng, majestic white wings shading the heavens. The two stood in stark opposition, the tension of the moment freezing the very air around them. Realizing that the divine realm could not be sealed, Su Sheng reluctantly ceased his resistance. The divine realm was indeed tyrannical, activating merely in response to the might of the seraph. At this moment, his body was beyond his control, leaving him to observe the unfolding spectacle as a mere bystander. How infuriating! He had no desire to draw such attention. A brilliant beam of light captivated the attention of half the populace of Sangnan City, only to be swiftly followed by a violent storm that engulfed the old city. The restless lightning lay in wait within the storm clouds before erupting, striking the lightning rods of numerous buildings with ferocity. Good heavens, is it dawn already? The weather forecast claimed there would be no rain today. By the heavens, why is today's lightning golden? Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? It seemed the secret could no longer be kept. He would lend his assistance to the fellow cultivator. Let us keep our distance from these two fools. As the realm of thunder was activated, within a temple of the Indian deities, a tall man with bronze skin suddenly opened his eyes. Within his pupils, restless lightning coursed slowly, shock evident as he gazed towards the direction of the great Xia. Not only in the temple, but across the Nordic realm of Asgard, the Greek pantheon of Olympus, and the Egyptian sun city, those deities who wielded the power of thunder felt a stirring within their hearts, casting uncertain glances toward the great Xia. Is it he? Returned? Chapter 12. Lao Zhao, you arrived late in the desolate streets of the old town. The weary members of Team 136 emerged from the unrestrained void after a long day. Yet, the sudden commotion in the divine ruins immediately captivated their attention, as they stood transfixed, gazing in another direction. There, a towering column of light surged skyward, illuminating half the heavens, while in stark contrast, a crackling bolt of lightning cleaved the sky in two. The five exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. That must be Su Sheng. It should be, but the other column of light must signify the emergence of a forbidden ruin. No, Wu Xiangnan's expression was complex as he regarded the astonishing phenomenon above. He had previously witnessed the majesty of deities. In the high celestial realm, the overwhelming power of Susanoo had left him in despair. Yet these two divine ruins before him evoked a sense that Susanoo was merely trivial. This is a divine ruin. Upon hearing the term divine ruin, their expressions grew grave. Hong Ying hastily inquired, which deity is it? Fiery, sacred, powerful, and imbued with the breath of creation, it must be the deity designated as 003, the king of angels. Michael. Wu Xiangnan fixed his gaze solemnly upon the column of light in the sky. What about the one represented by Su Sheng? Si Xiaonin asked with curiosity. Wu Xiangnan shook his head. Currently, there are no records of the appearance of this deity. All we know is that he should belong to the great Xia deities and is affiliated with the Thunder Department. If this information were to be reported upwards, I shudder to imagine the chaos that would ensue. This deity appears to rival the seraphim. Wu Xiangnan's eyes were locked on the indistinct, lightning dragon amidst the storm clouds as he lamented. When Qima shook his head, resignedly stating, "It seems chaos will soon descend upon Songnan." As the golden column of light gradually faded and the tempestuous rain began to dissipate, the sky returned to a serene state, dotted with stars. With the loss of divine intimidation, the two ghost-faced figures screeched once more and lunged forward. Su Sheng sighed. Had it not been for the abrupt activation of the divine ruin that constrained him for a moment, he would have slain the ghost-faced figure before him long ago. The ghost-faced figure moved with incredible speed, yet Su Sheng's electromagnetic waves relentlessly tracked its form. As the distance closed, a flicker of lightning flashed in Su Sheng's pupils, and the pale blue lightning surged anew. In an instant, he vanished, appearing above the ghost-faced figure. His entire arm transformed into lightning, the condensed force of the thunder roaring forth. The searing bolt pierced through the creature's skull amidst the thunderclaps, before the electricity dissipated, enveloping the ghost-faced figure's body. The ghost-faced figure, its brain destroyed, abruptly stiffened, then plummeted heavily to the ground, its corpse convulsing under the residual electric shock. Meanwhile, Su Sheng descended swiftly from 3 meters in the air, bending his knees slightly, and steadied himself with one hand against the ground. After taking several deep breaths, Su Sheng gradually regained his composure. However, the limits of his spiritual energy were still quite finite and could not sustain the barrage he had unleashed, let alone deploy a map barrage, divine judgment. Certainly, employing electromagnetic waves would indeed simplify the resolution of the specter, requiring merely a solitary coin. Regulating his breath, Su Sheng cast his gaze towards Lin Xie, who was currently unleashing the formidable power of the Seraph, radiating an aura of terrifying pressure that momentarily immobilized the specter. Without delay, Lin Xie thrust the half of his cane sharply into the creature's right eye. At that moment, Su Sheng felt a stir within, sensing a figure hastening towards their location. Soon after, a silhouette appeared, landing solidly on the ground and unsheathing the blade from his back with a crisp sound, the pale blue blade reflecting the dim moonlight. His sharp gaze was fixed upon the creature ahead. "Old Zhao, you have arrived late," Su Sheng remarked nonchalantly, idly picking at his teeth with a toothpick, having succumbed to the delectable allure of the braised pig trotters from earlier. Beside him, Lin Xie regarded the dashing uncle with curiosity. "What on earth is this ruckus about?" Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head awkwardly, casting a fierce glare at Su Sheng, then promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie to report the results and manage the aftermath. After finishing his report, Zhao Kongcheng stowed away the device and approached Lin Xie, who remained silently observing him, just as he was silently scrutinizing Lin Xie. In a nocturnal ambience, beside the pool of blood, a slender youth was troubledly tending to his teeth, while another youth shared a poignant gaze with an uncle. After a prolonged silence, witnessing Su Sheng's reluctance to smooth over the situation, Zhao Kongcheng could no longer contain himself and asked, "Did I look handsome just now?" Lin Xie, bemused, looked at old Zhao. "I didn't perceive any handsomeness, though the blade is commendable." Su Sheng erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, old Zhao, you are indeed a greasy middle-aged man." Zhao Kongcheng's eyes twitched slightly. "I'll deal with you when we return." This young man was becoming increasingly insolent. "And what do you think of that lad? He is also part of our organization." Zhao Kongcheng pointed at Su Sheng and continued. Lin Xie regarded Su Sheng with surprise, not anticipating that this seemingly ordinary classmate possessed such an intriguing background. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded earnestly, despite the life-and-death struggle that had consumed his attention. Su Sheng's ability to summon lightning at will was indeed quite impressive. "I am not," Su Sheng sighed, shaking his head in resignation, waving his hand as he feigned a smile while observing their exchange, aware that Lin Xie was unlike others. He was not the type to be easily swayed by fervor. As expected, Lin Xie decisively declined Zhao Kongcheng's proposition, expressing a desire to retrieve his backpack. "Ah, this lad is just like you, a studious one. Even in such a frightful situation, he seeks learning materials," Zhao Kongcheng remarked, somewhat exasperated, before sulking down onto the curb. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He was not particularly fond of studying, and neither was Lin Qie. At this moment, Zhao Kongsheng, puffing on a cigarette, remarked with puzzlement, "I find it quite strange. When ordinary individuals encounter such extraordinary powers, superheroes, who wouldn't be bewildered? Yet this fellow remains so composed. Haha, old Zhao, I've told you before, your Avengers routine is outdated," Su Sheng said, laying down the toothpick and mockingly laughing. Zhao Kongsheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You little rascal, have you even stopped calling me Uncle Zhao now?" "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Zhao," Su Sheng obediently echoed. "That's more like it," old Zhao said, taking a puff of his cigarette and nodding in satisfaction. Observing Lin Qie stealthily retreating into the distance, Su Sheng nonchalantly continued, "Uncle Zhao, that guy's run away. He's gone. What the heck?" Zhao Kongsheng suddenly sat upright, standing frozen in place for several seconds. "Damn it, that kid actually ran away." Chapter 13. In the city of Sangnan. At the peace office, Zhao Kongsheng grumbled as he dragged Su Sheng through the door. Upon seeing the 5 individuals inside, he let out a resigned sigh. "What has happened to you, old Zhao?" The group inquired in surprise. "Are you injured?" "Oh, Su Sheng, why has your Uncle Zhao brought you back like this? What's with all the commotion today?" The atmosphere brightened as they chattered animatedly. Su Sheng shrugged helplessly. "I didn't intend to make such a grand entrance. You all know I prefer to keep a low profile. However, the might of the Seraph was overwhelming, and my divine realm activated on its own. It seems this divine realm is not as splendid as I had imagined." With that, Su Sheng sighed again, freed himself from Zhao's grasp, and took a seat beside Hong Ying. The others exchanged glances, bemused. Is this truly how one speaks? Countless aspire to become divine agents, yet fail to do so. Observing Su Sheng sprawled languidly on the couch, Hong Ying remarked, "Look at him, utterly relaxed." Su Sheng closed his eyes, pretending not to hear, even shifting slightly towards Hong Ying's direction. Noticing his nonchalance, a smile crept onto Hong Ying's lips. "Oh, it seems someone is not interested in his 30 million. At this, Su Sheng subtly shifted away, prompting a triumphant chuckle from Hong Ying. After a moment of silence, feeling overlooked, Zhao Kongsheng finally sighed. "Am I truly that unappealing?" The 6 of them rolled their eyes in unison, returning to their own affairs, with even Su Sheng turning away. "I'm genuinely asking you," Zhao Kongsheng pressed. Hong Ying playfully kicked Su Sheng's calf. "What is going on, Brother Kongsheng? What has upset you?" Su Sheng reluctantly opened his eyes. "It's about that Seraph agent. Lin Qie." Old Zhao tried to persuade him to join us, but he was unwilling and made an excuse to leave. "And you still dare to say something? If it weren't for your slander, tarnishing my charming image, how could he possibly be so resistant?" Zhao Kongsheng pointed accusingly at Su Sheng. "Not only do you refuse to support me, but you also fail to inform me promptly when that fellow escapes. Prepare yourself for some serious sword practice tonight. Just wait and see how I train you." Feigning fear, Su Sheng laughed. "Oh, I'm so scared." But old Zhao, pushing too hard, won't he help? Lin Qie is not that kind of passionate youth. He can't be easily swayed with mere words. "Lin Qie? So you know him, Su Sheng?" asked Si Xiaonan curiously. Su Sheng nodded lazily. "He is a classmate of mine, just transferred here, and he is quite handsome." Hong Ying shot Su Sheng an incredulous look. "As fellow agents and classmates, you could at least try to persuade old Zhao. Yet, even your realms are worlds apart. Indeed, the scene yesterday was rather terrifying. Alas, if only Sister Hong Ying had been present, I could have sought refuge in your embrace, allowing you to perform a heroic rescue." Su Sheng nodded in regret, expressing his agreement. "You." Hong Ying retaliated with a firm kick to Su Sheng's calf, this time with considerable force, causing him to clutch his leg in pain. The others watched this spectacle, bursting into laughter, while Zhao Kongsheng, standing nearby, shook his head. His prowess was comparable to Su Sheng's. That fluctuation of Klein-level power was likely just residual energy from the Seraph that lingered on him. Speaking of which, the power fluctuations exhibited by Su Sheng in the Divine Ruins last night were not in the least inferior to that of the Seraph's agent. At this point, Wu Xiangnan cast a meaningful glance at Su Sheng, realizing that this lad was undoubtedly concealing his true capabilities. Regardless, the emergence of two divine agents in Artsangnan City must be promptly reported to the higher-ups. Su Sheng closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, while Wu Xiangnan, having encountered true deities, possessed the most accurate judgment among them. Amidst their animated discussion, Chun Mai wearily pushed open the door, prompting the others to rise and inquire about the captain's condition. "I'm fine, but the Ghost-Faced King has escaped." Chun Mai waved his hand dismissively, shedding his blood-stained cloak as he seated himself on a small stool beside the door. Su Sheng felt a stir in his heart. If memory served correctly, that fleeing Ghost-Faced King had already reached the Chuan realm, and even in a wounded state, he was not someone Su Sheng could easily contend with at present. Furthermore, this ghost-face entity was a crucial step for Lin Chie's entry into the Night Watchers. Thus, Su Sheng had to handle this matter with utmost caution. Otherwise, given Lin Chie's disposition, joining the Night Watchers would be nearly impossible. Su Sheng was eagerly anticipating following him to accomplish significant events, thereby securing a chance for a system lottery. The Ghost-Face incident would only reach its conclusion upon the demise of Zhao Kongsheng and the Ghost-Face King, at which point he would be granted a lottery opportunity. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Sheng suddenly recalled another matter. He focused his consciousness and re-entered the palace encircled by thunder. Inside the vast hall, silence reigned, save for the faint rumblings of thunder emitted by the lightning dragon gently gliding above the throne. System. Su Sheng did not dare to recklessly sit upon the thunder throne this time, but instead repeatedly called for his system. "Hello, host, the system has been awakened." Su Sheng seated himself on the smooth jade tiles, finding them quite comfortable. "I have a question for you. If a person has died, but their soul remains, is there a way to save them?" "Yes, there is," the system replied, startling Su Sheng, who immediately sprang to his feet. "Really? What method?" He had not held much hope, as the system was primarily concerned with lotteries. How could it possibly possess a means to rescue a mere soul? Yet, to his astonishment, the system indeed had an answer. "Shall I activate the Thunder Realm?" the system inquired meticulously. Su Sheng was taken aback. The system actually had other functionalities. What exactly was the Thunder Realm? Su Sheng cautiously inquired, apprehensive that the activation of this entity might yield adverse effects upon himself. The Thunder Realm exists within an alternate dimension, where the host may undergo the process of soul reconstitution, but each realm permits only a single candidate. In the world of divine slaughter, the hierarchies beneath the deities are categorized as cup, pool, river, sea, infinite, and Klein. This implies that he would, at the very least, possess 6 opportunities to restore corporeal forms for souls in ethereal states. How lengthy is the process of reconstitution? Su Sheng continued, stroking his chin. The specific duration will vary based on the extent of soul damage and the inherent strength of the corporeal form. Su Sheng furrowed his brow. This sounded rather promising. He pondered how much time it would require for old Zhao's corporeal form in the Cup Realm. This realization also signified that he could potentially resurrect those who ought to have lived, alleviating the regrets that lingered within his heart. Resolving to act, he acknowledged that hesitation could lead to defeat. With a determined nod, Su Sheng declared, "Activate." Chapter 14. The Couple's Hotel. As Su Sheng's voice faded, the throne before him suddenly erupted with brilliant light, as if it had been activated. A thunder dragon, composed of lightning, swiftly darted around, accompanied by a resounding roar of thunder. Amidst the dazzling lightning, a fist-sized pale golden orb materialized above the throne. "Please retrieve the thunder orb, host." Su Sheng swallowed hard and pointed to himself, asking, "Am I supposed to get it?" "System, can't you just deliver it to me directly?" "Cannot." With a resigned sigh, Su Sheng stepped forward and cautiously grasped the orb enveloped in lightning, relieved that the throne did not strike him this time. What comes next? Feeling the warm, jade-like texture in his hand, Su Sheng brought the thunder orb closer, scrutinizing its intricate structure. I can't see anything. Please drip your blood on the thunder orb to activate the Thunder Realm." "What?" Su Sheng was taken aback. It felt like a relic from a bygone era to be engaging in such blood-binding practices. "But I can only project my consciousness here. I cannot actually drip blood." The host can summon the Thunder Orb in reality. Nodding, Sheng was about to inquire further when suddenly his body jolted, vanishing from the palace. Hey, are you still asleep? Thao Kong Chen Night Suseng, exasperative. While everyone else is discussing serious matters, this brat is sleeping soundly. Sheng slowly opened his eyes, realizing that the plan to capture the Phantom King was already set in motion by Team 136. Oh, there's still something. Wu Xiangnan turned to Zhao Kongcheng, saying, "We must bring back the Seraphim-S agent. His potential is immense and must not fall into the hands of the Ancient God Society. You and Sheng must cooperate closely and ensure we secure him. This task takes precedence over eliminating the Phantom King." After hearing this, Zhao Kongqing shot a glare at Sheng. "Did you hear that, brat? The deputy team leader expects you to cooperate with me." Sheng scoffed. "I'm not one of your team members. I have no obligation to cooperate with you. By the way, I helped you guys slay a monster last night. Is there any kind of civic bravery award, perhaps? Hongying, do you have anything?" Hongying shot Sheng an exasperated look. "Rude. Oof. Even if you don't help me, I can still persuade him to join us." Zhao Kongcheng crossed his arms, exuding confidence. At Sangnan Second High School, Sheng languidly lounged in the back row, basking in the sunlight. Today, Lin Xie was absent, likely visiting a psychiatric hospital for his mother's condition. Bored, Sheng sighed, then flicked his wrist, revealing the pale golden orb in his palm. Running his fingers over the orb's smooth surface, he picked up a craft knife beside him, glanced at his arm, and ultimately set the knife down. Sheng was uncertain whether dripping blood would invoke any strange phenomena with the Thunder Orb, leading him to forego the blood-binding ritual at the peace office yesterday. It seemed he needed to find a more secluded place. Sheng murmured to himself. At that moment, the school bell rang, prompting him to rise and stretch lazily before making his way toward the exit. "Sheng, where are you going? I need to ask you something." A voice called out, and he turned to see the class monitor, Jiang Qian, approaching him. She continued, "What exactly transpired that night?" Sheng scratched his head, aware that Jiang Qian's memory had likely been partially erased by the whispers of dreams due to the multitude of things she should not have witnessed. The events of that night had already been reported in the news, revealing that the perpetrator was a deranged killer. Glancing at Li Yifei and Lu Yuan, whose faces were pale, he waved his hand dismissively. "I can't recall clearly, but didn't the news say it was a psychopathic murderer?" Sheng understood that Lu Yuan and Li Yifei's memories had not been obliterated. Rather, they had simply signed a confidentiality agreement. Li Yifei's true identity would become central in the next significant event. "Oh, I see." Jiang Qian nodded absently, muttering, "Anyway, thank you." In her dreams, she often saw that slender figure courageously standing in front of her. Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and nodded. Jiang Qian was a diligent class monitor, and it was fortunate that she had been saved. Even though she would vanish a year later, it was still preferable to perishing at the hands of the faceless specter. After exiting the school gates, he meandered aimlessly nearby for a while. Sensing the time was drawing near, he headed across the street towards the entrance. In the distance, he spotted Zhao Kongcheng despondently seated on the curb, smoking a cigarette while scanning the surroundings, looking as forlorn as a widow. Indeed, Sheng was aware that Lin Xie would not be attending school today, yet he chose not to inform Zhao Kongcheng. "Ha, old Zhao, still waiting? I forgot to mention, Lin Xie isn't coming to school today," Sheng said leisurely as he approached Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback for a moment before slowly lifting his head. "You little rascal, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? It's almost 10 o'clock. Damn it, my backside is numb." He suddenly recalled something, rummaging through his pocket to produce a few bills, which he handed to Sheng. Sheng was slightly surprised, but accepted the money with a smile. "No need to rush, old Zhao. I just wanted to test your patience. Besides, relationships between people rely on fate. You can't force them. Look over there. Who is that? Go away with your nonsense about fate. What do you know? You little brat?" Zhao Kongcheng retorted, lifting his head to follow Sheng's gaze. There, on the opposite side of the road, a youth dressed in casual attire was strolling leisurely, carrying a few books. "Wow, Zhao Kongcheng sprang into action like a ravenous dog, crossing the street in a few strides to grab Lin Chie by the shoulder, sneering, "Well, we meet again, kid." Lin Chie stiffly turned his head, tilting it slightly as he asked, "Who are you?" "Stop pretending, classmate. He is Zhao Kongcheng, a rather greasy uncle who has been waiting here for you all day." Su Sheng waved his hand to greet Lin Chie, lazily remarking, "Go away, just go away." The more Zhao Kongcheng looked at this young man, the more irksome he found him. After a moment of silence, Lin Chie gazed at Su Sheng and inquired softly, "Did you help him find me?" Su Sheng shook his head, innocently replying, "Let us not engage in awkward banter. I'm merely a pure and handsome youth under their surveillance. Given the power of their organization, finding you is a trivial matter." Both fell into silence again. Lin Chie nodded, glancing at the two who had obstructed his path. He resignedly said, "All right, tell me, what do you want from me? I suppose I have no choice but to comply." Zhao Kongcheng seized Lin Chie's arm, leading him toward a rather intriguing destination, while Su Sheng ambled leisurely behind them. TSK, TSK, TSK. The arrangement of this safe house is quite reasonable. Observing the couple's hotel that gradually came into view, Su Sheng stroked his chin, nodding in approval. He reached into his pocket to caress the utility knife, following the struggling Lin Chie and the excited Zhao Kongcheng as they entered. Chapter 15. Do you wish to join the Night Watch? A vibrant and passionate themed suite, please, Zhao Kongcheng said, tugging at Lin Chie while casting a rather suggestive glance at the female receptionist. The receptionist, observing the peculiar assembly before her, a middle-aged man, a struggling youth, and another youth surveying the lobby's decor, queried, "You three, together in one room?" The thought of such unconventional arrangements stirred a sense of excitement within her. Su Sheng and Zhao Kongcheng simultaneously rolled their eyes and declared in unison, "I don't know that guy." "Oh, really? You truly don't recognize him?" The receptionist scrutinized the two, her instincts suggesting that they were undoubtedly acquainted with one another. "Go away, what are you doing here?" Zhao Kongcheng shot Su Sheng a glare. "Don't you already know what you should? I'm tired. Is it wrong to want to sleep?" Su Sheng retorted, stepping forward to present his identification. "Please arrange for me a similarly themed suite, preferably adjacent to theirs." "Oh, adjacent." The receptionist elongated her tone, taking the three individuals' IDs and tapping away at the computer. Moments later, she handed over 2 room keys. "Here are your keys. Your room is 3966, and yours is 3967. Wishing you 3 a splendid evening." She winked at Su Sheng, hinting at a playful understanding. "Good grief," Su Sheng muttered, accepting the key with a frown as he strode towards the elevator. Upon entering the room, he disregarded the ostentatious decorations and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a razor blade. After extracting it, he fell into contemplation. "How on earth do I cut this?" Su Sheng mused, confronting the sharp edge with trepidation. He was no seasoned warrior accustomed to trials of death. The thought of slicing his own flesh felt daunting. What if he made a mistake and bled excessively? Enough deliberation. After much hesitation, Su Sheng steeled himself, positioning the blade against his index finger and cautiously making a shallow incision, barely a centimeter long. This minor wound would suffice, as it would heal without the need for medical attention if he acted swiftly. After a prolonged effort, he finally coaxed a drop of blood to surface, gently applying it to the razor bead. The instant his blood made contact, an unexpected suction enveloped him, drawing his essence into the bead with fervor. "Goodness!" Su Sheng gasped, instinctively attempting to discard the bead, yet the pull ceased abruptly. He placed the bead on the table and inspected his finger, assuring himself that the damage was minimal. However, after a moment of anticipation, the bead remained unresponsive, igniting a surge of frustration within him. "System, what in the world is happening?" "The system has not recorded any relevant occurrences. Perhaps a period of waiting is necessary." "How dare you speak with such uncertainty?" Su Sheng murmured, his boredom prompting him to wander to the wall, pressing his ear against it to listen. The hotel's soundproofing was evidently inadequate, allowing Su Sheng to easily discern the voices from next door. "Since it encompasses all mythological systems, what about the deities of our great Xia?" Lin Chie inquired with curiosity. After a brief silence, Zhao Kongsheng responded, We have searched countless times within the borders of Great Xia, yet for a full century, we have found nothing. Although there are many theories, I believe that the Great Xia deity has always been present. Always present? Indeed. At the very least, that lad Su Sheng serves as the agent of the Great Xia deity, a legitimate god of the Thunder Department. Though I'm uncertain of his exact identity, it is perplexing that they have never made an appearance. Su Sheng, who had been sitting with his back turned, suddenly stood up, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Feel free to speculate. At that moment, the thunder pearl on the table unexpectedly emitted a soft, golden glow. Su Sheng snapped back to attention, seized the thunder pearl, and concentrated his thoughts. In an instant, he felt a blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself within the palace. System, why have I returned here? Su Sheng asked, perplexed. The Thunder Realm has been activated. The Hall of Heavenly Thunder resides within the Thunder Realm. It merely requires the host's blood to be opened. Enlightenment dawned upon Su Sheng as he nodded. Approaching the grand entrance of the palace, he gazed at the intricately carved doors adorned with various divine beasts and thunder patterns. Inhaling deeply before slowly pushing open the door that had been sealed for an indeterminate time. Upon glimpsing the world beyond, Su Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay majestic mountains, lush trees, and flowing waters, a scene almost indistinguishable from the real world, save for the absence of human presence. Roar! Su Sheng looked up abruptly as a massive white tiger, adorned with wings, soared overhead. This colossal creature was covered in thunder patterns, casting a shadow across the land. Its slender golden spiral horn piercing the sky. As if in response, a resounding dragon roar echoed, and a serpentine yellow dragon of unfathomable length emerged amidst the thunderous clouds, coldly surveying the realm below. Yet, whether it was the white tiger or the yellow dragon, both seemed to harbor a deep-seated reverence for the Hall of Heavenly Thunder. Vanishing into thin air after a mere moment, listening to the chorus of beastly roars, Su Sheng shivered involuntarily. He could sense the overwhelming power radiating from those two divine beasts, rendering him feel like a mere ant in their presence. Gradually exiting the palace, Su Sheng turned back to appraise the Hall of Heavenly Thunder. He realized that this palace was perched atop a towering mountain, as though it had descended from the heavens, compressing the peaks significantly. Surrounding the palace were numerous fissures, and the hall itself was not directly adjacent to the ground, but instead floated about a meter above it, propelled by the might of thunder. At that moment, a knock resounded. Su Sheng had no time for further exploration. With a thought, he returned to the realm of reality. After stowing away the thunder bead, Su Sheng leisurely approached and opened the door, revealing a despondent Zhao conching outside. "What troubles you, old Zhao?" Su Sheng inquired knowingly. Zhao Kongcheng shook his head in resignation. "Let us go. That lad is impervious to reason. Besides," he continued with a hint of reflection, "he has his own reasons for refusing." In the peace office, the underground base, Su Sheng remarked, "Old Zhao, today your strikes seem a tad sluggish." He raised his wooden sword to deftly parry Zhao Kongcheng's assault, then swiftly countered, thrusting towards him. Ever since his physique had been enhanced, their sparring sessions were no longer a one-sided affair. With a resounding clap, Zhao Kongcheng focused intently, delivering a powerful swing that deflected Su Sheng's wooden sword, then darted forward like lightning, pressing his blade against Su Sheng's face. "You little brat, you still have a long way to go if you wish to defeat me." Zhao Kongcheng glared at Su Sheng, speaking with a touch of indifference. Su Sheng shrugged, setting down the wooden sword and stepping aside to take a sip from his cup. "Old Zhao, I can't help but since you're a bit distracted today, you seem hesitant. If there's something on your mind, just say it." "Very well. I shall be forthright," Zhao Kongcheng said earnestly, locking eyes with Su Sheng. "Would you consider joining the Night Watchers? I implore you." Chapter 16. Revenge upon uttering those words. The once fervent training base fell into a profound silence, each individual straining to hear. "All right," Su Sheng nodded, making his way toward the bathing area. "No one should compete with me today. I shall bathe first." Chenmai approached quietly, asking, Is it really that simple?" Zhao Kongcheng, in a daze, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is that simple. We had concocted a plethora of plans, yet none were employed, Hong Ing lamented. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed with mirth, "Ha ha ha, it turns out it is not my allure that is lacking. Look at this scoundrel Su Sheng, with a mere phrase. I have ensnared him. 3 sentences, and I have made the divine agent dizzy. Yet I needed only one." At this, Zhao Consheng chuckled with pride. Hong Ying and the others rolled their eyes. "This has nothing to do with your charm, old man." As night descended, Su Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, casting aside the covers to reveal his dark attire. He flung open the window and utilized elemental transformation, his form becoming a multitude of lightning bolts that swiftly congregated outside. With a flick of his wrist, the window gradually closed, and after determining his direction, Su Sheng darted away. Even without elemental transformation, Su Sheng could harness a modicum of electricity to stimulate cellular activity, achieving acceleration. Half an hour later, "I have returned all your money." That day, a woman came to me under the pretense of authority, and I returned it, unmoved by the pleading of his distant uncle. Su Sheng regarded the woman beside him with an impassive expression. The long-abused woman bore the marks of her suffering, clutching her child tightly, her head bowed in silence. "She has indeed treated me well," Su Sheng mused, "but the true dominion of this household lies with that uncle. I want to kill him. Do you agree?" The aunt paused, then nodded with a hint of malice, tears streaming down her face as she averted her gaze from the man kneeling on the ground. "Please, Wen Fong, plead for me. We are relatives." "Su Sheng, this is a crime." Su Sheng coldly scrutinized the pitiful creature before him, stuffing a towel into his mouth. With a wave of his hand, pale blue electricity surged forth from the nearby socket, enveloping the man's body. The anguished cries echoed, the man convulsing on the floor. The voltage was insufficient for instant demise, yet death would slowly encroach upon him. Without a glance back, Su Sheng placed the remaining money before the aunt, gently caressing the child's cheek before departing. "I thank you on behalf of the child. I shall never speak of this. He died from electrocution himself." A resolute voice trailed behind him. Su Sheng suddenly felt an inner lightness. Perhaps this was the very essence of enlightenment. He waved his hand, donned a black hat, and swiftly returned to the office. In the second high school, Su Sheng rested his head on the desk, attempting to catch up on sleep after a night of restless tossing and turning. However, the raucous environment in the back row prevented him from closing his eyes. A few boisterous students were demonstrating their talents, brewing tea, preparing instant noodles, and launching into the air, much to Su Sheng's amusement. Suddenly, the entire classroom fell silent as a strikingly handsome youth entered, removing his black satin jacket. Lin Xie appeared to be in excellent spirits, his eyes, symbols of seraph, captivatingly beautiful. As Lin Xie casually responded to his classmates' inquiries, his gaze swept towards the back row, landing on Su Sheng, who was waving at him. Su Sheng observed Lin Qin nodding in acknowledgement, then scanned the classroom, noting that only 2 individuals seemed out of place, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei, whose faces were pale as they regarded Lin Xie. Su Sheng and Jiang Qian were already astonished to be alive, having witnessed the gruesome demise of Wang Xiao at the hands of that monstrous entity, which had subsequently pursued Lin Xie with astonishing speed. Yet, Lin Xie had survived. When the bell rang for class dismissal, Su Sheng and Jiang Qian approached Lin Xie. Su Sheng, however, did not partake in their conversation. Instead, he stood up and made his way to the administrative office to process his withdrawal from school. The situation in Songnan City was far more complex than it appeared. This city was inherently miraculous, compounded by the coveted Shiva curse held by Chun Mai. Additionally, the malevolent ancient god church, intent on world destruction, would undoubtedly seek out someone like him who served as a divine agent. Thus, Su Sheng had to seize the opportunity to strengthen himself. After completing the withdrawal procedure, Su Sheng returned to the classroom to gather his belongings. Just as he exited, he encountered Lin Xie, who had just concluded his conversation. "Did they come to apologize?" Su Sheng inquired. "Yes," Lin Xie replied after a moment of silence, his tone earnest. "Thank you for that night." In his then current state, he had been incapable of confronting the ghostly figure alone, and he was deeply grateful to both Su Sheng, who had intervened, and Zhao Consheng, who had arrived later. I told you not to mention it. Su Sheng replied with a carefree smile. What are your thoughts on joining the Night Watchers? I have great admiration for them. Lin Xie said, his expression turning serious. However, I have my family to consider. Adventure is a luxury I cannot afford. Living as an ordinary person, leading a stable life, is not without its merits. Su Sheng shook his head, gazing meaningfully at Lin Xie. Let's not dwell on the glitch that with great power comes great responsibility. Xie, you must understand that when you possess divinity, you cease to be just yourself. Choices will inevitably be thrust upon you. Remember, it is not the individual at fault, but the burden of possession that brings about guilt. Though this admonition was directed at Lin Xie, it also served as a cautionary note to Su Sheng himself. Observing the bewilderment in Lin Xie's eyes, Su Sheng waved goodbye and departed from the campus he had only briefly inhabited. That night, Su Sheng followed Zhao Kongsheng to Lin Xie's home, where the determined Zhao Kongsheng was resolved to make one final effort. Drenched like a drowned rat, Lin Xie had just opened the door when he was greeted by the cheerful sounds of laughter echoing from within the house. He stepped inside and found Su Sheng bustling about in the kitchen, accompanied by his aunt. Aunt, this meal smells divine. I could easily devour 3 bowls. You sweet-talking child. His aunt replied with a warm smile. Oh, little Xie, how did you get so soaked? She noticed Lin Xie had returned and hurried over to him. Hello, Lin Xie. Su Sheng greeted him with a grin. The aroma of his aunt's cooking was irresistible, leaving Su Sheng's stomach growling in anticipation since he had yet to eat dinner. Lin Xie scratched his head and pointed at Su Sheng, asking, Aunt, why did you let him in? Quick, wipe yourself off. He came with teacher Zhao, who is currently waiting for you in your room. How wonderful that both your teacher and classmates care so much about you. Teacher Zhao? Lin Xie paused, realization dawning upon him as he quickly made his way back to his room. Indeed, it was that man. Lin Xie frowned as he regarded the familiar middle-aged figure. No worries, Aunt, let them talk. Su Sheng glanced at the closed door and cheerfully said, Aunt, I'm a bit hungry. You dear child, let me serve you a bowl. Aunt Lin replied with a smile as she headed into the kitchen. Yang Jin observed Su Sheng teasing the little black dog and found him rather peculiar, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Stop teasing the little black dog. Be careful. He might bite you. Su Sheng discreetly withdrew his hand, accepting the bowl of food from Aunt Lin, and began to eat with gusto, showing no signs of embarrassment. Yang Jin sighed in exasperation, watching the little black dog circle around Su Sheng, feeling a surge of irritation. Come here. The dog promptly slumped down in a corner, appearing dejected. Let us go. Zhao Kongsheng emerged from Lin Xie's room, lifting the now sleepy Su Sheng as he exited. How'd it go, old Zhao? I didn't come here solely for recruitment today. Zhao Kongsheng sighed as the two sheltered themselves under an umbrella and entered a sleek black vehicle. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, preparing to indulge in a moment of relaxation. At that moment, his earpiece crackled to life with Wu Xiangnan's voice. His hand trembled as he reached for a cigarette, his pupils constricting in sudden alarm. He leaned forward and opened the passenger door, handing the umbrella he had taken from Lin Xie's home to Su Sheng. Take this umbrella and hurry back. The Ghost-Faced King may appear here. Su Sheng stared blankly at Zhao Kongsheng, realizing that this man had a certain charm when he was serious. Yet here he was, insisting that Su Sheng hide instead of utilizing the available strength. I'm also a night watchman. You're just a rookie, having never undergone even the most basic training. In my eyes, you are merely a novice. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng cast a deep glance at Zhao Kongsheng, silently taking the black umbrella, but instead of leaving the old city, he walked back towards Lin Xie's home. The author humbly bows in reverence to all esteemed readers. Chapter 17. The Phantom King in the Pitch Black Night. Su Sheng held an ebony umbrella as he gradually made his way to Lin Xie's residence. It seemed that, regardless of circumstances, what was destined to arrive would inevitably come. This old Zhao certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Su Sheng shook his head in resignation. He could already detect the nauseating stench emanating from nearby, the Phantom King manifesting in the vicinity of Lin Xie's home. Taking a few deep breaths, Su Sheng surveyed his surroundings, ultimately focusing on a nearby manhole cover. The foul odor grew increasingly potent. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, enveloping Su Sheng's right arm in a furious azure thunderbolt. With a flick of his left hand, the metallic railing of a nearby residence disassembled, transforming into a dozen elongated metal spears that hovered silently behind him. The front ends of the metal railing were already somewhat sharp. Thus, Su Sheng merely utilized the principles of lightning metallurgy to enhance their sharpness further. The concept of lightning metallurgy is quite straightforward. It was previously employed by Enel in One Piece, utilizing high-voltage electricity to generate immense heat, thereby melting metal into desired shapes. What a splendid evening it is, Su Sheng murmured, observing the increasingly heavy rain. His heart raced, lodged firmly in his throat, and he could only alleviate his tension in this manner. After all, the Phantom King was of a formidable caliber. Challenging an opponent of such magnitude was typically reserved for protagonists. Yet, to confront an adversary 2 entire tiers above oneself was nearly an insurmountable task. The deafening roar of thunder quickly captured Zhao Kongqing's attention. He swiftly maneuvered through the rain, heading toward the source of the lightning. From a distance, he spotted Su Sheng, entwined in thunder, along with the array of metal spears behind him. Without pausing to contemplate, Zhao Kongqing rushed to Su Sheng's side, inquiring, "What is happening, you rascal?" Su Sheng fixed his gaze on the distant manhole cover and whispered, "Do you smell that?" Zhao Kongqing, already pinching his nose, nodded in acknowledgement. He took a deep breath, bent slightly, and placed his briefcase on the ground. "Report. I am the Watcher, Zhao Kongqing. The Phantom King has been detected in the old residential area," he stated calmly into his earpiece. "Go set up the no-warning zone, old Zhao." "I'll keep watch here," Su Sheng replied, his eyes locked onto the manhole cover, sensing the enormous presence approaching swiftly. Zhao Kongqing ceased his hesitations, nodding decisively as he swiftly retrieved 3 pristine notice boards from his briefcase, arranging them in a triangular formation at different locations. Casting a deep glance at Su Sheng, he cautioned, "Kid, don't die. Wait for me." As a divine agent, especially one serving the great Xia deity, Su Sheng's significance was undeniable. Although Chen Mai had never explicitly emphasized this, Zhao Kongqing understood that, both emotionally and logically, Su Sheng's life outweighed his own and that of ordinary individuals. Reality is often cruel. As a divine agent, Su Sheng possessed ample potential for growth and could contribute significantly to the protection of Great Xia. Thus, with gritted teeth, Zhao Kongqing propelled himself forward, hastily positioning the 3 notice boards. Shortly after Zhao Kongqing's departure, the manhole cover began to tremble violently, and the rainwater, which had been pouring in incessantly, started to surge outward. Su Cheng's gaze sharpened. With a flick of his left hand, 5 metallic spears hurtled toward the manhole cover. In an instant, the cover was blasted aside, and a creature, several times larger than the previous ghost-faced beings, leaped forth. Clang! 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 Several metallic spears were casually swatted away by the ghost-faced king's claw, but one spear found its mark, piercing the king's epidermis, though merely grazing the surface. Its menacing eyes locked onto the diminutive figure of Su Cheng, who remained unfazed as he effortlessly extracted the spear from its body. However, the spear's barb tip tore away a substantial chunk of flesh in the process. Su Cheng assessed the ghost-faced king. It was unlike the typical ghost-faced beings, towering over them by a significant margin and walking upright. Aside from the missing flesh, its body was riddled with deep gashes, each a testament to the relentless assault by Chen Mai. Enraged, the ghost-faced king lunged at Su Cheng, who nimbly retreated, unleashing a barrage of metallic spears in quick succession to delay the king's advance. Anticipating the attack, the ghost-faced king swiped its claws, deftly deflecting the spears with a cacophony of metal clashing. The distance between them rapidly diminished, the ghost-faced king's eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, intent on tearing the bothersome fly in half. Thunder Punishment Domain. Within Su Cheng's pupils, the pale blue lightning vanished, replaced by the golden lightning of divine retribution, which slowly emerged, forming an area of effect spanning 20 meters around him. Amidst the ongoing downpour, Su Cheng's divine domain flourished with unparalleled ease. A torrent of golden lightning descended from the heavens, and in a flash, Su Cheng transformed into lightning itself, vanishing from before the ghost-faced king. Yet, the ghost-faced beings of the Chuan realm possessed an astonishing instinct akin to that of beasts. In an instant, the creature altered its course and lunged towards the retreating Su Cheng. Having just completed his elemental shift, Su Cheng scarcely had time to react before the sharp claws were upon him. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, a figure rushed in with incredible speed, the fierce clash of metal resounding as Zhao Kongcheng wielded the starry blade to block the ghost-faced king's ferocious onslaught. Despite his valiant effort, the king's terrifying strength still sent him crashing to the ground in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Su Cheng raised his arm, unleashing a surge of pale golden lightning imbued with ferocious power toward the ghost-faced king. Taken by surprise, the king was forced to retreat. The quintuple damage enhancement of divine retribution had already begun to inflict significant harm upon the creature. The concentrated lightning energy, upon contact, transformed into minuscule arcs, enveloping the ghost-faced king's body, causing it to convulse violently beneath the rain-soaked surface. Su Cheng exhaled slowly, raising his hand as the remaining metallic spears lunged toward the ghost-faced king, penetrating the scars on its body with precision, the foul stench of blood staining the ground. With a deafening roar, the ghost-faced king shattered the metallic spears, leaving only their tips embedded within its flesh. Zhao Kongcheng stepped forward, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his lips, producing a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. However, after just 2 puffs, the rain extinguished the flame. Damn it, old Zhao cursed, brandishing his star blade, its pale blue edge reflecting a faint golden lightning. Enough, you've done enough, it's my turn now. Yet the enraged ghost-faced king, disturbed by 2 mere flies, showed no intention of adhering to the principles of combat. It let out a thunderous roar that overshadowed the rumble of thunder. With a primal scream, a monstrous, ghastly visage began to manifest on the ground, centered around the ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted. Forbidden Desolation Sequence 176. Ghost-Face Domain. This domain can deceive perception and invert the concept of space. You cannot contend with this, Su Cheng. You must flee. A divine agent should not perish in such a humiliating manner. Zhao Kongcheng closed his eyes, desperately seeking a means to unravel this predicament. Behind him stood not only ordinary individuals, but also another divine agent. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon Zhao Kongcheng. As the ghastly face emerged, Su Cheng felt as though the very fabric of reality was inverting, plunging him into a kaleidoscopic world, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He glanced sideways, observing Zhao Kongcheng furrowing his brow, striving to maintain equilibrium. It was the perception that was being disrupted, experiencing the chaotic transformations of the world. Su Cheng began to comprehend the nature of ghost-face domain. No wonder it was said that beneath the Chuanjing, facing the ghost-face king was a certain path to demise, the ability to manipulate spatial perception and deceive all beings beneath its realm was indeed formidable. It reminded him of a game he once played called DNF, where being afflicted by such a debuff would reverse one's sense of direction entirely. Yet, this had a pattern to it. While ghost-face domain was different, within this forbidden realm, all directional perceptions were under the ghost-face king as control. Directions could be reversed, aligned, or even skewed. This meant that opponents below the ghost-face king's level would be utterly suppressed. Of course, before Chenmai, this would be inconsequential. Were it not for the restrictions on utilizing the forbidden realm, it would be a mere matter of a single strike. Moreover, this forbidden domain held little utility for Su Cheng. He resolutely closed his eyes, an invisible electromagnetic wave extending outward, searching in all directions. Chapter 18. The deadly struggle, the formidable figure of the ghost-face king loomed large, and Su Cheng did not require an exceptionally precise position. He merely needed a single opportunity to ascertain the approximate location of the ghost-face king through the feedback of electromagnetic waves. Silently, the ghost-face king approached from behind, observing Su Cheng, who stood in a daze. A sinister smile crept across its pallid visage, and with a sudden lunge, its pale, sharp claws aimed for Su Sheng's neck. With a resounding crack, the Ghost-Faced King felt its claws fail to grasp flesh, instead penetrating through Su Sheng's form as a tingling sensation coursed through it. In that instant, Su Sheng had already materialized behind the Ghost-Faced King. With a swift motion of his arm, within the realm of Thunder Punishment Domain, a colossal and menacing bolt of lightning descended, enveloping the massive body of the Ghost-Faced King in an instant. The Ghost-Faced King's body became charred and emitted a nauseating stench. It let out a furious roar, convulsing as it turned around, its eyes filled with disbelief. The once invincible entity had found itself utterly unaffected by this mere insect. Pathetic indeed, Su Sheng chuckled, waving his arm as successive forces of divine retribution rained down upon the Ghost-Faced King's form. In a fit of rage, the Ghost-Faced King trembled, dispelling the surrounding electric energy, and charged once more at Su Sheng. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a colossal cannonball, hurtling forward with relentless ferocity, employing the same tactic. As the Ghost-Faced King closed in, Su Sheng's form flickered, and amidst the thunderous roar, he appeared above the Ghost-Faced King. Coldly observing the creature below, Su Sheng steadied his right hand with his left, as surging golden lightning rapidly coalesced in his grasp. However, the Ghost-Faced King did not unleash its full power this time. Its primal instincts allowed it to instantly pinpoint Su Sheng's position. With merely a slight bend of its legs, the Ghost-Faced King launched itself upward like a released arrow, aiming to strike Su Sheng. Su Sheng's pupils dilated, as the lightning in his hand coalesced into a massive lightning wolf. With a flick of his finger, the thunderous beast roared forth, propelled by the surging power of the storm towards the Ghost-Faced King. Yet, the Ghost-Faced King chose to withstand the onslaught of the lightning wolf head-on. Despite being enveloped in darkness and emitting faint wisps of smoke from its scorched exterior, it drew perilously close to Su Sheng. Clang! The full force of the Ghost-Faced King's claw was fiercely intercepted by the rapidly arriving Zhao Kongsheng, but against the monstrous strength of the Ghost-Faced King, Zhao Kongsheng was sent sprawling backward once more. Seizing the opportunity, Su Sheng activated elemental transformation again, merging seamlessly with the lightning within the Thunder Punishment Domain. Golden lightning swiftly coalesced into a human form, and Su Sheng reappeared 10 meters away from the Ghost-Faced King, striving to steady his hurried breaths. Su Sheng acknowledged that merely being able to contend with the Ghost-Faced King at the threshold of the Zhan realm was commendable. Even typical possessors of divine realms would likely falter in the face of the Ghost-Faced King. You must be running low on mental energy, Zhao Kongsheng remarked with his eyes closed. You have done enough. Go now, Su Sheng, and tell the captain that I, old Zhao, did not waver. Su Sheng shook his head, disregarding the puddles on the ground, and exhausted, he collapsed onto the earth. The thunderstruck realm had already been closed by him, and his remaining spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain this divine ruin any longer. Su Sheng had exerted himself to the fullest. This was his utmost effort. The Ghost-Faced King looked disdainfully at this middle-aged man wielding a knife, questioning how someone without even a forbidden ruin could withstand its strike. As the roars of the Ghost-Faced King echoed from all directions, Zhao Kongsheng, possessing rich combat experience, utilized the sensation of the rain to directly deduce the position of the Ghost-Faced King. He had already validated this method when he blocked that earlier attack for Su Sheng, just narrowly avoiding the claws of the Ghost-Faced King. Zhao Kongsheng retaliated with a slash aimed at its head. Clang! Yet, the disparity between them was insurmountable. Whether in forbidden ruins or physical prowess, Zhao Kongsheng, a mere mortal, found himself confronting a mythical creature from the realm of rivers. The Ghost-Faced King seized Zhao Kongsheng's starry blade and kicked him away. However, the astonishment in its eyes was unmistakable. The once invincible forbidden ruin had suffered defeat time and again. Cough spit. Zhao Kongsheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, using the starry blade to prop himself up, he struggled to rise. Surprised, are you? You fool, with my intellect, had I possessed a forbidden ruin, you would have perished 800 times over. After a series of direct confrontations, Zhao Kongsheng was drained. If not for the support of the starry blade, he could barely stand. At that moment, A voice suddenly emerged from behind. Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng. Su Sheng's heart stirred. Lin Xie had indeed arrived. Yet, Zhao Kongcheng wore a complex expression. His lips moved. But ultimately he remained silent, unwilling to involve this unfortunate young man in the fray. Besides, the current situation was a deadlock. Yet Lin Xie's voice rang out again. Zhao Kongcheng, stop hiding. I know you're here. I know you're in the unfettered void. Hurry and open the door. Let me in. Casting a glance at Su Sheng, Zhao Kongcheng cursed helplessly. What are you wandering about for at this late hour? Get back and eat your dinner. Then, glaring at Su Sheng, he lowered his voice. And you, little brat, I told you to leave, yet you insist on following me to the grave? Don't forget, you're not yet a proper night watchman. Why risk your life? Su Sheng slowly rose to his feet, his gaze firmly fixed on the restless ghost-faced king. Mustering his spirit as a pale golden thunder once again enveloped his arm, he was unable to save Zhao Kongcheng. Moreover, to prevent any significant disruption in the timeline and to ensure Lin Xie could join the Night Watchman, he could not rescue this admirable middle-aged man. In light of this, he resolved to fight alongside Zhao Kongcheng with all his might. It was the least he could do. Old Zhao, he spoke, one must hold on a hope for the future. Death is not the end. Zhao Kongcheng rolled his eyes. This little brat was acting all mystical again. Zhao Kongcheng and Su Sheng, you two hurry and let me in. I'm quite capable right now. Lin Xie, still undeterred, shouted, you cannot possibly be serious. Zhao Kongcheng retorted with ire, you, a mere junior in the realm, dare to challenge someone 2 realms above you? Do you fancy yourself the protagonist of a tale? And what of Su Cheng, who is also at the junior level? How has he managed to navigate this perilous situation? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Kongcheng grasped his sword with determination, striving to stand tall. Get out, both of you! Su Cheng, leave with him. Hasten back home for a meal. Leave this matter to the adults. I assure you, as long as I am here, nothing shall escape this boundless void. At that moment, the formidable figure of the ghost-faced king began to arch its massive form, its muscles tautening, as it lunged towards Su Cheng, intent on denying him any opportunity to recover. How dare you? In the presence of the boundless void, Lin Xie was utterly barred from entry. Consequently, Zhao Kongcheng paid no heed to Lin Xie's further protests. In a flash, he advanced towards the imposing silhouette of the ghost-faced king. Chapter 19. The Call of the Spirits. Zhao Kongcheng, utterly exhausted, nonetheless stood valiantly before the king of the ghostly mask, shielding Su Sheng, the fresh blood of this night watchman. Yet, reality proved cruel. The disparity between the two combatants was insurmountable. With a mere flick of his foot, the king sent Zhao's desperately wielded blade, along with its wielder, soaring into the air. Thunder Beast. At that moment, Su Sheng unleashed the full extent of his accumulated thunderous power, summoning forth a thunder wolf, diminished in size yet fierce, which roared forth with a resounding crackle, striking the king of the ghostly mask with tremendous force. Tiny arcs of lightning surged into the king's wounds, enveloping him in a pale blue aura as he convulsed. Yet this merely served to delay his advance, despite the myriad of old and new wounds adorning his form. Both warriors could discern that the king still possessed the strength to fight. Such is the nature of mythical beings. Zhao Kongcheng steadied himself, trembling as he rose, and retrieved a medallion inscribed with 2 straight blades. His gaze grew distant as he traced his name upon the emblem, turning to glance at Su Sheng. Behold, young one, this is the resolve befitting a night watchman. Su Sheng struggled to calm his rapid breaths, casting a deep look at Zhao Kongcheng, whose unwavering spirit embodied the essence of a true soldier. Zhao understood that by pressing the inner side of the medallion, a silver needle would spring forth, coated with a substance known as the Spirit Escall. In essence, this powerful elixir could momentarily awaken latent potential within those who possessed the forbidden void, amplifying their might. Even those without such gifts could, under the drug's ferocious influence, unleash its power. Men are inevitably drawn to extraordinary abilities. Who among them does not yearn to command the forces of nature, to take a life from afar with but a thought? Yet, fate is immutable, and Zhao Kongcheng, having served as a night watchman for so long, had never awakened the forbidden void. Each time he witnessed members of Team 136 harnessing this power, a pang of discontent tugged at his heart. To behold his own forbidden void, even in the face of death, would render his end worthwhile. Zhao Kongsheng murmured to himself, considering the many innocents behind him and the two divine agents at his side. In any case, it felt justified. Gradually, the king of the ghostly mass began to shake off the debilitating effects of the lightning, standing upright with a visage that appeared to mock. His cold gaze fixed upon Zhao Kongsheng, knees slightly bent, his colossal form radiating a chilling mist as he lunged fiercely towards Zhao once more. Without hesitation, Zhao's lips curled into a smile. He pressed the switch on the inner side of the medallion, and a silver needle sprang forth. Inhaling deeply, he decisively plunged the needle into his palm. Thump, thump, thump. The moment the needle pierced, his heartbeats echoed like war drums. All fatigue and pain dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented surge of power. He could feel every cell in his body reinvigorated, a mysterious force radiating outward from him. Let me die. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity as he tightened his grip on the straight blade, every muscle in his body tensing as he swung towards the Ghost-Faced King. A black crescent, towering 4 to 5 meters high, abruptly emerged from the blade's edge, silently slicing through the night rain and heading straight for the Ghost-Faced King. The corners of the Ghost-Faced King's mouth curled into a sinister grin, poised to rend Su Sheng in two with a swipe of its claw. But the speed of the black crescent was astonishingly swift, leaving it no time to react. Even though Zhao Kongsheng was right before it, the creature found itself without an opportunity to defend. In a painful screech, the arm reaching for Zhao Kongsheng was effortlessly severed and sent soaring into the air. Zhao Kongsheng, wielding the blade, laughed triumphantly towards the heavens. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 083, Annihilating Life Flashing Moon. Ha ha ha. I, Zhao Kongsheng, am indeed a genius. So this is the Forbidden Ruins. I am, without a doubt, formidable. Splendid. Meanwhile, the disarmed Ghost-Faced King stared in disbelief at its severed limb in the distance, utterly baffled as to how the insignificant insect it had previously dismissed had transformed into such a powerful adversary. So powerful that a single strike had severed its arm. So powerful that it had no time to react. Yet Zhao Kongsheng was relentless, his figure darting forward like an arrow released from its bow towards the Ghost-Faced King. The time granted by the Ghost God was limited. He had to race against time, maximizing his potential within the fleeting moments available. Sensing the threat, the Ghost-Faced King let out a roar, its muscles bulging as its entire body swelled in size. In a frenzied state, the Ghost-Faced King clashed repeatedly with the empowered Zhao Kongsheng. Both combatants moved with blinding speed, unleashing successive black crescents that carved deep gashes into the ground. Bolstered by extensive combat experience, Zhao Kongsheng, despite lacking the raw speed and power of the Ghost-Faced King, continually inflicted wounds upon it with the exceptional lethality of Annihilating Life Flashing Moon. Deep, bone-exposing lacerations appeared on the Ghost-Faced King's body, yet it found itself unable to counter Zhao Kongsheng's relentless assault, unable to fathom the capabilities of this battle-hardened middle-aged man. Indeed, as Zhao Kongsheng had claimed, had he possessed the Forbidden Ruins earlier, he would have dispatched the Ghost-Faced King countless times. However, this power was borrowed, and despite being at a disadvantage, the Ghost-Faced King stubbornly persevered. Zhao Kongsheng could already feel the pain and exhaustion gradually consuming his body. Even the black crescents he unleashed began to diminish in size. The Ghost-Faced King, keenly aware of Zhao Kongsheng's waning strength, began to forcibly expend its own essence, escalating its onslaught to an increasingly ferocious level. After several exchanges, the Ghost-Faced King seized an opportunity, its claw crashing down upon Zhao Kongsheng, sending him hurtling backwards to crash into the muddy ground. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Zhao Kongsheng gritted his teeth against the searing pain, using the blade to prop himself up as he slowly rose from the earth. Despite being stained with blood, his gaze remained fiercely fixed on the Ghost-Faced King. The creature was still alive. He could not afford to falter. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from above. Su Sheng quickly turned his head, only to see a fissure silently appear in the sky, extending ominously behind him. The unfettered void has been breached. Ultimately, Lin Xie made his entrance, slowly walking in with his golden eyes fixed upon the beleaguered Su Cheng. "Ah, you've arrived," he remarked. At that moment, Su Cheng, pale-faced, was gathering his psychic energy anew, straining to stand upright. "You appear rather disheveled," Lin Xie observed with a hint of amusement, noting the frail state of the once spirited boy who could summon thunder with a mere gesture. He then turned his gaze towards Zhao Kongcheng. Presently, Zhao Kongcheng was drenched in blood, his hair in disarray, with crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking decidedly worse for wear. Zhao Kongcheng gaped in disbelief. How did you get in here?" Su Cheng shook his head in resignation. After all, Lin Xie was a representative of the Seraph, a user of miracles, and now possessed the divine embodiment of the Starry Night Dancer, making entry into a mere unfettered void as effortless as sipping water. Though the unfettered void was quite formidable, "I am fortunate to possess these eyes, and fortunate that it is nighttime." Lin Xie swept back his similarly damp hair, his golden pupils shining brilliantly against the dark, radiating a fervent glow. Chapter 20. Decapitation. How could you possibly breach the void of no restraint when you have just entered the realm of illumination? Zhao Kongcheng wiped the blood from his lips, still perplexed. "I merely glared at it, and it opened," Lin Xie replied calmly. His gaze was fixed on the ghost-faced king, observing the myriad of knife wounds, the multiple blood pits, and the charred skin that had been singed by electricity. The ground around a ghost-faced king was riddled with deep cracks. Lin Xie's expression turned peculiar as he inquired with curiosity. "I know Su Sheng possesses the divine ruins and can command lightning, but surely these knife wounds cannot be attributed to him." Zhao Kongcheng shot him an exasperated glance. Too weary to explain, for he truly had no time left. This was a race against death. "Enough chatter, you two step aside. I can assist you." "I understand, but let me finish this strike first. Once I have done so, what happens next is entirely up to you." Zhao Kongcheng inhaled deeply, trembling as he extracted a crushed pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. Behind him, Su Sheng snapped his fingers, and the heat generated by the high-voltage electricity ignited the cigarette. Zhao Kongcheng paused for a moment before taking a deep drag, exhaling a plume of satisfying smoke, then tightened his grip on the dagger, his gaze fixed intently on the ghost-faced king in the distance. Su Sheng recognized that this middle-aged man had exhausted his strength. Thus, it was time to ensure he had no regrets. This strike, Su Sheng intended to make it one that Zhao Kongcheng would find utterly fulfilling. With a flick of his finger, a subtle surge of lightning coursed towards Zhao Kongcheng's body, reactivating every cell within him. Under the electric stimulation, Zhao Kongcheng felt the return of his strength, the weariness ebbing away from his body. "Ha ha! That little rascal Su Sheng has indeed been concealing his capabilities," he murmured to himself. "You little brats. You best watch closely as I deliver this blow. Why, this strike will be magnificent." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Kongcheng surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging at the ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king perceived the man's frailty, recognizing it as a desperate struggle of a cornered beast. However, the final retaliation of a dying beast is often its most ferocious attack. Thus it remained vigilant, fixedly staring at Zhao Kongcheng. A newfound brilliance radiated from Zhao Kongcheng's eyes as he raised his arm. His powerful bicep bulged, devoid of any embellishment, embodying pure strength. With a fierce determination, he gritted his teeth, extracting every ounce of energy from within. A black crescent, magnitudes larger than before, suddenly materialized, slicing through the downpour with astonishing swiftness and razor-sharp precision. It seemed as if he had cleaved through the very fabric of space. The ghost-faced king had no time to defend itself as the black crescent howled past, soaring skyward. Boom! The ghost-faced king's grotesque head was propelled high into the air by the immense kinetic force, only to crash down violently under the pull of gravity. Its colossal body collapsing like a mountain of gold tumbling down a jade pillar. After delivering that decisive blow, Zhao Kongcheng could no longer maintain his composure. The force of thunder had drained the remnants of his potential. Yet, as his strength ebbed, an overwhelming weakness enveloped him. Su Sheng and Lin Xie hurriedly stepped forward to steady Zhao Kongqing's faltering form. In that moment, Lin Xie realized the magnitude of the battle this man had endured. His body was marred by a myriad of wounds, blood gushing from each injury, staining the rain-soaked ground beneath him. Despite this, he courageously shielded the two from harm. Remarkably, Su Sheng bore no external wounds, for Zhao Kongqing had valiantly intercepted every lethal strike aimed at him. His vitality was waning. At this juncture, Su Sheng felt an immense weight settle upon him. He rose, unwilling to witness the tragic state of this venerable middle-aged man any longer. In the realm of Thunder's wrath, he beheld the slowly crawling headless corpse. Extending his arm, he summoned a tempest of thunderclouds, coiling lightning concealed within the darkened skies, enveloping the formidable form of the ghost-faced king in divine retribution. Having accomplished this, Su Sheng turned his gaze away, joining Lin Xie in bidding farewell to the middle-aged warrior. He refrained from revealing that the ghost-faced king had not yet perished completely. At the very least, he did not wish to leave Zhao Kongqing with any regrets. The ghost-faced king had indeed fallen by his hand, a strike forged in the very essence of his life, a retribution well-deserved. Ah, what a satisfying strike that was. Zhao Kongqing coughed up blood, uttering slowly, a faint smile forcibly gracing his pallid visage. You too, do not wear such morose expressions, for I am not yet dead. Do not speak. At this rate, you truly will perish. Lin Xie sensed the rapidly fading spark of life within his embrace. Zhao Kongqing's flame was on the verge of extinguishment. He had indeed burned himself out. Cough, cough, merely a minor after-effect, Zhao Kongqing rasped. In exchange for power, it is a small price to pay. At least before I depart, I have felt the might of the forbidden abyss. His voice faltered. At least I achieved something blood-staining the heavens. Did you see, you two rascals? This is what it means to be a night watchman. He accepted the cigarette Su Sheng offered and struggled to place it between his lips. With a snap of his fingers, Su Sheng reignited the cigarette. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. What has become of the Chuanjing? What of the ghost-faced king? Was he not slain by my hand? Did you witness my final strike? We saw it. Su Sheng and Lin Xie nodded in affirmation. Huh, it seems I, Zhao, am indeed a genius. I have saved the commoners, and I have twice saved the divine agents. Surely, such merit warrants a title of general, does it not? A general, you say? With your intellect and talent, you should rightfully be named a marshal. Su Sheng asserted with conviction. Huh. Zhao Kongqing managed a weak smile, as if recalling a cherished memory, though the vitality in his gaze was steadily diminishing. Lin Xie urgently shook Zhao Kongqing's body. Zhao Kongqing, wake up. You have yet to become a general. Tell me, am I handsome or not? Handsome. The two quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, the most handsome in the world. A faint smile graced Zhao Kongqing's lips as his vacant eyes fixated on the heavy downpour. Gradually closing, he had perished. Lin Xie slowly rose to his feet, withdrawing his gaze to behold the imposing, headless corpse shrouded in ominous thunderclouds. Each time it attempted to flee the area, golden lightning would descend, causing it to convulse violently in place. In truth, Lin Xie had sensed this long before Su Sheng employed the Thunder Punishment Domain to ensnare the Ghost-Faced King. The creature had not perished then, yet. In an effort to ease Zhao Kongqing's mind, he chose to conceal the truth, much like Su Sheng. A resounding thunder echoed, as Su Sheng's hand formed a loose grip, the restless lightning morphing into a spear of ever-changing form. He slowly turned to gaze at Lin Xie. Shall we proceed together? Chapter 21. The overbearing divine ruins. Lin Xie nodded, his golden eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. He stepped forward to grasp the straight blade that was slanted into the ground, advancing directly towards the corpse of the Ghost-Faced King. Su Sheng pivoted, forcefully hurling the lightning spear in his hand. Enhanced by the thunderstorm domain, the spear unleashed quintuple thunder damage, sufficient to inflict significant harm upon the Ghost-Faced King. The spear struck the ghastly visage of the Ghost-Faced King's corpse, leaving behind deep crimson gashes as the spreading lightning dissipated into countless tiny bolts, surging towards the creature's limbs and body. Black smoke continuously billowed from its surface, and the corpse of the Ghost-Faced King twitched uncontrollably. Before it could catch its breath, Lin Xie swiftly swung his blade, relentlessly hacking at that malevolent face. Meanwhile, Su Chang turned, revealing a faintly golden orb in his left hand. The Thunder Pearl ascended into the air, shimmering as it hovered above Zhao Kongqing's corpse, casting a gentle golden light. A translucent, bewildered soul separated from the body, drawn into the Thunder Pearl. "Rest well for now," Su Cheng murmured with a faint smile. Not far off, Lin Xie unleashed his pent-up rage, his already terrifying dynamic vision augmented by the Starry Night Dancer, allowing him to exert overwhelming pressure on the Ghost-Faced King. Whenever the Ghost-Faced King attempted to flee, a bolt of lightning would descend from the heavens, striking its corpse with devastating force. Both Su Cheng and Lin Xie understood that the ghastly visage was the true essence of the Ghost-Faced King. Only by annihilating that face could the creature truly perish. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Lin Xie, utilizing his speed, continually inflicted wounds upon the Ghost-Faced King, blood gushing forth with each blow. Su Cheng retrieved a metallic spear from earlier, activating the thunder metallurgy, causing the previously twisted spear to become straight and sharp once more. Stand azide. Su Cheng inhaled deeply, the raging power of thunder enveloping the spear in his grasp, before he exerted all his strength to launch it. Lin Xie countered with another slash, then swiftly dodged to the side. The elongated metal spear, accompanied by a roaring tempest, penetrated the ghastly face with ferocious intensity. A piercing, agonizing wail erupted. In its final moments, the rampant lightning wreaked havoc within the Ghost-Faced King's body, an endless agony descending upon this resilient being as death approached. Observing the now crumpled visage, Lin Xie frowned. "I'll take the kill. I'll assist you with damage. No need for thanks." Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively, sensing a warm current gradually flowing into his body, merging with the thunderstorm domain. His mental and physical energy began to recover at an accelerated pace. This divine ruins was indeed formidable, capable of absorbing the essence of beings that perished within its domain. Ultimately, the Ghost-Faced King was utterly vanquished, both in body and spirit, completely dissipating. After all, arriving at Lin Xie's asylum would have led to inevitable demise. It was far more prudent to resolve the matter personally. Lin Xie sheathed his sword and sorrowfully approached the lifeless body of Zhao Kongqing, gently sitting beside it. "What glory is there in being a hero? You fought valiantly here, yet how many will ever know? For those who continue to revel in their pleasures. Do you think it was worth it?" However, Zhao Kongqing's spirit had departed. How could he respond? Lin Xie turned back in bewilderment and asked Su Sheng, "And you? Why did you choose to join the Night Watch?" Su Sheng hesitated, taken aback by the question. He had never truly contemplated the matter. Joining the Night Watch seemed a natural progression. The previous generation had lived in such disgrace that, now that he had the chance to live again, any manner of existence felt like a gain. If that were the case, why not strive to live with some dignity? As a methodical traveler from another world, he believed he was performing adequately, driven merely by the desire to grow stronger, to reap the rewards of chance, and to live better. Beyond that, he could scarcely identify another reason for joining the Night Watch. With this thought, Su Sheng silently shook his head. "Do you think I fear death?" Lin Xie inquired once more. Su Sheng shook his head again, understanding that this 17-year-old had endured far too much misfortune. From a young age, he had lost his sight upon witnessing angels, confined to a mental institution, and plunged into darkness countless times. It was his family who had repeatedly rescued him. Thus, Lin Xie's actions were entirely justifiable. Su Sheng could not cast blame, for not everyone yearns to be a hero. "You are inherently extraordinary, Lin Xie. All the gifts fate bestows come with a hidden price." Su Sheng spoke solemnly, standing in the relentless rain without an umbrella, the three of them drenched. "I shall become a night watchman." After a moment of silence, Lin Xie slowly lifted his head and declared resolutely, Not because of your saying that a common man is innocent but bears the burden of possessing treasures, nor because of that damned fate. Su Sheng observed this 17-year-old. The hardships of 17 years had stripped him of the youthful exuberance typically found in a boy of his age. Yet at this moment, his innocent and impassioned words seemed to restore a spark of vitality within him. This was uplifting, even stirring a flicker of life within Su Sheng's weary soul. I can't be indebted to anyone, Lin Xie continued. My aunt, my cousin, they're my entire world. He fought to save my whole existence. So, as he spoke, the confusion slowly faded from his eyes. In exchange, I shall guard this world for him for 10 years. With that, Lin Xie turned to bow toward a humble, low-roofed house, then turned back, shouldering his sword and carefully lifting Zhao Kongqing's body. Su Sheng stepped outside first, sensing someone approaching rapidly. As they rounded the corner, Hong Ying, still clinging to hope, paused in surprise. Amidst the thunderstorm, a slender figure flickered into view. Filled with joy, she rushed forward. What are you doing here? Su Sheng, I'm so relieved you're safe. By the way, where's old Zhao? I have observed that his emblem has remained static for quite some time. I initially presumed he... Haha, how could that be? It appears I was merely overthinking. Just moments ago, old Zhao's emblem stirred. Could it be that old Zhao has sustained injuries and is trailing behind? You, my friend, how can you show such disregard for the elderly and the young? The 136th Night Watch team, the Watcher Zhao Kongqing, has perished, slain by the hands of the mythical creature known as the Ghost Face King from the Quanjing realm. Even in his final moments, he fought valiantly to sever the head of the Ghost Face King. Gazing at the hopeful expression on Hong Ying's face, Su Sheng shook his head gently and spoke softly. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting disbelief, while Su Sheng pointed towards the rear. There, behind Su Sheng, a youth emerged, carrying a sword and cradling the lifeless body of a man. He halted, summoning all his strength to proclaim with fervor, I, Lin Xie, humbly bid farewell to General Zhao Kongqing as he returns in triumph. Chapter 22. The Thunder Pool. As the rain gradually ceased, the once chaotic battlefield had been meticulously cleared, leaving only faint traces of crimson in the pooled waters, a testament to the gruesome conflict that had transpired. A black, scruffy dog, adorned with a small cloth pouch around its neck, stealthily emerged. It approached the spot where Zhao Kongqing had fallen. Return of the soul, a profound and resonant voice echoed. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated spirit did not materialize. Only the droplets cascading from the low eaves nearby broke the silence. The little black dog blinked curiously, circling the area twice, yet remained perplexed. Surely, a soul should not dissipate so swiftly. Could it be that others had accompanied him? The black dog furrowed its brow. Pondering deeply, a whisper of wind crept up from behind, gradually intensifying, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The clouds, which had previously dispersed, began to gather once more, heralding the imminent arrival of another torrential downpour. Turning around, the dog widened its eyes in astonishment. At the entrance of the alley, a colossal figure slowly emerged, ambling around the corner, its mouth busy with chewing something. It was a cow. This creature, lacking horns, bore a bluish hue, and its enormous eyes gazed beyond the little black dog, reflecting the tumultuous skies. A glimmer of understanding flickered in the dog's eyes as it quietly retreated. In the blink of an eye, the cow vanished, and the raging storm dissolved into tranquility. In the Peace Affairs Office underground base, in the hall, Su Sheng reclined on the sofa, idly rubbing a thunder bead in his hand while calmly responding to Chun Mai's inquiries. What transpired at the scene? Wu Xiangnan asked. Su Sheng glanced at Lin Xie, who had his head bowed, and slowly replied. Zhao Kongqing trapped the Ghost-Face King using Boundless Void and fought valiantly to the death. To protect us and the civilians behind him, he activated the ghostly spirits to unleash the Forbidden Realm, Ming Sheng, Flash Moon, slaying the Ghost-Face King. That is the sequence of events. After speaking, Su Sheng winked at Lin Xie. Wu Xiangnan nodded, then turned to Lin Xie. Do you have anything to add? Lin Xie cast a deep glance at Su Sheng, surprised that this seemingly carefree individual was entirely unconcerned about the accolades for defeating the Ghost-Face King. To him, Su Sheng's accomplishment as a newcomer to the Night Watchers in vanquishing the Ghost-Face King from Chuanjing was no small feat initially. He had assumed Su Sheng sought the glory for himself, yet given his considerable efforts, Lin Xie felt reluctant to voice any objections. However, in retrospect, it appeared he had overthought the matter, although they had not articulated it beforehand. The unspoken understanding between men enabled Lin Xie to grasp Su Sheng's intentions instantly. Thus, he solemnly stated, "The truth is as Su Sheng described. Zhao Kongcheng fought the Ghost-Face King to the bitter end, perishing in battle. Were you present at the scene?" "Yes. How could you, a mere lantern realm, enter the boundless void?" I merely glared, and it opened. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brows and spoke. "I have examined the corpse of the Ghost-Face King. Its fatal wound is a penetrating injury inflicted by a metal spear. Furthermore, apart from a series of knife wounds, there are signs of burns and lightning strikes on his body, attributes that Ming Shanyu does not possess." Lin Xie's brow tightened as he gazed intently at Wu Xiangnan. Articulating each word carefully, "We have made it abundantly clear. The Ghost-Face King was slain by Zhao Kongcheng." Su Sheng calmly lifted his head and earnestly stated, "Old Zhao's blade was disarmed by the Ghost-Face King, and the metal spear was handed to him by me." Listening to their exchange, Wu Xiaonan's questions remained unanswered. He yearned for further inquiry. However, Han Ying, incensed, abruptly stood and vocally questioned Wu Xiaonan's intentions. Faced with her reddened eyes, Wu Xiangnan attempted to respond, but her frustration drove her toward the underground exit. At that moment, Chen Mai interjected. "Both of them have spoken clearly. Let this matter rest." Confronted by the captain's undeniable gaze, Wu Xiangnan reluctantly nodded. "As for you, Lin Xie, I hear from Su Sheng that you wish to join the Night Watchers. You have previously declined. What has prompted this change of heart?" Chen Mai turned and seated himself opposite Lin Xie. "I owe him this," Lin Xie replied with composure. "As a return, I shall remain with the Night Watchers for 10 years, after which I shall depart on my own accord." His audacious declaration rendered the hall silent as the others exchanged bewildered glances. Si Xiaonan wiped her tears and looked up at Su Sheng with a puzzled expression. "Is this truly your classmate?" Though she did not voice her thoughts, Su Sheng understood her unspoken words and shrugged helplessly. In truth, he merely puts on a brave front. A classic case of tsundere. Otherwise, how could he have ultimately become the commander of the Night Watchers? Chen Mai continued to elucidate the precautions for joining the Night Watchers and the subsequent arrangements, initially intending to submit an application solely for Su Sheng. He now found himself preparing to submit another. Su Sheng had already heard this information and closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself within the Thunder Palace. "System, where is Zhao Kongqing's soul?" he inquired. Zhao Kongqing's soul is currently being nurtured within the Thunder Pool in the rear hall. The mention of the Thunder Pool piqued Su Sheng's curiosity, prompting him to hasten toward the rear hall of the Thunder Palace. He realized he had scarcely explored this grand edifice. Pushing open the intricately carved back door adorned with various lightning and cloud motifs, Su Sheng's mouth fell agape. He had not anticipated the vastness of the rear hall. It stretched endlessly before his eyes. Within, there were no resting chambers or landscape gardens, only an expansive pool of thunder. Within this thunder pool, a liquid, pale, golden thunder, accumulated over countless years, swayed gently. Broad bolts of thunder erupted continuously from the pool, accompanied by the resounding roar of tempestuous thunder. Su Sheng swallowed hard, despite having consumed the thunder fruit and possessing the divine realm of the thunder god. He felt insignificantly small before the thunder pool. It was as if he were a mayfly in the vastness of a universe, a mere grain in the boundless sea. The intense aura of thunder surged towards him, causing even his resilient constitution to feel a tingling numbness across his face. Truly, this was the thunder pool that commanded the caution of daring not to step beyond the threshold. Su Sheng couldn't help but marvel, pondering whether this thunder pool was indeed the one he had heard of. As he gazed toward the edge of the thunder pool, an ancient Taoist temple stood resolutely, curiously devoid of a door, facing the thunder pool directly. He leisurely approached and stepped inside, only to find it barren of offerings. save for a solitary cushion resting on the ground. Not far from the temple lay a garden, filled with an array of unknown and extraordinary flowers, all tightly closed in bud, save for one that had bloomed. As Su Sheng drew nearer, he beheld a pale yellow blossom, upon which a transparent, miniature soul sat cross-legged. It was unmistakably Zhao Kongsheng. Chapter 23. A bull beside the thunder pool. Bolts of lightning surged toward the flowers, transforming into pure energy that continuously nourished Zhao Kongsheng's soul. How long will it take to nurture the soul? Su Sheng inquired with curiosity. Due to his activation of the forbidden domain through the exhaustion of his life force, his soul had suffered damage. Thus, nurturing the soul was essential for the reconstruction of his physical form, which would take approximately a month. And the nourishment from the thunder pool would further alter his forbidden domain. You seem to be faring quite well. In other worlds, such treatment is reserved for protagonists. Su Sheng remarked with a smile, his consciousness shifting back to the realm of reality. In the underground base, every September, which is a month from now, you and Su Sheng will participate in joint training. Until the training concludes, both of you can only be considered temporary members of our squad. Furthermore, Chun Mai stated solemnly, as temporary members, we do not provide meals or accommodation. As Chun Mai cast a glance at him, Su Sheng, who had just opened his eyes, felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that his meals and lodging were? What about Su Sheng? Is he not also a temporary member? Lin Xie suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. That was a special circumstance. Now Su Sheng must learn to fend for himself, Chun Mai replied, disregarding Su Sheng's resentful gaze. Indeed, I knew it. Su Sheng sighed helplessly, realizing that the Night Watcher organization, the last line of defense against mysterious forces in Daxia, was surprisingly stingy. What am I to do? Lin Xie panicked completely. What am I to do? Su Sheng felt utterly lost. Don't worry, you can stay at my place. Redding, who was squatting at the door, chimed in quietly. I have plenty of vacant rooms. Weren't you angry and left? When Shima exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. I came back to get something. Wu Xiangnan replied. When Shima, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian sighed. And Shimai couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. This team is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Redding turned to Lin Xie and handed him a note. This is the address. I still need to practice shooting. If things don't go as planned, you all can head back first. By the way, Redding, when will you return my money? Su Sheng suddenly asked, the day after reviewing Su Sheng's information. The decisive Redding had already reclaimed Su Sheng's money through official channels. Fortunately, that distant uncle had long considered the money as his own, leaving over 28 million remaining. Do you want it? Not a chance. Red Ying's tone shifted, yet she was unwilling to hand the money over to Su Sheng. It wasn't that she was greedy for wealth. In her eyes, Su Sheng was still a minor. A youth who had been restrained for too long, suddenly acquiring a fortune, would typically engage in reckless spending, squandering his newfound wealth. This money, by the time it was reclaimed, was already under Su Sheng's name. He simply remained unaware of this fact. Hong Ying glanced at Su Sheng, then picked up a wooden sword nearby and tossed it to him. Come here, let me see the fruits of your training. Su Sheng quickly shook his head, turning to Lin Xie, his expression seemingly pleading for rescue. Ahem, Xie, let us go. I will take you around and discuss the Night Watcher situation. Lin Xie regarded Su Sheng with sympathy, shaking his head as he followed when Qima down to the ground. If you want help, then don't. A dignified man should not fear a girl. With a determined expression, Su Sheng accepted the wooden sword and strode forward boldly. In the wilderness, at the graveyard of the Night Watchers in Sungnan City, Su Sheng held a nameless stone tablet, staring blankly at the expanse of graves before him. After all, knowledge acquired from books can feel superficial. When confronted with a multitude of uniquely shaped and mostly new graves, it is impossible for anyone to remain unmoved. Each grave signifies a lost life, representing the shattering of a family. Kneel down, Hong Ying commanded softly, holding a chisel, her eyes reddened. Oh! Su Sheng hastily knelt, while Hong Ying crouched beside him, meticulously carving the tablet. Old Zhao took care of you during his lifetime and taught you how to wield a sword. You have no objections to holding this tablet, do you? As she spoke, Hong Ying felt a lump in her throat tears brimming in her eyes once again. "No, it is my duty," Su Sheng replied, touching the marks left on his face by the sword training, resigned. The news of his ability to resurrect people must remain confidential. Otherwise, such a power would drive any organization in the world to madness. Hong Ying shared a close bond with Zhao Kongsheng, and although Su Sheng often appeared carefree, he held the utmost respect for Zhao. During their training sessions, he would always cling to old Zhao. I remember once he annoyed old Zhao so much that during training, old Zhao went hard on him. Yet the next day, he acted as if nothing had happened, completely unfazed. "They are more suitable to carve the tablet than I am," Lin Xie observed, watching the two under the dim light, while Wen Chima stood quietly behind him. Several dozen miles away from the graveyard, Long Xian crouched on a hilltop, a faint smile gracing his lips as he captured the moments of the group on camera. In the high-definition photographs, there were images of Hong Ying and Su Sheng carving the tablet, as well as Wen Chima conversing with Lin Xie, alongside two burly men engaged in camaraderie. Seeing the red mark on Su Sheng's face, Long Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. He carefully placed the photos into a box. These were all his memories, his treasures. An hour and a half later, Su Sheng elegantly opened the car door, gazing at the opulent villa before him. With a smile, he playfully patted Hong Ying's shoulder, exclaiming, "Look at you, diligently working for a wealthy patron." Hong Ying clenched her fist, thinking that this audacious freeloader who hitched a ride without paying should be thoroughly scrutinized for ancestral lineage. Yet, she could not deny that, thanks to Su Sheng, her previously oppressive sorrow had dissipated entirely. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through. The breeze intensified, and dark clouds stealthily enveloped the sky, transforming the once starry night into a tempestuous scene filled with flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. Su Sheng abruptly turned around. As a proxy for the deity of thunder, he possessed a keen ability to sense that this impending storm was far from ordinary. What is happening? Why is it about to rain again? Hong Ying had just voiced her complaint when she caught sight of Su Sheng's grave expression. A chill ran down her spine, prompting her to swiftly retrieve a long spear from the black box behind her. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes. Beneath the hazy glow of the streetlight, a colossal figure approached, accompanied by the wind and storm. Hiss! Upon discerning the nature of the approaching entity, the poised Su Sheng inhaled sharply. It was astonishingly a cow. Chapter 24. The Sun-Wheel Blade indeed. It is a beast of extraordinary stature. Su Chang found himself momentarily a loss for words as he encountered a creature resembling a massive, azure-hued bull, lacking horns and exhibiting an imposing size. It gazed at Su Chang with a pair of innocent, crystal-clear eyes, continually chewing on something within its mouth. Could this be the source of Su Chang's heightened vigilance? Hong Ying, ever cautious, raised her spear. The creature before them was colossal and standing at 182 meters. Su Chang appeared as slender as a delicate bamboo shoot in comparison. Such dimensions surely indicated a mythical being. Yet, Hong Ying was unable to discern the creature's realm. As a being of the pool realm herself, she believed that any mythical creature below the river realm would not escape her notice. Could it possibly be less than the lamp realm? With a sigh of relief, Hong Ying murmured to herself. Upon catching sight of Su Chang, the bull was suddenly taken aback. Su Chang swore he detected a glimmer of joy in the creature's gaze. Moo! The bull let out a sudden bellow, its voice resonating with the echoes of wind and thunder. As the storm gradually dispersed, the thunderclouds began to fade. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the bull cautiously approached. Hong Ying twirled her spear, flames of rose hue spiraling around it. Wait! Su Chang interjected, sensing that the bull bore no malice. With a heavy tread, the bull, towering over 4 meters, ambled closer to Su Chang and gently nudged him with its head. Su Chang was momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching out to stroke the creature's head. Beneath its fine, soft fur, he felt a texture akin to scales, cool and firm to the touch, providing an oddly pleasant sensation. Hong Ying regarded Su Chang with a peculiar expression. Could this fellow possess such an extraordinary charm that even the formidable bull submitted to him so readily? Su Chang was equally perplexed. while the bull closed its eyes in contentment under his gentle caress. "Go on. Find a place that suits your kind," Su Cheng said softly after a moment, patting the bull's head. This creature seemed far removed from the violent mythical beings he had encountered. It appeared remarkably docile. Meanwhile, Hong Ying had already sheathed her spear and opened the door to the villa. As Su Cheng turned to head towards the entrance, the heavy thudding footsteps followed suit. "I insist you should leave. Do you see that imposing woman at the door? She and her companions can be quite fierce. They might just turn you into beef stew." Su Cheng sighed in resignation, attempting to frighten the creature away. The bull blinked its innocent eyes, but remained steadfast in its position. After several repetitions of this exchange, Su Cheng turned to Hong Ying, whose expression had darkened considerably, and presented a conciliatory glance. Truth be told, he harbored no animosity towards the bull. After all, which man could resist a behemoth akin to an armored vehicle? Absolutely not. Hong Ying firmly rejected the notion. Su Cheng argued earnestly, "The villa has a courtyard. Doesn't he it? Let it stay just for tonight. Any damages incurred could be deducted from my funds. Moreover, one would hardly wish to witness such a colossal creature gallivanting about in the dead of night. It poses a significant danger to the common folk." "Moo, moo, moo, moo." The peculiar bovine nearby responded loudly. Astonished, Su Cheng turned to the strange cow behind him, incredulous that it had been feigning innocence moments ago. Red Ing was on the verge of exasperation. After taking several deep breaths and engaging in careful contemplation, she coldly declared, "Fine, but only for one night." Half an hour later, Lin Chi arrived at the entrance of the villa. Gazing upon the opulent mansion before him, he inhaled sharply. He had not anticipated that the affable Red Ing was, in fact, a wealthy heiress. Hesitating at the entrance for what felt like an eternity, Lin Chi finally mustered the courage to approach the door and was just about to knock when a sharp voice called out, "Su Cheng, come here. This wretched cow is munching on the grass in the yard. I warn you, either the cow leaves by tomorrow, or you and your bovine companion shall depart together." "What on earth is this about a cow?" Lin Chi felt a jolt of surprise. He could hardly keep pace with the times. Su Cheng, a fair-skinned young man, had a cow. Summoning his resolve, he stepped forward and knocked again. 2 minutes later, the door swung open forcefully, revealing Red Ing, her face contorted with anger. However, upon recognizing Lin Chi, a hint of a smile graced her features. Chi, coming quickly, embarrassed. Lin Chi scratched his head and peered into the yard. "What on earth happened, Sister Red Ing? Why are you so upset?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a towering cow, over 4 meters tall, leisurely grazing on the grass in the yard. Meanwhile, Su Cheng was strenuously attempting to lift the cow's head, endeavoring to prevent it from devouring the vegetation. Despite employing every conceivable tactic and exerting all his strength, the cow remained unfazed, continuing to munch contentedly. On the sidelines, Si Xiao Nan, ever the instigator, brandished a twig, incessantly teasing the bovine. "Oh, you're here. I was quite occupied and didn't notice you. Acknowledging Ringji Sapirissance, Susheng Akardinodit. Xiao Nan, come inside with me." Red Ing shot Su Cheng a glare before turning to lead the curious Lin Chi into the house. Reluctantly pouting, Si Xiao exchanged a quick farewell with Su Cheng and followed Red Ing indoors. "Behave yourself." After watching the trio depart, Su Cheng turned and admonished the cow sternly. "If you misbehave, you'll be out on your ear by tomorrow." "Moo." The odd cow lifted its head, expressing its displeasure with a grunt, yet obediently settled down in a corner. No more indiscriminate grazing, and no messing about. Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction, delivering one final warning before retreating to his room. The incident with the ghostly figure had concluded, and it was time for a lottery draw. "System, check my lottery chances," Su Cheng said languidly as he sank into the sofa. "Congratulations to the host for completing the ghost face incident, earning an opportunity for an unrestricted draw. Would you like to draw?" "Yes." Su Cheng decisively nodded. A roulette wheel materialized before him, the pale golden pointer beginning to spin slowly. Red, or even gold if necessary. Watching the narrow red section, Su Cheng clenched his fist, silently reciting his wish. However, contrary to his hopes, the pointer ultimately came to a halt in the green area. In the depths of Su Sheng's disappointment, a slender blade gradually took form. It was an elongated katana, pristine white, with only the petal-shaped guard and hilt adorned in faint gold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a D-rank weapon, Sun Wheelblade. Sun Wheelblade. Quality, pool level, origin, Demon Slayer world. Features, forged from Gorilla Crimson Iron and Gorilla Crimson Ore, exceptionally durable, capable of absorbing sunlight's power, with an absolute restraining effect on demons. Note, products from the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. All rights of explanation belong to this system. Is this the blade of my wife, Zenitsu? Su Sheng reached out to grasp the Sun Wheel blade, slowly drawing it from its sheath, revealing a stark contrast between the obsidian blade and its sharp edge. In the center of this Sun Wheel blade, a golden, lightning-like pattern snaked downwards. The Sun Wheel blade is a distinctive weapon, capable of manifesting different blade forms depending on its wielder. To others, it might merely be a sharp sword. But for Su Sheng, it served as an excellent vessel for elemental abilities. As Su Sheng held the hilt, the power of thunder surged within, a golden lightning pattern gradually enveloping the original design. Chapter 25. The Kuei Ox. The following day, Chunmai and Wenchima accompanied Lin Chiye to address some military enlistment procedures, primarily to reassure Lin Chiye's aunt. Meanwhile, Su Sheng originally intended to hitch a ride to the Peace Affairs office once more, but that obstinate Kuei Ox persistently trailed behind him, its stubbornness causing him great frustration. If you could just shrink a bit, I would allow you to follow me, Su Sheng remarked with a furrowed brow, observing as Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan drove away. The creature possessed immense strength, making it impossible for him to deter it. Upon hearing his words, the seemingly foolish Kuei Ox abruptly lifted its head, and, astonishingly, its massive form began to gradually diminish to that of a normal-sized cow. Su Sheng, with a stoic expression, stared at the still-pretending Kuei Ox, having formed a vague hypothesis regarding its origins. The classic of mountains and seas records, it resembles an ox, has a bluish body without horns, and possesses one leg. When it enters or exits water, there shall inevitably be wind and rain. Its radiance is like that of the sun and moon, and its sound resembles thunder. It is called Kuei. The Kuei Ox, also known as Kuei Long or the Thunder Beast, wields the power to control wind, rain, and thunder. Yet the mythical Kuei Ox is described as having but a single leg, while the creature before him possesses 4. Last night, Su Sheng had attempted multiple times to communicate with this enigmatic beast, but to no avail. Thus, he resolved to mount the creature, proclaiming, "Let us depart." Moo. An exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded as, amidst the bustling morning rush hour, a slender youth rode leisurely atop a bluish-green ox. "Officer, look over there," a child exclaimed. "Children, do not disturb the officer directing traffic. Hurry along to school. Look over there, an ox. What ox? Stop fooling around. My goodness. An ox. Pull over, halt." Upon reaching the Peace Affairs office, Chunmai, after resolving Lin Chia's matters, arrived at the entrance only to find a gigantic ox devouring the ornamental flowers and plants placed before the door. "Whose ox is this?" he bellowed, his heart seemingly bleeding. After all, these were funds at stake. However, no one answered. He approached, fixing a steely gaze upon the beast, contemplating how to lead it away. But the Kuei Ox nonchalantly raised its head to regard Chunmai, continuing to chew relentlessly. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous clap erupted, and feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression, Chunmai stared at the Kuei Ox in astonishment, retreating several steps as if confronted by an adversary. At that moment, Su Sheng peeked out from behind the door, exclaiming, "It's mine, it's mine." Chunmai promptly pulled Su Sheng aside as they made their way toward the underground base. Within the underground base, Chunmai inquired, "So, this ox sought you out last night, and then stuck to you, refusing to leave?" After listening to Su Sheng's explanation, he expressed his astonishment. "Su Sheng replied earnestly, 'Yes. Sister Hong Ying can vouch for me. Is there a problem, Captain?" Chunmai regarded Su Sheng with a complex expression, responding, "No, just take good care of it." At that moment, Lin Chia, Hong Ying, and Wenchima entered, engaged in cheerful banter. "Lin Chia, come with Su Sheng and me to the training ground." Chunmai collected his thoughts, stood up, and walked down the corridor. Su Sheng greeted the three others, picked up the sun blade beside him, and placed his arm around Lin Chie's shoulder as they followed Chen Mai. "Wait a moment, where did you get that flashy blade?" Hong Ying asked with a frown. Su Sheng nonchalantly raised the sun blade in his hand and replied, "A treasured family heirloom." Hong Ying couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, a thorough investigation into his ancestors for 3 generations is warranted. After a lengthy walk, Su Sheng and Lin Chie finally arrived before a large iron gate. Upon entering, they were greeted by a training ground at least the size of 3 football fields. Chen Mai handed Lin Chie a straight sword, on the hilt of which were inscribed 3 characters: Zhao Kongsheng. "This is old Zhao's sword. Since he chose you, it is now entrusted to your care." As for Su Sheng, Chen Mai glanced at the all-white sword in Su Sheng's hand. "You'll have to make do. Typically, temporary team members do not carry a blade." Su Sheng nodded indifferently. The sun blade was sufficient for his current needs, and he would certainly acquire the star blade once training concluded. "Why don't you use it instead?" Lin Chie said apologetically to Su Sheng. After all, Su Sheng had arrived earlier. It was only fair that he had the right to wield it. Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at the earnestness of the 17-year-old. He patted Lin Chie's shoulder and said, "Don't be so polite. Besides, if old Zhao could see you inheriting his sword, he would surely be very pleased." Chen Mai offered his straight sword to Su Sheng. "For now, you can use mine. There are no pressing tasks ahead, so feel free to keep it." Su Sheng shook his head, raising the sun blade. "I have one, and it's even more stylish." "Ha ha, very well. For the morning, you will practice with me. In the afternoon, you will learn to wield the forbidden void with Wen Qimo, and in the evening, you will train with Lung Xian in marksmanship." Chen Mai smiled slightly, casually picking up 2 bamboo swords and asking, "Who will come to practice with me first?" "I'll go." Su Sheng stepped forward, volunteering. He slowly drew the sun blade, the clear metallic sound of the blade being unsheathed resonating as the sword, entwined with thunder dragon patterns, emerged. Gripping the hilt tightly, Su Sheng swiftly slashed towards Chen Mai. "Not bad," Chen Mai remarked, raising his wooden sword and gradually assuming a sword stance. At the moment of contact, a subtle smile crept across Su Sheng's lips, and a faint sound of thunder echoed, a flash of pale blue lightning dancing across the air. Su Sheng's speed suddenly surged, leaving behind an afterimage as he instantly appeared behind Chen Mai. Sensing an unexpected vulnerability in Chen Mai's position, Su Sheng instinctively felt something was amiss. However, victory was within reach, and he swung his sword down without hesitation. Bang! Chen Mai's hand moved, and the wooden sword in his grasp seemed to come alive, arriving first, pressing against Su Sheng's chest in the blink of an eye. "You little rascal, you've been concealing your skills. Haven to you? It appears I must take this seriously now." Chen Mai slowly turned around, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips, yet internally he felt a surge of alarm. Had it not been for his superior prowess over Su Sheng, he might have truly fallen prey to this insufferable brat. Su Sheng innocently blinked his eyes and said, "Captain, it's merely a spar. Please don't go all out." Moments later, agonizing cries echoed throughout the expansive training ground. In the afternoon, after concluding their training, Su Sheng and Lin Chie supported each other as they gradually exited the training arena. Upon stepping through the gates, they could not help but lock eyes, and upon witnessing each other's battered faces, they both struggled to suppress their laughter. Yet, a smile only served to exacerbate their injuries. Ah hiss! Thus, a fresh wave of anguished wails reverberated throughout the underground base. Chapter 26. The performance of 666 is abandoned. What do you think of the two of them? Chen Mai inquired as he placed the wooden sword into the weapon rack. Wu Xiangnan emerged from the side, his expression filled with contemplation. "The younger generation is indeed formidable. I have a feeling that the next special team may already be on the verge of formation," he remarked. Chen Mai nodded in agreement. Both of their talents and divine ruins were of the highest caliber, though Lin Chie's divine ruin remains somewhat incomplete. "It is a pity that I cannot personally guide them." Wu Xiangnan reflected somberly, gazing at the scars in his hands, reminiscent of a once immortal swordsman now steeped in despondency. Chen Mai opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately offered a comforting remark. "Xiangnan, everything will be all right. In the afternoon, at the Forbidden Ruins experimental site, Wen Shima elucidated the knowledge regarding the Forbidden Ruins and Divine Ruins, while also inquiring about Lin Chie's mortal realm. In my personal opinion, your Divine Ruin is incomplete. At present, it cannot be classified as high risk. Perhaps it falls under the ordinary danger level, Wen Shima stated to Lin Chie, then turned his gaze to the seemingly disinterested Su Sheng. I heard from the captain that you possess other hidden abilities? Su Sheng quickly waved his hands, feigning innocence. I do not. It was that deity who helped me complete the Divine Ruins. Has he sought you out again? Wen Shima's eyes sparkled with interest. Did he reveal his divine position to you? What task did he assign you? Not at all. The task is merely to find 5 types of innate thunder. After pondering for a moment, Wen Shima shook his head. I have not heard of such a thing, but I will keep an eye out for you. Now, tell me what additional abilities you have acquired. With a gesture, Su Sheng summoned the Sun Wheel Blade, which effortlessly leapt from its sheath. Just as he was about to speak, Wen Shima rolled his eyes and interrupted, I know. Electromagnetic waves and what else? Don't flatter yourself. The vice captain has already guessed it. Su Sheng looked at Lin Chie in astonishment. You knew as well? Lin Chie suppressed a laugh and nodded. With a face full of chagrin, Su Sheng accepted the flying Sun Wheel Blade and, to the shock of both onlookers, thrust it into himself without hesitation. Chie quickly summoned Xiao Nan to save me. Wen Shima hurriedly stepped forward to support Su Sheng, exclaiming, if you don't wish to share, why resort to self-harm? Curse it! Su Sheng grumbled, extracting the blade, revealing 2 puncture wounds in his clothing. Through those openings, both men glimpsed his fair skin, devoid of any blood or injuries. What is this? Wen Shima's eyes widened in realization. Elemental transformation ability. In essence, I can freely convert my body into a lightning form, rendering me immune to any physical harm in this state. Wen Shima couldn't help but exclaim, truly remarkable, a divine ruin indeed. Overall, your abilities focus on the elements of lightning and perception, with training methods overlapping with Chie's. As for the training of lightning abilities, I have already made preparations in advance. Upon finishing his words, he gestured towards the adjacent room. This space is referred to as the discharge room, where one may freely harness their ability to manipulate lightning. The currents you emit will be transformed into the base's electrical energy, thus saving our team a considerable sum on electricity. Remember, it is imperative to exhaust all the lightning within you each time, for this is the only way to swiftly enhance your mastery. Alas, Su Sheng let out a lamenting cry. This frugal organization even sought to exploit his fruit abilities. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, only to find that the walls were entirely composed of insulating material, with an unknown device humming ominously in the center. Pikachu, unleash your Thunderbolt. Su Sheng cast a resentful glance at Wen Shima, clenched his fists, and let forth a torrent of raging thunder, enveloping the entire room in a soft blue glow. Pika! Chu! In the activity room, Su Sheng buried his face in a bowl of rice, wielding his chopsticks with the grace of a dragon soaring through the skies. Chun Mai twitched at the corners of his mouth, feeling that Su Sheng's use of chopsticks was far more ferocious than any knife. Slow down, there's more food in the kitchen. Su Sheng, look at how Seven Knight eats. And then look at you, Wu Xiangnan remarked, furrowing his brow, visibly displeased as several pieces of pork ribs had been snatched away by Su Sheng. Su Sheng lifted his head and gave Chun Mai a thumbs up, then returned to his meal without a care. Unaware of the contributions he had made to the base's electricity bill during the recent training. After completing his discharge training, he proceeded to engage in the sensory training akin to that of Seven Knight. His requirements were categorized into 2 types. The first was to evade the rubber bullets coming from all directions, while the second demanded that he not avoid the bullets, but instead activate elemental transformation the moment he was struck. This was truly a devilish regimen. He felt utterly drained, emerging from the session barely able to stand. What are you saying? Lung Xian could no longer contain himself. He offered Lin Chie a piece of meat with a smile. Hong Ying, expressionless, picked up some vegetables and commented, Captain, your cooking is simply exquisite. Wen Shima, Lin Chie, Si Xiaonan, suddenly choking. Su Sheng pounded his chest, his gaze fixated on the distant bone soup. Chen my side, rising to fetch a bowl of soup and handing it to Su Sheng. As night fell, during firearms training, Long Xian expounded upon various firearm knowledge before allowing the two to practice shooting. As long as you master the shooting techniques and understand the composition of the firearms, that will suffice, he stated calmly. Lin Xie, take this gun and give the target a try. Lin Xie accepted the handgun, mimicking the shooting stance he had seen on television, looking remarkably professional. Well, look at you. Quite the expert. Su Sheng desperately covered his mouth, unable to suppress his laughter at the thought of what was about to unfold. Bang! Without needing to look, Su Sheng knew the shot had missed the target. Long Xian stepped forward, confirming the result with a grim expression. At 30 meters, and you still can't hit the target. Instructor, what do you think of my talent? You have no talent whatsoever, Su Sheng. Why don't you give it a try? Su Sheng coughed lightly, accepting the gun handed to him by Lin Xie. He approached the shooting platform, casually positioning himself sideways, one hand in his pocket, holding the gun with a single hand, exuding an air of effortless relaxation. Long Xian's face darkened even further. He had thought Lin Xie was already outrageous, but he had not anticipated that there could be someone even more absurd. Bang! The bullet whistled out, striking the bull's eye. Impressive. Long Xian's eyes brightened. He had been on the verge of despair, but unexpectedly, there was a twist. Could this be the extraordinary talent for shooting? 1 in a million? Beside them, Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly. In his perception, the bullet's trajectory was completely off for about 20 meters after leaving the barrel, barely hitting the target, but then, in the final 10 meters, it veered in an unexpected direction. Truly, no pretense whatsoever. Su Sheng turned to Lin Xie, raising an eyebrow, and immediately made a shushing gesture. In the grand villa of Hong Ying, Su Sheng sat wearily on the sofa, facing Lin Xie, who was slumped on the couch. Hong Ying, for once, served them both cups of tea, offering a few words of comfort before retreating to her room. Don't be disheartened. At least we can hit the target at 20 meters, right? Su Sheng sighed, offering a warm consolation. The subsequent shooting training was nothing short of a nightmare, leaving Long Xian in a state of despair. Initially, it was Long Xian comforting Lin Xie, but by the latter half, it became Su Sheng and Lin Xie comforting Long Xian. Lin Xie shot Su Sheng a glare before laughingly asking, "How does it feel to cheat?" "What cheating? You can slander me all you want, but my shooting talent, as brilliant as gold, is sacred and untainted," Su Sheng replied with mock seriousness, his face unyielding. The two exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. Chapter 27. The beginning of the serpent demon Ding Dong. Welcome. Su Sheng draped an arm around Lin Xie's shoulders, exchanging laughter as they stepped through the office door. Over time, their relationship had ascended to new heights. After all, besides practicing with their captain, the two often engaged in friendly sparring, and living together inevitably fostered a bond of camaraderie. "Good morning, Hong Ying." Upon their arrival, Hong Ying quickly stood up. "You two finally made it. Come with me. Something mysterious has occurred." A spark ignited in Su Cheng's heart. Could it be that the incident involving the Nantua serpent demon was about to unfold? What mystery? Isn't this my chance to win a prize? The difficulty of this event was not particularly high. The greatest challenge lay in discerning the serpent demon's disguise. With his eyes gleaming with excitement, Su Cheng followed Hong Ying to the activity room, where the members of Team 136 had already gathered. Seeing everyone present, Chen Mai approached the conference table and took a seat. "Last night, we received reports of a suspected mythical creature appearing at Sangnan Second High School." "Second High?" Lin Xie was taken aback. Chen Mai nodded. "It's the school you and Su Cheng attended, and the report came from an old acquaintance of yours." He then called out to the back, and a youth with bloodshot eyes slowly emerged. It was indeed Li Yifei. Su Cheng lounged nearby, lazily observing the disguised individual, pondering that the serpent demon might be lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Lin Xie exclaimed, calling out Li Yifei's name. Li Yifei was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes in disbelief upon seeing Lin Xie and Su Cheng at the conference table. "Lin Xie? Su Cheng? Weren't you both supposed to be in the military? Did you also witness that monster?" Wu Xiangnan shook his head. "They are our temporary team members." "Wow, so that's how it is." Li Yifei looked at them enviously. realizing that both had been accepted into the Night Watch, while he had not. Let us discuss the matter at hand first. Please share the details of the incident. Shen Muye instructa Li Yifei. Furrowing his brows, Li Yifei recounted the events of the previous night. Su Cheng listened intently to his account. Although he remained unaware of the profound implications Li Yifei's presence would have on this world, he understood the existence of the butterfly effect. In other words, the world would no longer remain unchanged. For instance, if he saved Jiang Qian, then Jiang Qian became a variable. Moreover, with two relatively weak divine agents now in Sangnan City, the ancient cult would certainly not remain indifferent. Thus, he needed to seize the moment to grow stronger, equipping himself to handle unforeseen circumstances. Last night, Li Yifei had returned to school and witnessed a classmate named Lu Xiaoyan luring the dean into a corner. To his horror, she then transformed into a monster and devoured the dean. The most chilling aspect was that the monster subsequently produced an identical dean, and the two left the classroom as if nothing had transpired. After concluding his tale, Li Yifei couldn't help but swallow hard. Anyone who experienced such a harrowing event would surely feel a shiver run down their spine. After listening, Su Sheng quietly nodded. Currently, it seemed that there was little difference from his previous impressions. If the reality aligned with what this young man had stated, it could be almost certain that this matter bore a significant connection to the mysterious. Wu Xiangnan turned to Chen Mai and earnestly said, "Share thoughts." Chen Mai nodded and, with keen interest, looked at Su Sheng and inquired, "What do you think?" Indeed, this mythical creature possesses remarkable camouflage abilities, capable of assimilating others by swallowing them and maintaining normal communication. This suggests that it has some experience surviving within human society, and it is highly likely that it can acquire the memories of those it devours. Su Sheng thoughtfully analyzed, stroking his chin. Chen Mai nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Lin Xie, continuing, "Do you have anything to add?" Lin Xie furrowed his brows and slowly replied, "We must be wary of this monster's assimilation capabilities. Based on Su Sheng's analysis, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is the original entity. The difficulty of this task lies in our inability to locate the source of the infection, and any rash actions could easily alert the creature." "Indeed," Chen Mai said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He exchanged a glance with Wu Xiangnan, and from each other's eyes, they discerned mutual satisfaction. "Thus, we must prepare for the worst," Wu Xiangnan added. "The entire second high could potentially be completely infected, and even other areas in Sangnan City might not be spared." As the group pondered Wu Xiangnan's words, a chill surged through their minds. The true power of this mystery lay in its ability to disguise itself and infect silently. At that moment, Su Sheng mischievously pointed at Li Yifei and remarked, "Then he might also be an infected entity." After uttering this, Su Sheng fixed his gaze on Li Yifei's reaction. Li Yifei was taken aback, standing frozen in place, as if he were questioning his own identity. Feigning, still feigning. Su Sheng discreetly withdrew his gaze, truly validating the adage that to deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. "Su Sheng, do not scare him," Wen Qima said with an exasperated smile. "If he were truly infected, the Raven of Calamity would have already alerted us. He is indeed not an infected entity, but rather the original." Su Sheng thought to himself. Wu Xiangnan sat up, speaking seriously. "In that case, I shall announce our plan. Firstly, the most pressing task is to locate the original entity. Secondly, we must ascertain how many individuals have been infected. Therefore, we will split into two teams, one centered around the second high to search for the infected, and the other to enter the second high to find the original entity." Chen Mai nodded, scanning the group. To avoid alarming the creature, the team entering the second high must at least resemble high school students. Thus, Hong Ying, Xiaonan, Su Sheng, and Xie. You will form one group to execute the mission in the second high. Any objections? Chen Mai glanced at Su Sheng and Lin Xie. In unison, Su Sheng and Lin Xie responded, "None." Yet, they were merely temporary team members. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brows and said, "Deputy Captain, rest assured. This mythical creature excels in disguise and infection, and its own level is unlikely to be very high. It is perfectly suitable for me and Qi Yi to hone her skills. Moreover, as students of number 2 high school. Returning to campus to approach Lu Xiaoyan feels quite natural. Su Sheng analyzed earnestly. Lin Qi nodded in agreement. Over the past half-month, he and Su Sheng had trained rigorously. Even after their sessions at the agency concluded, they would still find time to practice together. This was indeed the moment they needed to put their training into practice. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan could only nod in acquiescence. Chen Mai's lips curled into a slight smile as he took a breath and declared, "All right, let the operation commence. Li Yifei, you will accompany them." "What?" Li Yifei exclaimed in panic. "I'm just an ordinary person, utterly inept. Am I merely going there to serve as bait? They are more than capable of protecting you. And since you're the only one who has encountered that mythical creature, it is imperative that you accompany them. Should this endeavor succeed, I will consider granting you a place among the Night Watchers," Chen Mai stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's spirits revived, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just as the group was about to depart, Lang Xin approached, handing a pistol to both Su Sheng and Lin Qi. Remember, the significance of a gun transcends mere slaughter. Chapter 28. Variables at the entrance of the peace office as the mission approached. Su Sheng found himself entangled with the peculiar cow. No matter how he explained, the strange creature insisted on following him. Could it possibly be a little heifer smitten with Su Sheng? Si Xiaonan remarked timidly. "That would indeed be a little heifer visiting relatives," Su Sheng replied, feeling a wave of exasperation. Si Xiaonan had a knack for making outrageous comments. "What does that mean?" Lin Qi inquired with curiosity. "It's utterly ridiculous," Su Sheng said, resigned to the astonished gazes of his companions. "You all go ahead. The school isn't far, and I will be there promptly." After a moment of silence, Chen Mai nodded and waved to the others, urging them to commence their task. As the group gradually disappeared from view, Su Sheng turned his attention back to the strange cow. "What on earth do you want?" Yet, the cow merely blinked its innocent eyes at him. "Host, you may attempt to use the Thunder Pearl to draw it into the Thunder Realm." At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, and Su Sheng's eyes lit up. He extended his hand, and the Thunder Pearl materialized in his grasp. "Moo!" Upon seeing the Thunder Pearl, the cow let out a joyful bellow and circled Su Sheng twice in delight. "Do you wish to come in?" "Moo!" Su Sheng's lips twitched slightly as he focused his thoughts, sending a bolt of lightning towards the cow, which then vanished from the realm of reality. 20 minutes later, Su Sheng arrived just in time to find the 4 companions staring blankly at a towering wall over 2 meters high, each carrying a different box. "Now that the first class of the morning is halfway through, we can only scale the wall," Su Sheng remarked, shouldering a large cello bag. "We're fine, but it might be a challenge for Xiaonan," Lin Qi observed, glancing at the delicate Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan, with a graceful movement, she leapt over the wall like a light butterfly, landing silently on the other side. "Don't underestimate Xiaonan. She has been with the Night Watchers for 2 years," Hong Ying said with a smile, then quickly ran towards the wall, effortlessly vaulting over it. "I'll go ahead as well." Su Sheng patted Lin Qi on the shoulder, tossing his black bag over before activating his elemental transformation, dissipating into a wisp of lightning. On the other side of the wall, bolts of thunder rapidly coalesced into Su Sheng's form as he extended his hand to catch the black bag that had just sailed over. "Oh, the wall is indeed alarmingly high," Su Sheng remarked in awe as he slung the bag onto his back. "Wonder points, that was so cool," Si Xiaonan exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Lin Qi, his lips twitched slightly. "So, it seems each of you is more impressive than the last." Taking a deep breath, Lin Qi tossed his black box over and leaped high, cleanly flipping over the wall. Thankfully, there were no anti-theft spikes installed atop the wall. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. That was still quite impressive, Hong Ying encouraged as she handed Lin Qi his black box. Lin Qi wished to swiftly conclude this topic. Returning to the matter at hand, he had initially thought that the uniforms of the second school were unappealing on anyone. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that they possessed a unique charm when worn by the 2 beautiful sisters. Su Sheng smiled as he cast a glance at the pair. Lin Qi nodded in agreement. Under the sunlight, the red and white uniform could not conceal Hong Ying's graceful figure, her high ponytail radiating youthful vigor. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan sported a bun hairstyle, her uniform playfully wrapped around her waist, exuding a cute and innocent demeanor. Hong Ying shot Su Sheng a glance, acknowledging his discernment, and said, "All right, let's proceed according to plan. Chia will investigate Lu Xiaoyan, while Xiaonan and I will check on the director. Su Sheng, with your swiftness, you can patrol the teaching area and stand by to assist both sides. We will communicate through earpieces if any issues arise." Su Sheng and Lin Qian nodded in agreement before turning towards the teaching building. "Wait," Haning called back, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Which way is the administrative building and the director's office?" "Room 403, Lin Xie replied with a resigned sigh, pointing towards the distant tall building. Once Su Sheng and Lin Xie arrived at the teaching building, they parted ways. Su Sheng strolled through the expansive teaching area, where electromagnetic waves spread across a 50-meter radius. However, he soon found himself at a loss. While Lin Xie's seraphic eye could identify the infected, his electromagnetic waves merely served a sensing function and could not peer through to see others' undergarments or internal organs. Thus, he could only identify the infected through abnormal behaviors. But with little success, it seemed that professionals were needed for this task. Su Sheng decided to ascend to the top floor of the teaching building to await the commencement of the flag-raising ceremony. "Chia, how's the situation?" Chen Mai's voice crackled over the earpiece. "The situation is not good," Lin Xie's grave tone responded. "There are 2 infected individuals in my class, and on this floor alone, there are approximately 6. In Lin Xie's view, the internal organs of these infected individuals had vanished, leaving only bizarre clusters of flesh and blood within their shells, clearly beyond salvation. We have discovered something akin to snake skin. These infected individuals may be capable of molting." After a moment, Hong Ying's voice relayed her findings from the director's office. "Now, it is time for the flag-raising ceremony," Su Sheng murmured to himself. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a resounding melody filled the air, signaling the start of the ceremony. Concurrently, during his conversation with Li Yifei on the way down, Lin Xie, after meticulous analysis, recognized that the girls' dormitory likely harbored a significant number of infected entities. He quickly informed the others through the earpiece. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying and Xiaonan, who had just exited the director's office, stealthily infiltrated the girls' dormitory to investigate. Su Sheng looked down and saw Lin Xie weaving through the crowd, ultimately daring to assume Li Yifei's identity to commandeer the flagpole, boldly conducting his inspection. Observing the comical scene before him, Su Sheng suppressed his laughter and prepared to head to the girls' dormitory to assist Hong Ying and her companion in swiftly eliminating the infected entities. For false Nanda Snake Demon was likely to appear there. However, just as Su Sheng turned his head, the earlier scene replayed vividly in his mind, and his pupils constricted in alarm. Li Yifei was missing. He had not seen Li Yifei. "Lin Xie, where has Li Yifei gone?" Su Sheng inquired urgently through his earpiece. He mentioned a stomach ache and went to the restroom after descending the stairs. At that moment, Lin Xie had completed his analysis and scanned the surrounding individuals in a daze, his heart heavy with dread. No longer able to ponder Su Sheng's query, Lin Xie grimaced as he continued, "Captain, you should brace yourself mentally. Within the entire second high school, I have identified 36 infected students, and among the teachers and administrators, nearly 20 have also succumbed to infection. Therefore, the entire school has at least 60 individuals transformed into monsters, which signifies that unless we can deliver a fatal blow to their true forms, we will face over 60 Lamp Realm monstrosities." The crowd stood in stunned silence, the earpiece filled with an oppressive quiet. Yet, Su Sheng hastily sprinted downstairs. The absence of Li Yifei at Lin Xie's side indicated that something had indeed gone awry. At that moment, a teacher responsible for monitoring student attendance spotted Su Sheng and approached him, shouting, "You're running around like a madman. Which class are you from? Who is your homeroom teacher? Who the hell are you?" The pale blue lightning danced in Su Sheng's pupils, and amidst the thunderous roar, he unleashed a blur, whizzing past the teacher. Even without elemental transformation, Su Sheng could utilize a modicum of lightning to stimulate cellular activity and achieve acceleration. in the chaotic wind. The monitoring teacher stood dumbfounded, his bald head reflecting a blinding radiance as he slowly adjusted his disheveled wig, furiously shouting, "Which class are you from? I'll have you expelled." P.S. To clarify the settings here, pale blue represents normal lightning. The thunderous power wielded by the sound thunder fruit, while golden signifies the divine punitive power controlled by the deities. Chapter 29. The branches of fate has indeed taken a turn. Sheng hastily made his way to the restroom, frantically pondering every possible scenario. Was this truly an initiative by Li Yifei, or was it a covert influence from the Nantua serpent demon? The true intention behind the Nantua serpent demon's orchestration of this mysterious event was to seamlessly integrate into the Night Watchers, thereby evading its fate of being hunted. Although Sheng felt that this was merely the demon's self-serving desire, if the Night Watchers were so easily infiltrated, they would have long since become riddled with breaches. Sheng soon arrived at the restroom, taking a deep breath. Regardless of the circumstances, the Nantua serpent demon's current aim was to join the Night Watchers, making Lin Xie and his own unexpected presence the only variables. Yet, despite some students sneaking into the restroom to smoke during the flag-raising ceremony, was the number significant enough to warrant the demon's intervention? As he stood there in doubt, Li Yifei emerged from the restroom before Sheng could enter. "Why the rush? Do you have a stomachache too?" Li Yifei inquired casually. Sheng nodded, his expression anxious. "I'm not sure if it's because I ate something bad this morning." "Seriously? Can you really protect me like this? It feels so unreliable." "I should find Xie quickly," Li Yifei remarked, his lips twitching slightly before he turned to leave. "By the way, Sheng, if you can join them, does that mean you possess special abilities as well?" He seemed to recall something and suddenly turned back to ask. Sheng squinted slightly, nodding silently. "Damn, I envy you. What is your ability? It's not the same as Xie's, is it?" "Different. I can only generate an electric sphere from my hand," Sheng explained earnestly. "Oh, that is pretty cool. I wish I could do that too," Li Yifei responded with envy before waving goodbye and sprinting toward the playground. Sheng fixated on Li Yifei's retreating figure. As he approached the restroom, his electromagnetic waves radiated outward, enveloping the entire area. However, to his surprise, the vast restroom was devoid of anyone except for Li Yifei. He glanced at the squat toilet Li Yifei had used. Ugh! He quickly turned away, nearly retching at the sight, feeling as though the blackened strawberry tart he had consumed that morning was about to resurface. Exiting the restroom, Sheng surveyed the surrounding buildings and suddenly jolted with a realization. He had forgotten about a certain area, the teacher's apartment. At this hour, most students were at the playground, but many teachers and their families would be present in the apartments. Most importantly, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had not discovered any infected individuals among the faculty members in the office. "Captain, there seems to be an anomaly at the teacher's apartment. I'm going to check it out," he reported. "Go ahead, Sheng, and be sure to stay safe." Chen Mai's voice crackled with noise, indicating that the number of infiltrated entities was substantial and their team was also engaged in cleanup efforts. Sheng affirmed with a nod, tightening the straps of his cello case before swiftly making his way to the teacher's apartment. As he slowly stepped through the door, electromagnetic waves radiated outwards in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Sheng's pupils constricted sharply, and in his perception, 5 or 6 infected beings were voraciously consuming humans, undergoing a transformation. The entire teacher's apartment had seemingly morphed into a breeding ground for monstrosities. "Which class are you from? What are you doing in the teacher's apartment? What is the name of your homeroom teacher?" A figure emerged from the shadows, barking commands. Sheng turned and shut the door, locking it securely. He then opened his backpack and retrieved the Sunwheel blade. "Director, truth be told, I have long harbored a dislike for you. You foolish child. Why have you brought a toy to school? Hand it over to me." The stern-faced director advanced towards Sheng. "Tomorrow, I will summon your parents." "I intend to. What do you intend?" "I intend to devour you whole." A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the director's eyes, and in an instant, his head unfurled like a blooming flower, revealing a gruesome display of crimson flesh and jagged teeth, hurtling towards Sheng. Clang! The melodious sound of the blade being drawn echoed as azure lightning entwined around the sun wheel blade, sending serpentine arcs of electricity coursing through the director's body, causing it to convulse violently. With a swift motion, Sheng wielded the blade and effortlessly severed the director's head from his body. With a flourish, he cast aside the blade, blood splattering across the floor as the lights flickered erratically due to fluctuating voltage. At that moment, chaotic sounds erupted in his earpiece. Hong Ying and Xiao Nen were also embroiled in combat, ensnared by a multitude of infected beings from the girls' dormitory. In Su Shang's perception, shadowy figures began to converge upon the main hall of the apartment, moving in unison, silently positioning themselves not far from him. Their lifeless eyes fixated on him with a chilling intensity. 12 of them. It seems I must act swiftly. Su Sheng tossed a handful of coins from his pocket and, wielding his blade, charged forward. Behind him, the coins hovered in the air, bound by electromagnetic waves, resembling a swarm of fireflies encircling him. Each coin surged forth, crackling with azure lightning, hurtling towards the monsters. The infected beings, already lacking in strength, had no time to evade. Those in the front were instantaneously pierced, their anguished cries mingling with the splattering of blood, staining the pristine white tiles a deep crimson. Leaping over the fallen corpses, Su Sheng swiftly positioned himself before the remaining creatures, azure lightning crackling around him. How terrifying this is! As the words left his lips, he bent his knees, channeling his strength, transforming into a streak of lightning, akin to an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind a trail of azure afterimages as he zipped past the monsters. The resounding sound of blades being drawn followed suit. In the blinding light of his blade, the creatures barely managed to open their grotesque heads before they toppled to the ground with a thud. As the dazzling lightning abruptly ceased, Su Sheng came to a halt, breathing heavily. He flicked the sunwheel blade, shaking off the blood that clung to it. Su Sheng sheathed the sunwheel blade and turned to dash towards the girls' dormitory. He remained uncertain whether Hong Ying and Si Xiao Nen had dealt with those creatures. However, Su Sheng felt little concern, for Hong Ying was of the pool realm, rendering failure nearly impossible. Just as he exited, he noticed the verdant canopy overhead, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed that Lung Xian had yet to master the art of color adjustment, as this boundless void appeared far too vibrant and natural. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he hurried to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Ah, is that Su Sheng from Class 2 of the second year? Why is he wielding a white blade? Indeed, it seems so. Oh dear, the senior is truly handsome, with his slender and upright figure coupled with that striking visage. Absolutely captivating. Is this some form of cosplay? That blood appears astonishingly lifelike. Hey, you there. Which class are you from? Hand over that toy in your hand. The moment Su Sheng brandished the sunwheel blade, he captured the attention of the crowd, who chattered excitedly and surrounded him. How bothersome. With one hand gripping the blade and the other elbowing his way through, Su Sheng finally managed to carve a path inside. Chapter 30. Greener and more accessible, the pink flames ignited, flickering embers cascading from the sky, illuminating the pitch-black ground. Upon closer inspection, the earth was strewn with the disfigured corpses of grotesque creatures. Hong Ying inhaled deeply. She secured her spear upon her back and inquired, "Are you all right, Xiao Nan?" Si Xiao Nan replied with a grin, "I'm perfectly fine. I even managed to slay one. But Hong Ying, your rose fire feather garment, is truly formidable." "You're quite the charmer," Hong Ying retorted lightly. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the corridor, causing Hong Ying to furrow her brow in caution as she gazed toward the stairway. "What's students still doing here?" "They're S.A. fire. Run. Don't you fear for your lives?" Suddenly, the dormitory supervisor hurried toward them. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief, allowing the supervisor to approach. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, reverberating violently in the narrow hallway. Hong Ying and her companion instinctively covered their ears and recoiled. The bullets struck the supervisor's body almost simultaneously, the force propelling her backward. One bullet pierced her head, the other her waist, and the creature was instantly dispatched, its facade shattered to reveal a menacing beast beneath. I clearly aimed for the head. How did I hit the waist instead? Hong Ying glanced downward to see a striking young man murmuring to himself, while behind him, a lean boy with a nonchalant expression slowly lowered his firearm and cast a flirtatious glance at Hong Ying. "There's no need to repay me with your body, Hong Ying," he teased. Si Xiao and stifled a laugh, fearful of undermining Lin Chef's already meager shooting prowess. Hong Ying rolled her eyes. "What brings you here? Didn't Su Sheng go to the faculty dormitory to investigate?" "The investigation is complete. I've dealt with all 12 creatures. As you know, I'm always swift," Su Sheng replied, stepping forward and patting Lin Xie on the shoulder with a smirk. "I heard you encountered a swarm of monsters, hence my arrival." Lin Xie cast a grateful glance at Su Sheng and then scanned the surroundings. "Where the monsters?" Hong Ying proudly placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "I've dispatched them all." "And their bodies?" Su Sheng interjected, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Hong Ying's expression darkened as she dejectedly admitted, "I didn't find them." Su Sheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The current situation aligns closely with our initial analysis. This creature possesses intelligence and a degree of experience in human societal dynamics. More importantly, it exhibits a certain logic, albeit rooted in its primal instincts." "Logic based on primal instincts?" Si Xiao Nan queried, her confusion evident. Su Sheng nodded and turned to Lin Xie. "What do you think?" Lin Xie concurred. "For survival, beasts prioritize easier prey. Hence, it targeted physically weaker females. Its logic lies in its understanding of utilizing feminine allure to rapidly and covertly expand its sphere of influence." Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan gazed at the two individuals who were analyzing the situation with remarkable clarity, feeling utterly overwhelmed by their insights. They couldn't help but wonder how these two had come to such profound conclusions. If that were the case with the commotion we caused, it should have fled by now, Hong Ying remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Su Cheng shook his head and pointed towards the end of the corridor. "What is that?" The three of them looked up to see a creature with a serpent's tail and a human body coiled upon the balcony, its dark scales glistening ominously in the sunlight. Its emerald eyes coldly scrutinized the four of them, and the corners of its mouth curled into a mocking smirk, as if deriding their ineptitude. "Damn it, it's still hiding." Su Cheng's lips twitched slightly, and without hesitation, he drew the sun blade at his side and hurled it forward. The blade soared through the air, its lightning dragon pattern seemingly coming to life, reaching the creature in an instant. The monster leapt off the balcony with astonishing speed, followed by a roar that sounded both taunting and derisive. Clang! The long knife embedded itself forcefully into the wall of the balcony, its blade quivering from the tremendous force. Simultaneously, screams echoed in the distance, intertwining with the creature's shrieks. The infected beings had begun to rampage. Hong Ying sprinted towards the balcony. "Su Cheng, Qi Yi, you both protect the students. I'll handle this." Su Cheng nodded, his fingers curling slightly as the sun blade swiftly returned from the balcony. Lin Qi cast a jealous glance at Su Cheng, feeling that this guy possessed an abundance of abilities, as if they were inexhaustible. The two raced ahead, striving to maintain order, but the students were already in a state of panic, disregarding their commands. Consequently, Lin Qi had to fire several warning shots from his pistol to restore some semblance of control. Soon after, Su Cheng and Lin Qi dispatched several infected creatures mingling within the crowd, which finally managed to subdue the students. Observing that the students had largely evacuated from the boundless void, Lin Qi spoke into his earpiece. "Close the portal. We need to rescue people." He then turned to Su Cheng, inquiring, "What shall we do next?" Su Cheng drew the sun blade with a resonant sound, its water-like blade still exhibiting astonishing sharpness. "Let us eliminate the monsters." As if to echo Su Cheng's words, the sky transformed into a blood-red hue, an atmosphere of slaughter pervading the air. "I still believe green is more approachable," Lin Qi sighed, drawing his straight blade as he and Su Cheng swiftly split up to search the teaching building. Along their path, they dispatched every creature they encountered with ease, the remnants of limbs and blood staining the once scholarly environment. After rescuing dozens of students, Su Cheng and Lin Qi gathered the survivors together. "Next, we must head to the second-year teaching building," Su Cheng said, wiping the blade with a cloth. Considering the time, it should be the moment for Li Yifei's spectacular display. In order to join the Night Watch, this ordinary student exhibited extraordinary valor, leading his peers in a courageous resistance while risking his own life to save others, appearing almost like a fearless superhero. It was during this critical moment that he encountered the Keymaster and Qing Yu. Lin Qi nodded, and the two resolutely dismissed the notion of seeking assistance from the surviving students, swiftly making their way towards the depths of the second-year teaching building, armed with their blades. Within the second-year teaching building, on the third floor in Class 2A, several grotesque creatures relentlessly besieged the classroom, incessantly pushing against the door, causing the desks and chairs inside to teeter precariously. Over 20 boys strained to barricade the furniture, their faces flushed with exertion, while the remaining students bore expressions of distress. Only Qing Yu seemed to sense something amiss, his brow furrowed as he pondered deeply. When Li Yifei and the others had descended earlier, they had done so by climbing down a thick rope along the corridor's exterior. Various signs indicated that the monsters were controlled by a central entity, exhibiting remarkable intelligence. However, they could not possibly comprehend that the ropes served as a crucial link between the floors, as it would be invisible from the monster's perspective. "We can't hold out any longer." A voice, hoarse and filled with despair, shattered in Qing Yu's train of thought. Chapter 31. The hero driven by curiosity, the desks and chairs used to block the door were relentlessly pushed back, as the students in the classroom gazed in despair at the unfolding scene. "I don't want to die yet. Is this really reality?" Mai exclaimed. "Luke, since we're all going to die anyway, why not? Get out of my way." The door was ultimately forced open, and the students barricading it were gradually pushed back. The monstrous entity had breached the classroom, its crimson flesh and menacing fangs looming ominously. In a moment of utter hopelessness, nearly all the students huddled into a corner, save for a few brave souls who clutched their makeshift weapons, preparing for a final stand. Just as the situation reached its most critical point, a flash of pale blue lightning illuminated the room, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A figure surged forth with the force of thunder, wielding a long blade, a striking juxtaposition of obsidian and gleaming white, effortlessly severing the head of the creature. "Hey, are you all right?" A resounding thud reverberated through the air, snapping everyone back to reality. They beheld a tall and commanding figure standing before them, brandishing a long sword adorned with golden floral motifs. Behind the monstrous foe, another figure had appeared silently, holding a straight sword, his handsome visage accentuated by piercing golden eyes that radiated an enchanting glow. "Isn't that Su Sheng and Lin Qi from Class 2? Someone remarked. "Yes, it seems so. Su Sheng, you're so handsome. If you save me, I'll have your children." Su Sheng's muscular frame tensed momentarily as he cast a subtle glance behind him, silently declining the offer. At that moment, 5 remaining monsters lunged toward Su Sheng and Lin Qi. "I'll handle the 3 at the back," Lin Qi stated firmly, raising his straight sword and charging forward with determination. Su Sheng nodded in agreement, extending his left hand as pale blue lightning coalesced around it, thousands of volts radiating outward in all directions. The 2 monsters caught in the electric storm convulsed uncontrollably, the scent of scorched flesh quickly permeating the classroom. With a swift leap, Su Sheng dashed toward the creatures like an arrow released from a bow. With an air of nonchalance, his blade, enveloped in lightning, elegantly sliced through, decapitating the remaining 2 monsters with ease. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped the room, prompting Su Sheng to turn and observe Lin Qi. His eyes blazed like a molten furnace, exerting the divine might of a seraphim upon the 3 creatures before him. A flicker of unease crossed Su Sheng's face. It seemed he had inadvertently escalated the situation. Nonetheless, there was no denying the suffocating power emanating from Lin Qi, which silenced even the previously chaotic students. The pale blue blade glided through the air like flowing water, simultaneously severing the heads of the 3 monsters. Lin Qi deftly avoided the splattering blood, and then lifted his gaze to Su Sheng, the golden light in his eyes gradually dimming. A smile crept onto Su Sheng's lips as he slowly extended his fist, giving a thumbs up. Not bad. The students stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. What on earth was happening? They had thought the appearance of monsters was already surreal enough. To my astonishment, there exists an even more fantastical occurrence. Among my daily companions, one student possesses the ability to wield thunder, while the other's eyes shine like blazing torches. Has humanity's evolution overlooked its own essence? At long last, you have arrived. If only it weren't for a slight delay, you would have missed the chance to behold my handsome visage. Lamented Li Yifei as he ran towards the pair, teary-eyed. Keep your distance from me, Su Sheng and Lin Xie retorted with an eye roll, expressing their disdain. Classmates, are you here to rescue us? A student inquired, filled with excitement. One could say so, Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. Are you Su Sheng from Class 2? Might I ask if you are a member of the Dragon Team or the Superpower Bureau, secretly embedded within this campus? A student recognized Su Sheng and posed the question loudly. Apologies, I am merely an ordinary hero driven by curiosity, Su Sheng replied earnestly with a nod. The crowd stared at Su Sheng, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. What has transpired here? Lin Xie sighed, glancing at Li Yifei. Over time, he had found Su Sheng to be remarkably dependable, save for those fleeting moments of utter absurdity. After a moment of reflection, Li Yifei began to recount. After the strange cry echoed, the monsters erupted into chaos, and the entire building descended into turmoil. In the most tragic classroom, half of the students transformed into monsters. Everyone was fleeing upward. I led a group of students and eliminated the monsters on the 5th floor, rescuing the majority of students from the other floors and barricading the staircase. Later, I heard there were survivors on the 3rd floor, so I fashioned a crude rope from clothing to help them descend. Lin Xie nodded, continuing to inquire. How did you handle those who were uncertain of their monstrous status? I isolated them with Han Ro in a separate room. Under supervision, Li Yifei responded. Lin Xie nodded again. It's fortunate you were present. Otherwise, the infection would have spread further. Oh dear, Su Sheng silently absorbed the exchange between the two. The show is about to begin. Indeed, well done, he remarked, patting Li Yifei on the shoulder. Hey, does this performance qualify me for joining the Night Watchman? Li Yifei asked eagerly, looking at both of them. Consider it a possibility. My friend, Su Sheng casually replied, his gaze drifting through the crowd. Unlike the envious, jealous, and fearful glances directed at him, one pair of eyes stood out, instilling a sense of discomfort. It was a fervent gaze, brimming with an eagerness to dissect and explore him to the core. Do we know each other? Su Sheng inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the slender figure adorned with glasses. At that moment, Lin Xie also noticed the unsettling gaze. His curiosity piqued. And Xingyu approached, politely offering a handshake to both individuals. Greetings, I am in Xingyu. Su Sheng, Lin Xie, though curious about their identities and their extraordinary abilities. And Xingyu sensed that, amidst the scrutiny of onlookers, they would likely be reluctant to divulge such secrets. In order to avoid provoking the two, and Xingyu ultimately chose to remain silent. By the way, this is a rare genius in our Changnan city, a treasure of our school. Have you heard of him? Li Yifei inquired. Somewhat familiar. Not heard of him. Let us not dwell on this. Our immediate priority is to escort the remaining students to the auditorium, where it is comparatively safe. Ultimately, it was Lin Xie who shattered the silence. Li Yifei paused for a moment, but there are still so many monsters downstairs. How do we descend? At this point, he suddenly hesitated, clearly realizing something. You don't think the monsters personally escorted us up here, do you? Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Li Yifei's lips twitched slightly. You all are impressive. Chapter 32. The resolve I shall accompany you. Li Yifei suddenly recalled something and stated resolutely, my team, the Axe Brigade, works exceptionally well together. We can surely assist you. Lin Xie hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. I will join as well, and Xingyu interjected unexpectedly. Lin Xie furrowed his brow, about to voice a concern. That's acceptable, Su Sheng replied with a smile. Lin Xie cast a surprised glance at Su Sheng, who shrugged nonchalantly. This lad seems quite astute. He should not be a hindrance. Let him play the role of our strategist. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xie eventually nodded, while others would prefer to distance themselves from these monsters. Do you not fear for your life? I do not fear. And Xing Yu's eyes sparkled as he excitedly licked his lips. Su Sheng felt a chill run through him at this sight. This boy is rather peculiar, due to Su Sheng's unparalleled ability to eliminate minions. The two continued their slaughter, maintaining a remarkable level of stamina and mental fortitude. After directing the remaining students to the auditorium, they led their group onward to the upper floors. Hongjie, how goes your side? Lin Xie inquired through his earpiece as they walked. I lost track. It fled into the woods behind the school and vanished. Hong Yingjie replied, disheartened. Xiao Nin is attempting to trace the monster's tracks. But with the Wujie Kongsu in effect, it cannot escape. Stay safe. Ah, by the way, Wu Xiangnan has gathered information on this creature. Lin Xie's eyes brightened as he listened intently to Hong Yingjie recount details about the Nantua serpent demon. The demon's intelligence rivals that of humans. It can transform its offspring by ingesting a creature and implanting a serpent seed within it. Fortunately, the production of serpent seeds is limited. The entity can only produce one seed per day, and it takes 3 days for the offspring to mature, during which their combat prowess remains low. Listening to the conversation through the earpiece, Su Sheng glanced at the excited Xing Yu. You truly aren't he afraid? Why should I be? And Xing Yu replied, enthusiasm gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the monster's corpse beside him. I find it fascinating that such creatures exist in this world. I wish to take them home, dissect them, and examine how their brains, lungs, and blood differ from ours. That is not permissible. According to regulations, such actions are prohibited. Su Sheng responded with a profound tone. Regulations? Is your organization responsible for these monster incidents? And Xing Yu pointed at the corpse, inquiring curiously if such creatures exist. Why we never encountered them before? Su Sheng recalled the silhouette that fought to the death and slowly replied. Because there are those who watch over humanity in the darkness. Lin Xie, having concluded his conversation with Hong Yingjie, listened to their dialogue with curiosity. Dissecting them? Aren't you just a high school student? Is a high school student limited to learning only high school knowledge? Xing Yu chuckled lightly and remarked, studying those subjects is merely a squandering of life. I recently completed my master's in biology, and in the coming semester, I intend to pursue a doctorate focusing primarily on genetic inheritance and gene mutations. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Xie slowly replied, My apologies for the interruption. Su Sheng, suppressing an uncontrollable chuckle, nonchalantly brandished his weapon against the ferociously charging monstrosity. Serves you right. I didn't dare to inquire about this matter, yet you insisted on asking. As they progressed, it was akin to slicing through vegetables. The monsters posed no challenge against Su Sheng and Lin Xie. Severed limbs and blood gradually adorned the pristine porcelain tiles, while blood splattered across the white walls, leaving a striking crimson mark. The onlookers, pale-faced, gazed upon the scene of carnage, desperately swallowing hard. Yet Xing Yu watched with excitement at the fallen beasts and the two slayers, a hint of color blooming on her pallid face. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, from a distance, I would like to be your girlfriend. Lu Yuan's heart soared upon hearing this reply, and he excitedly embraced Han Ruo, inhaling the rare fragrance that enveloped her. But I do not wish to remain here. Lu Yuan, do you perceive me as a monster? Or might you be the one? Han Ruo whispered softly, her lips brushing against Lu Yuan's ear. She then gently exhaled a warm, fragrant breath against him. As Lu Yuan beheld the enchanting young woman in his arms, her trembling figure, and listened to her tender whispers, he took a deep breath. A certain part of his body had stiffened. Indeed, it had become rigid. His fists clenched tightly as he asserted, That cannot be. Why then can we not leave? Is it merely because of Li Yifei? Are you afraid of him? Han Ruo bit down on Lu Yuan's earlobe, giving a light nibble. Lu Yuan's body tensed, and he gradually rose to his feet, though he remained hunched over. He then grasped Han Ruo's hand and approached the window, incessantly banging on the door. Let us out. One among you is a monster. Li Yifei said that you cannot leave. What utter nonsense! Lu Yuan bellowed with righteous indignation. We are simply your classmates and friends. Moreover, based solely on Li Yifei's vague assertions, on what grounds do you confine us here? Is this not bullying the innocent? This is illegal. You are unlawfully imprisoning us. Do you understand? Release us at once, or I will take you to court once we escape. Who will you sue? At that moment, as a few individuals exchanged perplexed glances, a languid voice echoed through the air. Who is it? It was Lin Chia, Su Sheng, and Li Yifei. They were engaged in slaying monsters. With a thunderous crash, as disbelief reigned, the furniture in the corridor collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, two young men emerged slowly, wielding long blades, their school uniforms stained with blood. Within one pair of eyes, a faint blue thunder meandered languidly, while the other pair resembled a surging furnace. The oppressive aura that enveloped them rendered the onlookers nearly breathless. Who just called out? With a resonant snap, Su Xingqiang sheathed his sun wheel blade, and the thunder in his gaze gradually dissipated, transforming him back into that carefree youth. However, the blood that stained his form and the dark carcass of the monstrous creature at his feet left everyone at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Behind the two, others gradually approached, and upon seeing familiar faces, they began to regain their composure. Li Yifei, how did you all get here? What happened to the monsters on the fourth floor? Li Yifei waved his fire axe and replied with a grin. My brother Su Sheng and brother Lin Chia charged in directly and cleared the way. There were no monsters left. The crowd stared in astonishment at the two youths before them, hardly able to believe their ears. Yet, Lin Chia paid little attention to their astonishment. His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yuan. I'm so scared, Hanruo said, tugging at Lu Yuan's sleeve in a feeble voice. A surge of bravery welled up within Lu Yuan, and he grasped Hanruo's hand firmly, declaring loudly, Lin Chia, I tell you, Hanruo has already agreed to be my girlfriend, and now I will take Ruo away. No one can stop us. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt a tempest of emotions brewing within him, yet his expression remained as calm as a placid lake. He believed himself to be a formidable warrior, capable of thwarting any adversary, akin to a lone hero resolutely facing the scorn of thousands. Chapter 33, a scene to watch. Lin Chia gazed quietly at him, and amidst the oppressive atmosphere, he turned slightly, a cold smile creeping across his face as he said, No one is stopping you. You may leave. Lu Yuan paused momentarily, then arrogantly cast a glance at Su Sheng, who stood in his path. What? Do you have an objection? No. I wish you happiness. Su Sheng chuckled lightly, stepping aside to allow the two to pass. Observing that even those endowed with extraordinary abilities dared not obstruct him, Lu Yuan held his head high, leading Hanruo out. What extraordinary powers! Before him, they must yield. A man is judged by his aura. Wasn't Hanruo called a monster? Su Sheng looked at Lin Chia and said with a smile, Why did you let them go? They are mutually infatuated. Why should I interfere? Lin Chia replied with a faint smile, gazing in the direction the couple had departed. Besides, how did you come to agree to their departure? The two exchanged knowing glances, pointed at each other, and then burst into laughter uncontrollably. Wow! A nearby male student withdrew his gaze, astonished to discover that the brooding Lin Chia not only harbored such peculiar preferences, but also shared them with Su Sheng. At this point, nearly all the monsters have been eradicated, with only one remaining, Hanruo, who had been whisked away by Lu Yuan. Consequently, Su Sheng instructed Li Yifei to gather the remaining students and head to the auditorium. Meanwhile, Su Sheng and Lin Chia made their way to the balcony railing, overlooking the expansive campus. You haven't located the main entity yet, have you? And Sheng Yu stepped forward, speaking softly. Su Sheng nodded, turning his head with keen interest. You followed them all this way. Did you notice anything? Yes. And Sheng Yu nodded and approached the two, whispering his findings. Su Sheng then shared his discoveries from the teacher's dormitory with them. Lin Chia, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. Of course, I cannot be certain. After speaking, and Sheng Yu glanced at Lin Chia's lower half, adding, So, I have a request. I want that. Lin Chia's expression darkened, though I am unaware of your intentions. The answer is no. Su Sheng could no longer contain his laughter. He stifled his amusement and tossed the pistol from his pocket towards Sheng Yu. Only one bullet had been used, and Sheng Yu gazed deeply at Su Sheng for a moment before silently pocketing the weapon and turning to leave. I feel it would be more fitting to give him my gun. Lin Xie reluctantly admitted this disheartening truth. Despite Su Sheng's advantage, as long as he could shoot accurately, that was sufficient. Su Sheng waved his hand dismissively. I prefer the sensation of electrifying people. At that moment, Li Yifei had gathered the remaining students together. After bidding farewell to the two, he and Qingyu led the survivors toward the auditorium. Su Sheng, Lin Xie, we have discovered some traces. The Nantua serpent demon should have headed north. The voice of Hong Ying came through the earpiece. North? Lin Xie was taken aback. Is that the cafeteria? The arts building? The playground? The teaching building? Uncertain. Xiaonan and I are at the cafeteria, Su Sheng replied, as arcs of lightning flickered around him. Then shall we investigate the arts building? Lin Xie nodded slightly, just about to turn and descend the stairs, when Su Sheng beside him suddenly transformed into a thunderbolt and gradually dissipated. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you downstairs. At that moment, Su Sheng's voice echoed from below. Lin Xie quickly leaned down to look, only to see countless flashes of lightning rapidly coalescing into Su Sheng's figure amidst the thunderous sounds. He then snapped his fingers, and several bolts of lightning surged towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie gazed at Su Sheng in silence, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront these enigmatic beings of the divine ruin. He watched the rushing bolts of lightning without resistance, allowing them to enter his body. As soon as the lightning surged within him, Lin Xie's eyes brightened. He could feel the electric energy stimulating his cellular vitality. His previously weary body began to rejuvenate, and his spirit felt remarkably uplifted. What impressive ability, Lin Xie mused. Sensing his body feeling lighter, he swiftly dashed down the stairs, hurrying with Su Sheng towards the art building. The art building was not tall, only 3 stories, with various rooms catering to different interests and hobbies of the students. I'll head to the 2nd floor. You check the 1st floor? Su Sheng declared as he entered the art building, rushing straight to the 2nd floor. His electromagnetic waves spread out, quickly locating the ill-fated couple on the 2nd floor. Xie, come quickly, there is something to see. He called through the earpiece to Lin Xie, who was inspecting the corridor. What is it? Lin Xie frowned as he approached the 2nd floor. At such a moment, how could they still be so frivolous? He extended his spiritual perception ahead. Lin Xie's expression suddenly became incredibly vivid. Su Sheng's lips curled into a smile. It's not a film. It's even better than a film. What else could it be? Lin Xie conceded that he often found himself unable to keep pace with Su Sheng's train of thought. Ruoro, why are we hiding in the piano room? Wouldn't it be safer to run out of the school? Lu Yuan whispered, holding the delicate figure of Han Ruoro in his arms, his gaze filled with confusion. Han Ruoro lifted her head, playfully nibbling Lu Yuan's chin, and said seductively, It's so boring outside. It's much better here. I can do the things I want to do. Lu Yuan shivered, his instincts sharpening as he caught onto that phrase. Want to do? His entire being flushed with heat, his face turning crimson as he gasped. What do you want to do? What do you think? Han Ruoro leaned closer to his ear, blowing a warm breath that sent shivers down Lu Yuan's spine. He recoiled slightly, all his earlier doubts evaporating. He thought to himself, this is bad. I'm gradually losing control to my lower instincts. But, outside, there's still monsters. What is so bad about that? Do you mean? Han Ruo wrapped her arms around Lu Yuan, her tongue gently tracing his face. You don't want to be devoured by me? Han Ruo's lips suddenly parted, revealing a grotesque display of flesh and a multitude of sharp teeth, lunging directly towards Lu Yuan's face. You truly are. No, please don't eat me. I don't wish to perish. Lu Yuan exclaimed, startled, as he frantically pushed against Han Ruo's body. At that moment, the door swung open, and both Lu Yuan and Han Ruo froze, gazing toward the entrance. There stood Su Sheng and Lin Xie, wielding long blades, their expressions rife with mockery as they observed the scene unfolding before them. Oh, are we interrupting something? Su Sheng chuckled, casually waving his sword in greeting. Xie, Su Sheng, save me. I implore you. I was wrong, truly wrong. From this moment on, I shall be your loyal servant, your dog. Your words will henceforth be my decree. Please, save me. Upon seeing the two, Lu Yuan finally grasped the gravity of his predicament, a wave of dread washing over him, causing an unfortunate accident as he wet his pants, his face a blend of tears and snot. In a desperate struggle for survival, he bowed his head in submission to the two. My apologies. My friend lacks decorum and has disturbed your leisure. Please continue, Lin Xie said, draping an arm over Su Sheng's shoulder, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Go on. No need to stand on ceremony. We are all classmates here, Su Sheng replied with a hearty laugh. Then we shall take our leave. With that, the door to the music room was heavily slammed shut and locked. Chapter 34. The abnormal, the haunting cries of despair echoed incessantly. Su Sheng leaned against the railing, idly gazing at the sunlit blade in his hand, while Lin Xie, beside him, stifled a yawn. After a series of relentless battles, both felt a sense of fatigue settling in. Is it nearly over? Lin Xie murmured, gradually stepping forward to open the door. Within the music room, Han Ro maintained a vigilant watch on the two entrances, while Lu Yuan lay on the ground, unharmed. Su Sheng unsheathed his sunlit blade, pivoting his body before hurling it with sudden ferocity. Clang! The blade whistled through the air, piercing Lu Yuan's skull and embedding itself in the floor. His eyes snapped open, and his mouth twitched slightly, reflecting a lingering resentment in his lifeless gaze. Su Sheng rimandi expressionless. His fingers slightly splayed as the blade trembled and swiftly returned to his grasp. Han Ro let out a piercing scream, assuming a combat stance. Do not be hasty. If I am not mistaken, you are likely the last descendant of the serpent demon within the school, correct? Lin Xie sheathed his blade and continued, Nantian serpent demon. I am aware that you can see me through this split. There is no need for such urgency. Let us converse amicably. I have nothing to discuss with the Night Watchers, Han Ro retorted coldly, her head reverting to its original form. With your capabilities, you could seamlessly integrate into human society and lead a commendable life, which you have done until recently, suddenly multiplying your offspring without restraint. Lin Xie frowned, speaking bluntly, surely, you must have ulterior motives? After contemplating the thoughts harbored within himself and Su Sheng, as well as their respective discoveries, Lin Xie was almost certain that the Nantian serpent demon acted with a profound intention behind her abrupt actions. At that moment, Su Sheng felt a stir within him as the omnipresent electromagnetic waves detected the rapidly approaching serpent demon. He drew his blade and whispered into his earpiece, Sister Hongying, the Nantian serpent demon has appeared in the art building. It is not a matter of being unable to defeat her, but rather a precaution, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The consequences could be irrevocable. Received. I am on my way. Hold your ground. Hongying's urgent voice cut through the wind. Lin Xie, aware of Su Sheng's heightened perception, recognized that his range was nearly double that of his own. He unsheathed his straight blade, casting a cold glare at the serpent demon. Are you merely stalling for time? A bloodthirsty smile crept across Han Ruo's lips. What? Is it only permissible for you to extract information from me? Allow me to share something intriguing. Within this campus, there are 4 Night Watchers. The girl with the spear is Qi Jing, and the healer stands beside her. I cannot lay a hand on them. Yet you too, mere pawns of the Lantern Realm. If I were to slay you and sow the seeds of serpents, do you think they could escape? Ha! 2 exquisite vessels. I delight in them. Han Ruo laughed, her grin stretching to the roots of her ears. In the next instant, a colossal figure shattered the wall behind the two, a being with a human torso and serpent tail, its entire body cloaked in formidable black scales, hurtling towards them with a menacing roar. With a swift roll aided by inertia, Lin Xie quickly sprang to his feet, his right hand resting firmly upon the hilt of his sword, his expression grave. Scales, perhaps? Su Sheng grinned, having already darted backward in a flash, then extended his left hand, as brilliant bolts of lightning erupted with fervor, swirling violently in his grasp. The pale blue orb of lightning, which had been accumulating power in the shadows, suddenly shot forth, striking the chest of the Nanda serpent demon. Alas, such defenses are inconsequential to me. The head-sized orb of lightning forced the serpent demon to stagger back a couple of steps, before erupting into a multitude of arcs that swiftly penetrated the weaker points in its scales. The scent of charred flesh filled the air as faint wisps of dark smoke seeped from the gaps in the demon's scales. While the scales were undeniably tough, once breached, they offered no protection to the tender flesh beneath. Su Sheng's thunderous might could infiltrate any crevice. With a single strike, the Nanda serpent demon felt its body begin to scorch, glaring menacingly at Su Sheng, before pivoting to pounce upon Lin Xie. Wait! Under the impact of Su Sheng's lightning, the Nanda serpent demon's movements were no longer as swift as before, allowing Lin Xie to easily evade the demon's lethal claws. Yet, the claws left deep gashes in the wall behind Lin Xie. Goodness, is this creature not as formidable as it seems? Observing the crumbling wall, Lin Xie cursed under his breath, having underestimated the serpent demon after its retreat from Su Sheng's strike. Clang! The formidable tail of the serpent followed, but Lin Xie deftly parried it, leaving a visible wound on the beast's tail, though its immense force sent him reeling backward. It was still daylight, hence Lin Xie's Starry Night Dancer had not yet activated, preventing him from directly subduing the Nanda serpent demon. The demon, initially intent on pursuing its advantage, turned slightly upon hearing the deafening thunder, catching sight of the figure radiating with lightning behind it. Su Sheng had already dispatched the monster transformed from Hanruo, effectively blocking the entrance to the music room. After a moment's hesitation, the Nanda serpent demon chose to flee, crashing through the glass of the music room and vanishing from the sight of the two. Downstairs, the Nanda serpent demon glanced back at the second-floor window, relieved to see no one in pursuit. It exhaled, not expecting these two mere sentinels to be such a formidable challenge. Did I permit your escape? A voice filled with intrigue resounded before it, causing the demon's pupils to constrict in alarm. Before it loomed a multitude of lightning bolts converging rapidly to form a figure. A smile graced Su Sheng's fair visage as he extended his right hand, finger splayed. Heavenly punishment of thunder, boom. Dark clouds began to gather within a 20-meter radius around Su Sheng, the thunderous force of divine retribution erupting with a terrifying roar, akin to golden serpents dancing amidst the clouds. In Su Sheng's eyes, the pale blue lightning vanished, replaced by the golden radiance that signified the power of heavenly punishment. Beneath the grandeur of celestial authority, the Nantua serpent demon suddenly shivered, sensing its very soul quaking under Su Sheng's gaze. Aware of the formidable power emanating from the thunderstorm domain, Su Sheng extended his index finger towards the heavens. In an instant, a grotesque bolt of golden lightning descended with a thunderous roar. The serpent demon's eyes widened in terror as it desperately sought to evade the lethal flash. Yet the speed of the lightning far exceeded its reflexes. Amidst the cacophony, the golden lightning enveloped the Nantua serpent demon, pinning it to the ground, its anguished cries echoing through the sky. As the piercing thunderclap faded, Su Sheng relaxed his hand, and the long-congealed thunder beast roared forth, crashing into the serpent demon's form. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, as the Nantua serpent demon was reduced to cinders, with the surrounding earth transformed into a dark wasteland. Su Sheng lowered his arm, and the thunderstorm domain dissipated, feeling the surge of power re-enter his being, rapidly restoring his stamina and mental fortitude. Oh, you've arrived? Su Sheng stretched languidly, turning his head to find three figures standing in stunned silence, gazing at him. Too slow. I've already dealt with it. Lin Xie stood in a daze, reflecting on the awe-inspiring celestial might he had just witnessed. Wow, that was truly magnificent, exclaimed Si Xiaonan, clapping her hands. Meanwhile, Hong Ying slowly uttered two words, freak. Chapter 35. A day as a serpent demon, a lifetime as a serpent demon indeed. At this moment, Lin Xie approached the corpse of the Nandu serpent demon, speaking in a hushed tone. What is wrong? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan turned to Lin Xie, their curiosity piqued. Lin Xie then gazed at Su Sheng solemnly, stating, though this Nandu serpent demon proved quite formidable, it is not insurmountable. Upon reflecting on our previous analysis, it appears there are indeed deeper issues at play. What issues? What is happening? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan inquired, their interest now directed towards Su Sheng. Without responding, Su Sheng merely smiled and suggested, "Let us verify our suspicions." Nodding in agreement, Lin Xie led the bewildered Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan to the grand hall of the campus. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan remained outside while Su Sheng and Lin Xie exchanged a knowing glance and proceeded to knock on the door. "Who is it?" "It's me." Su Sheng, accompanied by Lin Xie. After a brief pause, the door creaked open, revealing Su Sheng and Lin Xie, their school uniforms stained with blood, brandishing their long blades as they entered. "What is the situation outside?" As the two entered, Li Yifei hurriedly approached them with concern. "We have slain the Nandu serpent demon," Su Sheng declared, brandishing the sunlight blade with a grin. As his words echoed through the hall, an incredulous silence enveloped the room. However, once the students grasped the gravity of the announcement, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, erupting into jubilant cheers. This past half-day felt like a terrifying nightmare from which one could never awaken. "How splendid!" Li Yifei exclaimed, stepping forward, his voice lowered. "With my remarkable performance this time, had it not been for me, how could so many students have survived? Surely, I deserve to join the Night Watchers now, don't you think?" "Perhaps," Lin Xie replied after a contemplative pause. Su Sheng turned his gaze to Qingyu, who stood behind Li Yifei, and found her watching him intently. He nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Following their prearranged signal, Qingyu quietly drew her handgun and pressed the cold barrel against the back of Li Yifei's head, promptly pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, the sound of gunfire reverberating through the hall, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air, plunging the atmosphere into a chilling silence. In the stillness, Su Sheng tapped the door with the sheath of his blade, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd towards him. Seizing the moment, he swung the door open, addressing the assembly. "Students, please maintain order and exit the hall swiftly." Awakening from their stupor, the students regarded Su Sheng, bloodied blade in hand, and none dared disrupt the calm as they quietly filed out of the hall. After a considerable time, Li Yifei finally seemed to regain his senses, staring blankly as he asked, "And Qingyu? Why did you shoot me?" Noticing the cold glances from the trio, Li Yifei tentatively touched the back of his head, feeling 3 bullet casings slowly being expelled, while the wound began to heal gradually. "I'm not dead. 3 shots, and I'm still alive? Su Sing, Yi, have I awakened superpowers?" Lin Xie gazed at Li Yifei with a complex expression and slowly uttered, "This isn't a superpower. Your survival is due to the fact that you are, indeed, the Nantua serpent demon." Li Yifei's pupils constricted sharply, and he retreated 2 steps, exclaiming, "Impossible. Stop talking nonsense. I am Li Yifei. How could I possibly be the Nantua serpent demon?" "Su Sheng, please tell Chie to stop joking." During the flag-raising ceremony, "What did you do in the restroom? Why was the director not in the office, but instead appeared in the faculty dormitory?" Su Sheng directly inquired, shaking his head. The Nantua serpent demon's ability to disguise itself was indeed unparalleled. The relentless questioning left Li Yifei in a daze as he murmured, "I was in the restroom. Just using the restroom. Yes, yes. Look in my eyes." The turmoil of his memories caused him to clutch his head in agony, prompting Lin Xie to step forward, grasp his collar, and lift his head. Lin Xie's eyes shimmered with a golden, molten light, and under the celestial might of the seraph, Li Yifei succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Sheng silently approached, pulling Lin Xie back. In the next moment, a pair of cold serpent eyes slowly opened. "With your Mirlan realm, how could you possibly uncover my true form?" Lin Xie cast a grateful glance at Su Sheng before turning to scrutinize the Nantua serpent demon's essence, stating, "Your flaws are far too numerous. How intriguing. Do share your thoughts." "First, the timing on your leave request does not align," Lin Xie stated calmly. "Second, the human skin on the girls' dormitory balcony. You were overly cautious, yet you expose yourself on such trivial details. The most likely scenario is that you were misleading us. Subsequently, you conveniently revealed yourself, deliberately diverting Hong Ying, at which point the monsters across the school erupted, and then Li Yifei appeared out of nowhere, leading the survivors to safety. Coupled with Qingyu's discovery, it is difficult for me not to harbor suspicions about you." Li Yifei turned his neck sharply to look at Qingyu. listening intently as Xingyu recounted his findings. That alone does not confirm anything about me, Li Yifei scoffed coldly, dismissively. Your meticulous planning was merely to allow Li Yifei to shine, facilitating his induction into the Night Watchers. Su Sheng closed the auditorium doors and remarked calmly, "Your disguise has been remarkably successful, and everything has proceeded smoothly. However, the appearance of Chia and myself has introduced an unforeseen variable. Given our presence, you worry about the insufficient number of offspring, hindering the display of Li Yifei's abilities. Thus, during the interval of the flag-raising ceremony, you informed the director, and to increase the number of offspring, you even took matters into your own hands, transforming them within the faculty dormitory, all to delay me and provide Li Yifei with an opportunity to shine. Yet, you did not anticipate that a newcomer like me could swiftly eliminate those monsters. When I encountered you in the restroom, I should have killed you then." The serpent's eyes of the Nantawa serpent demon brimmed with murderous intent. Su Sheng, clutching the sunwheel blade, spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Of course, the most absurd aspect lies in the fact that Li Yifei was squatting in that pit, with the black strawberry tart nearly touching his backside. I refuse to believe that a normal person could possibly crouch in such a place. Unfortunately, you should not have taken so many lives to join the Night Watch. And so what? The Nandu serpent demon's scales began to emerge on his surface, and his form rapidly enlarged, transforming into a monstrous being with a human upper body and a serpentine tail. His voice brimmed with resentment. "Are we destined to be hunted down? Am I not entitled to live a normal human life? You are a serpent demon for a day, and a serpent demon for a lifetime." Su Sheng replied without hesitation, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning. Then grasping Xingyu by the collar as he turned to exit the grand hall. "Close the door, release Qi Yi." At this moment, night had fallen. The blessing of the Starry Night Dancer had arrived. Lin Qiye's eyes ignited with fervent light as he wielded the straight blade in one hand, striking towards the Nandu serpent demon. Chapter 36. Xiaonan never slacks off. Why aren't you fighting alongside Chia? Hong Ying inquired, seated on the steps, casting a glance at Su Sheng beside her. Their previous camaraderie made her believe it was best for Chia to conclude this matter. Gazing at the crimson note above, Su Sheng spoke softly, and Xingyu approached with a hint of resentment, returning the handgun to Su Sheng, clearly displeased with his exclusion from the battle. "By the way, Hong Ying, if, hypothetically, I have a friend, extraordinarily intelligent yet still an ordinary person, could he join the Night Watchers?" Su Sheng raised his voice slightly, and Xingyu looked at him in surprise, then smiled gratefully. "This friend of yours, wouldn't he happen to be here, would he?" Si Xiaonan shot Su Sheng a knowing glance. After a moment's contemplation, Hong Ying replied, "Joining the Night Watchers requires various considerations, and it is exceedingly perilous. Thus, mere intelligence is insufficient. Do you grasp my meaning?" Su Sheng nodded, while Xingyu's expression dimmed upon hearing this. Suddenly, the sounds of battle ceased. After a prolonged silence, the grand hall's doors slowly opened, revealing Lin Xia, bloodied, as he emerged holding a black box. Hong Ying stood and asked, "Is it over?" "Yes," Lin Xia murmured, sheathing his dagger. Si Xiaonan peeked inside, her face contorting in surprise at the sight of the severed head of the Nandu snake demon, blood pooling on the floor. The performance of these two divine agents was unexpectedly remarkable. In their inaugural mission, their strategic insight and prowess nearly match her own. This realization left Si Xiaonan somewhat disheartened, having honed her skills for 2.5 years only to be surpassed so easily by these newcomers. "Let us proceed. Thanks to you too. We nearly fell victim to deception," Hong Ying commended, giving a thumbs up. "The ensuing matters will be handled by professional agencies, and the students' memories will be erased by Dream Whisper. We shall return now." With that, she shouldered the black box and walked toward the school gate alongside Si Xiaonan, while Su Sheng and Lin Xia followed. Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled something and turned to scan the group, puzzled. "Where's Xingyu? Why haven't I seen him?" At this, a smile crept onto Su Sheng's lips as he slung an arm around Lin Xia's shoulders, nudging him outward. "He's a bit upset. Perhaps it's best not to provoke him." Behind the hall doors, Xingyu withdrew his downcast gaze, turning toward the distant corpse of the Nandu snake demon. As if resolute, his eyes regained their steadfastness. Outside the school gate, two burly men leaned against a black van, engaged in a spirited debate. Could you two possibly tone it down? We're on a mission. Picking someone up. Why must you embellish the drama? The window of the vehicle slowly descended, revealing Wen Qima, who stuck his head out to voice his irritation. They've emerged. The two individuals turned their heads, only to see Hong Ying and Si Xiao Nin walking ahead, while Su Sheng and Lin Qi ambled behind, their shoulders intertwined, engaged in quiet conversation. From a distance, Hong Ying spotted several people by the car and cheerfully leaped up to greet them. Si Xiao Nan turned her head, her gaze sweeping over Su Sheng and Lin Qi, before decisively approaching the bloodied Lin Qi. In the astonished eyes of the others, she smeared some blood from Lin Qi on her face, resembling a proud little cat. You're slacking off, Su Sheng murmured. Si Xiao Nin shot him a glare, raising her delicate fist in a mock threat, declaring, You better cooperate with me. I, Si Xiao Nan, a night watcher for 2.5 years, would never slack off. The three of them couldn't help but chuckle, while Si Xiao Nan pouted in indignation. Are you hurt? Chen Mu Yi inquired as they drew closer. No, Lin Qi replied. Su Sheng shook his head, adding, with Sister Hong Ying and the esteemed Xiaonan around, how could we possibly be injured? The two girls, satisfied, patted Su Sheng on the shoulder, acknowledging his awareness. How does it feel? Easy, Su Sheng replied nonchalantly as he opened the car door and settled inside. Lin Qi nodded in agreement, joining him in the vehicle. It wasn't as challenging as I anticipated. Chen Mu Yi chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. With two such exceptional divine agents emerging from the Night Watcher squad, they would undoubtedly become the core strength of the team. Thus, even in dire circumstances, their efforts felt worthwhile. Very well, let us go. Tonight's on me. Eat as much as you desire. Captain, why don't you ask me in Xiaonan? Hong Ying pouted. You nearly demolished a school. Wu Xiongnan retorted without hesitation, then turned to Si Xiaonan. As for you, you must be exhausted from all that running. Si Xiaonan chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of her head, acknowledging her own tendency to slack off this time. Hong Ying was infuriated. I was asking the captain. What's your answer? You're not the captain. I'm the vice captain. Vice doesn't T count. Meanwhile, on a distant high-rise, Long Xian received the slowly printing photographs. Sitting at the edge of the rooftop, he gently waved the image in his hand, watching as the scene became increasingly clear. Lowering his gaze, he observed the photograph where when Qi Mo and Lin Qi you were leaning against the car window, watching Hong Ying and Wu Xiongnan bicker, while Chen Mu Yi and Si Xiao Nin stood helplessly by. Suddenly, Long Xian uttered a sound of confusion. In the image, Su Sheng had lifted his head to look at the camera, his fingers forming a gun gesture aimed directly at him. This kid remains as perceptive as ever. Long Xian chuckled to himself, having discovered through their time together that Su Sheng possessed an astonishingly keen intuition and natural talent for being an excellent sniper. He carefully placed the photograph into a box, shouldered his sniper rifle, and turned to leave. On the return journey, Chun Mai received a phone call. After hanging up, he furrowed his brow and remarked, the head of the Nantoa serpent demon is gone. Do you have any leads? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan shook their heads in response. Lin Qi paused for a moment, suddenly envisioning that figure. Su Sheng lifted his gaze toward the window, according to the trajectory of fate, and Qingyu had awakened. Thus, the final chapter of the Nantoa serpent demon could be considered perfectly concluded, and he would have the opportunity for another draw. Reflecting on this, Su Sheng could not help but release a sigh of relief. Is the pressure immense? Lin Qi perceptively noticed Su Sheng's emotions. Su Sheng smiled and gently shook his head, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Qi. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 37. Innate thunderfire. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the group, famished, leaned against the walls as they entered. They squandered 1,000 taels at the whims of Chun Mai, and eventually, under his sympathetic gaze, they staggered out, barely able to support themselves. System, check the lottery attempts. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, they returned to their rooms. Su Sheng summoned the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the Nantoa serpent demon incident. You have earned 1 lottery attempt without restrictions. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Su Sheng nodded vigorously. a fierce determination in his eyes. A roulette wheel materialized before him, the pale golden pointer beginning to spin slowly. This time, he did not dare to wish for red. A golden prize would suffice. Su Sheng shut his eyes tightly, clenching his fists with fervent hope. Even a non-lucky individual yearns for a stroke of good fortune. How infuriating. Ding! The pleasant sound of the pointer coming to a halt resonated. Yet Su Sheng remained with his eyes closed, too apprehensive to open them. In truth, as long as it wasn't white, he would be content. After a moment, he squinted slightly, and a golden glow gradually came into view. It truly materialized. Su Sheng's eyes flew open, and with a whoop, he sat upright, tightly fist pumping the air in celebration. The roulette wheel began to fade, replaced by a swirling mass of silver flames. Within the flames, he could see 9 silver fire dragons weaving through the inferno. These diminutive fire dragons seemed to have awakened sentience, darting about the flames, colliding with one another. A subtle yet formidable dragon's might enveloped him, and before this spectacle, Su Sheng felt a weight upon his very soul. This flame could directly intimidate the spirit. Staring in awe at the familiar silver fire, Su Sheng murmured, "What the heck?" At that moment, the system displayed several lines of text. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring an SS-level item. 9 Dragon Thunderfire, 9 Dragon Thunderfire, quality divine. Origin, Duki Plane. Characteristics, ranked 12th on the leaderboard. Innate Thunderfire, containing 9 Thunderfire dragons. P.S. Product from this system are of unparalleled quality, and all rights to explanation belong solely to this system. The drop rate is astonishingly high." Su Sheng couldn't help but smile broadly. 3 lottery attempts, 2 golden prizes, and this time a divine one. Has fate truly shifted in his favor? It is said that luck cannot be conjured by mere effort, yet here he was, inexplicably fortunate without any apparent reason, a rare occurrence indeed. In the past, Su Sheng had always been the epitome of bad luck in card games, famously only ever drawing the guaranteed minimum. Could it be that my fortunes have finally turned? Glancing at his fair complexion in the mirror, he looked back at the 9 Dragon Thunderfire, yet his joy was tempered by uncertainty. How was he to wield such a power? He had neither protective energy nor medicinal enhancements, nor any rare materials to temper the might of the 9 Dragon Thunderfire. To simply consume, it would likely turn him to ash. Ranked 12th among, even a Dozun would require proper preparations to attempt harnessing it. After pondering for a considerable time, Su Sheng found himself at a loss. The divine object lay before him, yet he could only gaze at it without knowing how to utilize it, which made his heart feel as though it were being scratched by a cat. System, how am I to use this item? In utter confusion, Su Sheng tentatively inquired of the system. To reiterate, this system is purely a lottery system. The utilization of lottery items will be explored by the host, thus enhancing the enjoyment of life. Enough, no more. Su Sheng waved his hands repeatedly, feeling as if his head were about to explode. Could it be that he truly had to wait until he reached the Klein realm to harness it? Sighing deeply, Su Sheng could only temporarily store the 9 Dragons Thunderfire within the Thunder realm, following it in thought. Zhao, Kongsheng, and the Strange Bull were also within the Thunder realm, and he needed to check on them frequently. In the Grand Hall, the 9 Dragons Thunderfire floated silently in the air, motionless, while the Strange Bull retreated to the side, its face etched with seriousness. Moo moo moo. It expressed its discontent by bellowing at Su Sheng. Can you even speak? Do you understand human language? Su Sheng approached, fixating intently on the bull's eyes. The bull's eyes darted left and right, refusing to meet Su Sheng's gaze. Gripping its ear firmly, Su Sheng said sternly, "If you wish to remain in the Thunder realm, behave yourself and refrain from causing trouble. Understand? Otherwise, I might just have to serve you up as beef." Moo, the Strange Bull replied weakly, stubbornly lying down, refusing to look at Su Sheng. With a sigh, Su Sheng conceded, All right, I get it. The Thunderfire won't move on its own. Go on and play." Moo, the bull called out contentedly, swaggering slowly towards the hall's exit. Observing the bull's arrogant retreat, Su Sheng couldn't help but lament. Look at Lin Chie's caretaker, without mentioning anyone else, just Li Yifei, who tirelessly attends to this deity and that one, selflessly enduring Lin Chie's relentless demands. It truly is enviable. Speaking of which, Li Yifei should be signing that morally reprehensible unilateral contract by now. The thought made Su Sheng chuckle, with the sound of hoofbeats. The strange bull reached the hall's entrance, taking a couple of steps forward to inhale the air of the Thunder Realm, displaying a look of satisfaction. Ah, it's much more comfortable here in the Thunder Realm. Burp. I ate too much. Brother Bull needs to stretch his legs. It cast a glance at Su Sheng, pridefully snorting, and ambled out leisurely. By the way, you don't have a name. I can't just keep calling you Bull, so I shall name you Little Black. Su Sheng's voice drifted softly. The bull's steps abruptly halted, and it trudged out, seemingly resigned, its figure exuding an air of despondency. Was it merely an illusion? Su Sheng withdrew his gaze, sensing that Little Black seemed rather pleased with the name he had bestowed upon it. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and turned towards the rear hall, wondering how Zhao Kongsheng was faring. Upon entering the rear hall, a tumultuous wave of thunderous energy surged forth, yet the thunder pool remained eerily calm, its depths concealing the cataclysmic power of lightning that had accumulated over countless years. Su Sheng traversed the temple grounds and arrived at the garden, where he beheld a yellow flower. Within its petals, Zhao Kongqing's soul became increasingly discernible. The violent power of thunder, having passed through the flower's transformation, transmuted into a pure and gentle force, continuously mending the wounds of Zhao Kongqing's spirit. What is this? Su Sheng leaned closer, observing that a faint blue lightning enveloped Zhao Kongqing's soul, intertwining seamlessly with it. My goodness, this truly is the treatment befitting a protagonist. Old Zhao. Su Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Kongqing's soul had solidified to such an extent that, perhaps within a month, he would be able to reconstruct his physical form. Su Sheng chuckled softly, then glanced back at the thunder pool. Each time he beheld it, he was struck by the awe-inspiring majesty of its celestial might. He pondered where one might seek the primal, celestial thunder of Hongmeng. Gazing at the liquid lightning, Su Sheng recalled the task entrusted to him by Daoist Pang. Daoist Pang? Ah, an idea began to take root in Su Sheng's mind. It seems that this nine-dragon thunder fire is absolutely essential for me. Chapter 38. The true method of the five thunders. With a subtle shift in his consciousness, Su Sheng returned to reality, subsequently channeling his mental energy to connect with a mark upon his forehead. Indeed, since he could not devise a solution, Su Sheng resolved to consult the Thunder Department. After all, even the legendary Monkey King resorted to this course of action when faced with insurmountable challenges. As his mental energy surged forth, the blue thunderous sigil gradually manifested. Su Sheng closed his eyes, awaiting the summons from Master Pang. 1 second passed, then 2 minutes elapsed, and Su Sheng, perplexed, opened his eyes. He gazed into the nearby mirror, where the blue thunder mark upon his fair forehead emitted a soft luminescence. Everything appeared to be in order. This was precisely how it transpired last time. Su Sheng felt a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, a thought transcended time and space, and with a brief flash, he was summoned away. Upon opening his eyes, the familiar visage of the deity and the ornate murals greeted him. He found himself within an ancient Taoist temple. Ah, have you perhaps uncovered clues to the primordial Hongmeng divine thunder? Master Pang's inquisitive voice resonated from behind Su Sheng. Turning around, he beheld Master Pang standing there, adorned in a deep blue robe, with endless blue lightning swirling around him. Is this a peculiar custom of yours, appearing from behind? Su Sheng mused silently, then donned a smile and cheerfully replied, Heavenly Lord, I have not discovered any clues. I summoned you today to seek your guidance on a matter. Perhaps it was merely Su Sheng's imagination, but he felt as if Master Pang stifled a yawn. Upon hearing Su Sheng's address, Master Pang paused momentarily before breaking into a chuckle. It was hardly surprising, given that information within the Thunder Department was as accessible as public knowledge among Taoists. What is it you wish to inquire about? Master Pang inquired casually, stroking his beard. With a flick of his hand, a swirl of silver flames abruptly appeared, within which 9 fiery dragons, imbued with subtle, thunderous energy, danced about. Master Pang gazed at the flames in astonishment. Such pure, primordial thunder fire is indeed a rarity in this world. Su Sengrin Waili. Your insights are astute, Heavenly Lord. I have come today to ask how I might harness this thunder fire for my own purposes. Having spoken, Su Sheng looked expectantly at Master Pang. Feeling that possessing such extraordinary fire without the ability to wield, it was akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel. After a moment of contemplation, Master Pang slowly replied, "Very well. Initially, I intended to wait until you acquired the Fushui Divine Thunder before imparting the true method of the Five Thunders to you. However, since you have fortuitously obtained such primordial thunder fire, it seems destined. The true method of the Five Thunders?" Su Sheng furrowed his brow. If memory served him correctly, this was a Taoist technique for summoning thunder to vanquish demons. Yet, he already possessed the thunder fruit and could manipulate the power of divine punishment through the divine ruins. What purpose would learning the true method of the Five Thunders serve? Remember, the thunder is the pivotal force of heaven and earth. As if perceiving Su Sheng's doubts, Pang Tianjun shook his head repeatedly. The Five Thunder techniques form the foundation of Taoist practices, yet few can truly master them. Most only grasp the superficial aspects. The real secret lies in the necessity of gathering the primordial thunder of the five elements, each in its rightful place, to unveil their true might. Throughout history, only a handful, including those from the Thunder sect, have reached the pinnacle of the Five Thunder techniques. A flicker of realization crossed Su Sheng's mind. The nine-dragon thunder fire in his possession precisely belonged to the attribute of thunder and fire. However, regarding the highest realm, Su Sheng did not aspire too loftily. At present, he merely sought a method to utilize the nine-dragon thunder fire effectively. "Haha, your flame can indeed serve that purpose," Pang Tianjun remarked with a smile. "But to truly unleash its power, one must wield the primordial Hongmeng five-element divine thunder." Su Sheng clicked his tongue. The upper limit of the Five Thunder techniques was exceedingly high, yet its lower limit was equally low. Of course, this was the case for him. For an ordinary individual, mastering thunder techniques would already mark them as exceptional. Remember, the power of primordial thunder is overwhelmingly fierce, especially this thunder fire, which is exceptionally violent, Pang Tianjun cautioned earnestly. "I see that your thunder fire can even reach the soul. You must endure the pain and remain steadfast in your heart, otherwise." "Otherwise?" Su Sheng inquired, his heart tightening. "Both soul and body shall be reduced to ashes." A shiver ran through Su Sheng. He hesitated inwardly, yet recalling the events that would soon unfold. Compounded by the existence of the butterfly effect, he gritted his teeth. "Please, Tianjun, impart to me the Five Thunder techniques." It was imperative for him to grow stronger. As he had told Lin Chiye, a man is innocent, yet possessing treasure invites calamity. No matter when or where, the moment his divine realm was revealed, he could no longer remain aloof. Pang Tianjun regarded Su Sheng with profound significance, extending his hand as a bolt of lightning shot forth, piercing directly into Su Sheng's mind. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Sheng's figure gradually faded away. Upon opening his eyes, the contents of the Five Thunder techniques swiftly materialized in his brain. The heart is the fire of the southern deity, drawing primordial thunder fire into the heart. As he scrutinized the details, Su Sheng couldn't help but gasp. No wonder so few truly entered the realm of the Five Thunder techniques. Who would dare to practice in such a manner? It would surely lead one to madness. As the thunder energy surged, the difficulty would diminish. A surge of excitement coursed through Su Sheng's heart. He possessed the existence of the Thunder Pool. "System, can I physically enter the Thunder Realm?" "Yes, but the Thunder Pearl will remain in the outer world." Su Sheng nodded slowly, yet he did not immediately act. Instead, he stifled his inner impulse, obediently lying back down. The incident with the non-to-awe serpent demon had just concluded, leaving his mental and physical state less than optimal. The next day, Su Sheng excused himself from training under the pretext of going hiking to clear his mind. As the day of new recruit training approached, Chen Mai had initially intended to allow the two to rest for 2 days and unwind. He casually selected a hotel and booked the largest suite available. Upon entering the room, Su Sheng slowly took a seat, and with a flick of his hand, a pale golden thunder pearl suddenly materialized. "Come forth, little black." The light of thunder illuminated the room, and shortly after, a large, azure-hued beast emerged. Little Black, I have something of great importance to attend to. I need to enter the Thunder Realm. You must guard the Thunder Pearl for me, Su Sheng instructed as he patted the massive head of Little Black. Moo! Upon hearing the task of safeguarding the Thunder Pearl, Little Black's expression turned solemn, and it nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. This creature truly understood him. With a mere thought, he transformed into a streak of lightning, heading towards the Thunder Pearl, vanishing from the realm of reality. Observing the Thunder Pearl resting on the bed, Little Black lay beside it, vigilantly scanning the surroundings with its enormous eyes wide open, resembling two glowing light bulbs. Chapter 39. The heart conceals fire. As Su Chang stepped into the realm of thunder, he immediately sensed a stark contrast to the world he knew. Even within the Grand Hall, each breath he took was laced with the electric energy swirling around his nostrils and mouth. This invigorating atmosphere brought him comfort, especially as one endowed with the powers of the Thunder Fruit and a representative of the Thunder Department. He harbored an instinctive belief that his combat prowess would exponentially increase within this realm. His gaze shifted to the central area of the hall, where a silvery flame floated and danced, rising in ethereal beauty. A flicker of fervor ignited within his eyes. This was no ordinary fire. It was a rare elemental flame, a primal thunder fire. Should he manage to subdue it, his strength would ascend to a new pinnacle. With delicate caution, he extended a faint blue lightning towards the Nine-Dragon Thunder Fire, wary of provoking the already volatile elemental flame. The distorted space surrounding the Nine-Dragon Thunder Fire was a testament to its formidable heat, which warped the very fabric of reality. The power of this extraordinary fire was indisputable. Its mass was akin to that of a towering mountain, capable of incinerating an entire city in less than half an hour. Yet, to his surprise, the fire remained unperturbed by the feeble lightning he unleashed. A surge of delight coursed through Su Cheng as he enveloped the Nine-Dragon Thunder Fire in his lightning and made his way towards the Thunder Pool in the rear hall. Upon entering the vicinity of the Thunder Pool, the onslaught of electric energy nearly suffocated him. He gazed in awe at the pool, overwhelmed by its raw power. While his consciousness had previously been astounded by the might of the Thunder Pool, the full realization of its terror struck him only upon his physical entry. The overwhelming electric energy sent shivers down his spine, rendering him a mere insect before a divine dragon. Even the Nine-Dragon Thunder Fire beside him began to shrink in size. Yielding to the immense pressure, a smile crept upon Su Cheng's lips, his gaze darkening with a wild intensity as he took a deep breath and advanced step by step towards the edge of the Thunder Pool. With each step, he felt the astonishing force of the pool surging beneath him, while he could approach it with his consciousness with relative ease. Traversing it in his physical form proved a formidable challenge. Even with the powers of the Thunder Fruit, he could only advance slowly. What should have been a journey of mere minutes felt as though he had traversed a century. At long last, he arrived before the ancient altar. He settled onto the time-worn mat, legs crossed, and began to regulate his breathing. As he gazed upon the boundless expanse of the Thunder Pool, he attempted to invigorate his numb body, although the Thunder Fruit granted him the ability to transform into lightning. It offered little solace in the face of the pool's overwhelming might. Initially, Su Cheng had intended to absorb the Nine-Dragon Thunder Fire at the pool's edge to mitigate its power, but he soon realized that he had reached his limits. Beside him, the Nine-Dragon Thunder Fire had diminished to the size of his fist, utterly subdued by the formidable force of the Thunder Pool. Once the adjustments were complete, Su Cheng took a deep breath, concentrating all his attention. Following the guidance of the 5 Thunder Method, he summoned a wisp of thunderous energy from the Thunder Pool, gradually reaching into the depths of the Nine Dragons' Thunder Fire. At the core of this silvery flame lay a cluster of primal fire seeds, which Su Cheng needed to extract using his mental force. As his already fragile mental power ventured in, he immediately sensed an overwhelming heat, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Fortunately, the thunderous energy from the Thunder Pool was remarkably pure, having accumulated over countless years, providing a protective barrier that shielded Su Sheng's mental force from direct harm. Gritting his teeth, he propelled his mental energy swiftly toward the heart of the flame. The 9 dragons' thunder fire was capable of touching the soul, and the intense heat surged through his mental force into his very essence. Su Sheng felt as if every single cell in his body was being individually placed upon a blazing furnace. His entire being began to radiate heat, sweat pouring from him to the extent that his once dry garments became utterly soaked as he approached the perilous brink of dehydration. Thankfully, at that moment, he sensed the presence of the fire seed. With a sudden surge of determination, he swiftly drew out the cluster of fire that enveloped the 9 tiny dragons. With a sigh of relief, Su Sheng gazed at the silvery fire seed floating before him, the 9 dragons writhing playfully, appearing quite adorable. As the fire seed was extracted, the silvery flames continuously surged toward it. In the blink of an eye, only the highly condensed silvery fire seed remained, quietly hovering in the air. The terrifying energy accumulated over centuries was compressed within this singular seed, and what Su Sheng needed to do next was to channel this fire seed directly into his heart. After a brief moment of rest, Su Sheng stared at the finger-sized silvery fire seed, feeling somewhat bewildered. He hesitated for a moment, questioning himself. Did he truly need to push himself to such extremes? Even without the 9 dragons' thunder fire, with his current strength, enhanced by the system and the divine ruins bestowed by the Thunder Ancestor, he could still carve a path to power. To absorb such a formidable flame directly into his heart was no ordinary feat. Merely the fearsome heat radiating from it was enough to deter most. The success rate of absorbing this was less than 1%. Even with all necessary tools prepared, it would only marginally increase to around 10%. Despite the suppression from the thunder pool, it was still akin to a gamble with his life. Nevertheless, Su Sheng understood that there were certain things he wished to accomplish, and the prevailing currents of this world were not ones that could be navigated by the weak. Moreover, he yearned to uncover the reason behind his arrival in this realm, as there were those he cared for in his former world. The thought of his impulsive and reckless younger brother tugged at his heart, for he was the one who weighed most heavily on his mind. Surely, he ought to be graduating and entering the workforce now. Regaining his focus, Su Sheng steeled his resolve, directing his mental force to guide the silvery fire seed as it pierced through his clothing and flesh, entering the region of his heart. At this moment, within the ancient Taoist temple of an unknown world, a figure in a blue robe withdrew his gaze, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Suddenly, the spark ignited upon contact with Su Sheng's heart, unleashing a torrent of searing heat that surged through his limbs and bones. He clenched his jaw so tightly that his gums bled, the crimson fluid seeping forth from his lips, only to be instantly evaporated by the rising flames. Su Sheng's visage paled as he closed his eyes, forcibly gathering his mental strength to guide the spark toward his heart through the 5 thunder method. The silver spark began to burrow into his heart, while the ferocious silver flames rampaged within him, tearing his body apart. The agonizing pain drove Su Sheng to clench his fists, his nails piercing through his palms. Yet, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. He gritted his teeth and relentlessly pursued the silver flames with his thunderous force, employing the principles of the 5 thunder method. Above him, a soft blue lightning entwined with the silver flames, illuminating the scene. However, despite Su Sheng's valiant efforts, he found himself losing ground in this fierce battle between thunder and fire within his body. Meanwhile, in a realm unseen by Su Sheng, the thunder pool seemed to awaken. The liquid lightning accumulated over countless millennia began to churn, and a tidal wave of thunder surged forth, hurtling directly towards him. Chapter 40. Successful fusion. Su Sheng furrowed his brow, feeling the chaotic and violent alien fire raging within him. At that moment, he was overwhelmed, with both his body and soul subjected to a dual torment of searing pain, making it arduous for him to concentrate. Confronted with such ferocious power, Su Sheng felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, an immensely pure surge of energy flooded into his body, jolting his spirit. He hastily guided this energy to gather the fleeing silver flames. Astonishingly, upon contact with Su Sheng's form, the energy rapidly began to mend the grievous injuries inflicted by the alien fire. even healing the cracks that had formed on his skin due to the intense heat. A surge of joy filled Su Cheng's heart as he focused intently, enveloping the energy along with the silver fire seed and directing it straight to his heart. Under the influence of this energy, the previously tumultuous silver fire seed calmed, obediently settling within Su Cheng's heart. Shortly thereafter, the silver fire seed released a pure energy, merging with the prior immense energy, emanating from Su Cheng's heart to fortify both his heart and veins. Waves of silver intermingled with golden energy rippled outward, slowly being absorbed by the ancient mat upon which he sat. After a considerable time, the silver flames suddenly flared to life, intertwining with soft blue lightning, enveloping Su Cheng's form in a powerful aura before gradually dissipating. As he slowly opened his eyes, he exhaled gently, the heated breath scattering the remnants of his clothes, now reduced to ashes. In his gaze, a mysterious silver flame engulfed his entire iris, rendering him both enchanting and enigmatic. A hint of joy appeared on Su Cheng's face as he extended his fair hand and clenched it tightly. He could sense that, thanks to the reshaping influence of the alien fire and that potent energy, his physical prowess had ascended to a new level. Compared to his state before absorbing the alien fire, his combat strength had undoubtedly intensified. In terms of sheer physical strength, without utilizing the capabilities of the Thunder Fruit and the Thunder Domain, Su Cheng had always been outmatched by Lin Xie. Now, however, in terms of physical constitution, he found himself nearly on par with Lin Xie. More importantly, a smile crept across Su Cheng's lips as he focused his thoughts, and his heart instantly radiated a silver glow. The silver flames coursed through his veins, swiftly reaching his arms. 9 dragons thunderfire, appear, Su Cheng exclaimed softly, extending his arm with his palm facing upward, as a sphere of silver flame suddenly materialized. The flames enveloped his hand, continuously rising and emanating an intense heat, causing the space around his palm to subtly distort. Within the flames, 9 lightning dragons writhed and swirled. Witnessing this dreamlike vision manifest in his grasp, a smile blossomed on Su Cheng's face, which gradually widened until he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha 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 cough. Indeed, this suffering has not been in vain. Upon recalling the tumultuous power of the 9 dragons' thunderfire, Su Cheng could not help but feel a lingering trepidation. Had it not been for the inexplicable influx of pure energy, he would have surely been reduced to ashes. Contemplating this, Su Cheng cast his gaze towards the distant thunder pool, which remained eerily tranquil, its surface merely rippling with subtle undulations. The immense energy emanating from the pool left Su Cheng pondering. He could conceive of no other source. Regardless, he had attained a modest proficiency in the 5 Thunder technique, albeit only at a rudimentary level. The technique's teachings elucidate that the 5 thunders correspond to the 5 internal organs. The energies of these organs must coalesce into unity to grasp the profound essence of the 5 thunders. In essence, only by amalgamating the 5 thunders into one can one achieve the pinnacle of the 5 Thunder technique. With this realization, the fleeting pride that had momentarily surged within Su Cheng dissipated. He retracted the 9 dragons' thunderfire, and with a thought, returned to the realm of reality. In the hotel suite, the pale golden thunder pearl vanished abruptly, and Su Cheng's figure materialized on the bed. Little Black, nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. But upon seeing Su Cheng, his eyes widened in astonishment. Moo! Su Cheng jolted, rolling his eyes. I know you've had a tough time, Little Black, but there's no need to bellow so loudly. Little Black pointed a hoof at Su Cheng's body before turning away, dismayed. Damn it, it's been years since I've been near a cow, and the first naked figure I encounter is a male. However, to be fair, he was rather impressive, though still falling short compared to himself. It was only then that Su Cheng realized his current state of undress, his face flushing crimson as he hastily retrieved his prepared clothing from the side backpack. In the Peace Affairs office's underground base, the clash of blades resonated with a sharp metallic clang. Lin Xie stared at Su Cheng in disbelief. In previous encounters, he had always outmatched Su Cheng solely through his formidable physical training, which was 5 times that of an average person. Yet today, The force transmitted through the long blade did not seem inferior to his own. Su Cheng, have you been secretly training behind my back? Lin Jie abruptly deflected Su Cheng's long blade, expressing his frustration. A subtle smile played on Su Cheng's lips. Just a stroke of luck, really. I happen to be in good form today. His physique, having been restored and enhanced by that pure energy and the exotic fire, now stood on equal footing with Lin Jie in terms of physical prowess. I can't believe you, Lin Jie scoffed, rolling his eyes, though he remained undeterred. During this period, he had diligently followed the training methods imparted by Wen Qima, and he anticipated that his mental fortitude would soon ascend to the next realm. At that juncture, he would be able to unlock a new door and encounter fresh patients. Moreover, with Nike's healing prowess nearing 50%, he would have the opportunity to draw from Nike's abilities once more. Thus, Lin Jie harbored no concerns about falling behind anyone in strength. Oh, Su Cheng. Does this imply that your powers have indeed risen? Chen Mai stood to the side, stroking his stubble with a mischievous glint in his eye. Su Cheng, feeling the weight of his stature, stammered, Captain, please don't listen to Chia's nonsense. Enough of that. Take up your sword. It is time for our sparring session. Chen Mai coldly shattered Su Sheng's desire to evade the confrontation, brandishing his wooden sword as he strode forward. Captain, be gentle. Oh, please avoid my face. I rely on this handsome visage for my livelihood. In the ensuing days, Su Sheng and Lin Jie's training regimen remained relentless. In addition to sword practice, they endured the excruciating electric training and reaction drills that left Su Sheng yearning for respite. However, thanks to the trials faced during the Wa Serpent Demon incident and the process of merging with the Su Sheng's physical condition and reflexes had ascended to new heights. Moreover, the rigorous training yielded bountiful rewards. He had mastered the manipulation of thunder and electromagnetic waves with remarkable finesse. In terms of elemental transformation and bullet dodging practice, Su Sheng had attained the ability to evade shots fired at a staggering rate of 60 rounds per second, activating his elemental transformation in the split second before a bullet could reach him. Meanwhile, Lin Jie's prowess was also rapidly advancing, with the most notable improvement being his shooting accuracy. He could now hit targets at a distance of 30 meters. Su Sheng vividly recalled the day Lin Jie first hit the target, when even Lung Xian was secretly wiping away tears. Both of these formidable individuals dedicated themselves to fervent training in anticipation of the arrival of the new recruit training camp. Chapter 41. A few delighted, a couple dismayed 8 days later. Have you all remember what I said? Chen Mai closed his small notebook and lifted his head, instantly wearing a look of exasperation. Lin Jie was attentively listening, while Su Sheng had his head tilted back, clearly lost in thought. In the heavy atmosphere, Lin Jie silently nudged Su Sheng. Huh? What? I was listening. Is it over? Su Sheng snapped back to reality. Chen Mai sighed helplessly. When you go to buy daily necessities later, remember to purchase tomorrow's tickets and get breakfast. You can choose your dormitory. The two nodded and turned to exit the captain's office. Su Sheng, the new recruit's training is about to begin. What are your thoughts? Lin Jie asked with a smile, observing Su Sheng's indifferent demeanor. Su Sheng casually picked up a nearby sword and replied, What thoughts could I possibly have? Just overpower them. TSK all talk. Chia, let us go shopping with my sister. The captain will reimburse us. Han Ying approached with Si Xiaonan, pulling Lin Jie along as they headed outside. Su Sheng shrugged nonchalantly and walked toward the training room. As long as Lin Jie was around, the new recruit's training would inevitably be shifted to Cangnan. Therefore, rather than shopping, he preferred to seize the opportunity for training, as strength was his foundation for survival. Stop! A melodious voice interrupted him, causing Su Sheng to halt in resignation. What is it, Sister Han Ying? I haven't annoyed you today. The captain said you must go too. I don't want to disobey the captain's orders. Come on, Xiaonan, grab him. Yes. I refuse. I want to train. I want to grow stronger. I don't want to wander around the mall. Women are just a distraction. Thus, with Su Sheng's expression of utter despair, Si Xiaonan seized his collar, and the group made their way to the waiting black van outside. For the entire afternoon, Su Sheng and Lin Jie followed the two girls as they practically traversed all of Cangnan. Initially, Lin Jie was quite interested, but by the end, The vast shopping mall revealed two men, utterly disheartened, trailing behind the two beautiful girls, their arms laden with shopping bags. I reasonably suspect they ventured out merely to satisfy their shopping desires, Su Sheng remarked gloomily, struggling under the weight of 4 bags, with one hung over his head. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Indeed, to the two men, this was no longer shopping. It was a grueling battle of will and endurance. You two, hurry up. Why are you so weak? Hong Ying glanced back at them with a scowl, then followed Si Xiaonan into a lingerie store. Su Sheng and Lin Xie exchanged silent glances, suddenly feeling a surge of energy beneath their feet. I think this would suit Xie perfectly, Hong Ying said earnestly, holding up a white silk camisole. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement, picking up a lacy, alluring piece. I think this would look great on Su Sheng. As they gazed at the two deranged individuals, Su Sheng and Lin Xie swiftly made their way outside. If this continued, they might truly be compelled to don those garments. That day passed amidst Su Sheng's sense of despair and Lin Xie's poignant melancholy over parting. The following day, at the train station entrance, Su Sheng wore an expression of exasperation as he observed Lin Xie nearly engulfed by an array of large and small bags. The thought of what was to come made it impossible for him to suppress his laughter. Su Sheng, why did you bring so little? Wu Xiangnan inquired with a frown. Su Sheng pointed to Lin Xie and replied, I'm using Xie's. You must not bully Xie. Hong Ying retorted fiercely, her eyes reddening as she added, you two take care of yourselves. While out, ensure you assist one another, and remember to use the things I bought for you. Su Sheng and Lin Xie nodded attentively, dutifully listening to everyone's admonitions. Finally, under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, the two turned and entered the train station. Upon reaching the platform, Lin Xie curiously asked, Su Sheng, why aren't we boarding? Su Sheng patted Lin Xie on the shoulder and replied earnestly, you clearly lack experience with trains. With all this luggage, boarding now would just block the aisle. Lin Xie's mouth twitched slightly. I can hardly believe that. Although he had indeed never traveled by train, it seemed logical to him that having more luggage meant boarding early to stow it away. Wait, don't board. Just as he hesitated, a familiar voice rang out. Su Sheng and Lin Xie quickly turned to see a few figures rushing towards them, unmistakably the members of Team 136. Inside the carriage, Su Sheng, suppressing a mischievous grin, provocatively asked, so, does this mean the training location has changed? Lin Xie shrank his neck, finding the current atmosphere unbearably awkward. Yes. Chimai nodded. So, the down jackets, thick blankets, heat packs, and large scarves we bought are rendered useless? Indeed, Chunmai nodded gravely, feeling his heart bleed. Those items would be of no use in the winter of Songnan. What a pity I've already unwrapped them. Otherwise, I could have returned them. Su Sheng feigned regret, shaking his head and nudging Lin Xie beside him. Lin Xie instantly understood and pretended to be equally remorseful, saying, yes, yesterday, out of boredom, we unwrapped them all. And no worries, they might still be useful in the future. I never intended to return them anyway, Chunmai said, attempting to appear calm, though his heart ached. We're just kidding, we haven't unwrapped anything. Observing Chunmai's pained expression, Su Sheng and Lin Xie could no longer contain their laughter, bursting into hearty laughter. The others, slightly taken aback, soon joined in the merriment, filling the carriage with a joyful atmosphere. Tomorrow, we will be informed of the specific location of the training camp. Thus, this evening, our captain has decided to volunteer for extra practice. Su Sheng and Lin Xie, you are to join me in this endeavor. Chimai's voice, laced with an inexorable resentment, permeated the air, freezing the jubilant atmosphere. A few others looked at the stunned Su Sheng and Lin Xie with sympathy, before bursting into laughter once more. On the following day, the sky was clear and the sun blazed fiercely. Su Sheng and Lin Xie rose early, now dragging their suitcases along the treacherous, muddy path. Su Sheng, is there truly a training camp in this godforsaken place? Lin Xie wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring, could it be that our captain is playing a prank on us because we teased him yesterday? That is unlikely. Although Old Chun can be somewhat harsh, he is reliable in his duties, Su Sheng replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as the distant roar of an approaching vehicle reached their ears. A military off-road vehicle suddenly halted before them, kicking up clouds of dust. What is the purpose? New recruits, here to participate in the intensive training. Chapter 42. The strength of the agent at the new recruits training base, having entered as the top two. Su Sheng and Lin Xie were immediately intercepted by an instructor upon their arrival. Stand still, new recruits, the instructor commanded. The two nodded in acknowledgement. What are your names? He inquired. Su Sheng, Lin Xie. The instructor, taken aback, scrutinized them closely. Very well. I am Hong Hao, your instructor. Since you arrived early today, I will personally guide you through the camp. With that, the two set down their luggage and followed Instructor Hong on a tour of the expansive training grounds. The base was vast, constructed from an unfamiliar material, with the ground divided into various functional zones. Moreover, the military vehicles passing through the camp revealed crates of supplies and an array of weaponry. After a thorough exploration and understanding of the camp's functions, Su Sheng and Lin Xie proceeded towards the dormitory with their belongings in tow. The formal training would not commence for another 3 days. Thus they had ample time to rest over the next couple of days. The dormitory was immaculate, and Lin Xie chose a room, while Su Sheng continued onward with a suitcase. Are you not going to stay with me? Lin Xie's startled voice echoed. Su Sheng turned, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Do you wish to share a room with me, brother? A chill ran down Lin Xie's spine as he hastily waved his hands. No, that's not necessary. Teasing Lin Xie was truly delightful for Su Sheng, who laughed heartily before casually entering a dormitory room. The room was clean, yet sparsely furnished. The bed was low and hard, and there was no fan to be found. However, after spending 7 months in a center for internet addiction, Su Sheng was unfazed by such minor inconveniences. He set down his luggage, arranged the bedding, and plopped down onto the bed. Once settled, Su Sheng's consciousness shifted, and he found himself within the heavenly Thunder Hall. Little Black glanced up at Su Sheng's sudden appearance before nonchalantly rising and heading towards the hall's exit. I haven't summoned you for tasks yet. Why are you leaving? Su Sheng rolled his eyes, distinctly hearing Little Black let out a sigh. Little Black's tendency to seek leisure in work was a mystery, as he seemed to have inherited this trait from someone, allowing Little Black to frolic outside. Su Sheng made his way to the rear hall. After inspecting Zhao Kongqing's soul as usual, he settled onto an ancient cushion, sitting cross-legged. With the 5 Thunder techniques coupled with mental cultivation, Su Sheng had abandoned the training methods taught by Wen Qimo. Recently, he discovered that entering the Thunder realm with his consciousness and cultivating at the edge of the Thunder pool produced remarkable efficiency in enhancing his mental strength. Thus, during his training sessions, Su Sheng would always project his consciousness to this cushion for meditation. The abundant thunder energy at the pool's edge was exceptionally comforting for him, making the Thunder pool a veritable paradise. Despite the absence of signal at the training camp and the confiscation of their mobile phones, Su Sheng devoted most of his time to honing his mental prowess. Aside from that, he and Lin Xie often wandered aimlessly to alleviate their boredom. After all, both of their mental capacities were nearing the pinnacle of their potential, and breakthroughs relied heavily on chance rather than force. Clang! On the training ground, 2 figures swiftly darted past, and in the blink of an eye, their blades clashed, producing a sharp metallic sound. Impressive! Xie, you have managed to match my speed. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow, his form flickering as he deftly sidestepped Lin Xie's cunning strike. Observing Su Sheng's elusive movements, akin to that of an eel, Lin Xie could not help but sigh. I can barely catch a glimpse of your trajectory. The thought that Su Sheng had yet to unleash his elemental transformation and could activate his domain left him feeling somewhat powerless. A smirk played on Su Sheng's lips. Lin Xie had not yet acquired the ability of Eclipse of Darkness, making this the perfect moment for him to show off. After all, such opportunities to tease the adorable Lin Xie would be rare in the future. It is time to utilize the Divine Realm. Su Sheng's pupils radiated with electric brilliance, as faint blue lightning coiled around his sun wheel blade. With a nimble push off his toes, he almost instantaneously vanished from sight. This was the extraordinary nature of the Thunder Fruit, its unparalleled speed of movement, unmatched by any other fruit aside from the Shining Fruit. Ding! The sunwheel blade met the straight sword, and the blue lightning swiftly spread along the blade towards Lin Xie. A furnace-like brilliance ignited in Lin Xie's eyes. As he maximized his perception, his already exceptional dynamic capture ability allowed him to barely discern Su Sheng's silhouette. With a flick of his straight sword, he dispelled the lingering power of the lightning, just as Su Sheng floated several meters away. Holding his sword in one hand, Lin Xie took several quick steps, launching a rapid assault towards Su Sheng. Roar! Are you not going to counterattack, but rather approach me? Su Sheng swung his sunwheel blade, its edge glinting fiercely under the sunlight. If I do not approach you, I will only be subjected to your relentless assault. Lin Xie astutely recognized the sole possibility of winning against Su Sheng. The latter's stamina would eventually wane. Compared to Su Sheng, who favored area damage, Lin Xie leaned toward enhancing his physicality and reflexes. Once Su Sheng activated the Divine Realm, his stamina would rapidly deplete, while Lin Xie's physical endurance could sustain him in a prolonged battle. Thus, despite the odds being slim, relentless attacks without granting Su Sheng a moment's respite were his only chance of victory. Indeed, a genius. Su Sheng perceived Lin Xie's intentions almost instantaneously, yet he felt no trepidation. In every intricate plan, there lies a flaw. What Lin Xie did not realize was that while his physicality was improving, the sustainability of his abilities had also significantly enhanced. Suddenly, the lightning flared brightly as Su Sheng transformed into a streak of faint blue lightning, continuously slashing around Lin Xie. The sound of clanging metal resonated crisply in the air. Although Lin Xie could perceive Su Sheng's movements, the relentless onslaught of blades from all directions, along with the thunderous power that seemed to invade his very being, plunged him into a desperate struggle of passive counterattacks. In the distance, a group of individuals lay concealed atop a structure, covertly observing the fierce confrontation between the two. Old Hong, are these truly the two divine agents? Yuan Gang lowered his binoculars, exhaling in disbelief. Damn it, how can they be so monstrous? Instructor Hong, peering intently through his binoculars, replied with a sense of pride. Indeed. Just this morning, I escorted them around the camp. I was puzzled when they sought to borrow blades this afternoon, only to discover it was for practice. Yuan Gang, with a complex expression, remarked, two divine agents. One, codename 003, the agent of the Seraphim Michael, and the other, a representative of some deity from the Thunder Division. Each seems more extraordinary than the last. According to reports, Su Sheng has yet to unleash his full potential. It is said that his thunderous power possesses another form. Indeed, Commander, besides these two, we also have the young master of the Bailey family and three highly dangerous Forbidden Zone possessors. This assembly is unprecedented. Fortunately, we have invited the Mask to maintain order. One of the uniformed instructors expressed his relief. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement, gazing into the distance where the two had ceased their combat. Clearly, they had resolved to conclude this duel in a stalemate. After all, only a prodigy can contend with another prodigy. Chapter 43. The scent of you the following day, as the cafeteria had yet to open. Su Cheng and Lin Xie ventured to the supply station to procure some food. Upon returning to the dormitory, before even stepping inside, Su Cheng noticed the presence of an additional occupant in his room. Ah, who is this fortunate soul who gets to share a dorm with this handsome fellow? A smile crept onto Su Cheng's lips as he pushed open the door, immediately spotting a young man sitting cross-legged on the bed opposite him. He appeared exceedingly taciturn, lacking social grace, his hands clasped around a string of prayer beads, softly reciting scriptures. Upon noticing Su Cheng's entrance, he merely glanced up, offering no greeting. Su Cheng's lips twitched slightly. How unfortunate to share a dormitory with this individual. Even residing with Shun Qingzhu, a pretentious fellow, would be more entertaining. At least Su Cheng could learn a thing or two about showmanship from Shun. However, this brooding character before him seemed utterly devoid of charisma, his mind seemingly preoccupied with only Chiye and middle-aged women. Hello, aimed Su Cheng. Despite the circumstances, Su Cheng found this individual somewhat intriguing. He would likely have to interact with him in the future, so he boldly extended a greeting. Chao Yuan, the young man replied tersely. uttering just 2 words before closing his eyes again, resuming his silent recitation. Su Cheng unobtrusively shifted the sun wheel blade into the corner. He understood that this individual's aloofness was not inherent. The trauma of his past had rendered him unable to control himself upon first encountering a blade, resulting in the demise of everyone around him. To maintain a semblance of normalcy after such an experience was indeed a remarkable feat, however, recalling Chao Yuan's notorious reputation. A mischievous smile appeared on Su Cheng's face as he retrieved his phone, reclining on the bed to mindlessly scroll through short videos. Wow, this middle-aged woman is quite remarkable, he mused, captivated by her charm, deciding to save the video. Glancing at Chao Yuan, Su Cheng noticed him surreptitiously swallowing hard, his eyes half open, feigning indifference. Su Cheng silently intensified his viewing, and after a moment, when he glanced back, he found that Chao Yuan had vanished from the bed. Turning his head, Su Cheng was startled to see Chao Yuan standing at his bedside, his eyes scanning Su Cheng's phone, frozen in shock. On the screen, animated figurines frolicked about, their childish dialogue echoing. Night has fallen. It's time for bed. Good night, Winky Dinky. Good night, Macca Packa. Good night, Iggle Piggle. Good night, Little Dot. Good night, Ding Ding Car. Good night, Flying Fish. Under Su Cheng's bewildered gaze, Chao Yuan awkwardly turned away, retreating to his own bed. Ahem. I merely intended to inform you that watching such things is detrimental to your health. Ha ha, I understand. Su Cheng could no longer contain his laughter, observing Chao Yuan's flushed face. He rose and departed the dormitory. Take your time reflecting on that, he thought, amused. A moment later, a soft voice resonated within the dormitory. Su Cheng had scarcely taken a few steps before arriving at Lin Chie's dormitory. Today, the chubby lad from the Bai Li family was also expected to be present, providing an opportune moment to extend a greeting. Chia, I simply wish to catch a whiff of your, or perhaps, you could indulge in a scent of mine. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's body quivered in surprise. This was decidedly not the scenario he had envisioned. What was it that they were to smell? His curiosity was piqued. Suddenly, the door swung open with a resounding bang, and Lin Chia emerged, his expression fierce, as he feared that if he lingered any longer, he might succumb to the temptation of giving this chubby boy a thorough thrashing. Su Cheng quickly retreated 2 steps to avoid a collision, raising an eyebrow with a peculiar look directed at Lin Chia. No, allow me to clarify. It is not as you imagine. Lin Chia, fully aware of Su Cheng's implications, stepped forward to offer a feeble explanation. Su Cheng continued to back away, raising his hands to create distance. I understand. There is no need for such agitation. While I may not comprehend, I do respect your preferences. Ahem. Let us maintain some distance. I am heterosexual. Lin Chia halted, a strand of black lines forming on his forehead, feeling momentarily powerless to elucidate the situation. At that moment, the chubby boy peeked out from within, prompting Lin Chia to impatiently say, "Why don't you hurry over and explain?" The chubby boy's eyes lit up as he eagerly approached, producing a box from behind him. Are you a friend of Chia? Greetings. I am Bai Li, Tu Ming, but you may call me Fatty, as Chia's roommate. And since you are his friend, we are now friends as well. With that, he opened the box to reveal 12 gleaming Rolex watches, sparkling under the sunlight. You, my friend, clearly possess remarkable qualities. I have brought these local specialties from my hometown as a token of our first meeting. I hope you will accept them without reservation. Why, thank you. Su Cheng exclaimed, taken aback by the extravagant display. He reflected that he had never possessed such items before in his past life. He could not afford them, yet now they were within his reach. It seemed that in the lives of ordinary individuals, the most significant factor remained the encounter with benefactors. Naturally, Su Cheng accepted the box and turned to Lin Chia, saying with a knowing look, "Your roommate is quite remarkable." Bai Li Tu Ming's eyes sparkled with delight, and he nodded vigorously. Indeed, he is quite exceptional. It seems you have an eye for talent. Lin Chia, observing the 2 oblivious individuals, sighed in exasperation, feeling utterly powerless to clarify the circumstances. At this moment, his heart was filled with a burgeoning desire to eliminate both. Indeed, he muttered, as he donned one of the gold watches. He patted Bai Li Tu Ming on the shoulder. I quite fancy this color. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. However, remember, I shall not engage in any endeavors that involve restraining Qie. Bai Li Tuming looked at Su Sheng with confusion. Why would one need to restrain Qie? Lin Qie, his face darkened, could no longer endure the situation. He took a stance and swung a fist towards Su Sheng. You shall pay for tarnishing my reputation. Su Sheng, brace yourself. Ouch, ouch. How terrifying. Fatty, are you afraid? Fear, fear, fear. Grant me enlightenment as well. Goodness, Jie. You are truly ruthless. Fatty, hold down Qi. In the distance, upstairs, it seems my concerns were unfounded. Yuan Gang quietly lowered his binoculars and pointed to the three entangled in a fierce struggle. Can you believe that these are two agents of the divine and a young master from the Bailey group? Instructor Hong hesitated and shook his head. It shouldn't be the case. Su Sheng and Lin Qi are already acquainted, which is understandable. But how could the young master of the Bailey family harmoniously engage with them in such a brawl? Oh no, Yuan Gang said earnestly. I do not wish to criticize you, but the prejudices within the human heart are indeed a formidable mountain. After speaking, he turned to leave, yet a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. By heavens, this is truly amusing. Chapter 44, half served in the ensuing 2 days. The new recruits of the training camp gradually assembled. The once desolate dormitory building was now nearly filled to capacity. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Su Sheng stood at the rear of the line, flanked by Lin Qie and the portly Bailey Pang Pang. Before their group, on the training platform, stood over 20 instructors, their postures erect and proud, exuding an air of authority. In stark contrast, the formation of the recruits below appeared disheveled and uncoordinated, barely hinting at a semblance of order. As Bailey Pang Pang struggled to adjust his trousers, Su Sheng exchanged a glance with Lin Qie, both exhaling a resigned sigh. I am your chief instructor, Yuan Gang. A deep and resonant voice boomed, prompting Su Sheng to lift his gaze. A tall soldier strode confidently onto the training platform. I understand that you all hail from various corners of the Great Xia. Each one of you a prodigy, selected from the elite. Some of you possess perilous forbidden grounds, while others boast astonishing backgrounds. At this remark, Su Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Bailey Pang Pang, who seemed lost in thought. Indeed, it was he who possessed the most remarkable background. However, the moment you set foot in this place, you assume but one identity. Do you know what that is? Report. As the crowd exchanged puzzled looks, a young man with a backward military cap raised his hand. What is your name? Shun Qingzhu. Now, tell me, what is your identity? A smirk danced on Shun Qingzhu's lips as he nonchalantly replied, a genius. Just a heap of nonsense. Yuangong retorted harshly. Here, you're nothing but recruits, mere novices, and some of you are even less than that. You know nothing of the fear and helplessness that comes with confronting the enigmatic. To be your teammate will only bring about burdens and peril. You little brats, if you wish to become qualified night watchmen, you have a long way to go. Yuan Gang's voice reverberated like thunder, his message unequivocally clear. You are, at present, worthless. Su Sheng surveyed the surroundings. Some wore disdainful expressions, others remained impassive, while a few displayed indignation. Yet, in the face of Yuan Gang's blunt and fiery rhetoric, each individual felt the sting of provocation. With a sense of ennui, Su Sheng withdrew his gaze. Although such measures were deemed necessary to subdue some rebellious spirits, for one who had endured numerous bloody battles, the severity of Yuan Gang's words was hardly of consequence. Su Sheng understood that Yuan Gang spoke no falsehood. Do you feel discontent? Yuan Gang scrutinized the expressions of the crowd with disdain. While no one replied, their faces conveyed everything. Discontent was palpable. Do you think that possessing forbidden grounds guarantees an untroubled future? That it grants you the title of a strong individual? Do you believe that just because I have lived a few more years than you, you will surpass me when you reach my age? Do you wish to argue that even the weak deserve respect? Yuan Gang sneered and remarked, none of you possess the heart of a true warrior. Even if you reach the Klein realm, you remain nothing but hollow shells, far removed from genuine strength. In the presence of true power, your only chance is to cling to life by a thread. Do you believe me? The crowd fixed their gaze upon Yuan Gang, fury igniting within them. As the owners of the Forbidden Ruins, they had never endured such indignity. I refuse to believe it. The youth, wearing his military cap backward, stepped forward once more, chewing gum as he spoke slowly. Very well, it's you again, Shun Qingzhu. Apart from him, who else stands in defiance? I stand in defiance. So do I. Count me in. Under Shun Qingzhu's leadership, half of the crowd raised their hands in protest. Li Pang nudged Lin Qi to his left. What about you two? Do you submit? I yield. Lin Qi replied earnestly, for he speaks the truth. He recalled that rainy night when he single-handedly faced 3 opponents, even forcing Zhao Kongsheng to employ the ghostly king of the demonic realm, along with that exceptionally astute Nandu, snake demon, who had cunningly orchestrated schemes under the radar. The mysterious forces were not merely a horde of mindless monsters. They harbored far more formidable and twisted entities. These new recruits had yet to encounter that cold, brutal intent to kill. When confronted with true mystery, most would likely meet their demise. And you? Li Pang turned to Su Sheng on his right. I can only say I am half submissive, Su Sheng replied, narrowing his eyes lazily. Half submissive? What does that mean? The two inquired, intrigued. Su Sheng pondered for a moment before responding. I yield partially. He is correct in stating that a true warrior is defined by their tenacity in the face of adversity. However, I do not doubt my own talent and abilities, for unwavering resolve is itself a form of strength. Lin Qiyi and Li Pang exchanged enlightened glances, astonished at how this typically languid fellow could articulate such profound insights. Well said. Then we are also half submissive. All right, since so many of you feel defiant, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves. Seize it wisely. On the training platform, a faint smile played on Yuan Gang's lips as he produced a walkie-talkie and coolly announced, "Let them make their entrance." After shutting off the device, he gazed skyward as if awaiting something. The recruits, observing the chief instructor's demeanor, also looked up at the sky. Suddenly, someone in the crowd with keen eyesight exclaimed, "Look, someone is falling from the sky." Everyone turned their heads upward. Su Sheng's lips twitched slightly. The mask squad remains as diligent as ever, jumping into action without the slightest hesitation. He shaded his eyes with his hand, peering into the heavens. 7 dark silhouettes gradually materialized against the backdrop of the sky, and as they descended, the figures rapidly enlarged. It was then that the crowd realized these were indeed 7 individuals. 7 figures cloaked in mysterious garments, bearing black boxes upon their backs, and adorned with a variety of masks, descended from the heavens. Could it be that they leapt from an aircraft without the aid of parachutes? Li Pang exclaimed in astonishment. As they drew nearer, the crowd began to murmur, recognition dawning upon them. It was the masked squad, the very renowned masked squad from the 4 elite teams. Amidst the rising clamor, the man donning the scale mask raised 2 fingers in a casual gesture, and the 7 figures gently touched the ground. Their expressionless masks cast an imposing presence, silencing the crowd as all eyes fixated upon them. Wang Mian surveyed the assembly, then spoke in a grave tone. "Greetings, we are the masked squad." Suddenly, an odd sound drew everyone's attention. The man with the swirling mask had buckled at the knees, collapsing onto the ground. Swirling mask, masked squad. New recruits, Chapter 45. The masked monarch. The atmosphere at the scene became subtly intricate, as the informed members of the masked team and the instructors exhibited expressions of profound intrigue. The recruits exchanged bewildered glances. Is this kneeling? Impossible, it cannot be. This is the illustrious mask, after all. Could this be part of their scheme? They had not even considered the possibility of fear of heights or trembling legs. Meanwhile, Su Sheng, privy to the truth, was inwardly seething. His fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. Ahem, greetings from the vortex of the masked squad. Wishing everyone an early new year, the vortex said nonchalantly as he rose to his feet. Could this be a counterfeit mask? Murmurat Baili Pujlat. No. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes towards Wang Mian, sensing the divine aura that surrounded him. Simultaneously, Lin Xia also took notice and cast a glance in Wang Mian's direction. The oppressive presence of the dual deities made Wang Mian acutely aware in an instant. He raised an eyebrow and met their gazes, which intertwined and clashed in the air. Upon discerning the formidable divine aura emanating from Su Sheng, Wang Mian's pupils constricted sharply. He averted his gaze with feigned nonchalance and proceeded to recite his prepared lines. "We are the masked squad." The cacophony gradually faded, and no one could harbor anything but respect for such an extraordinary figure. "Captain, what is going on? You seemed quite agitated just now." The members of the masked team noted Wang Mian's emotional turbulence, curious about the usually composed and formidable divine agent. Wang Mian gazed at Su Sheng in a daze. "I have never encountered a divine agent with such overwhelming and pure divine might. It defies all logic. It feels as though one is in the presence of a true deity." They collectively gasped. After all, their captain's deity was the time god, designated as 017, possessing immense power. Wang Mian, having genuinely encountered a deity, had a perception of divine might that few could surpass. If even he recognized that Su Sheng's divine might was distinct from ordinary divine agents, it was indicative of something significant. How intriguing. This upcoming exercise is bound to be full of surprises, Wang Mian mused softly. When the exercise commences, you must proceed with caution. Remember, do not hold back. Give it your all. Otherwise, we might truly face a debacle. Wang Mian stated earnestly amidst the astonished expressions of the others. Initially, they had merely intended to temper the recruits' arrogance, considering that they were all at least of the Chuanjing level. Even if they suppressed their strength to the Zhangjing level, their physique, willpower, and extensive battle experience could not be diminished. They had not taken these novices particularly seriously. Agent of the Time God, Kronos, designated as 017. Su Sheng murmured to himself, referring to the captain of the masked squad, who donned a mask bearing the character for king, thus earning the title of the masked monarch. Regrettably, if he could summon the Thunder Yatolas and don this armor to confront Wang Mian, it would surely be a most fascinating spectacle. Novices, prepare yourselves, for you shall witness the essence of genius. From 2:30 this afternoon until before 9 tonight, any means necessary may be employed. As long as you can remove the mask from any member of the masquerade team, victory shall be yours, and I will grant you your graduation. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a faint smile. However, if you fail, you shall comply with rigorous training under the command of the instructors. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the new recruits erupted in protest. This is unfair. Our realms are vastly different. Yuan Gang, with an expression that suggested he had anticipated their objections, continued. The masquerade team will suppress their realms to the Zhan level 240 against 7. What? Do you dare not accept? The atmosphere in the arena was ignited, with the recruits gazing eagerly at the 7 on stage, each one raring to go. 5 of us will suffice to topple you all, Wang Mian added calmly. The provocative words echoed in the ears of every recruit, each one stifling a burning indignation. 240 individuals are merely 240 pigs. The masquerade team should take some time to catch them. Sharing the same realm does not necessitate defeating them. It merely requires the removal of a mask, a task they did not believe to be impossible. Best to lay low for now. Observing the intense atmosphere, Su Sheng quietly retreated behind the crowd. His day wheel blade was typically housed within the Thunder realm, but he had forgotten that the new recruits camp would confiscate weapons. Thus it was seized and stored after his bout with Lin Xie. Moreover, the current situation was exceedingly chaotic, posing a risk of collateral damage and ineffective casualties. While the masquerade team was still at their peak stamina, engaging them now would mean facing the special team in their prime. Therefore, let these novices exhaust the masquerade team's energy. Lin Xie nodded, subtly approaching Su Sheng's side, followed by Li Pang Pang, who, though confused, trailed behind. Who is this beside you? Noticing a black-haired youth with prayer beads accompanying Su Sheng, Lin Xie inquired with a furrowed brow. A smile graced Su Sheng's face. It's nothing, just a little brother. Now is not the time, but I will introduce you both later. Gao Zhuang, whose eyes were previously half closed, opened them slightly and remarked, Su Sheng, I may accompany you to retrieve the weapons. But do not forget our agreement once the task is accomplished. Fear not. My list of interests is extensive. I shall pass them all to you, Su Sheng said. boldly patting Chao Yuan's shoulder. Interests? Lin Xie and Bai Li Pang Pang exchanged bewildered glances at Chao Yuan, astonished that this robust fellow harbored such peculiarities. Chao Yuan's hand, which had been turning the prayer beads, froze abruptly, his expression darkening. How thoughtless of Su Sheng to speak without regard for the situation. So, when shall we commence? A bold recruit among them inquired. The balance extended a finger, pointing towards the crowd, and the questioner was struck in the chest by an invisible giant hammer, spitting blood as he was sent flying. It has now begun. As the words fell, over a dozen new recruits immediately retaliated, launching various attacks towards the masked figure. Meanwhile, Su Sheng and his companions had already retreated to the edge of the crowd, easily escaping the chaos as they hurried towards the warehouse. What are you doing? Aren't we going in? Bali Pang Pang shouted at the trio, who did not look back. They are a special team. Their strength is evident. We have no information right now. Charging in would be tantamount to offering ourselves up. Su Sheng pressed forward, resolutely ignoring the commotion. Bali Pang Pang, feeling helpless, stomped his foot and, after a moment of determination, pursued the three. At least two of them were crucial allies, and Bali Pang Pang's instincts were not to be trifled with. Chapter 46. The duality of power. Slow down, everyone. I can't keep up. Bali Pang Pang panted, struggling to keep pace with the trio, falling significantly behind. Lin Qi let out a resigned sigh. Just as he was about to turn back, Su Cheng extended his hand, and several bolts of lightning surged into Bai Li Pang Pang's body in the blink of an eye. Huh? What is happening? Bai Li Bang Bang Blinka, suddenly feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. Run, run. He glanced back at the grim scene behind him and was instantly jolted into action, speeding up to catch up with the others. How terrifying. Fortunately, I am clever enough to follow the right crowd. Upon finally arriving at the warehouse entrance, the three stood momentarily stunned before the tightly shut door. It's locked. How are we supposed to retrieve the weapons? The warehouse was constructed from an unknown material, appearing exceedingly robust and impervious to external forces. Stand back, Su Cheng commanded, extending his hand, whereupon a burst of silver flames erupted in his palm. As this flame manifested, the temperature in the surrounding area began to rise dramatically, creating an otherworldly sensation in the space around him. Su Cheng, is this your forbidden realm? It feels so powerful. Bai Li Pang Pang gulped nervously, retreating hastily, and despite his earlier efforts to regain composure, sweat began to pour anew, giving him the unsettling impression that even his fat might be scorched away. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Qi's face as he fixed his gaze on the distorted space around Su Cheng's palm. His remarkable ability to perceive dynamics allowed him to instantly recognize the source of this peculiar sensation. The space is warped. Su Cheng, is this your divine realm? A second divine realm? While others might hesitate to pose such a question, Lin Qi, being a divine agent himself, considered the possibility of possessing more than one divine realm. Su Cheng scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, this is the third form of my divine realm. Typically, Su Cheng referred to the abilities of the Thunder Fruit and the divine realm, Thunderstorm Domain, as the first and second forms of his divine realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was plausible to deceive the uninitiated with such excuses, given that they were all related to thunder. However, from the silver flame that resembled both lightning and fire, he sensed no divine essence, only pure heat and raw ferocity. It was a chilling power. Suqing Chekiv. Such matters were hardly concealable from Lin Qi, a fellow divine agent. He extended his hand, and the silver flames spread forth. The moment the flames touched the warehouse door, the contact point disintegrated into ash, and within mere seconds, the entire door melted away. Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes widened in astonishment. Divine realm? Su Cheng, you were a divine agent? Even the usually composed Chao Yuan couldn't help but glance sideways in surprise. With a wave of his hand, the nine-dragon thunder fire vanished from Su Cheng's palm, and the intense heat began to dissipate gradually. Stand clear. At that moment, a cool, feminine voice resonated through the air as a tall woman approached. Startling Bai Li Pang Pang. Ah, your partner has made her entrance, Su Cheng mused silently, realizing that at this moment, there could be no one other than Molly. Molly shot a glare at Bai Li Peng Peng and then glanced at Su Cheng before proceeding into the warehouse, venturing deeper within. "Don't you think this woman is somewhat striking?" Bai Li Peng Peng remarked, watching Molly's silhouette as he swallowed hard. Su Cheng and Lin Chi Yi exchanged an eye roll, thinking it rather inappropriate to be coy about their desires. Lin Chi Yi approached the weapon rack, selecting his armaments. "Su Cheng, are you truly a divine agent?" Bai Li Peng Peng inquired, seemingly frozen in place, his curiosity piqued. Su Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, are you surprised? Lin Chi Yi is also a divine agent." With this, he cast a meaningful glance at Chao Yuan. Bai Li Peng Peng inhaled sharply, a wave of uncontrollable pride swelling within him. "Damn it. Let anyone dare to say I lack discernment or investment skills. Now I have two divine agents at my side. How fortunate am I?" Meanwhile, Chao Yuan, who had been quietly standing, suddenly narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "With two trees standing, the 8 gods depart, 10 years into the night, guiding humanity." He raised his gaze towards Lin Chi Yi, who had just chosen a standard straight sword. Upon turning, he found the 3 individuals unmoved, causing him to furrow his brow. "Aren't you all taking weapons?" Su Cheng extended his hand, causing the day wheel sword within the warehouse to tremble slightly before soaring towards him, scabbard in tow. "Chi Yi, weapons are, well, Bai Li Peng Peng began, but before he could finish, a shadow darted forward. Chao Yuan grasped Lin Chi Yi's hand, exclaiming, Chi Yi, so you are indeed Chi Yi." At that moment, Molly emerged, carrying a massive katana, and her gaze fell upon the scene, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. The atmosphere grew tense as Lin Chi Yi furrowed his brow, withdrawing his hand, while Bai Li Peng Peng and he exchanged peculiar looks directed at Su Cheng, their meaning unmistakable. "Is this the weaponry you brought?" Cough, cough. Su Cheng awkwardly cleared his throat. Chao Yuan and Chi Yi seemed to resonate well. "It's entirely normal. I am Molly. Sequence 076 of the Forbidden Ruins, myriad phenomena in motion," she introduced, breaking the awkward silence. Having overheard their conversation, she realized Su Cheng and Lin Chi Yi were both divine agents. "I believe collaboration is in order." "Certainly, though the katana is not a common weapon." Rinjie nodded, curiosity piqued. Molly pointed at the day wheel sword in Su Cheng's hand. "I fancy that one. Isn't he using a katana as well?" Observing the inquisitive gazes of those around him, Su Cheng calmly replied, "A katana, when paired with dual blades, offers long-range evasion." Cough, cough. "It's quite effective." Lin Xie had long grown accustomed to Su Cheng's eccentricities, while Bai Li Peng Peng stepped forward to Molly, solemnly extending his hand. "Greetings, Miss Molly. I am Bai Li Tuming, a resident of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, hailing from an ordinary family." Molly cast a disdainful glance at Bai Li Peng Peng, coldly snorting before turning to leave. "I detest individuals like you, the so-called young masters. I warn you, keep your distance." Bai Li Peng Peng awkwardly withdrew his hand. "I truly come from an ordinary family. I do not understand this young master business. Do you not carry a weapon?" At that moment, Lin Xie noticed that Chao Yuan had empty hands. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan cast a deep look at Lin Xie before silently approaching the weapon rack to retrieve a standard long knife. The group arrived outside the warehouse, where Molly leaned against the wall, seemingly waiting for something. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Xie inquired as he approached her. "Waiting." Molly began to respond, but her pupils suddenly contracted. Before her stood Su Cheng, who abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of pale blue lightning that surged toward her. Chapter 47. What about your parents? In the instant Su Cheng unleashed his power, Lin Xie reacted swiftly, pulling Molly close as a fierce thunderstorm descended, enveloping the area behind them. Boom! The ferocious lightning struck the wall, leaving a jagged black fissure that radiated outward from the center. From the void, the moon ghost quietly materialized, silently maneuvering his arm that wielded a short sword. Though his transformation into moonlight was rapid, he was still struck by Su Cheng's thunderbolt, grazing the edge of the sword. The relentless lightning swiftly coursed along the blade, rendering his entire arm numb. "Can you see me?" the moon ghost exclaimed in astonishment. observing Sheng not far away. This fellow was indeed as formidable as the captain had described. His attack speed was astonishing, and his perception remarkably acute. Molly, saved by Lin Qie, was seething with anger. Had it not been for their assistance, she would likely have been eliminated by now. The thought ignited a fierce determination in her eyes as she drew her katana, the terrifying frequency enveloping its elongated blade, and swung it violently towards the moon ghost. The wave of super-frequency vibrations passed through the moon ghost's form, crashing violently against the warehouse wall and leaving a grotesque crack in its wake. As the smoke dissipated, the moon ghost stood silently before the wall, now marred with fissures, where his missing right arm was rapidly coalescing into a new limb, bathed in ethereal moonlight. "You all are truly remarkable," Molly gasped in shock, gazing at the moon ghost. "How is this possible? Regeneration? His body can transform into moonlight, allowing him to evade your strikes," Lin Qie discerned, astutely recognizing the moon ghost's peculiar abilities. It was indeed a formidable challenge, yet we are surrounded. The electromagnetic waves radiating from Sheng were suddenly triggered. He surveyed their surroundings and quietly interrupted Lin Qie. "3 more members of the masked team are approaching." Lin Qie's expression hardened. He understood that while Sheng's perception might not be as refined as his own, it had the advantage of a broader scope. The moon ghost's abilities could easily ensnare them, making a swift defeat of him nearly impossible. Ultimately, he rationally abandoned the idea of surrounding the moon ghost. "We should withdraw." Sheng, which direction offers the greatest chance of escape? A mischievous smile crept across Sheng's lips as he glanced at the new recruits around them, softly suggesting, "To the south, but we will need their cooperation." Lin Qie paused momentarily, then quickly grasped Sheng's intent. At that moment, the balance from the east, the king from the north, and the rose from the west all appeared silently. Observing the massive hammer in the rose's hands and the balance's mastery over gravity, Lin Qie exhaled in relief. Sheng's plan was indeed astute. They were outnumbered, but if they united their efforts, there was hope for escape. Thus, as the battle was about to commence, they would press toward the west. With a decisive assault, Lin Qie raised his voice slightly, ensuring that all the new recruits could hear him. As the few individuals dispersed quietly, retreating to the rear of the crowd, a sudden shout of charge pierced the air. Faced with the formidable Rosa wielding a colossal hammer towering 3 stories high, the throng pressed forward with steely resolve. Meanwhile, unnoticed in a shadowy corner, 5 figures scurried southward like thieves in the night, not daring to glance back. "7th Night, this plan is indeed clever, but what about your parents?" panted by Li, breathless as he ran. "I don't have any." "Neither do I," in the oppressive silence of an awkward and grim jest. The group dashed into a warehouse partially collapsed. "Captain, we can't catch up. Those crafty little rascals are far too swift," one figure huffed, hands on hips at the warehouse entrance. In the eastern buildings, Wang Mian furrowed his brow slightly and spoke into his earpiece. "No matter, let us first eliminate the remaining newcomers." Below, Rosa, Tianping, and Yuegue swiftly dispatched the new recruits one by one. Releasing the earpiece, Wang Mian gazed distantly. These 2 divine agents were indeed a source of great vexation. Thus, at his behest, the members of the mask team unleashed their utmost prowess. The consumption of mental energy was not excessive, as their original realm remained intact. What was being suppressed was merely their strength. Yet, despite this, the 2 individuals evaded capture like slippery eels, leaving Wang Mian with a sense of futility akin to striking cotton with a punch. In the underground base, the situation became glaringly apparent. The masked team was overwhelmingly dominant. A one-sided affair. Indeed, these divine agents lack practical experience. They still fall short, a trainer remarked. "Look at them. Aside from their speed, they scurry about like frightened mice." True, they need more practice. But let us not dismiss the ability to avoid danger. It is still a skill. Amidst the light-hearted banter from those around him, Yuan Gang fixated intently on the surveillance screen, rhythmically tapping his pen against the table, seemingly deep in thought. "What is the matter, Chief? Why so serious?" Yuan Gang produced documents from beside him, swiftly selecting 5 from the stack before handing them to a nearby trainer. What's so interesting? It's the first day at the training camp. The brothers have already gone through these. The trainer's voice dwindled as he gasped, ultimately falling silent and passing the documents to a curious comrade. Yuan Gang pointed at the tense figure of Wang Mian on the monitor, 2 divine agents, along with 2 exceedingly dangerous forbidden zones, one of which is Chao Yuan, plus a young master from the Baili family. What on earth do they intend to accomplish? The current situation was clear. The remaining new recruits had been fragmented into small teams, concealing themselves in various locations, with the dormitory building likely harboring more than one group. Lin Xie glanced at the distant flames and continued, "In order to resolve this swiftly, the mass squad will likely launch a direct assault on the dormitory." Bailey Fatty and his companions listened in admiration as Lin Xie articulated his analysis, while Su Sheng idly toyed with the sun wheel blade. It was not that he was lazy. According to the system's assessment, this incident was merely a minor facet of a larger event and did not afford him an opportunity for a lottery draw. Thus, Su Sheng felt somewhat despondent at that moment. "If my suspicions are accurate, we shall engage in a contest of equals, a king against a king," Lin Xie stated calmly. He lifted his gaze to Su Sheng, who seemed lost in thought and felt a pang of frustration. "I suspect that Wang Mian's time god realm can either accelerate or decelerate time, while Su Sheng's god realm possesses a blend of range and speed, making him the optimal choice to counter Wang Mian's time god realm. However, Su Sheng's god realm has its drawbacks. It is somewhat limited in duration and consumes considerable energy. Therefore, to enable Su Sheng to focus on confronting Wang Mian, we must forge a path for him to approach Wang Mian's side." Having said this, Lin Xie nudged Su Sheng with his elbow. "Huh, I'm listening, Su Sheng replied, rising to his feet, having snapped back to attention upon hearing his name. "Can we win?" "We will win," Lin Xie stated confidently, as Su Sheng cast a glance at him while surveying the battlefield in the distance. For the first time, he genuinely felt admiration for this individual. "Hakai, you are remarkably composed in your pursuit of victory." Yet, Su Sheng harbored confidence within the realm of Zhangjing. He truly would not fear Wang Mian. If this world had a ranking, then Su Sheng would be the foremost individual beneath the pool realm. "After we win, please convey a request to Wang Mian for me," Su Sheng said, a grin spreading across his face. "It's a trivial matter, easily arranged." Chapter 48. Do not stop in the dormitory. A human can survive in a vacuum for a mere 16 seconds. Now, 7 seconds have elapsed. If you do not reveal yourself and remove your mask, then you, along with them, shall perish. Faced with the elusive moon demon, Shen Qingzhu had no choice but to resort to desperate measures, utilizing his own forbidden domain, Qi to establish a vacuum zone, threatening the lives of the new recruits nearby to compel the moon demon to unmask. He cast a furtive glance at the flushed faces of his comrades. Yet his heart raced with anxiety, causing his hands to tremble. "Please, show yourself," Shen Qingzhu murmured. However, prior to the exercise, Wang Mian had already cautioned them to be vigilant and to exert their utmost efforts. Thus, the moon demon merely regarded Shen Qingzhu with cold detachment, not revealing itself. Meanwhile, the dormitory had been thoroughly cleared by the remaining few. Under the full exertion of the mass team, these new recruits were nearly incapable of resistance. At this moment, the 4 members of the mass team stood shrouded in shadows, observing the farce unfolding before them. With Wang Mian present, even should Shen Qingzhu falter, no casualties would ensue. This was the seriousness of the masked team. Despite Shen Qingzhu's cunning strategies, he was but a child engaged in frivolity before their battle-hardened, well-coordinated ranks. After all, a novice remains a novice, even if they are a prodigy. Each member of the mass team had once been a genius in their own right. As time trickled by, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, 12 seconds, Shen Qingzhu sighed in resignation. Given the variance in human physiology, he dared not take such risks any longer. He extended his finger, poised to dissolve the vacuum zone, when suddenly, a terrifying slash materialized around him. Shen Qingzhu's pupils dilated in shock. In a moment of peril, he rolled aside to evade the lethal cut. The vacuum field was promptly terminated, and the new recruits around him began to cough violently, gasping for the air that rushed in. A smile crept across Wang Mian's lips as he emerged slowly from the shadows. Forbidden Domain, Sequence 068. Chi Min. Quite an intriguing character you are. However, I have no time for your antics. Wang Mian held a deep appreciation for this unruly youth. Intelligent, strategically adept, and reasonably capable, albeit rather ruthless. Yet, for Wang Mian, victory was assured. He had already dispatched the Moon Demon to ascertain the layout within the dormitory, leaving him intimately familiar with Shun Qingzhu's trap. Meanwhile, the two divine agents had yet to make their appearance, prompting Wang Mian to hasten his actions. He desired a swift resolution. "Oh, what can you do?" A provocative smile graced Shun Qingzhu's lips. Concealed on either side of the dormitory were numerous recruits armed with firearms, and hidden within the corridors lay 20 recruits wielding formidable forbidden domains. He was confident that even the elite mass team would find it challenging to crack this tough nut without sustaining significant damage. "You crafty little rascal." Wang Mian chuckled silently beneath his white mask, his hand gently resting on the hilt of his blade, suddenly drawing it back half an inch. "Stop time." Everyone seemed to be pressed by a pause button, their movements reduced to a tortoise's pace. In this suspended realm of time, Wang Mian slowly unsheathed the black blade at his waist, a blinding radiance igniting, and a terrifying pressure erupted forth. With a swift stroke, the blade's light suddenly wove itself around him. The black blade returned to its sheath. Time began to flow once more. In the next moment, grotesque slashes appeared abruptly around Wang Mian. 3 dormitory buildings were shattered into fragments, yet not a single recruit was harmed. Amidst the cries of alarm, the collapsing floors stirred up a whirlwind of dust, enveloping the figures of the 5 members of the mass team in thick smoke. Shun Qingzhu stared blankly at the black blade before him, unable to fathom that all his meticulously orchestrated plans were rendered utterly futile in the face of Wang Mian's overwhelming power. "Is this the divine ruins?" Shun Qingzhu. Eliminated. In the distance, preparations were underway. Baili Pangpang was vociferously rallying the others to encircle the masked team. But the scene before him cast a shadow of gravity over their expressions. Indeed, as Pangpang had said, the blade's radiance was astonishingly exaggerated. Lin Chiye furrowed his brow, contemplating the lethal potential comparable to that of the Chuan realm. How shall we contend with this formidable weapon? Su Sheng cast a sidelong glance at the oblivious Baili Pangpang. "I ask you, young master, how shall we resolve this weapon? Our little ding-dang?" "Huh? What young master? I have no idea." Baili Pangpang wore a bewildered expression, seemingly flawless in his demeanor. Ever since Molly expressed her disdain for wealthy playboys, he had become increasingly low-key. "I detest those pretentious rich heirs who feign being from ordinary families." Molly glanced at Baili Pangpang and remarked coolly, "Huh, ha ha, look at you, there's certainly a solution. Tada, Sequence 343 Forbidden Object, Sealing Scroll. As long as it is affixed, it will sever the connection to Yi Yuan's Forbidden Ruins." Baili Pangpang's face stiffened, and he began to rummage through his pocket for a roll of tape. The corners of Su Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. Could it really be so easily torn off? Lin Xie casually took the tape, glancing toward the mass team not far away, whispering, "Prepare to act." Wang Mian retracted Yi Yuan and suddenly sensed something. Squinting his eyes to look back, he saw a gaunt figure rapidly approaching, wielding a long blade. "Oh, not fleeing, but charging head-on?" A smile crept onto his lips, his heart easing. These fellows had finally made their appearance. However, to approach me, one must first prove their worth. Without needing Wang Mian's signal, the hammer in Rose's hand instantly grew to the size of a 3-story building as she charged towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng ran silently, his mind focused. Now was not the time to activate elementalization. When elementalization concluded, the gathering speed would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to seize. Yet, in the face of the time divine ruins, Su Sheng believed Wang Mian would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. "I am not alone in this endeavor." Su Sheng's lips curled into a grin. Behind him, Molly leapt forward, wielding her katana, charging towards Rose. "A mature lady?" Rose's eyes sparkled momentarily before she sighed. "What a pity the captain forbids leniency. But fear not, I shall exercise caution." As her words faded, she swung her massive hammer fiercely towards Molly, who in turn unleashed her katana, generating a blade of light infused with a terrifying frequency of vibration. Tiny sparks of electricity flickered around Su Sheng's legs as he swiftly darted past the two combatants. In the void, the moon ghost's figure flickered into existence beside Su Sheng, brandishing a short sword aimed at him. Clang! A dazzling golden shield materialized abruptly, causing the moon ghost to momentarily pause. As the golden shield gradually dissipated, the plump figure wielding a broom grinned widely, sweeping the broom to unleash a tempest of electric arcs towards the moon ghost. Su Sheng, do not falter. Su Sheng gave a thumbs up and continued his frantic dash. P.S. The masked warriors have suffered from an early entrance. Thus it is our duty to restore the glory of the masked ones. Chapter 49. King versus King. It appears rather impressive. Yet here, passage is strictly forbidden. Amidst the ruins, the silhouette of the balance emerged quietly. With a gentle clap of his hands, the debris within the wreckage suddenly soared, hurtling towards Su Sheng. Clang! The sound of unsheathing blades resonated, and a dark malevolence surged skyward. Chao Yuan's garments were consumed by the black flames that erupted from him, his lips pressed tightly together. His eyes slowly closing, yet his voice emerged as if from a specter. You must absolutely not die. Black King's annihilation activated. The towering black flames incinerated the debris, and when Chao Yuan's eyes opened again, they revealed a pair of blood-red, otherworldly pupils. His speed escalated dramatically, and in an instant, he materialized before the balance, swinging his straight blade with ferocity. The balance felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, he had anticipated this, and the gravitational field enveloped him entirely. In an instant, the gravitational suppression distanced him from Chao Yuan, propelling him skyward. With a wave of his hand, colossal fragments of stone erupted from the ruins, descending upon Chao Yuan like a terrifying meteor shower. Disregarding the rubble engulfing Chao Yuan, Su Sheng quietly halted his advance. Before him, the figure of the vortex emerged tall and imposing. With a mere gesture, a purple vortex materialized abruptly. Look, a UFO. In the oppressive atmosphere, Su Sheng suddenly pointed towards the distant sky. The corner of the vortex's mouth twitched. Was he truly serious about such a trivial trick? Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Su Sheng's form disintegrated into countless arcs of lightning, swiftly coalescing not far from the king's side. Witnessing this spectacle, the vortex stood momentarily stunned, before a triumphant smile graced his face. Little one, do you genuinely believe this will lead to success? You are still far too naive. The king shook his head, gripping the hilt of his blade, drawing it back slightly. The temporal abyss enveloped Su Sheng, while simultaneously, a terrifying blade aura materialized. In a critical moment, a figure suddenly surged forth from behind the king, applying adhesive tape to the black blade in his grasp. The colossal blade aura that had just coalesced vanished without a trace. The king paused in surprise, but by the time he looked again, Su Sheng had already fully materialized. Now, king, we can engage in a fair duel, Lin Shi said, gradually ceasing his rapid pace, tucking away the tape, and smiling at the king over his shoulder. A smile curled at the corners of the king's mouth. Interesting. So my opponent is you? With that, the black blade in his hand, empowered by the realm of time, swiftly slashed towards Lin Shi. You little brat, brace yourself. The vortex extended a hand, and a purple energy vortex materialized behind Su Sheng. A glimmer of amusement danced in the eyes of both Su Sheng and Lin Shi as they flashed past one another, the sound of clashing blades echoing alongside their resolute declaration. Your opponent is me. Clang! A pale blue lightning enveloped Su Sheng's form as the sunwheel blade was swiftly wielded, blocking the king's decisive strike. I've got you. A triumphant smile emerged on Su Sheng's face as he extended his left palm, summoning golden thunder that suddenly materialized. With a radius of 20 meters, the domain of thunder erupted. A deafening roar of thunder resonated, and dark storm clouds began to converge around Su Sheng, who stood at the center. As ferocious golden lightning writhed through the layers of clouds, An overwhelming and awe-inspiring divine might radiated from Su Sheng, causing all present to halt in their actions, their astonishment directed towards him. This seemingly languid individual possessed such formidable power. As he felt the impending divine pressure, Wang Mian's expression grew increasingly grave. He effortlessly dodged a bolt of golden lightning that descended from above, while the temporal domain expanded outward from him in all directions. Waves of imperceptible ripples surged in Wang Mian's eyes, and a powerful divine pressure erupted forth, countering Su Sheng's overwhelming might. "Almost lost to you. Your divine aura is rather exaggerated," he mused. In Su Sheng's pupils, golden lightning danced languidly, and he smirked, casually remarking, "A stroke of luck, indeed." Behind him, Lin Shiye's eyes suddenly ignited with golden radiance, the might of the seraphim surging towards the vortex. The three divine presences interwove amidst the heavens and earth, unleashing their fury. Dominating the battlefield, the immense, oppressive force caused the other combatants to feel as though they were mired in a quagmire, their movements sluggish. Below, watching the stormy scene on the screen, alongside the ruins of the dormitory and the resounding thunder, the instructors fell into a profound silence. The clash between the 5 freshmen and the masked team was terrifying. The spectacle before them was not an exaggeration of apocalyptic proportions. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted overhead, causing the entire basement to tremble slightly, dust cascading from the ceiling. The instructors instinctively recoiled, fearing that something might fall upon them. "This is hardly different from the end of the world." One instructor's lips twitched. "Perhaps we should relocate. I have a strong feeling this place is about to collapse." In the Lan realm, such combat prowess was displayed. This batch of recruits was indeed full of prodigies. Yuan Gang slowly leaned back in his chair, nodding. "Indeed. It seems the reconstruction of the 5th Special Team holds great promise." Team 136 performed admirably, contributing 2 divine agents simultaneously. All the instructors present nodded in agreement, as the astonishing visuals on the screen conveyed a palpable weight of pressure that lingered in their hearts. Given their potential, if they continued to grow smoothly, they might surpass the former special team, Blue Rain. Yuan Gang stared intently at the screen. "I eagerly anticipate their growth, although it somewhat exceeds my expectations." Wang Mian nimbly evaded the cascading bolts of lightning, opting to suppress Su Sheng with the power of the divine domain. As it became clear that divine might could not match Su Sheng's, under the auspices of the time divine ruin, he was able to perceive each bolt of thunder that descended. However, your divine ruin, like mine, is an exceedingly taxing type on one's mental faculties. Thus, within such an extensive domain, you cannot sustain it for long. In terms of mastery over the divine ruin, you are far inferior to me." Su Cheng remained silent, and with a flick of his hand, numerous golden bolts of lightning surged toward Wang Mian. Yet, Wang Mian effortlessly maintained the activation of the time divine ruin, skillfully evading every thunderous strike that howled toward him, while precisely managing his mental energy consumption. The manipulation of time, whether accelerated or decelerated, was artfully orchestrated in Wang Mian's hands. In the face of Su Cheng's lightning, he whimsically plucked at the strings of time, approaching Su Cheng with both precision and grace. Although both were in the same realm, their mastery over the divine ruin varied significantly. Observing Wang Mian's adept control over the divine ruin, Su Cheng realized that he must act swiftly and decisively. Chapter 50. Natural Disasters as the Distance Closed. Empowered by the time divine ruins, Wang Mian swiftly appeared before Su Sheng in the blink of an eye. He drew his blade, Yuan, and slashed towards Su Sheng with great haste, the dark knife seemingly transcending time and space, arriving before Su Sheng in an instant. Meanwhile, invisible ripples radiated rapidly from Wang Mian's eyes, enveloping Su Sheng's entire being. This time, it was a manifestation of time dilation and acceleration. From Su Sheng's perspective, time abruptly slowed. The lightning coiling around him flickered slowly, and the deafening thunder echoed gradually. However, at that moment, Wang Mian's pupils constricted sharply. Just as Yuan was about to make contact with Su Sheng, he noticed the lightning within Su Sheng's eyes was moving swiftly. This kid is trying to deceive me. Thoughts fleeting, Wang Mian felt a jolt, and the time divine ruins accelerated the flow of time around him as he retreated hastily. I told you, I've got you. A smile graced Su Sheng's lips as his figure suddenly transformed into a wisp of lightning and dissipated. Simultaneously, amidst a bolt of lightning behind Wang Mian, Su Sheng's form materialized. He hovered in midair, radiating with lightning, as violent bolts surged from him, enveloping the surroundings in an instant. The speed of the lightning was already sufficient to counteract time dilation to a certain degree. Even when slowed, its velocity remained formidable. Yet, Su Sheng understood that this was still inadequate to pose a significant threat to Wang Mian, whether in terms of damage or speed. Thus, he had secretly gathered power in advance, unleashing a sweeping discharge to overwhelm Wang Mian, aiming to create an opportunity for a decisive strike. 5 Qi returning to origin. Southern Goddess Fire, Thunder Technique. As Wang Mian activated the time divine ruins to evade the onslaught of countless lightning strikes, Su Sheng raised his hand and called out. Silver flames quietly appeared upon his palm, and 9 lightning dragons joyfully danced within the thunder punishment domain, taking flight into the storm clouds, merging with the domain itself. A torrent of immense energy radiated outward, causing those engaged in combat nearby to pause, gasping in shock at the shimmering silver clouds above. Good heavens, this is getting out of hand. The swirling vortex slowly lowered its hands, the purple energy vortex dissipating. Stunned, it gazed upward, a sense of concern welling up for their captain. Lin Xia also gradually sheathed his straight blade, gazing gravely at the sky. The last time he saw Su Sheng so serious was during the confrontation with the Ghost-Face King. With a single gesture, 9 lightning dragons comprised of silver flames and golden lightning emerged from the clouds, radiating an astonishing heat that spread outward from the thunder punishment domain. The ferocious energy generated ripples, emanating from the bodies of the lightning dragons into the sky. The scent of singed hair began to permeate the air, and Rose gasped, pulling Molly beside her to retreat swiftly, while those around were compelled to distance themselves from the vicinity of the thunder punishment domain in the oppressive heat. Even the deranged Chao Yuan, in that disconcerting environment, was compelled to abandon his relentless pursuit of the balance and slowly retreat. Su Sheng, straining to maintain equilibrium between the 9 dragons' thunder fire and the golden thunder, squinted his eyes and flicked his fingers. With a roar, one after another, colossal thunder dragons materialized in the stormy clouds, charging towards Wang Mian, who was preoccupied with evading the thunderous bombardment. At that moment, the realm of the thunder punishment heaven seemed to be beset by a natural calamity. This was Su Sheng's ultimate strike prepared for Wang Mian. After executing this formidable blow, Su Sheng descended to the ground. His complexion pale, he took a deep breath, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. In his usual training, he had never exerted himself so thoroughly. This time, employing the 5 Thunder technique with full force had utterly exhausted his mental energy, leaving his mind in a state of piercing agony. Wang Mian had just managed to catch his breath when he looked up to find the sky itself collapsing. Coming straight for him were the 9 thunder dragons, nearly engulfing the entire expanse above, their bodies wreathed in silver flames, exuding an intense heat that enveloped the ground beneath him. Was this the Zhan realm? Yuan Gang, you have misled me, he murmured to himself. Before the thunder dragons could reach Wang Mian, the searing heat caused his mask to begin melting away. Feeling the scorching sensation on his face, Wang Mian sighed helplessly. You have won this time, but I am sorry. Observing the frail figure before him, trembling yet defiantly upright, Wang Mian spoke softly, ripples of emotion spreading from his eyes. Suddenly, an expansive temporal domain enveloped the area, and the melted mask swiftly restored itself. The 9 thunder dragons retreated rapidly into the clouds, transforming back into silver flames that returned to Su Sheng's grasp. Immediately, the silver flames dissipated from Su Sheng's hands, and a profound sense of dissonance surged within him. Time rewound to 5 seconds prior. Wang Mian effortlessly sidestepped the incoming thunder, standing still as he regarded Sheng with a complex expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding combatants remained entrenched in fierce battle, but the members of the masked squad instantly recognized the familiar sensation. They gestured for their opponents to cease hostilities and turned their complex gazes towards Wang Mian, all too well acquainted with this strange dissonance. Bailey Pang Pang and Lin Xia also halted, wearing peculiar expressions, while Mo Li remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why everyone had suddenly stopped. Meanwhile, the irrational Chao Yuan continued to scream at the balance in the sky, leaving it in a state of bemused exasperation. Underground, the instructors fixated on the screen erupted in a frenzy. Did Wang Mian just reverse time? To achieve such a feat, one would need to be at least at the Chuan realm, right? Good heavens, does that mean he had no confidence in withstanding Su Sheng's strike? Obviously, not only the Zhan realm, but even the Chu realm would be unable to endure it. Just moments ago, Su Sheng's attack resembled a natural disaster. Is this truly the power that can be wielded at the Zhan realm? A skeptical instructor raised this question. Another instructor, after verifying the information, nodded in affirmation. Is indeed the Zhan realm, and he has only recently awakened to the divine abyss, a little over a month ago. Instantly, the operations room fell into a profound silence. To master such astonishing power in merely over a month is a rarity in this world, leaving even the most seasoned instructors in disbelief. Does this mean we have lost? Nonsense. Wang Mian's mask remains unscathed. How can we claim defeat? Yet, it is evident that Wang Mian utilized power beyond the Zhan realm. Is this not a form of deceit? Enough. Time is up. The masked team has emerged victorious. Yuan Gang interjected, gazing at the individuals on the screen with satisfaction. The masked team must win, not merely for our pride, but for the future of these young ones. As long as they can grow successfully, the combat strength of our night watchmen will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Chapter 51. You don't want Molly either. Debut of the new book, 3 updates today. As the time elapsed, the battle concluded with the masked team emerging victorious. The voice of Chief Instructor Yuan Gang resonated clearly throughout the camp from the loudspeaker. A faint smile graced Tianping's lips as he observed the still roaring Chao Yuan lying on the ground, his mouth twitching slightly. That little rascal. Did you enjoy chasing me just now? With a gentle press of his hands, an immense gravitational force suddenly bore down on Chao Yuan, forcing him to lie flat on the ground. Chao Yuan, exhausted, rolled his eyes back and closed them, the black flames surrounding him gradually dissipating. Thank goodness it's over. Xuanhua let out a sigh of relief, glancing at Lin Xie before expressing his thoughts. Truly formidable youth. If this continued under the Zhan realm, I fear I would not stand a chance against you. In terms of physique and perception, Xuanhua felt it was nearly impossible to compare to Lin Xie. The overwhelming pressure from Lin Xie as formidable offensive capabilities was something Xuanhua had not felt in a long time, especially that keen perception, combined with the formidable might of the Seraph, rendered Xuanhua's Forbidden Abyss ineffective against Lin Xie, leaving him with no choice but to defend passively. Lin Xie sheathed his sword and scratched his head, mimicking Su Cheng's mannerism, a stroke of luck. The members of the masked team could not help but roll their eyes. Lin Xie then glanced curiously at Wang Mian, for among all present, only the 3 divine agents knew precisely what had transpired. Amidst the peculiar gazes of Su Cheng and Lin Xie, Wang Mian inconspicuously approached them and whispered, "Follow me." Watching the trio move away, Xuanhua's expression was one of confusion. I can't be mistaken, can I? Yuegue remained silent for a moment. No, this strange sensation is something others may not comprehend, but we have experienced it far too many times. I feel the same. Rose frowned. Every time the captain manipulates time, it feels like this. Cough, cough, cough. Tianping gradually descended, surveying the surroundings before lowering his voice. Keep it down. The members of the masked team instantly understood, closing their mouths, though their expressions were tinged with awkwardness. In the distance, Wang Mian whispered, "All right, I concede defeat to you, but this new recruit training must proceed. Do you understand?" Cough, cough, I understand, but I'm a person of principles. Lin Xie replied nonchalantly, appearing unfazed. Indeed, they're my good teammates. After this collaboration, we have become brothers, beloved friends. Su Cheng also wore a face that suggested he would not bow for mere trifles, though one hand extended, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. We need more money. You too. Wang Mian couldn't help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. How about this? The military will provide you 50,000, and in addition, there should be another forbidden item. You each will receive one, and Wang Mian turned his gaze towards Su Cheng. I owe you a favor, in the name of the masked team captain. Deal. Su Cheng curled his lips in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to acquire a forbidden item, and this endeavor was not in vain. The two exchanged greetings with Wang Mian before returning to their companions. As Su Cheng and Lin Xie approached, Bai Li Pangpang, filled with curiosity, came forward. What is going on? I distinctly saw Su Cheng summon 9 thunder dragons, thwarting all of Wang Mian's escape. Oh no! In a flash of lightning, Su Cheng suddenly appeared behind Bai Li Pangpang, covering his mouth. Lin Xie quickly stepped forward, lifting Bai Li Pangpang's legs, while Su Cheng firmly supported his upper body. The child speaks thoughtlessly. Su Cheng chuckled, as he and Lin Xie effortlessly maneuvered Bai Li Pangpang toward the corner, leaving the rest of the masked team with awkward expressions. Pangpang, you wouldn't want to miss seeing Mori, would you? In a corner, Su Cheng and Lin Xie set Bai Li Pangpang down, and Su Cheng playfully patted his cheek, grinning mischievously. What about her? Bai Li Pangpang shivered, instantly dismissing what he had just witnessed. Lin Xie perked up his ears, sensing a story unfolding. You would want to miss seeing Mori, right? If we win, the new recruit training will be cancelled, and then you'd better think wisely. Su Cheng said with a smile. Bai Li Pangpang shivered at the thought. He certainly did not want such a fate. His expression turned serious as he proclaimed, Don't be absurd. How could we possibly win? The masked team is invincible. Excellent, Su Cheng replied, patting Bai Li Pangpang's shoulder with satisfaction. Let us go. It's time to assemble. I am quite disappointed in you all. Yuan Gang's voice boomed from the martial arts platform. Behind him stood 7 members of the masked team, and in the rear, 20 upright instructors. At that moment, the members of the masked team lowered their heads, concealing their embarrassment. With 240 individuals against 5, only a handful managed to exchange blows, while the vast majority hadn't even grazed their clothes, and some were oblivious to who had eliminated them. Do you still think my words are excessive? If you were on the battlefield, facing the unknown, would you trust the new recruits beside you? Would you trust yourself? Yuan Gang pointed at the downcast recruits and scolded them, then shifted his tone, of course. A few new recruits performed commendably. The recruits exchanged glances, speechless. Yuan Gang's words resonated. If they truly found themselves on the battlefield, they would indeed hesitate to place their faith in their current comrades. Those who had witnessed Su Cheng and the masked team in action turned their gazes towards them, especially Shen Qingzhu, who, after being eliminated by Wang Mian, had watched the display of strength from a distance. He pondered internally, convinced that he ranked among the best. Su Xing, Lin Xie, I will surpass you, he murmured, chewing on gum, resolutely making up his mind. If on the battlefield, your blunders lead to the injury or death of your comrades, can you truly face them? Since you have faced defeat, cast aside your absurd notions of dignity and immerse yourselves wholeheartedly in the upcoming training. This training will span a year and is divided into 2 parts. The first part will solely focus on physical conditioning. During this 6-month period, your abilities will be suppressed by a formidable entity, and you will rely solely on your own strength. We will employ every conceivable method to torment and exhaust you, with each session designed to extract the last vestiges of your physical endurance. The second part will delve into tactics and theoretical frameworks. After the first 6 months, I shall instruct you on what you are to learn. For today, rest well and cherish your final moments of comfort. Novices for tomorrow marks the beginning of your 6-month nightmare. Chapter 52. I can run all day nightfall. Su Cheng reclined on the hard bed, and with a flicker of consciousness, he found himself within the realm of thunder. Upon witnessing Su Cheng's sudden appearance, Xiao He was startled, its entire body shivering. Yet it soon regained its composure and ambled towards the hall, swaying its head. Stop! Su Cheng furrowed his brow. This lazy creature seemed to require some tasks to occupy itself. After all, One could not reside in the Thunder Realm without purpose. Xiaohei hesitated for a moment, seemingly oblivious to Su Cheng's command, continuing to sway as before. It appears that this divine being cannot find a place in the Thunder Realm. Su Cheng flipped his hand, and the Thunder Pearl materialized, emitting a blinding flash of lightning. Xiaohei stiffened, then promptly tumbled back, eagerly nudging Su Cheng's shoulder with its head, its large, clear eyes brimming with eagerness and embarrassment. Now, that is more like it, Su Cheng thought, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He mounted the creature's back and said, "Let us embark. Today, I shall explore the vicinity of the Hall of Thunder." Su Cheng had long desired to investigate the Thunder Realm, but in the absence of Xiaohei, he had been too apprehensive to venture forth alone. Even now, he vividly recalled the yellow dragon and white tiger he encountered upon his initial arrival in the Thunder Realm, their overwhelming power etched in his memory. Reflecting on this, Su Cheng glanced at the peculiar beast trudging through the mountains beneath him. Its ability to navigate such a realm indicated a remarkable lineage. Yet, what puzzled Su Cheng the most was how this creature could seemingly match the Kuei Nyo in prowess, despite possessing 4 legs while the Kuei Nyo had only 1. As they continued their journey, Su Cheng marveled at the uncanny silence enveloping the mountain, a stark contrast to the earlier cacophony of beastly roars and dragon cries that had filled the air. Not far along, a sizable mound of dung appeared before him. Su Cheng patted the beast's back, inquiring, "Did you do this?" "Moo?" Xiaohei feigned ignorance, letting out a casual noise before hastily leaping over the dung. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Cheng surveyed his surroundings and murmured, "What is going on? Where have all the birds and beasts gone? Could it be that Xiaohei scared them away?" Beneath him, Xiaohei rolled its eyes, thinking scare away? "Your esteemed brother is a divine beast, a creature of good fortune. How could such a presence frighten away those small animals? One should consider how terrifying the Hall of Thunder truly is." Did you just roll your eyes at me, Xiaohei?" Su Cheng felt as though he had been inexplicably slighted. He looked down just in time to catch Xiaohei's upward roll of its eyes. Stiffening for a moment, Xiaohei then lowered its head, feigning nonchalance as it munched on the grass. Su Cheng dismounted and was drawn to a robust tree. Looking up, he noticed its bark had a peculiar gray-golden hue, with dense foliage only in the lower part, while the upper section was bare and tapered, resembling a lightning rod. The longer he stared, the more convinced he became, and just as if to affirm his thoughts, a tremendous clap of thunder erupted, striking the tree as if attracted by its very tips. Amidst the thunderous roar, the tree appeared to gradually absorb the energy of the lightning, channeling the remainder downwards into the earth. As he gazed at the branches of the tree, swaying wildly like a jubilant celebration, Su Cheng could not help but swallow hard. This place was truly peculiar. Mounting his steed, Little Black, he continued his exploration. A piercing whistle echoed, and Su Cheng languidly opened his eyes, only to turn over and close them again. Last night, he had unwittingly roamed the Thunder Temple on Little Black until the early hours. Although he had ventured for quite some time, he and the bull had not actually left the mountain. However, Su Cheng had encountered numerous extraordinary plants. These plants shared a common characteristic. They absorbed the occasional bolts of lightning that struck the Thunder Realm. Trees like the Thunderstrike wood were ubiquitous, not merely as lifeless timber, but as living entities imbued with the essence of lightning. The Thunder Realm was truly a paradise for those who practiced lightning arts. Beside him, Chao Yuan, clad in military attire, furrowed his brow and finally spoke up. "Su Cheng, today marks the first day of formal training. It wouldn't be wise to be late. You go ahead. Don't worry. I will arrive before you," Su Cheng replied languidly, waving his hand and closing his eyes to steal a few more minutes of slumber. Chao Yuan shook his head in resignation, donned his military cap, and proceeded outside. However, upon reaching the training ground, he was astounded to find Su Cheng already dressed and standing there, engaged in hushed conversations with Lin Xie. How did you get here? I didn't see you." Chao Yuan approached, incredulous. Su Cheng grinned mischievously, his eyes flickering with a faint blue lightning. "I was teleported. The forbidden items cannot suppress the power of the devil fruit." Chao Yuan obediently stepped aside. New recruits, today marks the commencement of your hellish ordeal. A booming voice resounded, prompting everyone to stand at attention and look forward. Instructor Hong surveyed the new soldiers with an impassive expression. Today, I will instill in you the essence of organization and discipline. When you hear the whistle, regardless of whether you are engaged in relieving yourselves, you must assemble within 3 minutes. Do you understand? Yes. Excellent. Now, those who took longer than 3 minutes, step forward. Instructor Hong's lips curled into a grin as he shouted. The tardy recruits exchanged glances, and eventually, a few of the more conscientious ones stepped out. Instructor Hong pointed out several individuals among the new recruits. Those who volunteered, carry your burdens, and run 15 laps around the training ground. Those I singled out. You will run 20 laps with burdens, and you must complete it. The rest will run 10 laps with burdens. Instructor Hong stated flatly, begin. Amidst the wails of the tardy recruits, they shouldered their weights and set off, while those who were timely felt a wave of relief. Their initial dread of running 10 laps considerably diminished. According to the different penalties, the recruits began to depart in batches. Sheng, could you lend me a hand with that last time? At that moment, Bai Li Pi approached, burdened and blinking his eyes in inquiry. During the last confrontation with the masked squad, he was initially unable to keep pace with his companions. However, Sheng intervened, alleviating his fatigue. The sensation of awakened potential, a tingling and exhilarating feeling, was rather intoxicating. Child, so you enjoy the thrill of being electrified? Sheng's lips twitched slightly as he extended his hand, and a soft blue electric energy suddenly manifested, surging into Bai Li Pongpong's frame. Ah, this is the sensation. Bai Li Pongpong's eyes brightened, and he began to run forward, grunting under the weight he carried. Chapter 53. I do not consume beef. I can no longer perceive my own forbidden realm. At that moment, a new recruit exclaimed in astonishment. The surrounding recruits endeavored to activate their own forbidden realms, yet their attempts yielded no response. Huh? Lin Xie cast a peculiar glance at Sheng, for he had distinctly observed Sheng employing his divine realm moments prior. However, upon reflecting that his own Starry Night Dancer and Mortal Realm were also unaffected, albeit significantly diminished in effect, he felt a sense of relief. After all, what Sheng wielded was also a divine realm. Noticing Lin Xie's expression, a smile graced Sheng's lips as he shouldered his burden and surged forward. The Thunder Fruit certainly would not be subdued by something as trivial as the Suppression Monument. Lin Xie followed closely, steadfastly trailing behind Sheng, while, as anticipated, Chao Yuan remained at Lin Xie's heels. Lin Xie, you are quite the seductress, a veritable enchantress, Sheng mused, catching a glimpse of the relentless Chao Yuan as he rounded a corner on the training field. He refrained from utilizing the abilities of the Thunder Fruit to accelerate himself, for such an action would solely hone the Fruit's capabilities. Instead, during his run, Sheng continuously stimulated each of his cells with a moderate infusion of lightning energy, not only refining his physique, but also enhancing his command over electricity, demanding a dual focus. To an outsider, Sheng appeared utterly tireless, accelerating with reckless abandon, seemingly devoid of any strategic intent. There was no start, no mid-run, no sprint, only acceleration, acceleration, and further acceleration. Sheng felt every cell in his body igniting with fervor. This exhilarating sensation captivated him. Perhaps this was the allure of long-distance running. Observing Sheng gradually pulling away, Lin Xie gritted his teeth and, against all odds, quickened his pace in pursuit of Sheng, with Chao Yuan silently matching Lin Xie's speed. Soon, Sheng caught up to the second wave of runners, including Shun Qingzhu, effortlessly overtaking him, followed closely by Lin Xie and Chao Yuan. Shun Qingzhu, who was about to yawn, narrowed his eyes at the sight of the three, recognizing them and recalling that they were merely on their 10th lap, having started in the third wave. I promised I would surpass you and Lin Xie. Let this mark the beginning of that endeavor. Shun Qingzhu's gaze hardened, and he discarded his previous lethargy, striding purposefully forward in relentless pursuit. Thus, under Sheng's influence, The pace of the new recruits in the training field experienced a remarkable surge. Many unwilling to lag behind began to sprint fervently, creating a chain reaction of motivation. It seems that amidst the stagnant waters, introducing a few lively loaches is essential to invigorate the small fish. In the distance, observing Su Sheng rise with such momentum, an instructor could not help but exclaim in admiration. Instructor Hong chuckled softly, pointing at those leading the charge. You call this a loach? It's more akin to a dragon soaring across the river. Whenever Su Sheng passed by Li Pang Pang, he would reach out and pat Li Pang Pang on the shoulder, reassuring him, I am to your left. A delicate azure lightning surged from Su Sheng's hand, swiftly coursing through Li Pang Pang's body. Instantly, Li Pang Pang, who had felt a surge of lethargy, revitalized and resumed his run. By the 10th lap, Su Sheng maintained his lead, accelerating past the finish line. He gradually came to a halt, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, acutely aware of the soreness permeating every cell in his body. Of late, you seem to have significantly improved your stamina, remarked Lin Qi, who had also completed 10 laps, and sat down beside Su Sheng. Su Sheng waved his hand dismissively, wiping the sweat from his brow, and chuckled. I could run like this all day long. 15 laps later, Li Pang Pang managed to complete the course in an hour, while Su Sheng and Lin Qi sat on the ground, bored, awaiting the completion of the remaining recruits. Once Li Pang Pang finished, he approached Su Sheng and, with their assistance, struggled to remove his burdensome gear. Su Sheng, it is truly a great fortune for me, Li Pang Pang, to know you. Without your help, I would surely have perished after those 15 laps. Thus, if you ever tire of being a night watchman, you are welcome to join our Li group, and I shall arrange a salary for you, he declared, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily, feeling as though he had traversed more distance in life than in the recent run. Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at the earnestness of the man, who was clearly grateful and discerning. You have quite the imagination. Su Sheng is an agent of the divine, far too esteemed to toil for the likes of the Bai family, mocked Mo Li, rolling her eyes with unabashed disdain. Li Pang Pang scratched the back of his head, suddenly realizing Mo Li was still present. Indeed, I was merely jesting about the Bai group. As he trailed off, his voice dwindled. Even he could scarcely believe the absurdity of his own words. Eventually, Li Pang Pang tilted his head towards Lin Qi, murmuring despondently, Qi, is this not ruinous? It has long been ruined, Lin Qi replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he turned Li Pang Pang's head back to face the front. Once everyone had finished running, the group returned to their dormitory for a brief respite. However, scarcely had they settled on their beds when a sharp, urgent whistle pierced the air. This time, Su Sheng relied solely on his own speed rather than his abilities, yet he still arrived at the training ground with ease within 3 minutes. This time, the number of recruits arriving on time was notably higher, though several who had run 20 laps collapsed, their eyes rolling back in exhaustion. Soon after, medical personnel rushed in with stretchers, swiftly loading the fatigued individuals and hurriedly escorting them away. Excellent. It seems you have grasped the basic rules here, Instructor Hong stated with satisfaction while timing them with a stopwatch. You now have 20 minutes for your meal. Remember, return immediately after eating, or you shall face the consequences. With that, the 3 instructors turned and departed. Upon hearing the call for dinner, the new recruits' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they rushed towards the mess hall. However, upon entering, they were greeted by bowls of raw beef and hard, dry buns. The expressions on their faces shifted to confusion. Where's our meal? Why do you say no? This is raw beef. I don't eat beef. Who doesn't eat beef? A familiar voice echoed as Wang Mian, draped in a gray cloak, entered with members of the masked squad. Look at that soldier. See how he manages. Are you all that special? Wang Mian surveyed the new recruits and pointed to a corner. The recruits turned to Si Zhengzhong, a seasoned special forces soldier, calmly taking a piece of raw beef and a bun, expressionless as he stuffed them into his mouth. Encouraged by his example, and with the masked squad present, the new recruits began to mimic Zheng's actions. Meanwhile, Su Sheng and Lin Xie approached the dining table, stealing themselves to eat. Why aren't you eating? Lin Xie looked up to find Su Sheng staring blankly at the raw beef in his hands. Su Sheng smiled gently, placing his hand beneath the table, where faint blue lightning flickered. The medium-rare beef emanated a subtle aroma, appearing thick and firm. In Lin Xie's astonished gaze, Su Sheng tore a piece of beef and popped it into his mouth. Would you like some? Lin Xie silently shook his head, and Su Sheng shrugged. It's a matter of personal choice. Where's that grilled beef scent coming from? At that moment, Baili Pang Pang lifted his head, sniffing the air, and suddenly inquired. It's just your imagination. P.S. Dear readers, I implore you to urge for updates, to pursue your reading, and to provide free gifts. This author wishes not to be idle any longer. I too aspire to update 10,000 words daily. Chapter 54. Why is the prison not a prison anymore? Not far away. Despite Su Sheng and his companion seated in the corner, several instructors still noticed Su Sheng's subtle movements. One of the instructors was about to reprimand Su Sheng when he was halted by Instructor Hong beside him. In the midst of the puzzled glances from the others, Instructor Hong, with a complex expression, handed over the documents he held. He slowly remarked, "Let us not make things difficult for him. It is quite commendable that he can remain stable, not display antisocial behavior, and join the night watch. As long as he trains normally and adheres to the principles, let him handle these minor matters." The nearby instructor was momentarily taken aback. He accepted the documents from Instructor Hong, but the more he read, the more furrowed his brow became, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. Damn it, he cursed silently, passing the documents to the other instructors nearby. After the meal, Wang Mian fulfilled his initial promise by summoning Lin Xie and addressing his queries regarding the relationship between gods and their agents. Su Sheng was also beckoned by Wang Mian, but upon his arrival, he noticed Yuan Gang waving to him from a distance. Su Sheng's eyes brightened slightly. The chief instructor personally seeking him out at this moment. Could it be that his reward was to be delivered so soon? Su Sheng, your performance in this exercise was commendable. As Su Sheng approached, Yuan Gang nodded approvingly, continuing, I initially intended to distribute this reward to both you and Lin Xie. But due to the peculiar nature of this forbidden object, I wanted to consult you first. I plan to give Lin Xie his reward later. Of course, whether you wish to accept it or not depends on your personal preference. Please follow me. Su Sheng nodded, though he harbored little expectation with the existence of a system. He regarded typical forbidden objects with indifference. Nevertheless, adhering to the notion that even the smallest fly is still meat, he obediently followed. Upon entering the office, Yuan Gang seated himself at the desk and handed Su Sheng a wristband, roughly the thickness of an arm. I'm not entirely aware of the specific function of this forbidden object. All I know is that it was discovered during mining operations by a company, and it is said that at the moment of its appearance, the entire mining area was illuminated by a blinding white lightning, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Listening to Yuan Gang's detailed explanation, Su Sheng found himself somewhat distracted. He gradually settled into a chair, his gaze fixated on the metallic ring in his hand. The wristband shimmered in a platinum hue, adorned with patterns of the Kuei dragon and lightning, interspersed with cloud motifs, exuding an air of mystery. In an instant, Su Sheng recognized that this bore a striking resemblance to the decorative style of the Hall of Thunder. This object likely held significant origins. According to your records, you are an agent of a deity from the Thunder Division, so I thought it better to present this to you rather than let it gather dust in the warehouse. However, we are indeed unaware of the exact nature of this wristband's forbidden realm. No matter how we input mental energy or conduct tests, it remains completely unresponsive. Yuan Gang gazed at Su Sheng earnestly, stating, if you do not desire it, you may submit a request for a replacement. I assure you it will be no inferior to Lin Xie's. I hope you will not overthink this. No, I want it, Su Sheng decisively replied, shaking his head as he tucked the bracelet into his pocket. He could perceive the fierce and sharp aura emanating from it. This bracelet undoubtedly contained a formidable forbidden domain, one far from ordinary. Do not fret. If you find it unusable upon returning and feel regret, you may seek a replacement from me. Yuan Gang hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly also. Su Sheng, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to voice them. Su Sheng's expression turned peculiar. This typically stern commandant seemed rather verbose in their conversation. Ahem. Noticing Su Sheng's gaze, Yuan Gang cleared his throat and produced an envelope from his pocket, offering it to Su Sheng. Inside, there are 500,000. The password is noted within. You may withdraw it from any bank. Su Sheng pondered for a while, recalling the pitiable aunt who, despite being overlooked when he was at his lowest, would prepare late-night snacks for him while he gamed. Furthermore, she had a child who had just begun to walk. Please send this sum to this address. The homeowner is a woman named Zhang Wenfang. Su Sheng took a pen and inscribed the address, then paused to add the aunt's name. Yuan Gang was taken aback, observing Su Sheng's serious demeanor, and nodded silently, understood. Thank you, Commandant. I truly appreciate this item. Su Sheng gestured with a metallic ring in his hand before turning to leave. After Su Sheng departed, Yuan Gang remained transfixed, staring at the envelope on the table and the elegantly inscribed address. Remarkable, he murmured after a long pause. In the training ground, after the new recruits finished their meal and assembled, an unfamiliar instructor ascended the training platform. Scanning the recruits, he declared, "Mysterious creatures are among the greatest threats we face in the Great Xia, and they're the foes we night watchmen encounter most frequently. They are enigmatic and powerful, possessing an array of abilities. So, what advantages do we possess against them? Report. It is the formidable Forbidden Domain." Shen Qingzhu lazily raised her hand to respond. The instructor nodded, correct. The Forbidden Domain is our primary means of combating the mysterious. However, to enhance one's strength and mastery over the Forbidden Domain, a strong will and robust physique are equally essential. As for you, my Forbidden Domain is Sequence 068. Min, Shen Qingzhu blurted out without a second thought. Who asked you? Sit down, the instructor retorted, noticing the peculiar stares from the new recruits. Shen Qingzhu sheepishly smiled, scratching her head in embarrassment. A smile of self-satisfaction crept upon the corner of the instructor's lips as he inwardly expressed gratitude for the timely advice given by Yuan Gang upon his arrival. This year, an abundance of exceptional talents had emerged, and he was fortunate that Old Han, had perused the materials aboard the aircraft, particularly regarding this troublesome individual. With unwavering confidence, he surveyed the several new recruits highlighted below him and continued, "Your prowess in the Forbidden Ruins is commendable. However, if you solely concentrate on the might of the Forbidden Ruins, how will you cultivate your willpower? Without formidable determination, how can you take further steps on the path of the strong?" The recruits below nodded in agreement, evidently resonating with the instructor's sentiments. "So, who else has an answer? Report." "It's money." Li Pang raised his hand and stated. The instructor, with an impassive expression, waved his hand dismissively. "Sit down. That does not possess universal applicability. You may have wealth, but can you ensure that every recruit present enjoys the same fortune? Can you bestow each recruit with powerful forbidden artifacts?" Sensing the disdainful gaze from Molly beside him, Li Pang lowered his head, feeling the instructor's formidable assertiveness. Even Su Sheng, who had been distractedly toying with the thunder ring in his hand, was jolted back to awareness, his eyes widening as he gazed towards the training platform. This version of Instructor Han was anything but mild. Chapter 55. My carelessness, it appears that no one among you possesses an answer. So allow me to enlighten you. In our struggle against the mysterious forces, we must commence by honing our physical bodies and skills, subsequently cultivating a formidable will. The notion of enduring mental hardship and laboring the sinews is inextricably linked. Instructor Han surveyed the new recruits and solemnly declared, "Combat techniques can be categorized into two types, ranged and melee weapons. My primary responsibility is to guide you in the art of melee weaponry for against higher-tier mysteries. Melee weapons are indeed the most suitable armament." In the distance, Instructor Hong and several other instructors observed the training ground. Instructor Hong, this new instructor certainly possesses remarkable skills. From the outset, he has firmly grasped the two obstinate recruits. One instructor remarked with admiration. Instructor Hong nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, he is a close combat expert transferred from headquarters, having arrived just this morning by plane. Although it is his first time training new recruits, his performance thus far is commendable. Clearly, Commander Yuan did not make an erroneous choice. Let us depart. It seems unlikely that any issues will arise here, and we can return to our card game. With a wave of his hand, Instructor Hong led the others away. On the training platform, Instructor Han was elucidating the use of melee weapons. The standard weapon of the Night Watchman is the Star Blade, a straight sword. The advantages of a straight sword are numerous, but I shall refrain from elaborating on them today. Our primary focus will be the techniques for wielding the straight sword. Instructor Han solemnly stated as he drew the sword from his side, demonstrating several swordplay routines. Now, I require someone to come forth for a demonstration. That new recruit. Yes, you, the tall and slender one. You in the front, who has been daydreaming. Step up and showcase your skills for everyone. Following the demonstration, Instructor Han set down the straight sword and retrieved 2 wooden swords from the weapon rack, gesturing towards Su Sheng, who stood below the platform. Me? Su Sheng, bewildered, ascended the training platform. What was happening? Why was he chosen instead of the more robust recruit, or Lin Xie? Observing Su Sheng's lean physique, Instructor Han quietly mused that he had made a wise choice. According to the data, Lin Xie favored physical and sensory enhancement, while the young master of the Bai Li family possessed protective abilities that rendered him unsuitable for this task. Only Su Sheng, whose celestial powers leaned towards wide-area elemental attacks, would be at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength and reaction speed. Hence, engaging in close combat would be beneficial for him. Instructor Han extended a wooden sword towards Su Sheng, indicating that melee combat would indeed favor him. Su Sheng accepted the wooden sword, standing lazily on the platform, his mind preoccupied with uncovering the mysteries of the metal ring he had recently acquired. Above all, if it proved unuseful, he wished to promptly exchange it with Yuan Gang. He was concerned that delaying too long might result in complications. I will attack, and you will defend. Do you understand? Instructor Han narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was certainly a secure choice. With a cold smirk, he stepped forward, his wooden sword slicing through the air towards Su Sheng. With a swift movement, Su Sheng evaded, deftly swinging the wooden sword to precisely bypass Instructor Han's attack, pointing the tip of his weapon at the instructor's shoulder. The new recruits in the underground training facility exchanged glances, and soon a few courageous souls, led by Shun Qingzhu, began to whistle. A cacophony of chatter erupted, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down Instructor Han's forehead. He had not even comprehended how Su Sheng had executed that strike. It was indeed my oversight. I failed to evade. Let us try again. Instructor Han steadied his mind, elevating his focus to the utmost as he prepared to confront Su Sheng. He advanced a step, wielding his wooden sword with a cunning angle directed at Su Sheng. Crack! Su Sheng deftly dodged, positioning his wooden sword at the vulnerable juncture of Han's throat. Instructor Han's pupils constricted sharply. The speed was astonishing, leaving him unable to discern the trajectory of Su Sheng's blade. All his extensive swordplay knowledge proved futile against such blistering velocity. Lin Xie, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of sympathy for Instructor Han. The only individuals he had seen capable of holding their own against Su Sheng in close combat were Chun Mai and himself, relying on their formidable physiques and acute perception to engage with Su Sheng. He was all too familiar with the scenario of being swiftly overwhelmed without grasping the situation. Shall we continue? Su Sheng twirled his wooden sword with flair, nonchalantly inquiring. The recruit's responses were commendable, yet his technique still bore flaws. Next, I shall demonstrate to everyone how to exploit the vulnerabilities of an opponent with such rapid speed. Instructor Han endeavored to maintain his composure, gripping his sword with both hands as he stepped forward, positioning the wooden sword defensively. You will attack, and I shall defend. Remember, recruits, to remain steadfast amidst change. Crack! Su Sheng appeared beside Instructor Han, his wooden sword poised against the instructor's armpit. Gotcha! The recruits below the platform were nearly left in a stupor. After multiple encounters, they began to discern the underlying principles, questioning inwardly if they could withstand even a single strike from Su Sheng. The uncertainty loomed large in their minds. Damn it! Shun Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly, This insufferable Su Sheng not only outperformed him, but even overshadowed him in terms of bravado. Who taught you that technique? Instructor Han silently lowered his sword, conceding defeat. The leader of Team 136, Chimai. Black Wuchang? How could it be that perverse individual? Truly, a bizarre master begets a bizarre disciple. Resigned, Instructor Han waved his hand, slowly uttering, "You may step down." He cast a glance at the recruits below, agents of divine providence. Exceedingly perilous forbidden ruins, Black King annihilation. Upon glimpsing Chao Yuan, he hastily shook his head, ultimately selecting the Special Forces operative Zheng Zhong. Zheng Zhong cooperated seamlessly in the demonstration, which allowed Instructor Han to breathe a sigh of relief, narrowly averting a teaching mishap. Subsequently, he picked up the wooden sword once more and began expounding various sword techniques to the recruits, covering an extensive array of styles beyond the straight sword, delving into dual wielding, fencing, marksmanship, and even the utilization of concealed weapons. In this instructional session, the master of close combat garnered the respect of all the recruits through his profound theoretical knowledge and extensive practical experience. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. In the dining hall, today's meal consisted of raw meat and steamed buns, accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. Yet, it was this modest dish of pickles that moved the recruits to tears of joy. Ordinarily, such fare would merely suffice for a bowl of porridge. Su Sheng and his companions quietly consumed their meals when, without a word, Chao Yuan extended his dish of pickles to Lin Chie, saying, "This is for you." Lin Chie was taken aback, gazing at Chao Yuan with wide eyes, perplexed by this individual who constantly followed him. "There's only this one dish. Why would you give it to me?" Bai Li Pang Pang snatched a piece of rare beef from Su Sheng's plate and, with his mouth full, inquired through muffled words. "I simply wish to be kind to Lin Chie." Chao Yuan replied with a grin. What a devoted admirer. Su Sheng and Bai Li Pang Pang exchanged eye rolls. "Why are you so kind to me?" Lin Chie asked, his expression one of confusion. "There is no reason. I just wish to adore you." Chapter 56. Rapid passage. Lin Chie's expression turned peculiar. He couldn't help but wonder if this individual might be somewhat mentally challenged. Moreover, he understood the adage that excessive flattery often conceals ulterior motives. Perhaps you should elucidate matters to him. It leaves one feeling rather unsettled. Meanwhile, Su Sheng, who was indulging himself in an extravagant feast, took a sip from his cup and offered a word of caution to Chao Yuan. Consequently, Chao Yuan recounted the words of Master Jin Shan from Juhuan Mountain, along with his own background, to the others. Observing Chao Yuan's unwavering conviction, Lin Chie let out a resigned sigh. "Suit yourself." Just as they finished their meal, Instructor Hong entered the room accompanied by two other instructors. "This afternoon, you will engage in your first extreme training. All of you, gather at the back of the cafeteria within 5 minutes." A wave of confusion swept over the new recruits as they exited the cafeteria and boarded the black bus parked behind it. Inside the vehicle, the plump Bai Li curiously asked, "Where do you think we are headed?" "It certainly can't be far from Sangnan City," Su Sheng replied, removing his hat to cover his face, lazily stating that he felt uncomfortable after a hearty meal without a nap. Lin Chie inquired, "How can you be so sure?" However, no response came, only the soft sound of snoring gradually filling the air. The bus departed the training camp, venturing into the wilderness, ultimately arriving at their destination, Jinan Mountain. As the bus came to a halt, Su Sheng opened his eyes, removed his hat, and gazed outside. Before him lay a series of small peaks surrounding a principal summit, forming a continuous range of mountains. The trees were lush and green, and the entire mountain range appeared darkly verdant at a glance. "No wonder it's so obscure," Su Sheng muttered. "Jinan Mountain?" Lin Chie, being a local of Sangnan, recognized it immediately. "All present, disembark," a booming voice commanded, prompting the recruits to quickly gather themselves and assemble near the bus. "Next, you'll carry a load of 35 kilograms as you traverse this mountain range, with a time limit to complete the task before dawn. Instructeur Onges faz beau à Michi grand." Of course, this is extreme training, so it won't be that simple. Just look behind you. The recruits turned to see a bus from which a swarm of drones emerged, whirring into the air, each equipped with a miniature gun port beneath them. The weight you bear is equipped with a positioning function, and these drones will serve as your pursuers. You must evade their search and fire. Should you be struck by one of their paintballs, it signifies your elimination. And the consequences of being eliminated will be exceedingly harsh. Instructor Hong chuckled, surveying the recruits with a glint in his eye. Su Sheng's lips twitched slightly. The humiliation of being publicly adorned with the truth ring was indeed mortifying. However, to be honest, it could serve as quite an intriguing SM prop. No. What am I thinking? Su Sheng shook his head, swiftly reining in his wandering thoughts. I emphasize 3 rules. First, you may exchange burdens, but you cannot discard them. If discovered, you will be immediately eliminated. Second, no form of attack or contact with the drones is permitted. When faced with a drone, your only option is to flee. Third, you may form groups, but mutual attacks and interference with others are strictly prohibited. Do you understand? Instructor Hong bellowed, extending 3 fingers. Yes. The recruits responded in unison. Excellent. Collect your burdens and set off. Su Sheng hoisted his load and took a tactical knife, while Lin Xie was also prepared. Beside him, Chao Yuan seemed lost in thought, holding a spoon, and Bai Li Pang was still hastily removing his forbidden items. Let us go. Su Sheng shook his head and headed towards Mount Zhongnan, with Lin Xie and Chao Yuan closely following. Hey, wait for me. Bai Li Pang, in a flurry, hurriedly surrendered his forbidden items and caught up with the group. Once all the recruits had departed, Instructor Hong scratched his head and settled into the tactical tent, pulling out a deck of cards to shuffle before placing them on the table. 2 other instructors swiftly took their seats on the opposite sides of the table. Instructor Hong, is it really necessary to be so formal for a mere burden training? Instructor Han inquired, lifting a card in confusion. A slight smile crept upon Instructor Hong's lips. This is not an ordinary burden training. The very Mount Nan before us has been sealed off by forbidden items, and the terrain has altered drastically. Even those familiar with the mountain would be carried out, and these recruits must evade the ever-present drones. How long do you think they can endure? Instructor Han shivered involuntarily, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. Experience speaks volumes. You truly excel at tormenting recruits. Instructor Hong chuckled softly. It's not as fearsome as it seems. The real terror, you will discover shortly. I am quite looking forward to it. Observing Instructor Han's curious expression, Instructor Hong glanced at his hand, smacking his lips. A 3. Would you care for it? As they ventured into the mountain, Su Sheng looked up at the dense canopy overhead and cheerfully inquired, I have pressing matters and need to exit quickly. Would you prefer to linger here? He had long been eager to explore the function of the metallic ring gifted by Yuan Gang. Yet he had not anticipated such a tight schedule for today. Fortunately, with his adept control over electromagnetic waves, he could swiftly navigate Mount Zhongnan. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. Despite knowing Su Sheng for some time, he still sensed an inexplicable air of mystery about him. Are you planning to cheat? Do you have a way to cheat? Bai Li Pong's eyes lit up, and Chao Yuan turned to look as well. Su Sheng could not help but chuckle softly. What cheating? What do you call it when it pertains to a scholar? Buzzing. At this moment, the sound of drones whirred in the air. Su Sheng pointed toward 2 directions ahead, exaggeratingly declaring, with so many drones, it seems we must split our forces to divert them. You shall go this way, and I shall take this route. We shall meet beyond the Zhongnan Mountains. Oh, Su Sheng, how ungrateful of you not to include me. Bai Li Pang exclaimed hurriedly. Lin Xie, with a look of exasperation, dragged the 2 forward, musing to himself about how Su Sheng always managed to concoct new schemes. As Lin Xie and the others ventured further away, Su Sheng remained undistracted, unleashing electromagnetic waves that instantly enveloped the area, causing the densely packed drones to malfunction and retreat as if they had lost their bearings. Meanwhile, at the command center situated at the foot of the mountain, a perplexed instructor remarked, Why are the drones in the E32 zone malfunctioning? Another instructor approached, only to witness the drones suddenly regain their normal function, swirling about like a swarm of bees. Where's the malfunction? I think you must have been confused from playing cards yesterday, he quipped, scratching the back of his head, convinced that his vision had deceived him. P.S. To all the distinguished readers, I kindly request your continued support, urging for updates and free gifts. Today, Let's aim for 3 updates with 300 requests. And if we reach 400 tomorrow, there shall be 4 updates. I shall no longer be a mere mortal. Chapter 57. The door of opportunity wide open in the depths of Jinan Mountain. Sheng lifted his gaze, observing how the dense forest obstructed the sunlight, compounded by the undulating terrain and the omnipresent drones. Escaping this place proved to be quite challenging. However, this was merely a predicament for others. Sheng placed his burdens beneath a tree and, with a mere thought, transformed into a swift flash of lightning, dissipating in an instant. Amidst the towering treetops, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, Sheng's form rapidly coalesced. As he carefully discerned his direction, he was poised to descend when the electromagnetic waves radiating from him once again detected the trajectory of the drones. With a casual wave of his hand, the dense swarm of drones naturally circumvented his vicinity, failing to catch even a glimpse of a shadow. In a flash of lightning, Sheng reappeared beneath the tree, shouldered his burdens, and hastily set off towards a promising direction. "Hey, can you hear me?" A cheerful voice emanated from the burdens behind him. Sheng's lips twitched slightly. Since parting ways with Lin Xie and the others, he had now encountered his 6th capture. "Your name is Ma, right? What is the most disgraceful thing you have ever done in your life?" Listening to the mortifying tale, Sheng shuddered involuntarily and tightened his grip on his burdens, hastily departing from that area. The environment of Jinan Mountain had become exceedingly intricate after modifications. Thus, Sheng could only painstakingly search for an exit while avoiding the dense clusters of drones. Fortunately, he could seek higher ground to quickly ascertain his position, alleviating many of the challenges he faced. Over 4 hours later, a flash of lightning illuminated the lofty treetops. Sheng, drenched in sweat, stood atop a tree, gazing at the distant combat tents, a smile gracing his lips. Finally, he had emerged, his form transformed into countless bolts of lightning, swiftly coalescing on the ground as he seized his burdens, descending the mountain. Meanwhile, the instructors within the combat tents were already brimming with excitement as a medic brought in another eliminated rookie, providing ample entertainment. "I foresee that none of these rookies will escape this humiliating scene," one instructor declared, pinning a rookie to a chair and adorning him with a truth ring. "Indeed, quite unfortunate for them, but I am most eager to witness those 2 divine agents." Another instructor chuckled, but before he could finish, a curious voice interrupted. "What divine agents?" The 2 instructors stiffened, then turned to find Sheng approaching from the foot of the mountain with an inquisitive expression. "You didn't enter the mountain?" Instructor Hong, with a serious demeanor, approached, having put away the card in his hand. He glanced at his watch, noting that only 5 hours had passed. An almost impossible feat, Sheng wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and casually pulled up a stool to sit down. "I did go in. Did you not see me enter?" Instructor Hong smacked his forehead, recalling that he had indeed witnessed the rookies entering one by one. "Then how did you come out so quickly?" Sheng grinned. "Perhaps it's due to my extraordinary talent." The newly enlisted soldier, bound to a chair, could not help but cast envious glances, feeling an unbearable torment within. This sensation was akin to receiving a painful injection, listening to the nurse shatter the medicine bottle, draw the liquid, and then apply alcohol-soaked cotton to the skin. Truly the most excruciating time. Instructor Hong rolled his eyes, handed over a bottle of mineral water, and remarked with a sigh, "You have surely shattered all historical records. Does the town monument bear no effect on your divine ruins? This is quite abnormal." "Indeed, it is effective," Sheng replied earnestly, sensing a slight dullness in the power of the thunderclap domain. However, the power of the thunder fruit was not of this world, thus remaining unaffected. Naturally, Sheng had no intention of forsaking the capabilities granted by the thunder fruit merely to rely on physical strength. That would be akin to suffering unnecessarily. Sheng's nature was inherently languid, and he seldom engaged in such arduous endeavors. Moreover, judging by the difficulty of this extreme training, it was evident that these instructors, whose minds brimmed with mischievous ideas, had no expectations of any new recruits completing it. "Who held the previous best record?" Instructor Han inquired curiously. Instructor Hong, with a hint of nostalgia, responded. The previous best was held by Wang Mian, who completed it in 6 hours. But he was nearing graduation and had never truly traversed the entire mountain range in the 5 prior training sessions. In contrast, Su Sheng accomplished it in merely 5 hours. It is worth noting that throughout the history of the recruit training camp, only a handful had genuinely completed the challenge, and none had done so on their first attempt. Upon realizing this, Instructor Hong regarded Su Sheng with a complex expression. "You have indeed made history." Instructor Han and the other instructors exchanged glances, each expressing their astonishment at Su Sheng's extraordinary feat. Then, as the one who has broken the record and made history, might I receive some reward? Su Sheng waved dismissively. He was not in pursuit of glory, for it held little significance throughout history. Non-Instructor Hong was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. "Well, if there is nothing else, I shall rest in the vehicle," Su Sheng declared. Instructor Hong and Instructor Han exchanged glances, then curiously asked, "Are you not intrigued by the embarrassing tales of your fellow recruits?" "Not at all," Su Sheng replied, glancing at the soldier still bound to the chair, who sighed deeply, a solitary tear of bitterness trickling down his cheek. "Would you care to try the truth ring?" "Absolutely not," Su Sheng firmly declined, turning to depart, leaving behind several mischievous instructors to continue tormenting the new recruit. There are too many regrets in life. What truly constitutes the greatest regret? Reflecting on life, the notion of greatest is often an illusion. Furthermore, with the system at his disposal, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. Inside the bus, Su Sheng found a seat and settled down, retrieving a metallic ring from his pocket. With a mere thought, he materialized within the Thunder Palace. Su Sheng scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Xiaohe. This fellow has always been languidly reclining within the hall after satisfying his hunger, only venturing out for a leisurely stroll when Su Sheng arrives. Today, however, for reasons unknown, he seems to have changed his demeanor. Recalling his thoughts, Su Sheng fixed his gaze upon the metallic ring in his hand. From a moment, he stepped into the Hall of Thunder. He distinctly sensed the pulsating power emanating from it. Su Sheng immediately infused his mental energy into the ring, which, as if awakened from slumber, began to emit a blinding white lightning. Subsequently, it suddenly soared into the air, swirling around Su Sheng in a dizzying dance. This is, as he perceived the forbidden domain within the metallic ring, Su Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a wild grin crept across his face. This truly is an extraordinary discovery. Chapter 58. The Thunder of Metal. Su Sheng cast a glance at the Hall of Thunder, where the decor appeared both ancient and grandiose, leaving him uncertain if it could withstand the experiment involving the metal ring. Ultimately, he decided against conducting the experiment within the hall, turning instead to exit, for this place was currently his possession, and he must treat it with care. Upon stepping outside, Su Sheng continued to channel his spiritual energy, and suddenly, the metal ring levitated into the air, aligning itself with a sturdy tree not far away, as per his intention. Thunder roared, accompanied by a melodious metallic sound, followed by a flash of white light. A bolt of white lightning, resembling a flying sword, shot forth from the center of the metal ring, effortlessly severing the tree, and the condensed lightning then dispersed into countless strands of thunderous energy. Observing the neat cut on the tree stump and the multitude of wounds resembling those inflicted by hidden weapons on the trunk, a grin could no longer be contained on Su Sheng's lips. He chuckled heartily, summoning the metal ring back into his hand with a casual gesture. During the previous experiment, Su Sheng discovered that the metal ring, when infused with spiritual energy, possessed 2 modes. The first mode, as initially demonstrated, surrounded Su Sheng, passively providing automatic defense. The outcome of its activation, however, remained a mystery. The second mode, as just exhibited, allowed Su Sheng to lock onto a target, conjuring a bolt of white lightning resembling a flying sword from the ring's aperture, which swiftly expanded upon impact, leaving behind wounds akin to those caused by metallic projectiles. Moreover, Su Sheng sensed that if his spiritual energy were sufficiently potent, the metal ring could unlock yet another mode, though his current reserves fell woefully short. The metallic attribute of the lightning sparked a thought in Su Sheng's mind, reminiscent of the records within the 5 thunder techniques concerning different attributes of lightning. The Gung metal divine, thunder, seemed to embody such properties. With the ability to condense Gung metal thunder chi, and given its circular form, he decided to name it the Thunder Ring. Pleased, he adorned the ring on his hand, realizing its utility and nearly falling for instructor Yuan's ruse. Having confirmed the Thunder Ring's functionality and gaining a general understanding of its capabilities, he turned to head towards the Thunder Pool to check on Zhao Kongqing's condition. However, he was met by the sight of Little Black standing behind him, its large, clear eyes gazing at him with a complex expression. "Do you recognize this?" Su Sheng inquired, raising the Thunder Ring with a furrowed brow. Little Black blinked, snorted softly, smacked its lips a couple of times, and then leisurely turned to walk toward the Hall of Thunder. "Seriously? Your naming skills are as abysmal as ever," Su Sheng thought, shaking his head as he proceeded to the Thunder Pool to further investigate Zhao Kongqing's situation. Yet, it appeared that his soul required more time to restore its physical form. After all, only a few days had passed since entering the training camp. System, why does Zhao Kongqing's soul, even in the Lantern Realm, require so much nurturing? Su Sheng questioned, his brow knitted in concern. Due to the fact that Lei Qi had never repaired such a feeble soul, had it been a divine level, or even Klein, with Lei Qi's formidable energy, the process would have been considerably swifter. It was precisely because his soul was excessively fragile that it demanded a prolonged duration. The vast energy of Lei Qi, with merely a wisp of released thunderous essence, could obliterate his very spirit. Thus, the transformation of the thunderous essence through the soul-returning flower was necessary to facilitate the soul's restoration at the most gradual pace. Su Chang suddenly understood, preparing to return to the realm of reality when he was unexpectedly halted by the system. During Zhao Kongqing's soul restoration period, it is advisable for the host to study human anatomy and related knowledge to facilitate the reconstruction of his corporeal form. Su Cheng's body stiffened abruptly. Why is this my concern? Should the automatic repair through Lei Qi be employed, Zhao Kongqing would similarly meet the fate of obliteration. Therefore, manual operation is required from the host. After all, he is exceedingly weak. Then why not let you handle it? A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Cheng as he thought of evading the study. Once again, I must clarify, this system is purely a lottery system. All right, I suppose I shall study after all. A wave of frustration washed over Su Cheng as he exited the rear hall, remounting Xiao He to further explore. Yet he remained fruitless. The vast mountain range was devoid of anything but endless forest vegetation. However, he was able to discern numerous traces left by creatures, indicating that the inhabitants of this immense mountain range had recently migrated. Sensing that enough time had elapsed, Su Cheng concentrated his thoughts and returned to the reality once more. Gazing at the thunder ring that materialized in his hand, he chuckled and disembarked from the bus. Not far away, within the operational tent, Lin Chia was resting, taking a sip from the water bottle handed to him by Instructor Han. Remarkable performance today. 2 individuals managed to complete the extreme training, Instructor Han praised. Instructor Han also nodded approvingly. You did quite well today. 2. Lin Chia paused mid-sip, as if realizing something, and continued to drink. Is it Su Cheng? Why didn't I see him? He wiped his mouth after finishing the water. I'm right here, Su Cheng said, patting Lin Chia's shoulder as he sat across from him. How long did it take? I'm not sure. Perhaps around 5 hours? Lin Chia was momentarily taken aback, but recalling Su Cheng's divine abode, he felt somewhat relieved. However, it was indeed thanks to the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer that he successfully emerged. Only during the night did the various restorative benefits of the Starry Night Dancer activate, along with the crucial ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures. This was the most vital means for him to exit Zhongnan Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have lingered until nightfall. It can only be said that Su Cheng's divine abode was particularly suited for such an occasion. By the way, Haven T, I yet received the compensation for Su Cheng? Lin Chia suddenly recalled, looking up to inquire. Su Cheng waved the thunder ring in his hand. As for my reward, Instructor Yuan already granted it to me at noon. Rest assured, How could I possibly forget you? Tomorrow, take some time to visit me. Instructor Hong's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he approached, holding a ring. As one of the two individuals to successfully complete the extreme training today, would you care to give it a try? Very well. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before slowly acquiescing. He took the truth ring and slipped it onto his ring finger, suddenly inquiring, "Has Su Shang tried it?" "Ahem. My XP is rather peculiar, so I prefer not to disclose it." Su Shang coughed softly twice, continuing to feign invisibility. "What is the greatest regret of your life?" After a brief hesitation, Instructor Hong solemnly posed his question. I was unable to save him. Chapter 59. Confrontation with the Divine. The following day, there was no morning training. After breakfast, Su Sheng parted ways with Lin Xie, who went to retrieve his compensation from Instructor Hong. Su Sheng, however, made his way to the medical office at the training base, as he needed to acquire knowledge about human anatomy to reconstruct Zhao Kongqing's physical form. "Old Zhao, you owe me a significant favor this time," he thought to himself. Upon arriving at the medical office, Su Sheng peered inside and noticed the room was quite empty. It appeared that the medical staff had become somewhat lax due to the absence of training for the new recruits. "What are you doing, soldier?" A voice of inquiry broke through his thoughts from behind. Turning around, Su Sheng saw a man in a white coat, wearing military attire underneath. Scratching the back of his head, Su Sheng glanced at the man's badge and sheepishly said, "Dr. Wong, I was wondering if there are any books here related to human anatomy or dissection." "Why do you need those books?" Dr. Wong asked, his brow furrowed with suspicion. "As a new recruit, shouldn't you be focusing on your training rather than contemplating a career as a doctor?" Su Sheng chuckled awkwardly, about to respond when a loud voice interrupted. "Old Wong, what is going on here?" They turned to see Yuan Gang passing by, who quickly approached upon recognizing Su Sheng. "Su Sheng, what are you doing here? Have you gotten yourself into trouble?" Yuan Gang positioned himself protectively in front of Su Sheng, smiling as he addressed Dr. Wong. "This kid is a new recruit. It's normal for him to make a few mistakes. Don't take it to heart." He had initially intended to visit Instructor Hong's office to deliver a forbidden item to Lin Xie, but now he found himself in a different situation. "He is borrowing books from me," Dr. Wong chuckled, promptly clarifying the matter. Yuan Gang's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Borrowing books? That's wonderful. Reading is indeed beneficial." "Su Sheng, what kind of books do you wish to borrow?" "Books on human anatomy or dissection," Su Sheng replied nonchalantly. "Ideally, it would be splendid if I could obtain a corpse as well." At this, even Dr. Wong lost his composure, exchanging a wide-eyed glance with Yuan Gang. "Ahem. What do you need those for? Has your roommate upset you?" Yuan Gang asked, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. "If your roommate is bothering you, just let me know, and I'll have him replaced." As two of the most formidable representatives of the new recruit training base, Su Sheng's strength and talent were evident. Given his past experiences, Yuan Gang feared that Su Sheng might inadvertently turn to darker paths. Thus, he had promptly informed Instructor Hong to relay to all instructors that as long as Su Sheng did not commit any fundamental errors, minor faults should be overlooked. "My roommate upset me." Su Sheng looked at Yuan Gang, confusion etched on his face, before a realization dawned upon him. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, recognizing that he had been misunderstood. The honest Chao Yuan would never provoke him. In fact, it was the other way around. "Do not misunderstand me, Chief Instructor. I am merely intrigued by this area of knowledge. Furthermore, we must not only contend with the enigmatic, but also confront the inhumane owners of forbidden realms." Su Sheng articulated his reasoning with conviction. "I believe that understanding human anatomy will allow us to mount more targeted offensives during confrontations, thereby significantly enhancing our efficacy in handling events." Upon hearing Su Sheng's analysis, Yuan Gang nodded vigorously. "I never anticipated that you possess such strategic insight, Su Sheng. Excellent. Your idea is commendable. I think we can certainly incorporate this into our training. Dr. Wong, please provide Su Sheng with some relevant texts on human anatomy." Dr. Wong nodded and turned to enter the infirmary to fetch books for Su Sheng. As for the cadaver, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. "Let's forego that. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult Dr. Wong. I grant you special permission to study in the infirmary during your leisure time." "No cadaver," Su Sheng lamented while stroking his chin. If only Qingyu were here. With his abilities, deconstructing the human body would be but a matter of moments. Yuan Gang observed Su Sheng's unfulfilled expression and could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He took the books from Dr. Wang and handed them to Su Sheng. Take your time to read. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask. Su Sheng nodded, accepting the heavy medical tomes, and turned to leave. What is up with this new recruit? Given your character, why are you being so accommodating? Dr. Wang inquired curiously once Su Sheng had departed. He's a genius. A bit of preferential treatment is only natural, Yuan Gang replied with a chuckle, somewhat evasive. Days later, Su Sheng lay in his dormitory bed, grappling with a throbbing headache as he flipped through the medical texts in his hands. Thyroid, trachea, aorta. As he gazed at the myriad terms and illustrations on the pages, sleepiness overtook him, and the hefty book slipped from his grasp, landing with a resounding thud against his face. Goodness, they say to encourage one to pursue medicine, lightning should strike. Su Sheng exclaimed as he jolted upright, genuinely reflecting on the predicament. No wonder medical students in his past life always appeared half alive. Chao Yuan was already accustomed to such scenarios. He discreetly glanced at Su Sheng before lowering his head to check his phone resting on his knees, the beads in his hand spinning increasingly faster. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura enveloped the entire training base. Su Sheng abruptly lifted his head, looking upwards, sensing the immense divine presence. This aura bore a kinship to Lin Chie's, but was far more terrifying, evidently emanating from a godly force. Is it Nyx, the goddess of night? Su Sheng murmured to himself. At that moment, as Su Sheng's gaze lingered, Nyx, standing atop the dormitory building, seemed to sense something and stared blankly downward. Boom! A thunderclap resounded as countless storm clouds began to converge upon the training base. Golden lightning serpents flickered within the dark clouds, yet the rain remained elusive. Su Sheng? Chao Yuan sensed the unusual aura emanating from Su Sheng, yet the overwhelming and formidable presence left him feeling somewhat breathless, prompting him to whisper his inquiry. Su Sheng remained silent, his mind a blank slate as he gazed upward. His eyes shone with a golden hue, reminiscent of fierce lightning, cold and indifferent, while a tempestuous aura of annihilation enveloped the surroundings. Nike's face turned pale as she slowly averted her gaze, exhaling softly. What is happening? Lin Chie, standing nearby, also felt the formidable pressure, sensing a vague connection between Su Sheng and the tumultuous thunder. Nothing much. I was merely reminded of an ancient entity Zeus once spoke of, a being from an era so distant that even the river of time fails to record its existence. Lin Chie paused, taken aback, before curiously inquiring, "Who is it?" With a complex expression, Nike shook her head and turned away as Yuan Gang quietly appeared on the rooftop. A knife in hand. Su Sheng. Huh? Su Sheng was jolted back to reality, the storm within his eyes gradually dissipating as he noticed Chao Yuan, who was cowering at the foot of the bed, calling out to him anxiously, "What is wrong with you?" Realizing Su Sheng had returned to his senses, Chao Yuan swallowed hard, having felt as though the uncontrollable forbidden realm within him had been firmly suppressed just moments before. What do you mean, what is wrong? Chapter 60. The new module observing the lingering apprehension on Chao Yuan's face, Su Sheng was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, the vessel of the Black King rarely exhibited such emotions. Do you not recall what transpired just moments ago? Chao Yuan inquired, his fingers deftly manipulating the Buddhist beads in his hand as he recounted the events that had unfolded. Perhaps the deity I represent was provoked into action, he speculated. Provoked? What do you mean by provoked? Chao Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. Su Sheng chuckled softly, dismissively waving his hand. He chose not to elaborate and instead reclined upon the bed, his mind wandering into contemplation. The occurrences of earlier weighed heavily upon him. His memory of them remained but a faint impression. The last time he experienced such a sensation was during Lin Chie's awakening, when the thunderstorm domain made its presence known, echoing the current feeling. Yet, did these two instances genuinely concern the Thunder Ancestor? In the past, Su Sheng had never pondered this question with much depth, but today events left him in a state of perplexity. Chronologically, It seemed today marked the moment when the night goddess Nyx's healing surpassed 50, coinciding with Lin Chia's extraction of Eclipse of Darkness and Nyx's manifestation in the corporeal realm. Her divine might was sensed by Yuan Gang, who reported it to the higher echelons, prompting the Night Watch's upper ranks to dispatch the unparalleled human, Confucius. If the Thunder ancestor had succumbed to slumber and was inadvertently stirred by Nyx's divine presence, thus revealing its might, that might indeed be a plausible explanation. However, considering the condition of Pang Tianjun, if the Thunder ancestor's state mirrored that of Pang Tianjun, why would it choose such a moment to reveal its power? To act impulsively would only draw unwanted attention from various quarters. Lost in thought, Su Sheng felt that revealing oneself at such a juncture seemed to counter the interests of the Thunder Department. He shook his head, unable to grasp the reasoning. Meanwhile, in an enigmatic realm, within an ancient Taoist temple, several figures clad in Taoist robes sat high above, leisurely playing music and brewing tea, appearing quite at ease. With this, the attention of all who wield the authority of thunder across the world will likely converge upon the great Xia, Pang Tianjun remarked, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Though his expression revealed no enjoyment, instead he offered a wry smile. A man in a deep red robe halted his playing upon hearing this. Expressing his sentiments with a sigh, "There is little we can do. You know the temperament of that one." The deity who holds dominion over thunder is hardly known for their patience, especially under the scrutiny of external gods. Indeed, yet this upheaval disrupts all our plans. "What shall we do now?" lamented a man in a deep green robe, raising his hands in resignation. "Let it unfold naturally." A grand voice resonated calmly. The others exchanged glances before responding with respect, yes. Beneath the blazing sun, the oppressive heat of the autumn tiger still enveloped the earth. A month had swiftly passed. On the training grounds of the boot camp, Su Sheng followed the new recruits through their customary drills. Though his thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere, Zhao Kongqing's soul had been fully restored. Yet Su Sheng remained uncertain regarding the reconstruction of his physical form. The study of human anatomy is undeniably arduous, causing Su Sheng's head to swell with knowledge, yet his progress remains painfully sluggish. Perhaps it would be wise to consult in Qingyu. Su Sheng mused, considering that within Qingyu's capabilities, deconstructing the human body would be child's play. Even if he could not divulge the secrets of the Thunder Realm, learning from him to reconstruct old Zhao's body should pose no significant challenge. "Su Xing, what are you daydreaming about? Once training concludes, you'll owe me an extra 10 laps." Instructor Hong's voice, somewhat hoarse from fatigue, echoed through the training grounds. After weeks of rigorous training, even the instructors appeared weary. Su Sheng jolted back to reality, quickly focusing on his run. "What occupies your thoughts?" Lin Chia inquired curiously, having noticed Su Sheng's distracted demeanor lately. "He's been burning the midnight oil studying human anatomy," Chao Yuan interjected, breaking his usual silence. Bali Pang Pang raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Human anatomy. It can't be the kind I'm thinking of, can it? Which teacher are you discussing such topics with?" "Get lost," Su Sheng retorted, rolling his eyes as he continued his run. Bali Tumming leaned in to whisper, "You two, add 10 laps." "What? This is unjust." As night fell, the lights in the room extinguished on schedule. With a simple thought, Su Sheng found himself back in the Thunder Realm. "Let's go, Xiaohei. It's time to explore that mountain over there." As Su Sheng's figure materialized, he beckoned Xiaohei to accompany him. After hours of studying post-training, he often felt overwhelmed. So seeking amusement in the Thunder Realm became his preferred pastime. Xiaohei, feigning ignorance, lazily turned over, emitting deep snores that reverberated within the Thunder Hall. Yet his colossal head remained directed toward Su Sheng. One eye peeked open, discreetly observing Su Sheng's demeanor. "You lazy creature. I'll remind you once more, no idle cows are tolerated in the Thunder Realm." "Su Xing, expressionis produsta Thunderbolt." With a long, drawn-out moo, Xiaohei finally rose, stretching before slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Su Sheng, a flicker of genuine surprise illuminated his gaze, as if astonished by Su Sheng's sudden appearance. Recovering from his surprise, he hurriedly trotted over, affectionately nudging Su Sheng's arm. "If there were an Oscar for the animal kingdom, it would undoubtedly be yours." Susen Monti Xiaowei, giving a firm pat on his back. Let us set off. Xiao He trotted out of the Thunder Hall, and with a resounding call, soared into the sky with Su Sheng. That way, Su Sheng pointed, while Xiao He leisurely chewed his cud, yet swiftly navigated toward another mountain. During this time, Su Sheng and Xiao He had thoroughly explored their current mountain, and the reason for their slow pace was primarily due to the vast expanse of the mountain range itself. Certainly, the primary reason lies in the fact that the little black creature had never exhibited its ability to fly. Su Sheng's discovery of its flight capabilities occurred quite by accident when he inadvertently entered the Thunder Realm and found that this creature was soaring towards the Thunder Palace. The revelation was facilitated by the fact that Su Sheng typically entered the Thunder Realm after concluding a day of training. However, on that particular day, he had an unexpected holiday, allowing him to enter the realm earlier. To this day, Su Sheng vividly recalls the astonished expression on the little black creature's face upon seeing him standing at the entrance of the Thunder Palace. This indolent being, just the thought of it brings a smile to Su Sheng's lips. Cattle are generally known for their docility, yet here was this little black creature, brimming with cunning and craftiness. Before long, they reached the neighboring mountain. The expanse of this mountain was evidently smaller than that of the one housing the Thunder Palace. Su Sheng dismounted from the ox and began to descend from the summit, cautiously exploring, with the little black creature lazily trailing behind. Cackling sounds echoed in the distance, and before long, a terrifying roar reached Su Sheng's ears. Startled, he quickly looked up to see a peculiar, pitch-black creature with glaring crimson eyes fixated on him from within the trees. Congratulations, host, on discovering an unknown creature. The system is commencing a reboot. Thunder Realm module is loading. Chapter 61. The task, a jolt of surprise coursed through Su Sheng's heart upon discovering the system's new module. He could not ascertain whether it was a fortuitous blessing or a treacherous trap. Yet, with that bizarre creature lurking nearby, he dared not divert his attention. With a swift motion, he summoned pale blue lightning that enveloped his palm and hurled it towards the peculiar being. The creature, however, exhibited astonishing agility, disappearing into the dense thicket with a mere flicker. Suddenly, an eerie cacophony echoed from all directions as shadowy figures flitted through the foliage, encircling Su Sheng. It was then that he discerned the true visage of these grotesque entities. Towering and robust, each stood over 3 meters tall, with menacing features. Their bodies cloaked in black fur, adorned with horns and pointed ears. 50-60. 100. Thunder Realm module successfully loaded. Biometric recognition successful. Mysterious. Wraith characteristics. Mountain specters. Carnivorous. Cruel and frenzied. Possessing formidable physiques composed of wood, stone, and various mountain creatures. To his astonishment, they were wraiths. How could such beings survive within the Thunder Realm? Evading a colossal rock hurled by one of the wraiths, Su Sheng pondered aloud. Logically, the realm's abundant, thunderous energy should render survival for such minor demons impossible. Yet, not only had this group of wraiths endured, but they had also formed a formidable collective. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, seemingly a signal, as the wraiths began to pound their chests and charge towards Su Sheng wielding an assortment of makeshift weapons. Drawing the sunblade from his side, Su Sheng retreated swiftly. Despite the fact that most of the wraiths bore rudimentary wooden clubs, their strength was not to be underestimated. As he dodged a swinging club, Su Sheng unleashed a strike of pale blue lightning upon the wraith before him. Following that, he swung his blade downward and activated elemental transformation, his form disintegrating into countless bolts of lightning, reappearing atop a towering tree. Looking down, he observed that the wraith he had struck bore only a shallow gash across its chest, with no blood to be seen. The thunderous energy had inflicted minimal damage. Have they developed a resistance to lightning? Long deprived of human flesh, the wraith's eyes glinted with madness as they relentlessly battered the massive tree beneath Su Sheng. Meanwhile, Xiao He floated serenely beside him. With a flick of his hand, silver flames ignited in his grasp, and once more he transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing beside the injured wraith. The instant the silver flames made contact, they rapidly spread across the wraith's form, voraciously consuming its body leaving nothing but wisps of ash. As the lightning flickered, Su Sheng materialized atop another tree. At present, it seemed that the physical prowess of these wraiths was roughly equivalent to that of a candle's flame. Yet, it was evident they possessed no understanding of fear, even as one wraith was reduced to ash by the nine-dragon thunderfire. The rest continued to howl frantically at Su Sheng. A few small and agile creatures swiftly ascended the trees, while their larger counterparts frantically pounded the great tree where Su Sheng resided. At that moment, the system's notification echoed. Detected host has slain a mysterious creature. The Thunder Realm task system has been activated. Su Sheng waved his hand, and the little black creature flew over. He mounted it and soared back towards the Thunder Palace. What is this task system? Su Sheng inquired, sitting cross-legged on the ground, puzzled. When a host completes tasks assigned by the system in the Thunder Realm, relevant rewards can be obtained. Tasks are primarily categorized into three types. First, completing tasks accumulates energy, and when the energy is full, the host can receive an opportunity for an unrestricted lottery draw. Second, completing tasks grants the host a chance to exclude corresponding level rewards from the unrestricted lottery. For instance, upon completing such a task, the host can directly remove rewards of that task level from the lottery. Third, completing tasks allows the host to lock the world or specify a particular range during a lottery draw. Task issued. Eliminate the malevolent spirits in the Thunder Mountain range. Task difficulty E. Reward. An unrestricted lottery draw opportunity for every 50 spirits eliminated, plus 10 energy. Upon hearing this, Su Sheng fell into contemplation. Although the loading of the Thunder Realm module implied that he had to balance responsibilities in both the real world and the Thunder Realm, the system's rewards appear to be worthwhile. After all, completing the aforementioned tasks, whether it be lottery opportunities, excluding lower-tier rewards to enhance chances for higher-tier ones, or locking rewards, seemed quite advantageous. Overall, it was certainly worth pursuing, especially considering that resurrecting Zhao Kongsheng could not be done for free. He would need to work for Su Sheng, much like Li Yifei. With this thought, Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, isn't this merely a lottery system? Su Sheng mused, returning to himself and asking pensively. Indeed, it is purely a lottery system. The tasks assigned to the host are also for the purpose of facilitating the lottery. Su Sheng responded with a gesture of defiance, his consciousness returning to the real world. Today's training had been exceedingly exhausting, and he decided to postpone the current task until after he ventured outside. Initially, he had contemplated whether to request a month-long leave to seek assistance from Qingyu in reconstructing Zhao's physical form. Yet, it now seemed that a month would be far from sufficient. On the following day, Su Sheng rose early, but instead of training, he made his way to Yuan Gang's office. What? Requesting a 3-month leave? Yuan Gang exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with unwavering determination. Absolutely not. Su Sheng deftly dodged the spittle from Yuan Gang's outburst and calmly replied, "This is not merely my own desire. It is a request from the deity I represent." After much contemplation, Su Sheng realized that invoking the authority of a deity was perhaps the only legitimate reason to request a leave of absence. Meanwhile, within the ancient Taoist temple, a figure clad in blue robes had just lifted a teacup to take a sip when a sudden sneeze erupted, causing tea to splatter across the chessboard. No worries, please continue. Perhaps someone is thinking of me." He nonchalantly rubbed his nose and placed the black chess piece down. Had that deity manifested? Yuan Gang straightened abruptly, recalling the overwhelming aura he had faced during his earlier confrontation with Nikes. At that moment, he had ascended to the rooftop, directly confronting the tremulous might of that divine presence, which had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving him oblivious to its direction. Indeed, Su Sheng decisively nodded. "It has provided me with clues regarding what I must seek, thus I must depart." Instructor Yuan, you surely do not wish for your student to provoke the deity and lose the divine ruins, do you? Yuan Gang shuddered at the thought and hastily retrieved paper and pen to jot down a note. "Remember, it must be within 3 months, not a day more." "Understood." Su Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he accepted the note, solemnly bowed, and turned to exit. Chapter 62. Ang Qinjiu, after receiving the approval from Yuan Gang, Su Sheng bid farewell to Lin Xie and others, embarking on a military vehicle arranged by Yuan Gang, departing from the training camp. Alongside the road, as he watched the vehicle gradually recede into the distance, Su Sheng turned and boarded a bus back to Tsangnan City, intent on locating Ang Qinjiu first. He remained entirely unconcerned about the possibility of his whereabouts being discovered and reported to Yuan Gang. Should inquiries arise, he would simply attribute it all to divine will, leaving the matter of belief beyond his contemplation. After all, Su Sheng had already demonstrated ample capability and worth, with the tides now turned. It was the higher-ups of the Night Watchers who would have cause for concern. By the time he returned to Tsangnan City, it was noon. Su Sheng randomly selected a hotel for accommodation, and after having lunch, he returned to the Thunder Realm, engaging in cultivation beside the Thunder Pool. Nightfall swiftly enveloped the world. In the depths of Tsangnan City, Su Sheng meandered through the intricate labyrinth of the sewer system, searching for the rodents that populated the area. At this moment, Ang Qinjiu was likely still in the early to mid-stages of her research, with the artificial serpent demon's neurons probably between the first and second generations. Su Sheng muttered to himself, observing the clusters of red-eyed rats, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. At this juncture, Ang Qinjiu would probably be unable to control a large number of rats, nor had she developed the ability to share visual perception with them. Suddenly, an electromagnetic wave radiating from the surroundings keenly detected an anomaly. Su Sheng turned his gaze, fixating on a particular rat that had been stealthily following him since he entered the sewer. Ang Qinjiu, I know you can hear me. Come out and meet me. A smile crept across Su Sheng's lips as he flicked his wrist, lifting the black rat by its tail. The rat, which had been desperately struggling, momentarily froze, its dark eyes fixed intently on Su Sheng. From the creature's gaze, Su Sheng discerned a glimmer of human intelligence, further affirming that this rat had indeed been modified by Ang Qinjiu. In the oppressive silence, dozens of rats swiftly departed from the swarm, arranging themselves on the ground in a peculiar order. Who are you? The line of meticulously aligned rats even formed a question mark, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of Su Sheng's mouth. I am Su Sheng. After a brief pause, the congregation of rats began to shift again, revealing a new line of text. What do you want from me? Su Sheng released the seemingly lifeless rat, brushing his hands together as he casually remarked, do you truly wish to remain in this dark underground for your research? Don't you desire to conduct your studies openly? Wouldn't you prefer a bright, new laboratory? The rats hesitated momentarily before suddenly snapping back to attention, breaking free from their ordered formation and rejoining the swarm. Witnessing this, Su Sheng realized that he had made significant progress. Evidently, Ang Qinjiu was contemplating his proposition. Indeed, moments later, dozens of rats emerged once more, forming an arrow that pointed toward a specific pipe. Following their guidance, Su Sheng eventually caught sight of a figure in an underground hollow. You did not accompany Lin Xie for the Night Watchman's new recruit training. How then do you find yourself in Tsangnan City at this hour? And Qingyu turned around, his hooded figure illuminated by the faint city lights filtering through the rusted mesh above, casting a glow upon his pale chin, while the upper part of his face remained shrouded in shadow. Only his glasses reflected the ambient light. Observing the bloodied surgical table behind in Qingyu, Su Sheng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he approached slowly. I certainly have matters that require your assistance. Beside the surgical table lay an array of surgical instruments, scalpels, an axe, and even a chainsaw, with 2 barrels filled to the brim with formaldehyde. You seek my help? What can I possibly offer you? Su Sheng gestured towards the corpses submerged in the formaldehyde, speaking calmly. I require your guidance on human anatomy. Naturally, if you could assist me in acquiring a body for dissection, that would be most beneficial. And Xingyu's expression turned peculiar. He had not anticipated finding a kindred spirit in such an obscure interest. You are not afraid? Does it not repulse you? Not afraid. Su Sheng nodded with a sense of inevitability. But it is indeed distasteful. Then why do you wish to pursue this? And Xingyu inquired, puzzled. From what he knew, Su Sheng was a promising candidate for a divine agent. Why would he delve into such grim pursuits? I have my reasons, Su Sheng replied. So, are you willing to assist me? After a moment of silence, And Xing Yu softly responded, "After all, we have endured trials together. Assisting you is not out of the question. But what did you mean when you mentioned conducting research openly and having access to a laboratory?" A flicker of suspicion danced in his mind, yet he dare not voice it. "Join the night watchman," Su Sheng stated casually, a grin spreading across his face. "Surely, it is not your place to decide that." Of course, Su Sheng stepped closer, glancing at the snake head submerged in the barrel. "But have you noticed that Songnan City has exhibited some unusual phenomena of late?" And Xing Yu's pupils constricted slightly as he spoke slowly. "You mean?" Indeed, a wave of relief washed over Su Sheng from the outset. He had surmised that the ancient God Church's intentions to undertake such extensive operations in Songnan City could not have been executed without prior reconnaissance and planning. And Xing Yu had clearly sensed the anomalies as well. "It is precisely as you imagine," Su Sheng affirmed with a decisive nod. He understood the need for caution. The reason he had sought leave from the camp early was to establish contact with Xing Yu and lay the groundwork in advance. "Very well, but I am quite stringent. You must be prepared mentally." "I have never doubted my capacity for learning," Su Sheng replied with a confident smile, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth. An hour later, in the brightly lit underground chamber, Su Sheng powered the newly acquired lamp with one hand while propping his chin up with the other, fighting off sleepiness. The inferior vena cava is the largest venous trunk within the human body, serving as the main conduit of the inferior vena cava system. When the inferior vena cava becomes obstructed, engorged vessels can be observed on either side of the abdominal wall, beneath the level of the umbilicus. And Xing Yu exuberantly articulated knowledge that, to Su Sheng, seemed akin to fantastical tales, while effortlessly sketching the shape of an organ on the blackboard, achieving a precision indistinguishable from that found in textbooks. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, a piece of chalk struck Su Sheng's forehead, snapping him back to attention. "What is the matter?" "I'm listening," he exclaimed. "Please repeat. What is the name of this organ?" "The inferior vena cava," Su Sheng replied, a hint of pride in his voice, for he had indeed studied for a time at the training base. "Where is it located? What is its function? And to which organs is it connected?" Su Sheng scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. "After you return, transcribe this information 5 times." And Xing Yu stated flatly, handing him a thick stack of materials. "Huh?" Su Sheng's expression fell instantly. He had long lost track of the years since he had last been punished by a teacher to copy lines. It was truly unexpected that he, Su Sheng, a notoriously mischievous student, was diligently immersing himself in learning within the world of divine slaying. Chapter 63, Rise My. It was night. Su Sheng stifled a yawn as he traversed the lengthy underground passage, arriving at the cavern wherein Xing Yu resided. Where is everyone? The underground chamber was starkly visible, yet Su Sheng could not discern Xing Yu's presence. The surgical table that had long remained vacant was now covered by a white sheet, bulging ominously, stained with crimson blood. "You're here," Xing Yu's calm voice echoed from the opposite side, his figure gradually emerging. Su Sheng nodded, gesturing toward the surgical table. "This is a corpse. Did you not wish to dissect a body?" Xing Yu removed his hood and approached the table, lifting the white sheet to reveal an unremarkable corpse before Su Sheng's eyes. "Rest assured, this is the body of a serial killer executed by lethal injection. I managed to procure it." Noticing a flicker of hesitation in Su Sheng's expression, Xing Yu offered him a scalpel. Su Sheng shook his head, accepting the instrument, and replied earnestly, "I owe you a favor. Let us fulfill our respective needs." Xing Yu shrugged lightly. "Shall we begin? I won't offer you any consolation, considering you are not afraid." Taking a deep breath, Su Sheng donned medical gloves and made the first incision with deliberate care. "Oh, you claim to be unafraid?" "Indeed, I'm not afraid. But this is nauseating." Time passed swiftly, and over a month later, in the Thunder Realm, within the rear hall of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, Su Sheng sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, exhaling slowly. Opposite him, amidst the yellow resurrection flower, Zhao Kongqing's spirit was nearly coalesced into a tangible form. Su Sheng's mental energy unfurled, drawing upon a surge of thunder from the thunder pool, directing it towards the resurrection flower. The thunderous force gradually surged within, and under Su Sheng's mental guidance, The flower began to swell, taking on a rough human shape. The flower itself formed the head, with Zhao Kongqing's spirit floating above it. Taking a deep breath, Su Sheng realized that the next step was to shape the various parts of his body. With a focused thought, he immersed himself in the task. 5 hours later, gazing at the body before him, identical to that of the condemned criminal, Su Sheng let out a sigh of relief. The shaping of the body was complete. He did not desire for the body to mirror Zhao Kongqing perfectly, for it was unnecessary. When the body transformed into flesh, Zhao Kongqing's spirit would naturally adjust it to resemble his original form. Now came the most crucial step. Su Sheng stepped forward, lifting the wooden-like body, and moved toward the front hall. The thunderous energy of the thunder pool was too violent. If Zhao Kongqing were to undergo transformation here, the body would crumble in an instant. Upon reaching the front hall, Su Sheng carefully set the body down, scrutinizing it from every angle. Is this perhaps too small? He pondered, extending his hand as if to measure its dimensions, hesitating in uncertainty. Regardless, system, initiate the transformation program. Transformation program activated, in progress, 10:20. The wood-like hue upon the body began to gradually recede, revealing the texture of flesh and blood. Before long, a corporeal form materialized before Su Sheng. Rebirth. My old Zhao. Su Sheng extended his hand, and the soul swiftly entered the brain of the lifeless body. The previously dormant flesh stirred abruptly, and Su Sheng felt the resounding heartbeat echoing in his ears. Each part of the body began to slowly twist, adjusting the subtle discrepancies of flesh, and the unfamiliar visage began to morph into the familiar face of Su Sheng. Cough, cough. Zhao Kongqing opened his eyes in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. Upon recognizing Su Sheng before him, his pupils suddenly contracted. Su Sheng, have you also descended to hell? Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Su Sheng's arm. Did I not slay the ghost-faced king? How could you still die? Could it be you were killed by another mysterious force? Have all my efforts been in vain? Honestly, I told you to practice your swordplay, but you wouldn't listen. Su Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He turned away, handing over the clothes he had prepared in advance. Old Zhao, I understand your excitement, but this is not the time for leisure. Zhao Kongqing pinched his arm, only to realize he was indeed in a corporeal form. He then looked down, feeling a chill at his waist. What the hell? His face flushed crimson as he hurriedly donned the clothes Su Sheng had handed him. What is the meaning of this? Fully dressed, Zhao Kongqing followed Su Sheng outside the hall, surveying the world before him, and asked in confusion. After scrutinizing the scruffy, middle-aged man, Su Sheng's lips curved into a slight smile. The situation is this. I have resurrected you. Of course, this is the will of the divine. As you know, I am the agent of the Thunder Department. With this single statement, Su Sheng silenced all of Zhao Kongqing's inquiries. At that moment, a series of small characters appeared in Su Sheng's view. Name, Zhao Kongqing. Affiliation, Hall of Thunder. Realm, Lantern Realm, Forbidden Domain. Rebirth Flashing Moon, Thunder Enhancement. Physique, reconstructed Thunderpool body. Must periodically return to the Thunder Realm to absorb Thunder energy. Otherwise, paralysis and weakness will ensue. Zhao Kongqing paused slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Su Sheng, then boldly declared, though this feels surreal, given the chance to live again, what do I have to be dissatisfied with? He could sense the familiar power within him, the forbidden domain he had exchanged his life for, and Su Sheng had astonishingly preserved this forbidden domain during his resurrection. To live once more and wield the power of the forbidden domain, what more could one desire? Forbidden Domain Sequence 083. Rebirth Flashing Moon I, Old Zhao, can indeed carve out a different life. Zhao Kongqing clenched his fists, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Su Sheng offered him the Sunwell Blade. Care to give it a try? Regarding the so-called Thunder Enhancement, Su Sheng was eager to witness its effects. Zhao Kongqing grasped the Sunwheel Blade and drew it with a swift motion, his expression turning grave as he swung it down with great force. A black crescent moon materialized suddenly, entwined with writhing bolts of lightning that resembled frenzied serpents. The crescent moved with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a profound gash in the earth, cleaving a sturdy tree cleanly in two. After the crescent's disappearance, the lightning continued to dance around the tree trunk, relentlessly flickering. This is Zhao Kongqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, although the power of the Black Crescent was not as formidable as before. This was attributable to the influence of the specter. At this moment, the Mincing Shanyue not only possessed immense destructive capability, but it also enhanced its speed severalfold. Furthermore, the lightning entwined upon it could linger even after the strike had dissipated, potentially delivering a jolt to the adversary. Such a shock could very well induce a moment of paralysis during a life-and-death struggle. With just a single instance of paralysis, his Mincing Shanyue could strike the enemy once more. Surely, the sequence of Mincing Shanyue was no longer merely 083. The corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth could no longer contain his excitement, erupting into hearty laughter. P.S. In the comments section, dear readers, feel free to leave your thoughts and suggestions. The author will attentively consider every comment. Chapter 64, Crescent Moon and the Thunder Realm. In the sky, Su Sheng rode on the back of Little Black, gazing into the distance. According to the system prompt, the continuous mountain range where the Thunder Palace is located is known as the Thunderstorm Mountains. The Thunder Palace itself rests atop the largest peak, while the recently discovered wraiths inhabit a neighboring summit. For Su Sheng, this world seemed to differ from reality only in the increased presence of thunder and lightning. For below, Zhao Kongqing's voice drifted up, and Su Sheng turned to see him clinging to Little Black's front hooves, suspended in the air. Despite Su Sheng's persistent persuasion, Little Black refused to allow Zhao Kongqing to ride upon his back, leaving him with no choice but to resort to this precarious method. You'll find out soon enough. Old Zhao, by the way, aren't you planning to return home first? Su Sheng did not conceal the existence of the Thunder Realm from Zhao Kongqing, merely stating that it originated from the Thunder Department. His candor stemmed from two reasons. First, his trust in Zhao Kongqing, and second, the fact that his body, remade by the Thunder Pool, belonged to the Thunder Palace. As the master of the Thunder Palace, Su Sheng possessed absolute authority. Yet he chose not to exert it over Zhao Kongqing. Though he sometimes envied Lin Qi's diligent and obedient attendance, he respected Zhao Kongqing's choices. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kongqing's voice, now somewhat hoarse, broke through. Let us wait a moment. I'm unsure how to face them upon my return. Moreover, a slight smile tugged at his lips. If word spreads that you can resurrect people and traverse other worlds freely, the entire realm would surely descend into chaos. If I return openly, I might inadvertently expose myself. Su Sheng clicked his tongue, acknowledging Zhao Kongqing's valid concerns, not to mention the inherent risks of being discovered. The mere presence of family would likely lead to inadvertent slips of the tongue. Let us wait for an opportune moment, Zhao Kongqing stated calmly. I believe that time is not far off. I need to gradually reintegrate into the real world. I will find a way to resolve the issues with your physical form. Su Sheng replied earnestly as he looked up at the rapidly approaching peak. There's no need to exert yourself. I am quite fond of this body. Having received your grace, I naturally wish to repay it, though it requires periodic returns here to replenish the thunder energy. Little Black descended gently, with Zhao Kongqing leaping down first, drawing his sunwheel blade from behind. Furthermore, since I can harness the powers of the Forbidden Void, I, Zhao Kongqing, shall strive to become a formidable force where thoughts manifest and all things fall. A grin spread across his face. It seems that following you will expedite my growth. Consider it my employment under you, even if you intend to exploit me. Compensation is due. Su Sheng dismounted from Little Black and waved his hand. The thunder rings on his arms suddenly illuminated with electric light, swirling around him like satellites. As long as you dare to dream, we shall certainly stand atop the mountain peak together. This glory I shall not hoard alone. The eerie sound echoed as dozens of phantoms discovered the two figures atop the mountain, their crimson, frenzied eyes glaring with unrestrained ferocity as they swiftly encircled the pair. What a mystery! Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. From these creatures, he sensed no trace of intelligence, only a primal urge to kill and a ravenous appetite. A peculiar enigma indeed. With a mere thought, Su Sheng expanded the thunderous ring, which hovered before him, radiating a blinding white light. In an instant, a sword-shaped bolt of white lightning shot forth. Within a heartbeat, the bolt pierced through the bodies of 3 phantoms, which then transformed into countless shards of lightning that scattered in every direction like flying daggers. Good heavens, the destructive power is astonishing. Leave a few for me to acclimate my body, Zhao Kongchang exclaimed, dumbfounded by the scene before him. He hastily drew his sunblade and swung it fiercely, summoning a crescent-shaped black blade entwined with pale blue lightning, aimed at a particularly robust phantom. Crescent Moon Charge. This was the new battle cry Su Sheng had shared with him, claiming it sounded far more imposing. Clang! The creature, a stone phantom, was cleaved in 2 by the black crescent, prompting Zhao Kongcheng to dash forward and deliver a decisive blow, severing the phantom's head. Huh! My Forbidden Ruins is truly formidable. He laughed heartily, turning to see Su Sheng wielding silver flames in his left hand and pale blue lightning in his right. Surrounding him was a swirling ring of thunder, intermittently halting as another sword-shaped bolt of white lightning erupted forth, dispatching several more phantoms. What is so strong? Su Sheng yawned, turning around with a puzzled expression. Good grief. You are utterly monstrous, Zhao Kongcheng grumbled, scratching his nose as he strode confidently toward the relentless onslaught of phantoms. Crescent Moon Charge. Meanwhile, the lazy little black found a corner to lie down, munching on the grass brought to its mouth, observing the unfolding spectacle with an inscrutable gaze. This fellow now resembles a true human. In the Thunderclap Mountains, Su Sheng gazed at the accumulated unlimited lottery energy bar on his system. Over the past month, he and Zhao Kongcheng had spent the majority of their time atop this peak, vanquishing phantoms. A person's strength can only advance dramatically through real combat during this period. Both his mastery of fire and thunder techniques and his command of the thunderous ring had reached new heights. Simultaneously, Zhao Kongcheng adapted swiftly to his new body, which was exceptionally suited for survival in the realm of thunder, akin to a fish in water. Furthermore, having nurtured his soul in the thunder pool for over a month, his cultivation soared, rapidly arriving at the pinnacle of the Lantern Realm. The two relished this cycle of training and combat, with evenings reserved for casual conversations within Qingyu or leisurely strolls. Almost all their time was consumed in the Thunder Realm, diligently clearing the mountaintop of phantoms. Thanks to their relentless efforts, the energy bar had accumulated to 90, with merely a few phantoms remaining before reaching the next threshold. As the malevolent spirits dwindled, Su Sheng was compelled to delve deeper. Yet, with each descent, he discerned that the strength of these spirits was increasingly formidable. Just a few days prior, they encountered a spirit of considerable prowess, akin to a pool realm. However, through their combined efforts, this pool realm spirit was ultimately vanquished, transforming into an enigmatic stone. Gazing into the distance, Su Sheng observed Zhao Kongcheng still engaged in combat. With a swift motion, he wielded his blade, and a crescent of darkness swiftly cleaved through the air, severing the head of a spirit. As the head fell, a notification from the system promptly emerged. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring an opportunity for an unrestricted lottery draw. With the departure of Zhao, Su Sheng mounted his steed, Little Black, beckoning Zhao Kongcheng to grasp the hooves of Little Black, and they swiftly soared back to the Thunder Palace. Upon their return, with the impending battle approaching, he recognized the necessity to rapidly enhance his own strength. Chapter 65, Thousand Birds Revised Edition. Within the confines of the hotel, Su Sheng gradually opened his eyes. It had been over 2 months since he departed from the training base. In just a few days, he would have to return to the training grounds as per his agreement with Yuan Gang. What lay ahead was a series of events intertwined with the ancient divine church, the most formidable among them being Han Shaoyan of the Sea Realm, whose forbidden ruins ranked among the ultra-high-risk categories, specifically Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster. However, the current Sangnan was not the same as before. Previously, it was only represented by the seraphic agent Lin Xie, But now it boasted the addition of the Thunder Department agent, Sheng. Would the enemy's lineup from memory remain unchanged? This question lingered in Sheng's mind with uncertainty. He understood that the so-called butterfly effect would not manifest an immense impact on the world from the outset. Instead, such influence burgeoned gradually, culminating in a tempest that bore witness to his existence. With a slow exhale, Sheng retracted his thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, he would meet challenges as they came. Undeterred by fear, as long as his own strength was formidable, he could overcome any trifling adversary without hesitation. System, check the lottery chances. Congratulations, host. You have completed the Wraith Purge mission and gained one unrestricted lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw? Yes. A golden-edged roulette materialized before him, and the golden pointer began to spin leisurely. Each time the pointer swept over the mysterious red area, Sheng felt an intense jolt in his heart. Goodness, I can't take it anymore. He instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. Even when he reached Klein's realm, he suspected he would still feel anxious in such a lottery scenario. Ding! The pleasant sound of the pointer halting reached his ears, and, cautiously, Sheng peered through his fingers. Ah, purple? A sudden rush of disappointment washed over him as he gazed at the slowly materializing black tome. Well, purple is acceptable, I suppose. Stepping forward, he caught the fully manifested book, and the system's notification promptly appeared. Congratulations, host! You have acquired A-class technique. Thousand Birds, revised edition. Thousand Birds, quality, infinite, origin, Naruto universe, characteristics, originally named Lightning Release. Thousand Birds, developed by Kakashi Hitaki. This technique combines chakra nature transformation and form alteration. It gathers lightning chakra in the palm to create a high-intensity electric current, making the hand resemble a blade with formidable piercing power. Named for the sound resembling 1,000 birds chirping. After system modification, upon mastery, one can attain far beyond ordinary ultra-compressed lightning capabilities, freely adjusting the compression level based on mental strength. P.S. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. All rights of explanation belong to this system. As Sheng contemplated the system's description, he found himself in deep thought. This technique appeared merely infinite, yet it seemed, perhaps, to be godlike in nature. The thunder fruit was lightning, was it not? The power of divine retribution was also lightning, was it not? And the 9 dragons' thunder fire was indeed lightning as well, was it not? Even the fusion of 2 distinct types of lightning can still be considered lightning, right? With this thought, Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. If, during battle, a compressed bolt of thunder were to intertwine with countless strikes of lightning, the effect would be unimaginable. He could scarcely comprehend it. In the realm of thunder, Sheng set aside the dark tome in his hands, the dark circles beneath his eyes revealing his exhaustion. Since acquiring the 1,000 Birds, he had immediately ventured into the thunder realm to observe and learn, enduring several sleepless nights in the process. Such a fervent approach to learning left the meditative Zhao Kongcheng nearby, feeling rather perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng extended his left hand, and a pale blue lightning began to materialize. The inherently violent nature of lightning danced wildly within his grasp, akin to a ferocious dragon thrashing about. With a mere thought, the power of thunder within him surged towards his left hand, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. A mass of what appeared to be liquid lightning quietly manifested in his palm. This orb of lightning ceased its erratic movements, rising like a concentrated flame. Though its imposing aura caused Zhao Kongcheng to widen his eyes in astonishment, swallowing hard. Little Black rolled its eyes and turned over, returning to slumber. No, that's not right, Sheng murmured, allowing the lightning in his hand to dissipate. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that something was amiss. This application was too rudimentary, and there must be a more advanced method. Isn't this incorrect? Zhao Kongcheng finally could no longer contain himself. The energy emanating from the lightning instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Sheng appeared to be in a trance, slowly closing his eyes. After a moment, he abruptly opened them, and the lightning began to gather anew in his hand, the energy surging towards his left hand. Before long, a spear composed entirely of lightning materialized in Su Sheng's grasp, nearly indistinguishable from a physical object. Yet, its aura was remarkably subdued, resembling an unadorned, deep blue spear. With a gentle tap of his fingers, a clear and melodious sound resonated, suggesting that the spear's hardness exceeded that of the sun-wheel blade. Tsk, still not, right, the spear gradually faded, and Su Sheng closed his eyes once more, delving deeper into contemplation for a more advanced application method. Is this not utterly absurd? Zhao Kongsheng muttered to himself before burrowing back into his sleeping bag. Su Sheng had initially intended for Zhao Kongsheng to rest in the hotel he had booked, as the bed was spacious, and there was even a large sofa. However, Zhao Kongsheng found the Thunder Realm more comfortable for sleeping. Consequently, Su Sheng simply purchased him a sleeping bag, though Zhao Kongsheng would still return to the real world for meals or leisurely strolls. In an unnoticed corner, the previously slumbering little black had turned its head, its eyes wide open like light bulbs, staring in astonishment at Su Sheng, who was lost in thought. Underground in Songnan City. And Qingyu, I am returning to the training base. Su Sheng casually pointed, and a soft blue current surged into the lamp, illuminating the dim underground cavern. Tomorrow, Su Sheng would return to the base, so he had specifically come here to bid farewell to Qingyu. And Qingyu turned around in astonishment, his hands stained with blood, while a small lamp illuminated the surgical table before him, where a tiny mouse struggled incessantly. He did not expect Su Sheng to make a special trip to say goodbye. I understand, he finally replied after a long pause, his voice infused with newfound warmth. Su Sheng stepped forward and patted Qingyu's shoulder before turning to leave. Remember, in a month, contact me with your mouse. Understood. Chapter 66. Turning the tide on the return journey. Su Sheng sat on the bus, gazing vacantly at the scenery outside. The sun hung low on the horizon, its languid rays inducing a sense of drowsiness. It seemed that living the life of an ordinary person would not be so bad after all. Observing the myriad expressions of familial and friendly bonds within the bus, Su Sheng murmured to himself. Suddenly, it felt as if some shackles had been broken. A refreshing current flowed from his mind throughout his body, cleansing every cell. He paused slightly, sensing an unparalleled clarity in his thoughts. Finally, he had arrived at the destination, the realm of chance. Su Sheng snapped back to reality, a grin spreading across his face. It was the 5th month of new recruits training. This winter appeared to be colder than usual. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the air, prompting Su Sheng and Chao Yuan to hastily don their uniforms and race to the training ground. Within 3 minutes, the recruits had assembled. As he looked at Instructor Hong on stage, Su Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. It had been a month since he returned to the training base. Ultimately, the anticipated assault by the ancient god sect had come to pass. Very good, you all show great spirit. Instructor Hong surveyed the recruits with satisfaction. Over the past 5 months, this unruly group of new recruits had finally begun to resemble soldiers. I have an announcement to make. The special physical training will conclude a month earlier than planned, officially ending today. As for the next phase of training, it will commence in 4 days. The recruits paused in surprise, quickly realizing the implications, and began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, after our discussions, we have decided to grant you little rascals a 4-day holiday to relax. Instructor Hong's tone shifted to seriousness. However, you must not leave Songnan. Any breaches will result in immediate expulsion from the Night Watch. Oh, Bai Li, the portly recruit, lowered his head in disappointment. He had intended to take Su Sheng and Lin Xie on a tour of Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Su Sheng seemed fortunate. Having just enjoyed a 3-month break, and now coinciding with this 4-day holiday, all the good fortune seemed to befall him. Bai Li imiously remarked to Su Sheng, who appeared lost in thought. Su Sheng returned to the moment, patting Bai Li's shoulder. What is there to envy? I lack your robust physique. Resting is entirely reasonable for someone like me. Lin Xie nearby twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. How could one be deemed physically weak, yet dominate the entire training base of recruits? It seemed to imply that everyone else was inept. However, the sudden announcement of this holiday caught them all off guard. It truly is quite unexpected, Su Sheng remarked calmly, turning to head towards the dormitory. Lin Chia, slightly taken aback, nodded and followed Su Sheng. Indeed, it was rather sudden. What do you mean sudden? What was so sudden? Bai Li was perplexed, hastily joining Chao Yuan to catch up with the two, leading the way. Half an hour later, the recruits had packed their belongings and gathered at the entrance. Instructor Hong stood before the gate, beside him a mountain of long black boxes piled high. During this holiday, you are permitted to carry the Star Blade for self-defense. However, it must not be used lightly under normal circumstances to prevent causing panic among the public. Do you understand? Yes. Su Sheng took a Star Blade and boarded the vehicle. Ever since he lent the Sunwheel Blade to old Zhao, he has not had any effective weapons at his disposal. Regrettably, there are no names inscribed on it. It must have been issued to us temporarily. Lin Xie sat beside Su Sheng, his spiritual energy sweeping over the black box as he lamented. Su Sheng glacelinadif. Yet the electromagnetic waves had long since extended upwards. Since entering the pool realm, his perceptual range had reached 100 meters. There's still a noticeable gap compared to the forbidden items, Bai Li said with a pout. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan couldn't help but roll their eyes. Shut up. As all the recruits boarded, the bus slowly started, heading towards the training camp. Huh. At the moment the bus exited the gate, the new recruits expressed their confusion. After 5 months of suppression under the town ruins monument, their realms were now breaking through. I've broken through. So have I. Is this the feeling of the pool realm? Wow. The sensation of breaking through is even more exhilarating than. Lin Xie reveled in the refreshing sensation of his spiritual energy washing over him, but then noticed Su Sheng staring out the window, his brow slightly furrowed. Why is the pressure still so high after such a long break? Lin Xie curiously inquired. His 10 years of blindness, combined with the enhancement of the mundane realm, allowed him to easily perceive emotions that others could not detect. The new recruits, immersed in the joy of their breakthroughs, were oblivious, while Bai Li, who was utterly bored without the forbidden ruins, suddenly perked up upon hearing Lin Xie's words. Su Sheng isn't out there studying human anatomy, is he? He chuckled. Su Sheng raised an eyebrow. It was indeed hard to refute, as he had gone outside to study human anatomy. Look, Su Sheng was contemplating whether to throw this loquacious chubby fellow out to shield against the first wave of missiles when 15 objects, akin to meteors, quietly streaked across the sky, heading straight for the new recruit training base. Hearing Su Sheng's urgent tone, Lin Xie and the others quickly turned to look out the window. Holy crap! Meteors! Quick, make a wish! The recruits sitting by the window also noticed the group of meteor-like objects, and a few particularly thick-headed individuals even began to make wishes upon the fiery trails of the meteors. Those aren't team meteors. Those are missiles coming to level the ground. Lin Xie's pupils constricted, and he shouted loudly, sending shivers through everyone on the bus. Get down! Everyone get down! Instructor Hong shouted urgently. The recruits hastily ducked down. Yet one figure diverged from the rest, accelerating towards the exit. Su Sheng, what the hell are you doing? Are you looking to die? Instructor Hong bellowed. Don't worry. Old Hong, not a single person will die today. A faint voice drifted through the air, yet Su Sheng, without a backward glance, opened the car door. Lin Xie watched as Su Sheng vanished from sight. Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly followed. Goodness! Bai Li and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, but under Chao Yuan's leadership, they too pursued Lin Xie. Aren't you all afraid of death? Shen Qingzhu stared blankly at the individuals rushing out one after another, his teeth clenched in frustration. Ignoring the admonitions of the two beside him, he resolutely followed suit. Stepping out of the vehicle, Su Sheng leaped onto the bus, squinting at the 5 missiles rapidly approaching. From a distance of 100 meters, he could accurately discern the trajectory of each missile through electromagnetic waves. At such proximity, Lin Xie could clearly see every detail of the missiles. Just when they thought Su Sheng was recklessly courting death, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before their eyes. On the roof of the vehicle, Su Sheng extended a single hand. The electromagnetic force that enveloped a radius of 100 meters instantly captured each missile with precision. The 15 elongated, streamlined missiles abruptly decelerated, ultimately coming to a gradual stop above Su Sheng's head, unable to advance any further. Chapter 67. Sisters. As soon as Shen Qingzhu stepped off the bus, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. Above the bus, Su Sheng was enveloped in a soft blue lightning, his fingers slightly splayed, with 15 missiles quietly hovering above him. Is this also the Pool Realm? Shen Qingzhu gazed at the scene before him, murmuring to himself. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination, dispelling the previous languor and arrogance, as a flame of fighting spirit ignited within his eyes. This is good. This will only fuel my motivation further. I will surpass you with integrity, Su Sheng. Su Sheng, you are incredibly impressive. I, Baili Tuming, would gladly proclaim you the most handsome today. Baili, filled with excitement, clapped his hands, prompting the new recruits to suppress their fears and curiously disembark from the bus. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Su Sheng's mouth as he waved his hand, causing the 15 missiles to gently descend onto the wilderness 100 meters away. If it weren't for Su Sheng, those missiles would have reduced us to ashes. Not just us, the training base behind us would have been obliterated as well. Why would missiles be launched at us? Aren't all missile launch bases in the hands of the military? The new recruits stared blankly at the unfolding scene, their recent joy at breaking through to the Pool Realm evaporating in the face of life-threatening peril and overwhelming power disparity. After all, not everyone possesses the resilient spirit of Shen Qingzhu, who grows stronger through adversity. Young lads, do you see this? Even within the Pool Realm, there exists a vast disparity. Instructor Hong descended from the bus, observing Su Sheng and his companions, who were encircled by the crowd, with a smile that could hardly be contained. Su Sheng, this time I shall recommend you for a great merit. It's merely a trivial task. You should hurry and deal with those missiles. If they explode, it will be troublesome. The soft blue lightning dissipated in an instant, and Su Sheng reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor as he turned his gaze towards the distance. In the distance, the roar of off-road vehicles approached, speeding fiercely, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the vehicles had even come to a halt, a young girl sprang out, brandishing a long gun. Su Sheng, Qi, are you all right? The girl rushed forward, pinching Lin Qiye's face while looking up at Su Sheng. Ongying, sister, if you don't let go, my face will swell, Lin Qiye managed to say with a look of despair. With a startled exclamation, Hong Ying quickly released her grip. Meanwhile, Chen Mai stepped out of the off-road vehicle, wielding a straight knife. Nothing serious, just feeling a bit drowsy. Noticing Chen Mai's inquiring gaze directed at him, Su Sheng shook his shoulders and jumped off the bus with a grunt. As Si Xiaonan stepped off the vehicle, she couldn't help but chuckle. Why didn't Tiu just use that flashy teleportation method to come down? Showing off too much can attract trouble, Su Sheng replied, opening the door of the off-road vehicle and diving inside. Hasten back, for I yearn for the culinary delights prepared by old Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia nodded in agreement. The longer he remained at the new recruit training base, the more he missed Chen Mai's exquisite culinary skills. Su Sheng, you must not compete with me for the ribs today, he exclaimed as he rushed towards the off-road vehicle. Chia, what shall we do? Baili, with a pitiful expression, called out to Lin Xia, while Chao Yuan beside him mirrored a similarly forlorn countenance. Chao Yuan, you may reside with him. Remember, once you find accommodation, you must inform me. This situation feels rather unusual. At the training camp, gazing at the departing vehicle, Yuan Gang slowly turned his head, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the table. What do you think of him? After a moment, he inquired with a smile. Reporting to the commander, he performed admirably. I am quite satisfied, replied Instructor Hong, grinning widely. Ha ha ha. Yuan Gang couldn't help but chuckle. Splendid. Not only have I trained 2 agents of the divine, but both their talents and temperaments are exceptional, truly wonderful. The other instructors erupted into laughter. After all, they would have ample material to boast about in the future. Do you recall that divine agent? I was the one who trained the recruits back then, and at that time. As for how the story would unfold, that would be left to one's conscience. However, it was evident that a traitor had emerged among them. Yuan Gang's tone shifted, and the atmosphere in the office grew tense. a chill descending upon the hearts of the instructors present. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away at Missile Launch Base number 39, the shrill sound of alarms pierced the air, accompanied by flashing red lights that enveloped the facility. Urgent inquiries echoed from the communication devices. Inside the vast control room, silence reigned, broken only by the sight of dismembered statues and several corpses staring despondently at the ceiling. "Sister, you are truly ruthless." A sultry woman languidly reclined at the control panel, showcasing her devilishly enchanting curves, a blood-stained blade resting nearby. "Be quiet. I am not your sister." A cold voice emerged as a pure young girl clad in a JK uniform stepped from the shadows, her hands adorned with bronze claws, crimson blood trickling from their tips, leaving shocking streaks on her white stockings. How terrifying! The alluring woman smiled lightly, feigning fright as she caressed her chest, flaunting her voluptuous figure. "Are you seeking death?" A chilling murderous intent flashed in the young girl's vertical pupils. "Shall we eliminate them all?" At that moment, a sweet voice resonated from above, accompanied by the sound of fluttering wings. A tall, slender figure descended gracefully, retracting her brown wings. She surveyed the tense standoff between the two, but paid little heed to the suffocating atmosphere. "Leave no one behind." The innocent maiden extended her arm, delicately licking a drop from the sharp tip of her claw, savoring the metallic tang of blood as it dissolved in her mouth. A glimmer of perverse pleasure flickered in her eyes. "Ask you all, could we not be a bit more harmonious?" A resigned male voice emanated from the phone. "Silence." The tall woman sweetly replied, "This is simply the best way for us sisters to interact." The higher-ups of the Night Watch had dispersed the new recruits throughout Songnan City. It seemed our movements had long been exposed, prompting them to prepare in advance. The man remained silent for a moment, his composed voice continuing to resonate from the device. "It matters not, then." The innocent maiden's bronze claw quietly vanished, her pristine fingers gliding slowly over the blood on the control panel. "Just eliminate them all." In the dimly lit control room, 3 pairs of serpentine eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. "At last, we have reached a consensus. P.S. This narrative includes original characters and plot elements, but surely, esteemed readers, you do not mind, do you?" Chapter 68. The Exorcising Divine Thunder in the Peace Affairs Office. Su Sheng gazed enviously at Chun Mai as he brought forth dish after dish of delectable cuisine. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Su Sheng stealthily extended his hand towards the sumptuous spread. "Stop!" Wu Xiangnan, donned in a clumsy bare apron and holding a plate of braised pork, expressionlessly blocked Su Sheng's chopsticks with his left hand. "The dishes aren't even all served yet. You need to calm down." Lin Chie swallowed hard, retracting his half-extended hand, and asserted with feigned righteousness, "Exactly, Su Sheng. You really have no sense of decorum." Rolling his eyes, Su Sheng languidly rested his head on the table and murmured, "When will everything be ready? I feel like I'm starving." "It's ready. This is the last dish. Let us eat," Chun Mai announced as he placed the final plate of steamed base onto the table, his tone tinged with exasperation. The others, having waited impatiently, erupted in cheers, and the battleground of culinary competition commenced. "This one caught my eye first." "Fine, I'll let you have it, but what is that over there?" "Wow, Su Sheng, you're truly a despicable character." "Ha, a dining table resembles a battlefield. You're far too careless, young man." Once they had feasted to their heart's content, Su Sheng began picking his teeth with a toothpick. Chun Mai glanced at Su Sheng and Lin Chie and slowly remarked, "This recent attack was clearly directed at both of you, the divine agents." "Oh, it might also be aimed at by Li Tuming," Lin Chie said, shoving the last morsel of food into his mouth and belching contentedly. "Isn't this the ancient cult you mentioned?" Wu Xiangnan nodded gravely. "One agent of the dual gods and another of the Thunder Department. Even if Bai Li Tuming is the young master of the Bai Li family, the priorities are obvious. Moreover, the ancient cult has no reason to mobilize such forces unnecessarily. Nevertheless, the Bai Li family is the Night Watcher's foremost benefactor. Even if we discern their target is you and Chie, we cannot entirely disregard Bai Li Tuming," Su Sheng said languidly, resting his head on the table. "This is a conundrum with no clear solution. From this perspective, it would be most advantageous for us to take the initiative. Lin Xie pondered for a moment before speaking. It is precisely because the enemy is hidden while we are exposed that the training base has decided to scatter you. This will prevent new recruits from being mistakenly harmed while also obscuring your whereabouts. Chen Mai remarked with a slight smile. However, I do not intend to remain idle. In the coming days, Su Sheng and Qie should venture out more. This city is under our watch, along with Instructor Yuan. They won't stir up much trouble. Lin Qie was taken aback for a moment, then understood Chen Mai's intentions. Just then his phone buzzed, revealing a message from Bai Li Fatty. Kailansky Hotel, room 9039. A thrilling party awaits your presence. Lin Qie's mouth twitched slightly as he slammed his phone down. By the way, what is the deal with that missile launch base? Su Sheng discarded the toothpick, suddenly engulfed by an unsettling sensation of being observed. Casually surveying his surroundings, he ultimately spotted a nondescript black rat in the corner. It must have been the work of the recently inducted Snake Woman from the Ancient Deity Society. At the scene, our team discovered a plethora of statues and desiccated corpses. Wu Xiangnan sighed. The entirety of the missile launch base's soldiers have been slaughtered, an unsettling reality that weighed heavily on anyone's heart. The lives of ordinary people are precious, and it is even more heart-wrenching to witness soldiers who defend our homeland perish in such a manner. Desiccated corpses? Su Sheng inquired, his expression reflecting disbelief, as this diverged from his recollections. Indeed, desiccated corpses, Chen Mai interjected, brow furrowed. They bear deep bite marks, their blood completely drained, and many bodies are severed by some sharp object. The Snake Woman employs a multitude of methods. Lin Xie murmured, on the verge of speaking further when he noticed Su Sheng abruptly rise. Casually glancing at the black rat in the corner, Su Sheng donned his woolen coat. I have a general understanding of the situation. I shall step out for a bite to eat. Xie, do you wish to accompany me? Very well, just a moment. Lin Xie replied after a moment's contemplation, preparing to return to his room for a change of clothes, only to be halted by Chen Mai. No need to rush. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you two have any plans? None, Su Sheng replied honestly, and Lin Xie's expression dimmed slightly. Then you both should go grocery shopping with Hong Ying, and come to the office in the evening. I shall prepare dinner, Chen Mai suggested, waving his hand. All right, off you go. Don't forget to bring a knife. Lin Xie grinned, eagerly nodding as he changed into casual attire, adorned with a black gentleman's hat, and took up 2 starry blades, following Su Sheng out of the office. Watching the duo depart together, Hong Ying sighed. I still harbor some concerns. After all, they are merely at the pool realm. We cannot protect them for eternity. Every eagle must eventually learn to spread its wings, Wu Xiangnan remarked as he tidied the disarrayed dining table. It's merely laziness, Hong Ying retorted, rolling her eyes. Chen Mai observed the two engaging in playful banter once more, unable to suppress a chuckle. They are not as weak as you both imagine. The line between hunter and prey is often blurred, he mused, recalling the tales recounted by Yuan Gang. A mysterious smile gracing his lips. Casting a glance at the curious pair, he nonchalantly resumed his task of clearing the dishes. That will surely vex you both. Are you planning to visit the plump Bai Li? Lin Xie inquired curiously, exhaling a breath of white vapor as the temperature in Songnan City plummeted below freezing. Su Sheng, caressing the green small sword in his hand, slowly shook his head. No. At that moment, a series of system prompts appeared in his line of sight. Congratulations, host has acquired an S-grade weapon. Qingzhu Fengyin Sword. Qingzhu Fengyin Sword. Quality, Klein. Attributes, wood, thunder. Enhancement, refined gold, gung metal, 10,000 year, Xian Jade. Origin, the realm of mortal cultivators' characteristics. Crafted from the Qingyuan sword technique. Utilizing the ancient golden thunder bamboo, one of the 3 divine woods. Originally comprised of 72 swords, it harbors the divine lightning capable of vanquishing all malevolent entities. Through system enhancement, the sword size can be adjusted in accordance with the wielder's mental energy. P.S. Products from this system are guaranteed to be of the highest quality, and all rights to interpretation are reserved by this system. This is the item that Su Cheng obtained from the restricted lottery upon advancing to the pool realm. It is noteworthy that the restricted lottery begins at the S rank level. Thus, the outcome can only be described as mediocre. However, to speak honestly, Su Cheng is quite pleased with the Qingzhu Fengyan sword, despite it being the lowest tier of the restricted lottery. After all, as the personal flying sword of Han Laoma, the Qingzhu Fengyan sword perfectly aligns with Su Cheng's preferences, both in terms of its lethality and the property of dispelling evil. Moreover, it is a flying sword, an esteemed choice for any aspirant of the cultivation path. Su Cheng is no exception. Yet, why on earth does he possess only one? Chapter 69. Surrounding the enemy, Su Cheng vowed that upon witnessing the manifestation of the Qingzhu Fengyan sword, images of 72 flying swords bombarding foes and the unparalleled Dage sword formation flashed incessantly in his mind. However, when the system's prompt appeared, he realized it was merely a solitary sword. Well then, one sword is better than none. After all, it is still the exorcising divine thunder. Su Cheng gently tossed the small green sword into the air, catching it deftly before placing it in his pocket. The observant Lin Xie had already spotted the exquisite small sword in Su Cheng's hand and inquired, "Where are we headed? By the way, what was that small sword? May I have a look?" In truth, Lin Xie was not typically a curious individual, but he could hardly resist the allure of Su Cheng, akin to a certain blue robot cat, always produced novel treasures. Rolling his eyes at the childlike curiosity of Lin Xie, Su Cheng donned the hood of his sweatshirt and trudged forward, following the little black mouse. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. You're not like me. You just turned 18 this year. That is true, but I am indeed quite mature. Underground in Sangnan City, Su Cheng and Lin Xie swiftly traversed through dense swarms of rats, eventually arriving at an underground cavern. As they entered the sewer, Lin Xie sensed that Su Cheng had a specific purpose for this journey. Thus, he refrained from asking further questions and quietly followed along. "Let us go meet an acquaintance." "Qingyu," Su Cheng said, a grin spreading across his face, his voice echoing throughout the vast underground cavity. "You've brought an extra person," a distant voice replied. After a moment, and Qingyu slowly emerged from the shadows. Lin Xie, who had been examining the surgical table and the mysterious corpse, lifted his head in surprise. "And Qingyu? Is it really you?" And Qingyu nodded, his fish species having evolved to the 4th generation, now capable of sharing vision with its severed parts, much like the non-Tuwa serpent demon. "So, the lizard corpse that Sister Hongying mentioned as missing was taken by you," Lin Xie realized, glancing at the lizard corpse in the container. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and replied solemnly, "What do you mean by taken?" "That was a loan. Can the affairs of scholars be described as theft?" "Exactly." Su Cheng chuckled, joining in the banter. Observing Su Cheng's antics, Lin Xie asked helplessly, "So, in this moment of crisis, what brings me to seek out in Qingyu? To reminisce? Then allow me to introduce myself once more. And Qingyu, our information gatherer." At that moment, Su Cheng's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, stepped aside, and answered the call. "During the last incident involving the non-Tuwa serpent demon, my Forbidden Ruins, the only correct answer, awakened. This Forbidden Ruins grants me the ability to analyze all things. Even the mysterious properties can be understood through dissection and experimentation, allowing me to utilize their principles." And Qingyu waved his hand, and a gray mouse obediently scampered onto his palm. "For instance, I can master the body division ability of the non-Tuwa serpent demon, as well as the regeneration of lizards." Lin Xie pondered for a moment, feeling that this forbidden realm was immensely powerful, yet he had never heard of it. "What is your Forbidden Realm sequence?" he inquired. "I have checked the Forbidden Realm sequences, and none match mine." And Qingyu shook his head, saying, "The only true answer is a name I devised myself." Thus, and Qingyu was able to command numerous mice with shared vision, serving as an excellent channel for gathering intelligence. After finishing a phone call, Su Cheng approached slowly, stating, "Therefore, we can completely anticipate our adversaries." Lin Xie was struck with clarity, casting a deep glance at Su Cheng. "Is this also a part of your plan?" he asked. And Qingyu had detected the unusual movements of the ancient god church in advance. Su Cheng shrugged and replied honestly, "I needed Qingyu's assistance last time, so we met. By the way, I plan to give you a surprise today." Su Sheng moved to the only table in the underground cavern and sat down, suddenly speaking as if recalling something. A rather large surprise. This table was the one Su Sheng had casually brought down during his last visit to study human anatomy, and now it held a go board. Surprise? Lin Xie looked at Su Sheng with confusion, but upon seeing that Su Sheng had no intention of explaining, he took a seat on the opposite side of the table. Come sit down and explain. Qingyu, Su Sheng called out boisterously, and Qingyu sighed helplessly, feeling as though he had been led onto a pirate ship by Su Sheng. However, it was too late for regrets, so he walked over to the board and placed a white stone on it. This is the Kailansky Hotel, the location whereby Latuming and Chao Yuan are situated, and Qingyu stated, casually placing another white stone in a remote corner. This is Lin Xie's home. Suddenly, Lin Xie jolted upright, exclaiming, "What do you mean? What has happened to my aunt and the others?" With that, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn and rush home to check on them. Su Sheng grasped Lin Xie's arm, speaking earnestly, "Don't rush. Listen to Qingyu's explanation first, then go. I have already set things in motion. Yes, you. Your aunt will be perfectly safe. Moreover, your home is constantly under Qingyu's watch. Should anything unusual occur, he will be the first to know." Even without mentioning the true identities of Yang Jin and Xiao Hailai, or the Weiyang system installed by Chun Mai in Lin Xie's home, which could teleport marked individuals away. The arrangement Su Sheng had established was sufficient to clear any enemies from the ancient god church lurking near Lin Xie's residence. And Qingyu nodded, noticing that it was the first time he had seen this typically composed young man so flustered. Lin Xie gradually settled back down. His fists clenched as an unstoppable murderous intent surged against the ancient god church. "Tell me," he urged. "The Scorpion Mercenary Corps has another follower poised to enter the Sea Realm, currently lying in wait near Lin Xie's home. Their intent being to either capture Lin Xie's aunt and brother as leverage to coerce him into joining the ancient god church, or to ambush Lin Xie upon his return home." After Qingyu's remarks, Lin Xie found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. However, upon observing Su Sheng's earnest expression, he managed to suppress the agitation within him. Meanwhile, the former night watchman who had escaped from the fasting chamber headed towards the Kailansky Grand Hotel, presuming that the ulterior motive was to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair, thereby dispersing a portion of the forces guarding Songnan City. Additionally, there were 3 enigmatic women, 2 of whom appeared to be formidable entities of the Sea Realm, though their exact whereabouts remained uncertain. And Qingyu continued to place black pieces on the chessboard, representing the ancient god church. As for the 3 mysterious women, Su Sheng stroked his burgeoning beard, seemingly unfazed. After hearing Chun Mai's description, he realized that the force known as fate was beginning to manifest. With the enemy's intentions laid bare and their points of attack clearly delineated, a smile gradually graced Su Sheng's lips. He picked up a white piece and decisively placed it beside the white piece that represented the Kailansky Grand Hotel, proclaiming, "Let us feign weakness and encircle the aid." Chapter 70. The unsightly dog in the heart of the old city, beneath the cloak of a pitch-black night, a cerulean beast stealthily traversed the sky. Zhao Kongcheng gripped the hooves of the creature, squinting downwards. Just as Su Sheng had indicated, the residence of Lin Xie was indeed besieged. A flicker of icy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As a sentinel, he dedicated himself to the safety of the great Xia. And it was only fitting that the safety of every sentinel's family be equally safeguarded. Zhao Kongcheng, expressionless, fixated on the dark van below, and softly commanded, "Brother Niu, descend." The creature blinked, a newfound fondness for the young man blooming within him. Even the act of descending took on a gentler quality. Upon reaching an appropriate altitude, Zhao Kongcheng unsheathed the sunwheel blade and leaped down. This was the assurance sent by Su Sheng, and showing respect was only natural. It was a matter of understanding. After all, beside a low building within the confines of the black van, a man in the driver's seat lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and releasing a plume of satisfying smoke. Scorpion 3 reporting. Target location reached. No anomalies detected in the vicinity. Report concluded. Received. Standby. Scorpion 8 and Scorpion 9 proceed to the sniping point. Continue surveillance. The operation time on the other end is drawing near. We must remain vigilant. Came the cool voice of Scorpion 1 through the intercom. Scorpion 1, how long must we hold? Can't we simply engage like the others? Scorpion 3 furrowed his brow, tossing his cigarette into a nearby can. This cursed weather. The car's air conditioning is out. It's freezing. Our primary objective is to gather intelligence. Elimination is secondary. Scorpion 1's voice echoed coldly through the device. All our actions must heed the directives of Miss Snake Lady. Who does Snake Lady think she is? Did you all hear the Elder Brother's orders? Get out of the car and disperse. Scorpion 3 muttered to the others in the back. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something unusual. He turned to look, his pupils contracting in shock as he beheld a black crescent, entwined with lightning, descending from the heavens. In terror, Scorpion 3 flung open the car door, seeking to flee from the impending doom of the black crescent. Meanwhile, the others inside were frantically donning snow camouflage, oblivious to the chaos, only gazing bewilderedly at Scorpion 3 as he bolted from the vehicle. The black crescent descended with a jarring metallic slicing sound, cleaving the black van in two. Boom! The thunderous strike, the source unknown, triggered a catastrophic explosion, collapsing a wall and sending Scorpion 3 crashing aside. Zhao Kongsheng, wielding the sun wheel blade, descended from the sky, his knees slightly bent to absorb the impact of landing. After gifting the blade to Zhao Kongsheng, Su Sheng had transformed its patterns to suit his unique attributes. At this moment, the sun wheel blade gleamed with a pitch-black blade, a faint blue lightning coursing through it from tip to hilt. Is this the Ming Shengshanyu of the Pool realm? Casting a glance at the black vein engulfed in flames, Zhao Kongsheng's lips curled into a smirk. There remains a marked difference in lethality compared to the last encounter with the ghostly deity. In just over a month, Zhao Kongsheng had amassed considerable strength, transcending the lantern realm to reach the pool realm. Nearby, a small black creature, having found a dry spot, lazily lay down and rolled its eyes. This fellow had been with Su Sheng long enough to learn the art of pretense. A night watchman, perhaps? Scorpion 3 gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, striving to rise and raise his submachine gun towards Zhao Kongsheng. His eyes flicked to the fiery chaos behind him, and he winced violently. With such devastation, the corpses of the mad scorpion mercenaries within must surely be beyond recognition. Gazing at the tall figure before him, adorned with a black, formless mask, Scorpion 3's face contorted into a grimace. Die. Damn night watchman. The sharp crack of sniper fire rang out in succession, yet the anticipated headshots failed to manifest. The two muffled gasps echoing in his earpiece sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Scorpion 3's forehead. He realized with a sinking feeling that their snipers were likely in dire straits. In the distance, Lung Xian peered through his sniper scope, confirming the demise of both enemy snipers. Having just finished his meal at the office, he had arrived at this unexpected battle. Exhaling a long plume of white breath, he watched as the smoke dissipated from his rifle's muzzle, murmuring to himself, "Who are you, to seek trouble with the ancient god church at such a time?" Though Long Xian harbored a desire to take a shot at this sudden interloper who had disrupted all their plans, it was evident that the individual approached with some form of goodwill. For reasons unknown, Lung Xian felt an uncanny familiarity with that figure, so much so that his fingers trembled. Ming Shengshanyu, perhaps? It had seemed incorrect. The black crescent of Ming Shengshanyu would not be entwined with lightning. Lung Xian's gaze remained fixed on the distant figure clad in a black, formless mask, as his typically calm heart began to race uncontrollably. Zhao Kongsheng, as if anticipating the moment, raised his thumb towards a particular direction before turning to wield the sun wheel blade against Scorpion 3. Simultaneously, a nebulous figure silently approached the entrance of a low building, glancing at the battlefield nearby with a disdainful smirk. A horde of muscle-bound fools, each with sharp, narrow heads. Deemed worthy to be followers of Miss Snake Woman? Surely, all it required was to capture that woman and the child. What was the point of confronting this individual? His figure gradually came into focus, revealing himself as El Liang, the 16th seat of the Believers, a formidable half-step sea realm expert. Observing the peculiar bull blocking the entrance, he suddenly jolted, retreating into a state of blurred shadow. This cautious demeanor was the reason El Liang had survived thus far. He was sufficiently wary and prudent. Even a singular monstrous bull warranted avoidance, not to mention one of such colossal stature. Oppressing the weak was the optimal strategy. The strong must bully the weak. Contemplating this, Liu Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he intended to ascend the stairs directly, evading the peculiar cow. Moo! The strange bovine emitted a sound, slowly shifting aside to grant Liu Liang passage, casting a couple of glances towards the building. The implication was unmistakable. Proceed inside. Liu Liang chuckled with satisfaction, turning to enter the corridor, only to behold an unsightly black-skinned dog gazing at him languidly. What breed of dog is this? Utterly grotesque. Liu Yang's lips twitched slightly as he passed the little black dog, delivering a swift kick. Scram! The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the alley, and Scorpion 3's face was contorted with malice. Zhao Kongcheng nimbly darted left and right, evading every bullet, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blade, the black crescent striking fiercely towards Scorpion 3. The crescent moved with astonishing speed, arriving before Scorpion 3 in the blink of an eye. Slicing the submachine gun, he wielded cleanly in half, and with unrelenting momentum, cleaving him in two at the waist. Blood sprayed forth, leaving streaks upon the adjacent white wall, while more crimson flowed along the terrain towards the drainage ditch, gushing forth. Chapter 71. The final encounter. This is the power bestowed upon Zhao Kongsheng by the Thunder Pool, which not only enhances the swiftness of his Ming Sheng Shan Yu, but also grants him the ability to harness the thunderous energy associated with the Forbidden Abyss to invigorate his physique, thus accelerating his reactions and speed. Through this method, Zhao Kongsheng has also discovered a remarkable enhancement in the resilience of his body, though he cannot unleash power as freely as Su Sheng. Relying instead on the black crescent moon as a medium for his thunderous strikes, Zhao Kongsheng feels a profound satisfaction, for this augmentation is indeed comprehensive. It is crucial to note that many forbidden abysses are merely formidable in their own right, offering negligible enhancements to an individual's physical prowess and reflexes. At this moment, a raucous laughter echoed, prompting Zhao Kongsheng to squint and gaze into the distance. There, at the corner of the alley, emerged a man clad in snow camouflage. Scorpion 1? Zhao Kongsheng raised an eyebrow and gripped the sunwheel blade tightly. Indeed, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Scorpion 1's lips as he casually discarded his firearm and shed his camouflage attire, retrieving a dagger from his military boots and a silver insignia from his pocket. Zhao Kongsheng's lips twitched as he could no longer suppress a chuckle. Is this your forbidden object? Scorpion 1 cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Kongsheng, unnerved by his uncontrollable laughter, which sent a chill through him, enveloping his heart in an ominous premonition. However, his extensive experience in life-and-death battles had forged an unyielding spirit, and he swiftly regained his composure. The silver insignia in his grasp began to quiver slightly, as the blood from Scorpion 3's corpse started to converge towards him. Forbidden Abyss Sequence 209. Blood boiling, capable of temporarily siphoning the blood of all nearby beings. Scorpion 1 clenched his fist, feeling the continuous flow of power surging into him. No! He looked up just in time to catch Zhao Kongsheng's mocking gaze. While the black van continued to burn quietly, occasionally erupting with crackling sounds of explosion. The only blood left for you to absorb is from this fellow. As for the others, I suspect they have long since been incinerated, Zhao Kongsheng remarked nonchalantly, shaking the sunwheel blade. Are you done with your theatrics? Once you have absorbed Scorpion 3's blood, Scorpion 1, who had yet to reach the threshold of the Lantern Realm, raised his hand in astonishment. The black crescent moon suddenly manifested, slicing through the air towards Scorpion 1, effortlessly cleaving him in two, while the flickering azure lightning caused his corpse to emit a charred scent. After meticulously surveying the scene and confirming the absence of any lingering foes, Zhao Kongsheng turned to approach Little Black, for his mission was not yet complete. This skirmish was but a trifling matter. Halt! At that moment, an urgent voice rang out, freezing Zhao Kongsheng in place. Slowly, he turned to see a young man, armed with twin blades, bent over and gasping for breath. "Is there something you need?" Observing the familiar figure, Zhao Kongsheng was overwhelmed with emotions. Between life and death, he had transcended mortality and returned to the world once more. And the youth, whom he had held in high hopes, had now transformed into an exceptional night watchman. Lin Xie fixed his gaze on the figure of Zhao Kongsheng, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Yet that man had clearly perished, leaving behind a profound regret. That brave soul. He clutched the hilt of his knife tightly, his knuckles whitening. "Thank you for saving my family once more." His mental energy had already swept through the low building, confirming that his aunt and Yang Jin were safe and sound. Even Little Black was burping incessantly, appearing as if it had just feasted on a considerable amount of dog food. Moreover, his mental probe had also traversed Zhao Kongqing's form, revealing the visage concealed beneath the black mask. Unceremoniously, beneath the mask, Zhao Kongqing grinned, surveying Lin Xie with a sense of gratification. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and prepared to turn away. "Are you not going to explain?" came the hoarse voice, gradually emerging. Zhao Kongqing's body stiffened suddenly as he turned to face the obstinate youth with his head bowed, speaking gently. "Explain what?" "Explain why you're not dead. Explain why you are here." Lin Xie suddenly lifted his head, a tear sliding slowly from the corner of his eye. Zhao Kongqing sighed, turning towards the depths of the alley, while Little Black's form gradually shrank, meandering through the shadows. "Come with me." At the sight of Little Black, Lin Xie paused momentarily, his mind suddenly clearing. He recognized this cow, having seen it numerous times before. It belonged to Su Sheng. However, it had vanished one day, with Su Sheng merely stating it had been released into the wild. Yet here it was alongside Zhao Kongsheng. "Today, I intend to give you a surprise. A grande surprise." In the hollow depths below, Su Sheng's nonsensical words echoed in his mind once more, igniting a spark of brightness in Lin Xie's eyes as he hurried to follow the figure that was almost vanishing into the shadows. In the distance, Lung Xian observed the two figures disappearing from view, sighing in resignation but not pursuing them. The battle at the Kalaniski Grand Hotel was about to commence, and he needed to rush there. Upon the low building, Yang Jin furrowed his brow, watching the two depart. The familiar aura of the Thunder Department struck him forcefully, eerily reminiscent of those he had fought alongside in the past. That old fellow still indulged in laziness, as always. He glanced down at the burping Little Black, murmuring to himself, "Yet his relationship with the Thunder Department is hardly commendable. How could he be with Zhao Kongqing? Could Zhao Kongqing's soul have been collected by the Thunder Department?" Little Black nodded, angrily calling out to the azure-hued beast that only they could perceive. "Is that so? The last time you collected souls, that old rascal was present too?" Yang Jin frowned. "How intriguing. Is the Thunder Department not currently struggling for survival? How could they still have the means to resurrect someone?" "Yang Jin, come down for dinner. Isn't it chilly up there?" A gentle female voice floated up from downstairs, interrupting Yang Jin's musings. "I'm coming." Shaking his head, Yang Jin withdrew his thoughts and turned, leading Little Black down the stairs. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as his brother was safe and sound, that was all that mattered. In the depths of the alley. "So, it was Su Sheng who resurrected you?" Lin Xie gazed intently at the familiar visage, his expression a tapestry of complexities. Zhao Kongsheng felt a chill run down his spine under Lin Xie's scrutinizing gaze, hastily fidgeting with his own face. "Indeed, it was he who brought me back to life. But as for the manner of my revival, I would appreciate your discretion." Lin Xie nodded, understanding the unspoken rules. After all, he too was a person of immense fortune, aware that certain matters must remain shrouded in secrecy. "When did you return to life?" "Perhaps a month ago." Zhao Kongsheng donned the black mask once more. "Welcome back, old Zhao." Observing the vivacious Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Xie clenched his fists, murmuring softly. "What did you say?" Zhao Kongsheng inquired, puzzled. "I said nothing." A faint smile graced Lin Xie's lips. "Su Sheng, this is indeed a tremendous, monumental surprise. I absolutely adore it." Chapter 72. The Grand Assembly in the quaint red romance inn of San'an City. Su Sheng donned a hoodie, enveloped in a long, black wool coat, while Qingyu opted for a full black hooded cloak. "Isn't this attire rather conspicuous?" And Qingyu remarked, casting a glance at the inquisitive eyes of passers-by. Su Sheng dismissed her concern with a nonchalant gaze directed towards the inn. "What do you know? This is about creating an ambience. Is it truly wise to send Chia back at this juncture? He is a pivotal force among us. According to our strategy, the adversaries at Kailansiji Hotel will outnumber us significantly." And Qingyu whispered, "At present, my combat capabilities are rather limited. My only asset is my survival instinct," she added. Su Sheng nodded, acknowledging that Qingyu currently possessed only the serpent lineage of a Nantua's serpent demon and the regenerative abilities of a lizard, rendering her ill-suited for battle. "Will Chia feel at ease if we don't allow him to return? Besides, I've arranged a surprise for him." Su Sheng glanced at his watch before leading the way inside. "Fear not. We have ample reinforcements. We can hold until Chia returns." At that moment, three figures flanked a youthful man with a delicate visage, yet exuding an air of pride. "Brother Shun, where are we headed?" "Brother Shun, I'm famished. Now that we are in Sangnan City, we must explore." "And you, Ding Wei, didn't you just snack? How can you be hungry again?" Shen Qingzhu patted his empty pockets with a pained expression, lamenting the age-old adage that a penny can thwart a hero. "Here, take this and spend it." A familiar voice chimed in, accompanied by several crisp 100-yuan bills being thrust into view. Shen Qingzhu's expression stiffened as he looked up to find Su Sheng standing at the inn's entrance, accompanied by a mysterious figure in black, their hood obscuring all but their chin. "What do you mean by this?" "I refuse," he frowned, declining the money offered by Su Sheng. "This isn't for you. It's for the children," Su Sheng replied, gesturing towards the three burly men behind Shen Qingzhu. Under the hopeful gazes of Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, Shen Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. "Are you all fools? There is no such thing as a free lunch." A smile flickered across Su Sheng's face as he handed the money to Deng Wei, stating plainly, "Indeed, there is a significant matter that requires your involvement, and it is imperative that you participate, for only you are capable of shouldering such a responsibility." Upon witnessing Su Sheng's earnest expression, Shen Qingzhu felt a tremor of surprise. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, yet he feigned indifference. Is it truly that crucial? A grand battle looms ahead, and the enemy boasts at least one divine agent, a squad of night watchmen, and at least one formidable being of the Sea Realm. Su Sheng did not conceal the gravity of the situation, directly informing Shen Qingzhu. "On our side, we possess two divine agents, and I have selected only those who hold extremely high-risk relics to participate. Now, tell me, will you partake in this conflict?" "We shall decline the money, Brother Shun. Please do not go." Deng Wei hurriedly attempted to return the money to Su Sheng. "Indeed, Brother Shun, this sounds exceedingly perilous. Brother Shun, we ought not to wade into this murky water. This Su Sheng, with his thick brows and large eyes, harbors a belly full of malice." "Wait," Shen Qingzhu interjected, firmly grasping Deng Wei's hand. "Take the money, buy something to eat, and honestly return to the hotel. I shall be back shortly." Shen Qingzhu turned to Su Sheng. "Such an interesting affair cannot possibly exclude me, Shen Qingzhu." Su Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Qingyu, both sporting confident smiles. He possessed ample means to handle such a proud and haughty figure as Shen Qingzhu. As Deng Wei and the others looked on with reluctance, the moment Su Sheng and his companions stepped out of the inn, the phone suddenly rang. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling." Su Sheng swiftly retrieved his phone, ready to answer when a tall figure approached, raising an eyebrow. She slowly hung up the call and said softly, "Change your ringtone." Su Sheng retracted his phone, offering an awkward smile. "Molly, you've arrived." Molly nodded, greeting Shen Qingzhu, then inquired, "So, do we have our battle plan?" "We do." Su Sheng grinned. "The new recruits are gathering their elite combat forces. Henceforth, it's simply a matter of whether we are captured en masse or they are decisively annihilated." At the Kailansky Hotel, in the presidential suite, Bai Li put down his phone, swallowing hard with annoyance, disregarding Chao Yuan seated nearby, hastily shedding his robe to don proper attire. "That damned Su Sheng is actually using us as bait. It's utterly outrageous." Chao Yuan sat cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed, fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand, the star blade resting across his lap. Soon, Qi will also arrive. To achieve all in one stroke is quite an audacious idea, yet I did not expect that Sheng, usually so lethargic, would take such initiative this time. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan slowly opened his eyes, gazing out into the darkening night. Bali rolled his eyes. Qi, all you see is Qi. I thought I had become a commendable admirer of Qi, but seems you. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames leaping forth, shaking the entire building as the floor-to-ceiling windows shattered. Beneath the black night, flames mingled with black smoke cascading from the high-rise. Upon closer inspection, two figures could be seen writhing in struggle. Sheng, Elodim. Listening to the distant cries echoing from above, Sheng's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, high above, golden light shimmered as Yaoguang securely caught the two rapidly descending individuals. Sheng looked skyward. The unknown Wujia void had already unfurled. He turned and took two white bags from Qingyu's hands, carefully tucking them within his coat. The operation begins. And Qingyu, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li exchanged silent nods before turning to meld into the shadows. At this moment, the enemy forces remained scattered, and it was not yet their time to strike. As for Qingyu, she would serve solely as director and an intelligence gatherer in this operation. On the desolate, uninhabited street, Baili Pangu and Chao Yuan found themselves intercepted by two former night watchmen, each opting for their respective adversaries. The burly man facing Baili Pangu unleashed the forbidden ruins, swiftly transforming into a diminutive and frail figure. Be cautious. This is the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 214, Muscle Reconfiguration. His muscles, now compressed, should not be underestimated, Chao Yuan whispered, turning to slowly draw his star blade. A terrifying aura surged skyward, as black flames twisted and coiled through the air. With a flourish of his star blade, the black flames enveloped it, and Chao Yuan darted forward, launching himself at the Three-Blade Man. What in the world is this creature? The Three-Blade Man's expression shifted dramatically, his spirit shaken as he instinctively raised his knife to parry against Chao Yuan's oncoming strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal striking metal echoed, as Chao Yuan pressed on with the relentless determination of a tireless blacksmith, overpowering the Three-Blade Man. Let the battle commence, Su Cheng declared, lowering his binoculars, as streaks of lightning surged toward the nearby skyscraper. Chapter 73. You should take the lead on a high-rise building several hundred meters away from the battlefield. A woman armed with a bow and arrow took a deep breath and slowly aimed at the distant dark creature. Well, hello there. A flippant voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling the woman. In a flash, she turned, aimed, and released her arrow in one fluid motion. The target fell in response. But peculiarly, its body was not propelled by the arrow's tremendous force. Instead, it was effortlessly pierced. Remaining vigilant, the woman continued to draw her bow, cautiously stepping forward to kick the creature's body. Seeing it struggle weakly just a couple of times before falling still, she exhaled in relief and scrutinized the man before her. A gaping hole marred his chest, crimson blood flowing steadily from the wound. A substantial amount, indeed. The woman scoffed, and, as she recognized the man's face, her pupils constricted, an uncontrollable joy surging within her. Report, I have located the Thunder Department's divine agent, Su Sheng, near the Kanglan Hotel. We engaged in combat. He is no match for me. I repeat, he is no match for me. She hastily activated her walkie-talkie, speaking urgently. What is the current situation? A steady male voice emanated from the device, tinged with a hint of anxiety. The woman glanced at Su Sheng, whose eyes were gradually losing their luster as he struggled weakly. With a sense of triumph, she replied, he has been subdued and is gravely injured. Excellent. Bring him back and retreat swiftly. The male voice grew frantic, urging her on. Archer, what are you doing? If you don't act now, we're both going to die. A hoarse voice suddenly crackled through her earpiece. The woman's expression shifted as she turned her gaze toward the street. There, the young master of the Bai family wielded a large sword, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows, while the dark figure roared like a beast, relentlessly attacking the three-knife man. Their side was being thoroughly suppressed. Observing the perilous situation, the woman urged, "My lord, I request assistance. My ally is on the brink of collapse. If you wish to secure this Thunder Department divine agent, please send reinforcements quickly." After a pause, the man's voice remained silent, clearly hesitant about the situation, fearful that it might be a trap laid by the enemy, waiting for them to fall into it. "You cannot take him." At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air. The woman turned to see a handsome young man and a tall, graceful woman approaching slowly. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Su Sheng, who lay on the ground struggling, his lips twitching slightly. He then declared loudly, "Su Sheng is one of our night watchmen. If you wish to take him, it will depend on whether you possess the requisite strength." Molly nodded, drawing her sword from behind her. Sensing the hesitation of their opponents, she fanned the flames further. "The divine agent is the core of the future night watchman. There is no way we will allow you to take him. Hold your ground. The three sisters of the Serpent Lady are nearby and will arrive shortly. We must hold our ground. Rest assured, our strength is sufficient to cleanse the entire city of Tsangnan." Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, the man ceased to hesitate and decisively revealed his trump card. The woman exhaled in relief, regained her composure, and smiled at Shen Qingzhu, saying, "Our divine agent will soon be here. Aren't you two planning to flee?" The other two were evidently at the level of Pool Realm. Thus the woman had no intention of engaging them in combat. She swiftly grabbed Su Sheng from the ground and, with a practiced motion, drew an arrow from behind, aiming it at his temple. "You have 2 minutes. Either surrender Su Sheng and retreat now, or await the arrival of the Serpent Lady, who will tear you apart." "Oh!" Shen Qingzhu scoffed, snapping his fingers, causing the air around the woman to be rapidly depleted. "Then, let us perish together." Sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere, the woman's expression hardened, and she viciously drove the arrow into Su Sheng's temple. However, the anticipated sensation of flesh and bone never came. Instead, her hand went numb, and in astonishment, she looked down to find that Su Sheng had dissipated into countless bolts of lightning. The lightning quickly coalesced beside Shen Qingzhu, and Su Sheng's figure materialized, a slight smirk on his lips. He tossed aside 2 blood bags from his coat and pointed to his temple. "You should have aimed for my head from the beginning." The woman understood, but the lack of air caused her to clutch her throat in agony. She coughed violently and retreated 2 steps before leaping off the high building. Molly waved her hand, releasing a devastating shockwave, but the woman had already vanished, and the strike cleaved through the concrete railing at the building's edge. The frigid winter wind rushed towards her as she glanced back at the rooftop, slowly exhaling in relief. She drove her arrow into the wall of the skyscraper, using the momentum to descend to the ground. As she landed on the soft grass, she quickly rolled and sprinted in the opposite direction. Suddenly, a whistling sound filled the air, and her peripheral vision caught sight of a long green, flying sword hurtling through the sky, carrying 3 figures, none other than Su Sheng and his companions. The flying sword landed, and with a wave of his hand, Su Sheng caused it to shrink rapidly, transforming it into a green streak imbued with lightning that swiftly grazed the woman's throat, drawing a trickle of blood before returning to Su Sheng's hand and vanishing. Shen Qingzhu stared at Su Sheng in astonishment, wondering how, after just a day apart, this fellow had acquired new tricks. "It's just a forbidden item, courtesy of the plump one from 100 miles away. You know he has an abundance of them," Su Sheng explained, noticing Shen Qingzhu's expression. He then scratched his nose and added seriously, "If I had aimed for the head from the start, could I have actually taken you down?" Molly inquired curiously, "Who knows? Perhaps." Su Sheng replied ambiguously. Suddenly, an unusual sensation enveloped the area as electromagnetic waves radiated throughout the neighborhood, sensing subtle changes in the environment. The walls and ground around began to shift quietly as enigmatic, elongated symbols emerged, shrouding the entire street. Su Sheng gazed at the serpent eye symbols materializing around him, inhaling deeply before chuckling. "Since we are here, there is no need for theatrics, is there?" A light laugh echoed as a beguiling figure sauntered past, stretching languidly to reveal her alluring curves, then lazily beckoning with her hand. Truly, you're the agent of the Thunder Deity. By the way, where has that dual deity agent gone? Reveal it to me, or my sister shall show no mercy. Silence. A chilling voice resonated, and Su Sheng turned to see a pure young girl clad in a JK uniform blocking the other end of the street. Ancient bronze claws gradually enveloped her hands. As she coldly regarded the three before her, an icy murderous intent radiating from her. Aside from this individual, the rest I may easily rend apart. Chapter 74. Gorgon feeling the overwhelming psychological pressure. Su Sheng's expression grew solemn as he realized that the pure-looking girl behind him was, in fact, a member of Chuanjing. Shen Qingzhu and Molly also sensed the anomaly, yet neither displayed fear. Instead, Shen Qingzhu's demeanor became even more resolute. At that moment, a howling sound filled the air, and countless invisible blades of wind descended upon them like a torrential storm. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. The oncoming wind blades dissipated silently several dozen meters away from the trio. "Oh, what a striking young man," a voice mused. "I wonder what your blood tastes like." The fluttering of wings was heard as a tall, slender figure landed atop a low building beside the street, gazing down at the three below with an air of superiority. Another member of Chuanjing. Fortunately, Shen Qingzhu's attributes were a counter to theirs. Su Sheng's mind raced as he surveyed the three women and noted their common feature, their elongated, enchanting, serpentine pupils. The Gorgon sisters? Calm and composed, Su Sheng inquired, having already harbored suspicions regarding their origins, especially upon observing their snake-like eyes. The alluring woman narrowed her eyes momentarily before responding with a smile, truly worthy of being a divine agent. Your intellect is quite impressive. In Greek mythology, the father of all monsters, Phorcys, and Ceto had three daughters known as the Gorgons, each possessing sharp fangs and crowned with venomous snakes. They included Stheno, the embodiment of strength, Euryale, representing speed, and the renowned Medusa, the queen of them all. Su Sheng remarked casually, among them, the most famous is the youngest, Medusa, yet few realize that the most powerful are, in fact, Stheno and Euryale. If I am not mistaken, you're the agent of the Gorgon representing strength, Stheno. Stheno's lips curled slightly as her knees bent, propelling her forward like a cannonball aimed directly at Su Sheng. Lightning crackled, and Su Sheng's figure appeared over 10 meters away as Shen Qingzhu and Molly hastily retreated. Though Stheno appeared delicate, her movements unleashed chaos akin to the collapse of the heavens, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the cement pavement was riddled with cracks radiating outward from her epicenter. Chatting endlessly, "Are you trying to buy time?" Such a cunning creature. A chilling voice echoed as Stheno leaped lightly over the scarred ground. Can the agents of these trifling deities be so brazen? Yet Su Sheng did not relent. In terms of verbal aggression, having endured the trials of online forums and gaming, he considered himself equal to anyone. The three Gorgon agents glared fiercely, their murderous intent soaring like a tempest. Insulting the deities they served was far worse than offending them directly. This power was no laughing matter. Shen Qingzhu coughed twice. Upon grasping the situation, his pupils constricted sharply. A whispering howl carried by the wind suddenly erupted as countless blades of air surged toward Su Sheng once more. With a snap of her fingers, Shen Qingzhu made the wind blades vanish without a trace. The tall figure of Euryale hovered in the air, her brow furrowed as she gazed at Shen Qingzhu. "It appears today your fate is sealed." Su Sheng understood all too well. Anyone encountering a being with a natural affinity that counters their own would inevitably be consumed by murderous intent. This is the essence of the struggle for supremacy. It resembled the fierce clash between the water god Gongong and the fire god Zhu Rong, a primal confrontation of elemental existence. Molly brandished her long saber, swiftly striking at Sisina with a powerful blow. Having reached the realm of all things in motion, her attack unleashed an invisible super-frequency shockwave that sliced towards Sisina. The metallic clang of impact resonated as Sisina did not evade, but simply deflected the strike with her bronze claws. The blow landed on a nearby low building, leaving an exaggerated gash and nearly demolishing half of it with the ensuing tremors. Fortunately, Sheng had already notified the 136 Night Watch team, ensuring that the residents in the vicinity were evacuated before the conflict with the archer commenced. At that moment, the entire street illuminated with a crimson glow, as numerous serpent-like eyes suddenly activated. The figure of Medusa vanished from Shun Qingzhu's sight without warning. Be cautious, Shun Qingzhu's pupils dilated as Medusa abruptly appeared beside Molly. Her blade aimed menacingly at Molly's throat. A thunderous roar erupted as Sheng swung his arm. The Qingzhu Fengyun sword surged forth, crackling with golden lightning. The green blade arrived just in time to intercept Medusa's lethal strike, and the exorcising divine thunder spreading from it began to gnaw at every inch of Medusa's form. "Hiss, that hurts." Medusa frowned, a crimson light emanating from within her as she struggled to dispel the divine thunder. Cicina seized this moment. Springing from the ground with a powerful leap, her bronze claws poised to strike fiercely at Sheng. As the lightning flickered, Sheng instantaneously activated elemental transformation, dodging Cicina's assault. Boom! The solid ground shattered like tofu before Cicina, cracking into dozens of pieces with ease. The three of them stood back to back, encircled by three Gorgon agents. It seems we have triumphed. Medusa's hair transformed into countless menacing black serpents, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Oh!" Sheng raised an eyebrow. "You are celebrating far too soon." Just as the words left his lips, a rotund figure swiftly glided through the air, his calm gaze sweeping over the three below. Tamali, Bailee's corpulent form, now seemed remarkably imposing. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, a horrendous cry pierced the air. "Sheng, I brought Xiao Yuan. Quickly, save me. Old Xiao has turned against everyone. He is out for blood." Boom! A figure wreathed in black flames crashed through the wall, bursting onto the battlefield with an overwhelming aura of malice. The corners of Sheng's mouth twitched slightly as he extended his hand, activating the thunderstorm domain. A vast expanse of ominous clouds enveloped the streets, and ferocious golden lightning cascaded from the heavens, isolating Chao Yuan from Bailey Pang Pang. "Your adversary lies yonder," Sheng stated impassively, gesturing towards the figure of Aurelia suspended in the air. A flicker of hesitation passed through Chao Yuan's murderous gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by resolve as he turned and charged towards Aurelia. "Apologies for my tardiness," came a hurried voice as Lin Xia leaped from the sky, his knees slightly bent to absorb the impact of his descent. Behind him, a man wielding a black blade also descended, rising slowly to his full height. He was tall and donned a black, featureless mask. It seemed that the tide of battle had begun to shift. A mocking smile crept across Sheng's face as he pointed, summoning a deluge of golden lightning from above. Behind him, the resounding clash of unsheathing blades echoed in quick succession. Chapter 75. Thunderous roar. At this moment, a violet sky quietly emerged. Lin Xie raised his head to gaze upward, exclaiming helplessly, "Cold Xian's boundless void remains as inventive as ever." Sheng chuckled softly, with the 136 Night Watcher Squadron also in attendance. He could unleash his full potential and engage in battle without restraint. The roar of thunder reverberated through the air. Sheng transformed into a colossal bolt of lightning, descending upon Cicina with tremendous force, delivering a powerful kick. A flicker of astonishment crossed Cicina's eyes. Yet she quickly regained her composure and instinctively raised her bronze claws. The immense power caused her body to tilt, and the countless strands of golden lightning rendered her limbs numb and rigid. Sheng continued to press down on her, utilizing his vast momentum to crash through several buildings, emerging onto another street. "Be careful, you little rascal. That's our funding." From a distant high-rise, Chun Mai grimaced slightly, lowering his binoculars as he lamented. "This commotion has surpassed the power typical of the Pool Realm, hasn't it? Could Sheng have already reached the River Realm?" Beside him, Wu Xiangnan's lips twitched. In merely half a year since their discovery of Sheng, This young man's prowess had escalated to such terrifying heights. Su Cheng and Chia's strength must have eclipsed Sister Hongying by now, he remarked. With a playful grin, Si Xiaonan chimed in. So what if they surpass me? The stronger they become, the happier I am. Under the relentless assault of Su Cheng, Cici Na's composure vanished without a trace. Countless tendrils of dark energy emanated from her body. With a sudden tremor, she expelled the golden lightning from within her. Her hair morphed into a multitude of serpentine shadows. Her pupils darkened to a void, and her once delicate visage contorted into a fearsome grimace. Planting her feet firmly, she clenched her claws into fists and hurled a punch towards Su Cheng. A peculiar wave of energy radiated from her bronze claws, causing Su Cheng's pupils to constrict slightly. In a blink, he vanished, transforming into a flash of lightning. Petrifaction? Observing the fabric of his clothing hardening where the bronze claws had grazed, Su Cheng furrowed his brow. He grasped the air, conjuring lightning into a dagger that severed the encroaching fabric. The severed piece plummeted to the ground, transforming into a stone with a resounding thud. Rest assured, once you become a statue, I shall shatter you with a single punch, sparing you not a trace of suffering, a chilling voice echoed. Cici Na's body twisted unnaturally, propelling her towards Su Cheng with alarming speed. She moved with such swiftness that as Su Cheng activated his elemental form to evade, her claws barely brushed against his figure. Sensing the thunderous power emanating from her claws, Cici Na grasped the air, dissipating the lightning effortlessly, scurrying about like a mouse. Is it amusing? No sooner had she spoken than she launched herself at the coalesced form of Su Cheng once more. Su Cheng spread his fingers wide, and over a dozen thunder spears rapidly coalesced behind him, subsequently lunging towards Zina in quick succession. A green glimmer flickered, revealing a small emerald sword concealed among them. At that moment, the melodious chirping of birds suddenly pierced the air. Su Cheng inhaled deeply, and countless golden bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, swiftly converging in his right hand. Before long, a rapidly spinning golden sphere of lightning appeared, rotating clockwise in his grasp. The sphere seemed almost liquid, emanating an ethereal aura. And upon its emergence, a dreadful atmosphere of destruction pervaded the surroundings. The metallic clanging echoed continuously as Zina effortlessly deflected spear after spear, the encroaching thunder being thwarted by the dark energy enveloping her body. However, the thunder carried by the small green sword swiftly dissipated the dark energy surrounding her, causing her entire being to tremble under the expanding lightning. With a flick of his finger, Su Cheng unleashed the lightning sphere, which hurtled towards Zina in the blink of an eye. Boom! A powerful ripple of energy surged forth, and a terrifying explosion carved a massive crater in the ground, extending fissures outward, engulfing Zina within. As the dust settled, half of Zina's body had vanished, yet the dark energy still swirled around her, betraying no sign of blood. Her desperate struggle against defeat was an ugly sight. Su Cheng cast a stoic glance, noting that the recent maneuver had nearly drained a third of his mental energy. The whirling thunder was an offensive technique he had developed in the Thunder Realm, inspired by the condensation method of 1,000 birds, possessing a potency far exceeding that of ordinary golden lightning. Bronze scales rapidly began to spread across Zina's surface, simultaneously accelerating her recovery. She raised her head to gaze at Su Cheng, her frigid murderous intent almost palpable. The divine ruins, body of 10,000 serpents, has bestowed upon me unparalleled physicality, extraordinary reflexes, and unparalleled regenerative speed. Zina leaped forth, the scales cloaking her fair visage, her vertical pupils coldly fixated on Su Cheng. To force me to this extent in mere pool realm, you are quite impressive. Oh, your recovery speed relies on some substance, does it not? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, silver flames unfurling from his right hand, swiftly gathering in his palm once more. The melodious bird's song echoed again, and if I'm not mistaken, it must be blood. Sishinas pupils contracta sharply. With a flash of lightning, Su Cheng suddenly appeared before Zina, pressing the silver lightning sphere gently against her chest. Boom! The ferocious lightning fire erupted instantaneously, piercing through Zena's chest. The soul-searing nine-dragon thunder fire relentlessly scorching her flesh and spirit. Amidst her agonized shrieks, Zena's body trembled, caught in the cycle of restoration and annihilation. Yet in the end, the lightning fire proved superior, and her form began to slowly disintegrate into ashes. Sheng, though I perish, I shall live on. My sister will avenge me. Before her words could conclude, Zena's entire being was reduced to ash, dissipating into the air. Such a loquacious farewell, Sheng muttered under his breath. Yet he furrowed his brow, pondering intently over the words left by Zena before her demise. Could it be that Aurelia possessed the greatest strength among the trio? As a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, Sheng stood atop the crumbling ruins, gazing toward the street not far away. There, he beheld Aurelia being pursued frantically by Shun Qingzhu, Bali Pang Pang, and Molly. Sword energy, flames, and hyperfrequency slashes surged toward Aurelia as if they were of no consequence. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan lay amidst the debris, appearing as if he had been drained of life, his visage a deep shade of black and purple. The black flames upon him seemingly exhausted, leaving only wisps of smoke. It seemed he had been poisoned. The corners of Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. It appeared he had overthought the situation. Aurelia must have mastered the wing of the Gorgon. Its corresponding element should be that of wind, yet before Shen Qingzhu, she could hardly manage to fly, relying instead on her speed and toxins to evade her pursuers. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongsheng had already cornered Medusa into a dire predicament. In the clash of divine forces, Lin Qiye's eyes gleamed black and white, leveraging the dual might of Nyx and the Seraph to gain a decisive advantage. With a flourish of his sun-wheel blade, Zhao Kongsheng summoned a black crescent, which, empowered by thunder, suddenly appeared before the dazed Medusa. Chapter 76. The Death of the Serpent Woman Clang. The silvery long spear casually brushed aside the black crescent, while a faint blue thunder surged towards the man wielding the spear. He furrowed his brow and clenched his arm, dissipating the encircling lightning. Han Sheyun, the 13th seat of the believers, spoke in a calm tone. A howling sound filled the air. Chen Mai leaped down from the heights, dual blades in hand. Han Xiaoyun sensed the movement and glanced upward, positioning his spear horizontally. Clang! The piercing sound of metal colliding echoed as the dual blades clashed violently against the spear, propelling Han Xiaoyun backward with the tremendous force of Chen Mai's descent. Lin Qiye's expression shifted slightly. He flickered forward, his straight blade aimed at the still, awe-stricken Medusa. With a roll, the head tumbled down, and Lin Qiye flicked his straight blade, exhaling lightly. Amidst the fierce battle, he had successfully severed the head of this Medusa envoy. As Medusa perished, the crimson light enveloping the district gradually faded, and the serpent eye symbols dispersed, leaving behind mere cracks on the ground. At this moment, Su Cheng had approached Xiao Yuan, observing the latter's purplish complexion. He sighed as golden lightning enveloped Xiao Yuan. If not addressed promptly, that formidable entity within Xiao Yuan might soon emerge. Hiss! Su Cheng inhaled sharply. The poison was indeed peculiar. As the lightning coursed through, he realized that Euryalus' toxin was not merely common snake venom. It was a poison born of the divine ruins, only solvable by another divine envoy wielding the power of the ruins. However, should the might of the ruins fall short of Euryalus, waiting for death would be the only option. Under the relentless grip of golden lightning, the purple aura engulfing Chao Yuan swiftly receded. Once the healing was complete, Su Cheng plopped down beside Chao Yuan. His mental energy had already been severely depleted from the earlier battle against Sisyphus. Although Gorgon was not an exceptionally powerful deity, even among lesser gods, it was still formidable. Yet, Sisyphus, being at the river boundary, had overwhelmingly crushed Su Cheng, who was at a significantly lower realm. Coupled with the detoxification of Chao Yuan, Su Cheng now felt utterly drained, as if he had been wrung out completely. He truly needed a moment to catch his breath. Not far away, Han Xiaoyan halted his retreat. With a swift motion, he countered Chen Mai's dual blades, which were now retreating further back. Glancing at the deceased Medusa, Han Xiaoyun felt no emotion. He kicked the corpse aside, raising his spear as his right hand extended, summoning a sudden gust of wind and snow. Footsteps echoed as 5 figures cloaked in dark crimson approached quietly behind Lin Xie. Chunmai halted his retreat, positioning himself before the 6 individuals, sweeping his straight blade to summon a storm of snow. The Night Watchman, the entire 136 squad, is here. Beside the 6, a tall man adorned with a black faceless mask stood silently, yet his eyes betrayed a turmoil beneath his calm facade. This time, it was not a matter of missing a member. The 136 squad was truly gathered in full. Su Cheng, what are you sitting there for? In the stillness of the atmosphere, Wu Xiangnan let out a helpless sigh. At such a critical moment, that insufferable brat was lazily seated on the ground in the rear. Su Sheng leaned against a colossal piece of rubble and waved his hand dismissively. Just consider me here as well. Allow me a moment to rest. I am utterly spent, depleted to the last drop. The whirling roar, formidable as it is, consumed an enormous amount of mental energy, capable of vanquishing the likes of Si Zina in a single blow. Hong Ying furrowed her brows, glancing back at the figure donned in a black mask, an image that felt eerily familiar. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, following the deaths of Si Zina and Medusa, Eurelia surprisingly ceased her flight. Her wings gradually retracted as dark, swirling energy intermingled with crimson light surged around her. Clenching her hands, a handleless blade materialized in her left hand while her right hand became ensconced in bronze claws. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude, she remarked. 3 distinct divine powers emanated from Eurelia, ultimately merging into a vivid scarlet glow that enveloped her form. The aura she radiated began to ascend steadily, reaching the pinnacle of the Chuanjing. A smirk graced her lips, and amidst her triumphant laughter, the mark of the serpent's eye began to spread throughout the street. In a flash, Eurelia vanished from the trio's sight. Shen Qingzhu felt a chill surge through him and instinctively retreated. Eurelia materialized instantaneously from beneath the serpent's eye at his feet, her handleless blade aimed at his midsection. Damn it! Shen Qingzhu cursed, snapping his fingers as flames erupted explosively from his body in all directions. The serpent's eye flickered once more, and Eurelia appeared before Bali Pang Pang, her flame-scorched skin swiftly mending under the crimson light. With a resounding crash, Bali Pang Pang swung his hand, transforming Yao Guang into a golden shield to protect himself. Yet with a single strike, Eurelia shattered Yao Guang effortlessly. Moly retaliated with a swift, hyperfrequency slash, which Eurelia blocked with her bronze-clawed left hand, though the force of the impact forced her to stagger backward. Something was amiss with her condition. Shen Qingzhu took a deep breath, and the 3 of them seized the opportunity to converge. Moly nodded. Originally, she could only manipulate wind and toxins, but now the divine traits of Si Zina and Medusa have manifested within her. What does that imply? Bali Pang Pang scratched his head, producing a broom from his pocket and sweeping it through the air as a tempest charged with thunder hurtled toward Eurelia. Shen Qingzhu's lips quirked slightly before he spoke gravely. It implies a bizarre inheritance relationship among the 3 of them. In other words, they are not merely agents of Gorgon, but also competitors. If I am not mistaken, the divine traits of the deceased Gorgon will be inherited by the sole surviving Gorgon. Oh, Bali Pong Pong's eyes brightened. Casting a peculiar glance at Shen Qingzhu, I didn't expect your mind to be quite so sharp. It is evident to anyone that we must devise a strategy to confront a divine agent who has amassed all the sacred relics of the Gorgon and stands on the precipice of the Sea Realm. Molly rolled her eyes and remarked, "My suggestion is that you may wait your turn for demise." In her sweet voice, a chilling aura of menace suddenly emerged. Meanwhile, on the other side of Sangnan City, a man cloaked in shadows exhibited astonishing speed as he made his way toward the Kailansky Hotel. This path is impassable. As he neared the riverbank, a faint voice resonated, yet to the man, it sounded like thunder, causing his pupils to constrict in an instant. "How did you find me?" An overwhelming presence enveloped the area as Yuan Gang, clad in military attire, gradually materialized before the man, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Though the mouse may be cunning, it is evident that my cat surpasses you. You, as a fellow inhabitant of the sea realm, how could the man tolerate such an affront? His expression hardened as he transformed into a streak of shadow, charging toward Yuan Gang with lethal intent. Chapter 77 Shen Kingsu Consumit. Do you truly believe that a mere trifling team of night watchmen from a third-tier city can obstruct me? Han Xiaoyan spoke with an air of indifference, gesturing towards Su Sheng and Lin Xie. My mission is to eliminate the two of them. It would be wise for you to reconsider, lest you wish to incur needless casualties. Despite being bound by the sole contract of whispers, compelling him to partake in this internal conflict of the night watchmen, Han Xiaoyan harbored no desire to harm the innocent. He was a formidable powerhouse of the sea realm, and on the surface, Team 136 comprised merely 2 from the river realm, 5 from the pond realm, and an ordinary person. Given Han Xiaoyan's strength, he could indeed reign unchallenged in Songnan City. Lin Xie wore a worried expression. He could have utilized the night flicker, harnessing the soul of Nikes to attempt an escape. But now Team 136 had gathered in full force. It appeared that confrontation was inevitable. Han Xiaoyan, former captain of the Suzhou Night Watch team, why have you become a lackey of the ancient god church? Chun Mai inquired, narrowing his eyes. Han Xiaoyan paused momentarily, and what of it? Painful memories surged forth. Before formidable foes, his comrades fell one by one, leaving him with 2 choices: to either fight desperately, leading his team to doom, or to forsake everything for their survival. Do not attempt to persuade me. You may either depart from this place or attempt to kill me, Han Xiaoyan stated with an emotionless demeanor. Su Sheng gradually rose to his feet, casually gesturing as the thunderous rings surged forth. The man's heart had long since perished. What propelled his physical form was merely the sole contract of whispers. A white lightning sword shot forth, aimed directly at Han Xiaoyan. As if receiving a signal, all members of Team 136 launched their assault. Grenades, black crescent moons, and thunder cascaded towards Han Xiaoyan. Upon the emergence of the black crescent moon, a collective shudder rippled through the hearts of the onlookers from Team 136. Yet faced with a formidable adversary, they could only suppress their trepidation. When Qima intertwined his fingers, an unusual radiance emanating from his eyes as he activated the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 180, Heart Demon Binding. He gritted his teeth, striving to channel the power within him. If he could delay Han Xiaoyan even momentarily, their strikes would find their mark. Yet, the vast disparity in spiritual power proved insurmountable. Han Xiaoyan meta lupus, a torrent of spiritual energy erupting from within him, effortlessly dispelling the illusions. He then raised his long halberd, extending his left hand. A fierce wind howled forth, the violent gusts easily repelling all attacks, save for the black crescent moon and white lightning which pierced through the wind barrier. But that was where it ended. With a swift motion of his halberd, snowstorms surged forth, shattering the black crescent moon and white lightning with ease. The pale blue lightning enveloped Han Xiaoyan like a constricting serpent, while the white lightning transformed into a multitude of dagger-like bolts surrounding him. Simultaneously, a rose-hued flame erupted skyward as Hong Ying, brandishing a long spear, leaped into the fray, while Lin Xie and Chun Mai flitted past, their 4 blades gleaming in a dance of deadly radiance. Even after a prolonged separation, the coordination of Team 136 remained as harmonious as if they were attuned to one another's thoughts. Upon their first meeting, a deadly situation unfolded. Enough, Han Xiaoyan frowned, gripping his long spear as he dissipated the pale blue lightning, unleashing an unending blizzard that erupted in all directions from his center. With his strike, Hong Ying, Chun Mai, and Lin Xie were directly flung away. The howling winds swirled around Han Xiaoyan, creating cracks in the ground beneath him. My forbidden domain is Great Wind Disaster. Forbidden Domain Sequence 079, Han Xiaoyan stated calmly, sweeping his spear as the tempest surged forth, the fierce winds conjuring dozens of menacing tornadoes that rose like tides. Sweeping up the snow-laden sky, the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Domain of the ocean realm resembled a natural disaster, compelling the members of Team 136 to exert all their strength to maintain their footing and avoid being swept away by the tornadoes. The Great Wind Disaster could generate a vortex, Seemingly receiving some information, Han Xiaoyun no longer held back. He brought his hands together, and upon separating them, a deep blue materialized from thin air, rapidly expanding. Once this vortex took shape, half of Changnan City would be engulfed by the tempest, resulting in utter devastation. Observing the grave expressions of his teammates, Han Xiaoyun implied, "If this vortex cannot be resolved, then you shall await your demise." On the other side of the city, Yuan Gang hovered mid-air, enveloped in golden light, especially radiating from his fists. Like a pile driver, he rained down punch after punch upon a mass of dark energy, causing cracks to spread swiftly. Within the darkness, a man inwardly lamented, never expecting that despite being from the ocean realm, he would find himself so helpless before Yuan Gang. With a sudden burst, the golden light intensified as Yuan Gang delivered a powerful blow, shattering the darkness, allowing a figure to escape rapidly into the river. Retreat. A hoarse voice transmitted through the earpiece to the last two remaining members of the ancient god church in Changnan City. Yuangong Fronet. Watching the man flee like a defeated dog, before turning to race toward the other side of the city. At this moment, on another street beside the Kolinsky Grand Hotel, Yurelia smashed Yao Guang with a punch, prompting Bai Li Pang to hastily retreat, golden light illuminating him once more as a golden bell shield suddenly manifested. With a thud, Bai Li Pang arced through the air, crashing heavily into the nearby ruins. Shen Qingzhu snapped his fingers, flames erupting from before him, enveloping Yurelia, while Mo Li swung his large blade, delivering a series of rapid strikes. Eurelia's body twisted in an odd motion before disappearing, reappearing on a high-rise several dozen meters away. "Live well. Your life belongs to me now." She squinted at Shen Qingzhu, a cold smile gracing her lips, before unfurling her wings and soaring swiftly into the sky. "Next time, I shall kill you," Shen Qingzhu murmured to himself as he turned to assist Bai Li Pang, sighing upon hearing the distant sounds of battle. Surviving against a demigod agent of the ocean realm was indeed no small feat. My mental strength has truly been utterly depleted, completely extinguished. The deep blue eye of the storm rapidly expanded as Su Sheng lifted his gaze towards the small black figure still lying in the corner. Strangely, despite the fierce battle raging around, it appeared to be entirely unaffected, within a radius of several meters centered around the small black figure. Not a speck of dust could be found. As the storm's eye continued to grow, Su Sheng cast a fierce glare at the small black creature. Under his watchful gaze, the creature slowly opened its eyes, its large orbs reflecting the swirling snowstorm, only to quietly close them once more. After completing this, the small black figure shut its eyes again. Gradually, the eye of the storm began to dissipate, and the falling snow gently settled upon the ground. Han Xiaoyun paused slightly, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips as he looked towards the members of Team 136. They had performed admirably. The others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. "I truly did nothing at all. P.S. I will take a day off tomorrow. Kisses." Chapter 78. An opportunity bestowed. The crisp chirping of birds suddenly rang out. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as the tempest surrounding Han Xiaoyun was swiftly dispelled. In the blink of an eye, Su Sheng appeared before him, a swirling vortex of 9 dragons, thunder fire forming in his hand, aimed directly at Han Xiaoyun's chest. Regaining his composure, Han Xiaoyun extended a hand, and a fierce wind erupted from him, creating a ring of gales that surged outward. Behind him, Xi Xiaonan's eyes sparkled, radiating a gentle white light. Unfaded veil activated. A soft white glow enveloped Su Sheng, allowing him to effortlessly traverse the wind ring and deliver the vortex strike to Han Xiaoyun's heart. So be it. Han Xiaoyun regarded Su Sheng with admiration, resolutely driving his long spear into the ground, surrendering his resistance and embracing the impending eruption of the vortex. As death loomed, a flicker of liberation shone in his eyes. "Ching, I am coming." Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as a powerful silver energy ripple emanated from Han Xiaoyun, reducing all nearby structures to ruins. As the dust settled, Su Sheng lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while half of Han Xiaoyun's body was reduced to powder, his form marred by the scars of the blast. I offer you an opportunity to find release or to seek vengeance upon whispers. The choice is yours. Han Xiaoyun's gaze, vacant and lost, drifted toward the sky as a faint voice echoed in his fading consciousness. Coughing, after a moment, his eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce brilliance, and a broken arm struggled to point skyward. Kill! The chilling intent to murder soared into the heavens as Han Xiaoyun, in a moment of clarity, shouted with fervor. 8 team members, 3 deceased, 3 severely injured, and 1 permanently disabled. What form of retribution could possibly suffice for such enmity? During the days bound by the soul contract, vengeance felt hopeless, and his heart had long succumbed to despair. Yet, with death imminent, what was the harm in daring to unleash his hatred? Deep down, he had always felt a profound injustice. However, as blood rapidly drained from him, his arm fell, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. His defiance extinguished as he closed his eyes in resignation. Very well, I grant you an opportunity. A smile graced Su Sheng's lips as he waved his hand, causing a translucent, ethereal soul to emerge from Han Xiaoyun's body, only to vanish into the thunderous orb in Su Sheng's grasp. At that moment, a corner of the boundless domain was unexpectedly unveiled, revealing Yuan Gang, radiating golden light as he entered. Upon perceiving the situation, a look of shock crept into his eyes. Han Xiaoyun is dead? Chun Mai sheathed his twin blades, nodding heavily. Regardless of the circumstances, Han Xiaoyun had been a responsible team leader, deserving of respect. Observing the ruins, Yuan Gang watched as a youth slowly rose from beside Han Xiaoyun's lifeless form, opening his mouth, but finding himself at a loss for words. He had already held Su Sheng in high regard, yet now he realized he had underestimated this seemingly indolent youth. Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang leaned on each other as they entered the battlefield, while Mo Li followed closely behind, clutching her great sword. In disbelief, Shen Qingzhu gazed at the neighborhood before her, resembling a place that had just endured an earthquake. Surprisingly, the battleground she occupied was the least intense among the chaos. It was over. What about Aurelia? Xiaohei had vanished without a trace, and Su Sheng approached to inquire. Shen Qingzhu lowered her head in shame and admitted she fled. Su Sheng remarked, "This Aurelia has suddenly become remarkably powerful, having reached the peak of the Chuan realm and inherited the divine ruins of 2 other Gorgons. We are truly at a loss." Bai Li Pangpang, observing Shen Qingzhu's troubled expression, kindly interjected, "Enough. A lack of strength is simply that. If we were also at the Chuan realm, Aurelia would undoubtedly perish." Shen Qingzhu interrupted Bai Li Pangpang, resolutely stating, "If one is inept, then one must practice diligently." "You all performed admirably," Lin Xie remarked, assisting Chao Yuan with a wry smile. Su Sheng nodded in agreement. Although Shen Qingzhu had a temper, she was always straightforward and forthright. "You all continue your discussion. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Yuan Gang suddenly felt somewhat superfluous, offering a casual farewell as he turned to exit, his voice drifting away with the wind. "Wishing you all a happy new year in advance. Then we shall take our leave as well," Chun Mai said, casting a swift glance at Zhao Kongcheng, his tone slightly urgent as he addressed Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pangpang. "Remember to come to my home for dinner tomorrow." Shen Qingzhu paused momentarily, then obediently nodded, while Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan exchanged delighted smiles. "Peace Affairs Office. You may remove your mask now." Chun Mai closed the door to the underground base and turned to sit on a chair beside it, his fists involuntarily clenched, knuckles turning white. All eyes were fixed on the tall man standing at the center, their gazes filled with hope yet tinged with a fear of shattered dreams. Meanwhile, Su Sheng and Lin Xie, already privy to the circumstances, lounged lazily on the sofa, quietly observing the scene. Hith. Zhao Kongcheng slowly removed his black, featureless mask, a wild grin spreading across his face. "Surprised to see me? Old Chun, Old Wu, Hong Ying, Xiaonan, Long Xian, Mo, it's me, Old Zhao. I'm back." Bang! The glass cup in Hong Ying's hand shattered, scalding water splattering and causing Wen Qima, seated beside her, to yelp in shock. "Is it really you?" Si Xiaonan stepped forward, touching Zhao Kongcheng's sleeve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhao Kongcheng exchanged glances with Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan, his eyes reddening as he nodded vigorously, his lips trembling. Absolutely. Although unsure of the details, the members of Team 136 had reunited. Chun Mai's voice trembled slightly as he waved his hand. We shall discuss the details later. Today, we shall indulge in revelry. The following afternoon, Bai Li Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li approached the grand entrance of the villa, while behind them, Deng Wei, Jia, and Li Liang gazed around with excitement. Is this the right place? Mo Li inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she turned to Bai Li Pangpang. With a hearty chuckle, Bai Li Pangpang proudly patted his chest, declaring, How could I, Bai Li Pangpang, ever be mistaken? I can already scent the delectable aroma of meat and wine. Why did you have to bring me along? Shen Qingzhu muttered petulantly. In truth, you need not have come, Bai Li Pangpang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the trio behind him. Yet here you are, and you've even brought along your 3 companions. You glutton, who are you talking to? Shen Qingzhu retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. It was Su Sheng and Qi Yi who insisted I bring them along. Enough of this bickering, came the voice of Su Sheng, who had just emerged into view. He opened the villa door with a welcoming smile, saying, Come in quickly. We've been awaiting your arrival. Chapter 79. Happy New Year. The crowd followed Su Sheng into the villa's grand hall, where a magnificent rectangular table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. 7 Night. Why are there still 2 individuals wearing half-masks? Bai li pank kuyuti inwidit, nudgink, lingjie. He rolled up his sleeves to count the watches, visibly relieved. Those are our enigmatic friends. Lin Qi replied, cryptically. The identity of Zhao Kongcheng was known to all members of Team 136, while only Lin Qi and Su Sheng were privy to Qin Yu's identity. However, after some discussion, they decided to invite Qin Yu as well. After all, it seemed rather unkind to leave him alone in the underground hollow for the new year. On a professional note, Qin Yu had provided the most critical intelligence. And on a personal level, their collaboration had forged a friendship. Bai Li Pangpang chuckled and refrained from further inquiries, cheerfully distributing Rolex watches to everyone. Observing the lively scene before them, a long-lost smile graced Wu Xiangnan's face as he stood up, exclaiming, All right, everyone is here. Happy New Year. Let us feast. Happy New Year. Cheers. In an instant, the table was filled with laughter and merriment, as Su Sheng skillfully wielded his chopsticks, dancing through the dishes with the agility of a dragon. However, he could not compete with Bai Li Pangpang's voracious appetite and had to concede defeat. After this year, you will all be 18, Hong Ying remarked, her cheeks flushed. Beside her, Si Xiaonan had already succumbed to intoxication, his head resting on the table. Su Sheng, your money is actually under your own name. The password is your birthday. From now on, Sister will no longer manage it for you, she said, swaying slightly, yet maintaining a serious demeanor. Once she finished speaking, she pinched Lin Chie's face. Come, let Sister see if you've slimmed down. I'm still not full. Lin Jie mumbled. Su Sheng paused for a moment. Indeed, every member of Team 136 had always treated him well. The prospect of accessing that money was appealing, especially since he had promised to provide Qin Yu with a laboratory. Shaking his head, a faint smile curled at the corners of Su Sheng's lips. But in that instant, the chicken leg he had just grasped with his chopsticks was snatched away. Bai Li Tuming, put down that chicken leg. After a hearty meal, Su Sheng produced a camera and playfully embraced the reluctant Long Xian. Come on, Bai Li Pangpang, let us take a group photo of Team 136. Bai Li Pangpang took the camera, fiddled with it for a moment, and snapped a couple of test shots. Cool me. When it comes to photography, I'm a professional. First, let us capture you all from Team 136, and then we'll do a group shot. Emoli, can you take a picture with me later? He added with a mischievous grin, turning his gaze towards Emoli. Emoli raised her glass and took a sip before standing up. Let us see how you perform. The crowd parted to make way for Team 136. And Bai Li Tuming approached the dining table. Look at the camera. The 9 members of Team 136 arranged themselves in 2 rows. Wu Xiangnan and Chun Mai sat at the center of the front row, flanked by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, who was propping her head up with effort. Su Sheng and Lin Qie stood in the back, sandwiching Lung Xian between them, while Zhao Kongchang stood beside Su Sheng and Wen Qimo beside Lin Qie. Noticing Zhao Kongchang's presence in the frame, Bali Fati wisely refrained from asking further questions. While Shen Qingzhu and his group of followers had already succumbed to the effects of alcohol, sprawled on the ground. Lung Xian, who had always silently captured the moments without ever appearing in photos himself, felt quite awkward standing in front of the camera. This aloof man found himself at a loss. Standing seemed inappropriate, sitting even more so, and his expression had grown somewhat stiff. Su Sheng and Lin Qie exchanged a knowing smile, each wrapping an arm around Lung Xian's shoulders. What a stroke of fortune it is to take a picture with our shooting instructor. Lung Xian was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the rather embarrassing shooting training with Lin Qie, prompting a natural smile to break across his face. Click! Amidst laughter and cheer, the moment was captured. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Su Sheng struggled to open his eyes and sat up. He had indulged a bit too much at Hong Ying's villa the previous night, leaving him in a daze. Chen Mai, in a moment of merriment, had overlooked the fact that several underage youths were drinking, resulting in quite the revelry. Get up, Gao Juan. Su Sheng kicked the side of Chao Yuan's bed. Gao Juan mumbled sleepily as Su Sheng hastily donned his military uniform and prepared to leave. He was met with the sound of snoring once more. Taking a deep breath, he boomed, "Holy cow, a beautiful and enchanting woman has brought Lin Qie to our dorm." Chao Yuan jolted awake, eyes wide. A woman? Where is she? With an eye roll, Su Sheng tossed Chao Yuan's military uniform at him. Damzu, Gao Tai, hurry and get dressed. It's time to assemble. At the training ground, the recruits gathered once more, their movements swift and synchronized, exuding the formidable aura of soldiers. It seems a few instructors are missing, Shen Qingzhu remarked quietly while peering at the drill platform. Ever since the battle in Sangnan City, Shen Qingzhu's relationship with Su Sheng and the others had significantly improved, especially since Su Sheng held evidence of Shen Qingzhu's drunken imitation of a dragon's call. Mr. Lu Sun once said that drinking is not to fear being intoxicated, nor is it to dread memory loss. The most terrifying aspect is when someone records the events and helps you recall them. 3 are missing, Lin Qie noted after counting carefully. Someone within the instructors must be leaking information, as they can accurately pinpoint the training base's location and track our movements in Sangnan City, even gathering certain intelligence about us. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, pondering. It seems the night watchmen have indeed been infiltrated like a sieve. There will be no morning training today. The primary reason for your assembly is awarding honors. The new recruits gazed enviously at Su Sheng, convinced that he alone had thwarted the missile strike, and thus he must be the recipient of the commendation. Those few who had participated in the Battle of Sangnan City exchanged knowing glances, particularly by Li Pangpang, who straightened his chest and began to sway with pride. Ha! Considering my exploits in vanquishing the traitorous night watchman and my gallant efforts in holding back the divine agent, surely there must be some recognition for me as well. Were it not for my intervention, you would have long since become a lifeless husk, stated Shen Qingzhu with an impassive expression. Had it not been for me, you would have already turned into a dried corpse, Li Pangpang retorted defiantly. Silence. Yuan Gang glared at the 2 raucous individuals, raising his voice. The medals of the Night Watchman are categorized into 4 ranks, from lowest to highest: Spark, Radiance, Star, and Sea of Stars. I hereby announce the commencement of the commendation ceremony. The highest medal, Star, is awarded to Su Sheng and Lin Qie. A smile graced his lips as he continued with satisfaction. Su Sheng single-handedly intercepted 15 missiles, saving over 50 new recruits and safeguarding the future of the Night Watchman. In the Battle of Sangnan, he slain the representative of the ancient god church, Gorgon, known as Sisina, and ultimately collaborated with Team 136 to eliminate the 13th seat of the believers, Han Xiaoyan. Lin Qie, during the same conflict, eradicated the wanted criminal, Scorpion Mercenary Corps, and killed the 16th seat of the believers, Lu Yang, striking down the representative of the ancient god church, Medusa. and likewise participated in the entirety of Han Xiaoyun's demise. As the recruits listened to Yuan Gang's litany of achievements, they were left in a state of dizzy disbelief. How could so much transpire in merely 4 days? And what of these believers and divine agents? Were they as common as cabbages, to be dispatched with such ease? Chapter 80. Banality. Lin Chie's expression shifted. The Scorpion Mercenary Corps had been vanquished by Zhao Kongcheng, and the credit for this accomplishment had been attributed to him as previously agreed. However, he had yet to lay eyes on the 16th seat of the believers. Don't overthink it, Su Sheng reassured him, giving Lin Chie a pat on the shoulder. The achievements of your little black rascal should rightfully be credited to you. Step up to claim your reward, you too. Amidst the clamor of discussions, Yuan Gang spoke with satisfaction. It would be absurd for the Night Watch's higher-ups not to offer some form of reward, especially with a double divine agent and a Thunder Deity agent staunchly siding with the Night Watch in this battle and achieving such significant results. As for monetary rewards and forbidden items, they seemed too mundane and unrefined. Medals, on the other hand, were the true testament of a man. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Su Sheng and Lin Chie ascended to the martial platform, standing at attention before Yuan Gang. Your performance was commendable. Please continue your efforts. Yuan Gang observed the two with satisfaction, bestowing upon them deep blue, resplendent medals. Su Sheng and Lin Chie saluted solemnly before returning to their ranks. Su Sheng, why do you look so unenthused? Bai Li Bang Bang Nok Su Sheng, V-spotting. Su Sheng sighed. I still prefer the more conventional rewards, such as money and forbidden items. Surely, these things aren't so rare, are they? Bai Li Pang Pang scratched the back of his head. He had never been lacking in such treasures since birth. Su Sheng rolled his eyes, retaliating with a flash of pale blue lightning. Ouch! My apologies, brother, I was wrong. I won't pretend anymore, truly. The perfectly timed shock caused Bai Li Pang Pang to tremble and beg for mercy. Bai Li Tuming, Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li, having slain the traitor of the Night Watch and successfully detained the half-step Sea Realm agent, Aurelia, created an opportunity for the main battlefield to eliminate Han Xiaoyun, thus being awarded the Spark Medal. Yuan Gang's voice interrupted the antics of the two. Bai Li Tuming and his comrades straightened their uniforms and stepped onto the martial platform, where Yuan Gang adorned each of them with medals. As the awarding ceremony concluded, Yuan Gang announced its dissolution. Suddenly, Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang gathered around, examining each medal with eyes filled with admiration. Hey, Sheng, you have a medal too. You're impressive. You dared to engage such formidable opponents. Indeed, our Sheng is the strongest, they proclaimed. Your medal and mine are of the same caliber. Bai Li Pang Pang interjected unexpectedly. You glutton. I received the Spark Medal because I was merely a step away from the starlight, while you only just met the threshold for the spark, Shun Qingzhu retorted defiantly. Regardless, your standing doesn't match that of Su Sheng and Chia, Bai Li Pang Pang shot back. You. Su Sheng rolled his eyes and turned towards the cafeteria, muttering about the lack of enthusiasm for meals indicating a flawed mindset. Lin Chia slapped Bai Li Pang Pang on the back of his head. Are you two children? Let us go. It's time for dinner. The afternoon was consumed by tedious theoretical lessons, and in Shun Qingzhu's view, he would rather venture outside for a run than attend class. Thus, for the entirety of the afternoon, Shun Qingzhu found himself either penalizing laps on the training field or traversing the path designated for such punishment. Instructor Gu, do you believe the world we inhabit is genuine? Lin Chie, called upon by Instructor Gu to respond to a query, unexpectedly posed this philosophically profound question after completing his answer. Su Sheng, previously lost in reverie, returned to reality, realizing that Lin Chie had become the second patient of his mental asylum, the god of magic, Merlin, who was always fantasizing about capturing jellyfish. Beyond our world, do higher dimensional beings exist? Is it conceivable that we are creations of such higher dimensional entities? A cascade of inquiries left Instructor Gu momentarily speechless. Upon hearing such questions, Su Sheng experienced a peculiar sensation. From his perspective, this world must indeed be real, and it was evident that higher dimensional beings existed beyond it. At the very least, Su Sheng, in terms of his essence, was inherently a higher-dimensional being. Shaking his head, Su Sheng cleared his mind, realizing that continuing along this train of thought would either lead to a collapse of his resolve akin to that of Instructor Gu or to a descent into nihilism. As the theoretical lesson concluded, the recruits gathered on the training field. On the demonstration platform, an instructor retrieved a silver wristband from a box behind him. This device, also known as the acrobatic detonator, would, upon being worn, emit a continuous stream of mental currents for 24 hours, stimulating their muscles and compelling them to perform. At this point, he smiled knowingly, exceedingly unique actions. Should they wish to refrain from such movements, they would need to employ their mental fortitude to resist the currents and maintain equilibrium, as the output of these mental currents was unpredictable. They would have to adjust their mental output continually, lest they inadvertently execute exceptionally unique actions. Come forth to claim your wristbands, the instructor beckoned, opening the box behind him. These will accompany you until the training concludes. Amidst the recruits' laments, they gradually collected their respective ECE wristbands. Consequently, a variety of mortifying actions unfolded on the training ground. Observing the recruits, who hopped about like monkeys, Su Sheng felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bemused by the instructor's unwavering penchant for dark humor. Dismissed, proceed to the cafeteria for your meal, the instructor gestured, unable to bear the sight any longer, disbanding the formation. Su Sheng casually donned the silver wristband before his lightning ring and turned to walk towards the cafeteria with nonchalance. How come Su Sheng is entirely unaffected? Instructor Hong, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow. The other instructors exchanged glances. Since the inception of this device, such an occurrence had never transpired. Could it be malfunctioning? Impossible. One instructor, checking a tablet, noted, the data indicates that all wristbands are operational. This fellow is rather peculiar. Su Sheng, how come you seem unaffected by everything? Bai Li, the plump one, inquired while performing a somersault, his speed surprisingly matching that of Su Sheng's leisurely walk. Perhaps my instrument is faulty? Su Sheng chuckled, attributing it merely to his mental currents. When he had absorbed the 9 dragons' thunder fire using the 5 thunder method, even the slightest lapse in his mental focus could have led to self-immolation. His command over thunder seemed innate, as if he were born with an exceptional talent for it. For instance, the whirling thunder that left Zhao Kongchang utterly astonished was a technique developed by Su Sheng after several days of experimentation in the Thunder Realm. I can hardly believe you. Lin Xie rolled his eyes, yet found himself compelled to execute a front flip as well. Chapter 81. A sudden change. The new recruits hurried towards the mess hall with an array of peculiar walking styles, driven by an obsession for food. Some even disregarded their dignity, crawling and tumbling towards their destination. Was there any distinction between them and bizarre creatures? Su Sheng's lips twitched slightly, while beside him, Bai Li Pang continued to walk in a whirlwind of motion. After a laborious journey that felt like an eternity, the group finally reached the mess hall. Drenched in sweat, sitting down, Su Sheng immediately buried his head in his meal, seemingly unaffected by the constraints of his wristband. Aren't you eating? He inquired, taking a sip from a nearby cup and glancing at the pale-faced Bai Li Pang with curiosity. In contrast, Lin Qiyi and Chao Yuan were eating delicately, embodying the grace of refined ladies, their previous wild eating habits nowhere to be seen. Su Sheng, could you feed me? Bai Li Pang began to lift his chopsticks, only for his hand to tremble uncontrollably. Why not let Qiyi feed you? Su Sheng replied with a smile, as he deftly picked up a piece of succulent braised meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Qiyi, how about you feed me? Bai Li Pang looked at Lin Qiyi with a forlorn expression, his stomach rumbling like distant thunder. Lin Qiyi leisurely picked up a piece of meat and calmly stated, whoever finishes first feeds the other. Su Sheng's body tensed, and he gradually ceased his animated chopstick maneuvers, opting for more measured bites. You all, Bai Li Pang lamented, nearly in tears. Behind them, Shen Zhu had transformed into a caretaker, feeding one after another. Meanwhile, Deng Wei and his companions were thoroughly enjoying their meal, occasionally performing flips in celebration. Shen Zhu felt overwhelmed. For heaven's sake, take your time, follow the order. Li Liang, stop flipping. You're about to overturn the table. As night fell in the Thunder Realm, within the rear hall, Su Sheng sat cross-legged, with Han Xiaoyun's spirit floating before him. The location of the soul contract is situated at the core of his spirit. To eliminate the soul contract, the host must draw upon the primordial power of the Thunder Pool with mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Su Sheng followed the system's instructions, using his mental energy to guide a wisp of thunderous energy gently into the depths of Han Xiaoyun's soul. There, at the core of the spirit, he discovered a black soul entity encircling the core like an octopus. A faint sizzling sound emerged as the wisp of thunder energy surged towards the black soul entity, effortlessly annihilating it, causing it to dissipate in a wail of black mist. Su Sheng withdrew his mental energy, watching as the thunder energy slowly dissipated. Murmurs. In the face of the Thunder Pool, even the soul contract was merely trivial, akin to a Klein realm. As the soul contract dissolved, Han Xiaoyun's spirit quivered violently, and the tension in his brow gradually eased. With a wave of his hand, Su Sheng returned his spirit to the resurrection flower, continuing to absorb the nurturing power of the thunder. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a man clad in a black tailcoat abruptly halted his steps as if struck by lightning. The incessant agony resonating from his soul compelled him to instinctively clutch his head. What in the world is happening? How could my soul be inexplicably injured? He shook his head, valiantly suppressing the torment within, striving to concentrate his mental faculties. I must escape swiftly. The medium is nearby. As time flew by, after returning from the southern expanse to the training base, life resumed its monotonous yet profoundly fulfilling routine. At the shooting range, Su Sheng donned his protective goggles and earmuffs, accompanied by the similarly attired Bai Li Pang Pang, their expressions gravely serious. With his forearm slightly relaxed at his side, Bai Li took a deep breath, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Begin, Chao Yuan called out softly. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Su Sheng drew his weapon, fired, and holstered it in an instant. He turned with effortless grace and reclined on a nearby chair, grasping a cup and eagerly sipping through a straw, a look of sheer contentment upon his face. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. The electronic voice chimed almost in unison. At that moment, Bai Li Pang Pang had only just completed his shots, also achieving 3 perfect 10s. It seems we are evenly matched. Bai Li Pang Pang chuckled as he settled beside Su Sheng. No, no, no. Su Sheng shook his finger, pointing towards the distant target. I only have 1 bullet hole from 3 shots. You should learn from that, little fatty. Bai Li Pang Pang, incredulous, dashed forward to inspect, only to return dejectedly. You shot quickly, but I didn't see you take any time to aim. You didn't cheat, did you? He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Just focus on whether you hit or not. Su Sheng languidly closed his eyes, responding in a relaxed tone. All right, you're impressive, but I haven't seen Gu Jiao around lately. Bai Li Pang Pang began to say, but was interrupted by the sudden sound of 3 gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. Missed, missed, missed. Noticing Lin Chia's grim expression, Su Sheng exchanged glances with Bai Li Pang Pang and couldn't help but chuckle. What is so funny? Lin Chia approached with an impassive demeanor. We will practice close combat shortly. Bai Li, you shall be my opponent. I was wrong, Brother Chia. I promise never to mock you again. Bai Li Pang Pang pleaded desperately. Chia, do you truly need a sparring partner? I can step in. Chao Yuan offered, leaning forward with enthusiasm. Love-struck fool. Su Sheng and Bai Li Pang Pang rolled their eyes in disdain. As night fell, Su Sheng felt a shift in consciousness and found himself once again in the Thunder Realm, where Xiao He lay leisurely, indulging in a meal. After greeting Xiao He and Zhao Kongsheng, he turned to enter the rear hall. The Thunder Hall was now filled with various supplies, sufficient to sustain 2 people for months. Zhao Kongsheng had even erected a makeshift kitchen in the open space before the hall. Life was rather delightful. By the Thunder Pool, Su Sheng glanced at the resurrection flower in the garden, where Han Xiaoyun's soul was being nurtured. Upon reaching the front hall, he found Zhao Kongsheng seated cross-legged, diligently honing his mental prowess. Lao Zhao, you seem to be exerting an excessive amount of effort lately. Su Sheng remarked with a smile as he settled down casually. Zhao Kongqing slowly opened his eyes and responded with a hint of resignation. This world operates in such a manner. Only by rapidly enhancing my strength can I hasten the moment I reunite with my family. There's no need to rush, Lao Zhao. Once the new recruits training concludes, I will devise a plan, Su Sheng said earnestly. It is not mere self-praise. With the talents and abilities I have displayed, I firmly believe that the higher-ups of the Night Watch will make a favorable decision. What he truly sought was to establish contact with the commander of the Night Watch, Yi Fan, a person of absolute reliability. Su Sheng and Chen Mai had previously deliberated on how Zhao Kongsheng might return to normalcy, and the prospects were promising, provided that Su Sheng could directly reach Yi Fan. However, this was not particularly challenging for Su Sheng. Such bravado, Zhao Kongsheng scoffed, rolling his eyes. Recently, there had been constant disturbances emanating from the neighboring mountain. His expression shifted, and he spoke with seriousness. What disturbances? Su Sheng felt a jolt of realization. The malevolent spirits atop that mountain had been nearly eradicated by the two of them over the course of a month, resulting in an opportunity for an unrestricted lottery. It's hard to say. I sense something akin to the howls of mysterious creatures, accompanied by intermittent. Zhao Kongsheng furrowed his brow. Sounds of combat. Chapter 82. Demons in the Lightning Realm. Amidst the Thunder Mountain Range, Su Sheng and Zhao Kongsheng leapt from the sky, embarking on an exploration towards the foot of the mountain. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Something feels amiss. Along the journey, silence enveloped them as Zhao Kongsheng lowered his voice in perplexity. The malevolent spirits are exceedingly sensitive to sound. Even a slight increase in volume could summon a horde. Su Sheng furrowed his brow, aware that Zhao Kongsheng had reached the Pool Realm, rendering the likelihood of auditory hallucinations nearly impossible. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he urgently pulled Zhao Kongsheng into a thicket. Little Black shrank down to the size of a small dog, nestling deep within the underbrush. Within Su Sheng's perception, a colossal entity was slowly approaching. There was no need for heightened senses. The monstrous creature's heavy footsteps resonated ominously. Snap! The sound of snapping branches echoed as a towering figure gradually entered Su Sheng's line of sight. The creature's height was comparable to the shortest trees in the forest, which stood at least 20 meters tall. It was shrouded in dark mist, its grotesque face dominated by a single, crimson eye, with a mouth that nearly consumed half its visage. Upon sensing the creature's presence, Su Sheng's pupils constricted in alarm. At the very least, it was of the river realm. Beside him, Zhao Kongqing's complexion turned pale, his grip tightening around the sun wheel blade. None could have anticipated the existence of such a monster within these mountains. At that moment, the Cyclopean giant seemed to sense something amiss, slowly lifting its head to gaze toward the thicket where Su Sheng concealed himself. Su Sheng swiftly conjured a thunder pearl, grasping Zhao Kongqing's sleeve, prepared to teleport them both out of the lightning realm. Do not move. A voice, steeped in restraint and unfamiliarity, whispered ominously. Su Sheng's body stiffened as he turned to behold a man clad in black, hidden within another thicket. He formed an enigmatic gesture, and the compass in his hand emanated a hazy glow, enveloping the area where the three of them stood. As the nebulous light radiated outward, the Cyclopean giant's gaze shifted away, sweeping past them and continuing in the opposite direction. Shoo! The man in black gestured toward the distance, signaling the two to remain silent. Peering cautiously, Su Sheng observed behind the giant a throng of mysterious beings, each exuding dark energy, trailing in its wake. In fact, he even discerned a figure towering above the Cyclopean giant at the rear. This scene was reminiscent of a nightmarish procession of spirits, chilling to the core. Su Sheng withdrew the Thunder Pearl, minimizing his breathing rate to the lowest possible frequency. Zhao Kongsheng, influenced by Su Sheng, also relaxed and lowered his respiration, striving to diminish his presence. It felt as though an eternity had passed. At last, the enigmatic horde vanished from sight, prompting Su Sheng to exhale in relief. Yet he still held Zhao Kongsheng back from rising. The man in black remained motionless. Since the onset, the thicket had emitted not a single sound. After a prolonged silence, After ensuring safety, Su Sheng rose to his feet, and the man in black approached, retracting the compass he held. "Are you ascetics?" he inquired, furrowing his brows. "Are you not aware that the Thunder Mountain Range has been infiltrated by the malevolent aura of lower-tier demons and is now sealed off?" The man, in his 30s, possessed a robust physique and wore an ancient black ensemble, his exposed arms gleaming with a bronze hue. "Demons?" Su Sheng narrowed his eyes. As far as he knew, this archaic term was seldom uttered in the god-slaying world, often replaced by enigmatic epithets. The situation in the Thunder Realm was perplexing, but suppressing his curiosity. Su Sheng simply nodded. "Apologies, we have been diligently cultivating atop this mountain and rarely venture out. What is your relationship?" The man in black cast a puzzled glance at Zhao, Kongsheng, and Su Sheng. Typically, ascetics traveled alone. A middle-aged man accompanied by youth was indeed an uncommon pairing. "We encountered one another during our cultivation journey," Su Sheng replied with a smile. "We found a mutual affinity and decided to cultivate together." Zhao Kongsheng promptly nodded in agreement. "Ah, one cannot tell if you're fortunate or unfortunate," the man in black sighed. "Follow me. Since we cannot leave, an extra pair of hands could prove beneficial." Su Sheng and Zhao Kongsheng exchanged glances and followed the man in black, treading carefully, while Xiaohei trailed behind at a measured pace. Beside a massive tree with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, they arrived at a makeshift camp constructed using the gnarled roots that spiraled out from the ground, camouflaged with withered branches and leaves. Just as the man in black approached the camp, a wary voice called out, "Who goes there?" "It's me, Zhou." The man in black replied nonchalantly, "I've brought back 2 ascetics. They may help us escape this place." What can 2 Foundation establishment fellows and a mere child do to assist? A derisive snicker accompanied the emergence of another man clad in black, whose features bore a slight resemblance to the first but appeared more youthful. Xiaohei regarded this individual with a detached glance, showing no reaction. "Zhou Chuan, do not be rude," came a soft voice as a woman stepped out from the camp. She, too, donned black attire, exuding an aura of cool detachment. Her slender waist accentuated her figure, and her flowing hair cascaded down her fair neck to her hips. Su Sheng frowned. He was more intrigued by the current circumstances than the insensitivity of Zhou Chuan. Both the mention of Foundation establishment and the trio's attire left him in a state of bewilderment. Could he truly traverse 2 realms? Was the Thunder Realm a complete world in itself? "I am Chen Jijing," she said, nodding at Su Sheng while producing a compass identical to Zhou Hai's. "Come inside. The range of the heavenly compass is limited, and it is perilous to remain outside while the demons have yet to dissipate." "I am Su Sheng," he replied courteously, gesturing toward Zhao Kongsheng. "You may call him Old Zhao." A group of individuals entered the camp, and Chen Jijing took out a pale golden stone, placing it at the center of the compass, enveloping the camp once more in a gray, hazy glow. Su Sheng surveyed the surroundings. The camp was quite rudimentary, featuring a wooden table at its center, with 3 tree stumps haphazardly arranged around it. However, a partition indicated a space likely reserved for the woman who had temporarily resided there. Zhou Hai drew his long knife, skillfully splitting 2 of the wooden stumps into halves. "Let us make do with this," he said, sheathing his blade and scratching the back of his head. "Surviving is already quite a challenge." Su Sheng and Zhao Kongsheng paid little mind to such trivialities, settling down by the table. For individuals of your caliber, to endure hardship in a place like this seems rather futile, Zhou Chuan remarked coldly, a flicker of impatience crossing his gaze. Being trapped here was already distressing, and now his overly meddlesome brother had returned with 2 additional burdens. "Zhou Chuan, we are all of the human race. We should support one another," Chen Jijing said with a furrowed brow, her tone measured yet firm. "Indeed, miss," Zhou Chuan replied, opening his mouth briefly before conceding quietly. Chapter 83. The Lower Layer of the Thunder Realm, Chen Jijing. Mississippi. Su Sheng organized his thoughts and promptly inquired, "Why has the Thunder Mountain Range become infested with such an abundance of demons?" "It appears you have been diligently engrossed in your own world," Chen Jijing replied, casting a peculiar glance at Su Sheng before letting out a sigh. "In recent years, the demonic aura from the lower layer of the Thunder Realm has been seeping upward. Those formidable demons that have existed since the primordial era can manifest their essence, which is why we have witnessed an emergence of demons everywhere. They either materialize directly from the demonic aura or are beings of the human or demon races who, under its influence, have lost their sanity. Su Sheng's pupils slightly contracted. He had initially assumed the Thunder Realm was merely an isolated space, but it appeared that there was indeed a lower layer. This revelation suggested that it was likely a complete world, much like the outside realm. What struck him as even more outrageous was Chun Zhijing's mention of demons from the primordial era. The thought of such entities sent a chill down Su Sheng's spine. If they were indeed those beings, the dangers of the Thunder Realm would be no less than that of the outside world. Fortunately, Su Sheng had the ability to depart from the Thunder Realm at will, and his capacity to traverse between the two realms was his greatest assurance. "What brings you to the Thunder Mountain Range?" Zhao Kongcheng asked, pondering for a moment with curiosity. The young lady originally came to participate in the trials. Zhou Hai said lazily, reclining on a bed of hay while gnawing on a piece of jerky. Initially, there were only a few specters here, but for some unknown reason, all traces of them vanished after our arrival. Chun Zhijing lightly bit her red lip when we intended to descend from the mountaintop. The scattered demons began to coalesce into a formidable presence. According to the last communication we received, the demons have nearly sealed off the entire Thunder Mountain Range. Fortunately, these demons are mere products of the demonic aura and lack intelligence. By utilizing the heavenly compass to conceal our presence, we managed to survive. It is a pity for Zhang Wei and the others, Zhou Hai sighed. Zhou Chuan, who had previously appeared indifferent, now wore a gloomy expression, seemingly engulfed in despair. Su Sheng's heart stirred. It seemed the sounds of battle Zhao Kongsheng had heard were indeed the result of their confrontation with the demons. However, Chun Zhijing stated that the entire Thunder Mountain Range was sealed off, yet the vicinity of the Heavenly Thunder Palace remained eerily quiet. Thus, it appeared that the Heavenly Thunder Palace was a safe haven for the time being. At least, the demons would not approach it. Of course, the unfolding situation required further observation. Ding! Mission issued. Locate the gathering point of human civilization in the Thunder Realm. Mission difficulty, D. Reward: exemption from D grade or lower rewards in a subsequent unlimited lottery draw. The system's notification suddenly appeared, prompting Su Sheng to furrow his brow at the lines of small text before him. The reward for this mission seemed promising. Yet breaking through the vast number of demons was no simple feat. The one-eyed giant was a being of considerable strength, far surpassing the boundary of the ordinary. Not to mention the many other terrifying entities he had encountered. However, the imminent conclusion of the new recruits training and the forthcoming opportunity for unlimited lotteries beckon. In pursuit of a more stable reward, undertaking this task seems reasonable. I can attempt to lead you outside. Su Sheng turned to Chun Zhijing and spoke in a solemn tone. However, I hope that once we are outside, I can return with you. Additionally, upon the completion of this endeavor, I hope you can agree to a few conditions. What conditions? Chun Zhijing stiffened, her demeanor betraying a hint of tension. Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Rest assured, they're not the kind of conditions you might be imagining. Chun Zhijing exhaled, but upon contemplating Su Sheng's capabilities, she could only manage a bitter smile and shake her head. How foolish she was to place her trust in the words of a mere foundational practitioner. Don't be swayed by his empty promises, Mississippi. In situations like this, even we are at our wits' end. Those two, being only foundational, can only spout grandiose claims. Zhou Chuan remarked bluntly. Although Su Sheng lacked a clear understanding of what Zhou Chuan referred to as foundational, he sensed that Zhou Chuan was merely a rank above him. This implied that in the realm of thunder, the foundational stage corresponded to the pool realm. Zhou Chuan, therefore, occupied a position akin to the river realm. In a real confrontation, the outcome between them remained uncertain. Since that is the case, let us part ways here. Su Sheng rose and turned to leave, wishing to avoid further complications. Chun Zhijing appeared to be a person of stature, and with her presence, Su Sheng could assimilate into the Thunder Realm and its human civilization more swiftly. However, this did not imply that without her guidance, he would fail to locate the human gathering points in the Thunder Realm. It would merely require more effort. Zhao Kongcheng let out a cold laugh. clutching his sunwheel blade as he followed Su Sheng, while Xiao He emitted a mocking cry and leisurely trailed behind. Wait! Chen Zhijing quickly stood up, her expression stoic as she cast a glance at Zhou Chuan. This gaze sent chills down Zhou Chuan's spine, enveloping him in despair as he nearly forgot his mistress's resolute nature. My brother speaks without a filter. I hope you won't take offense, Zhou Hai interjected, attempting to mediate. I promise you, as long as you can lead me to safety. Chen Zhijing bit her silver teeth. I will agree to anything you propose. Perhaps it was the loss of reason in her despair, but despite Su Sheng's relatively low cultivation level and their peculiar attire, she found an inexplicable sense of reliability in him. Oh! Su Sheng turned, scrutinizing Chen Zhijing from head to toe. It was once said that to truly assess a woman, one should first gaze into her eyes. Should she not meet your gaze, then one may venture to observe her legs. Su Sheng, however, chose to behold all until Chen Zhijing's face flushed crimson, at which point he nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. Stay here and do not move. I shall return in 2 days. In the dormitory, a silhouette of a person and a cow flashed by, only to vanish again. After transporting Zhao, Kongsheng, and Xiao He back to the Hall of Thunder, Su Sheng slowly closed his eyes. The final assessment for the new recruits is imminent, and with time pressing and tasks demanding, he must seize every moment to rest. On the following morning, Su Sheng opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming through the window, harmonizing with the refreshing coolness of dawn, which invigorated the spirit. Is the assessment today? Straining to listen, he detected the electromagnetic waves permeating the air, causing him to furrow his brow. It was eerily silent, unnaturally so. Something was amiss. Those raucous instructors had not stirred up any mischief today. It seems the day has indeed arrived. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang upright. This was no mere assessment, but rather his chance at a grand lottery. Chapter 84. The might of thunder and fire awake. Chao Yuan, Su Sheng exclaimed as he donned his military uniform, tossing his cap toward him. With a soft thud, Chao Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his expression clouded with discontent. It had been a rare moment of dreaming about a beautiful woman. Su Sheng glanced at his wristwatch. 5:50 a.m. The two dressed and exited their dormitory, only to find the usually bustling corridor eerily quiet today. What is going on? Chao Yuan furrowed his brow. Su Sheng lifted his gaze and noticed transparent silken threads rapidly spreading above him, cascading downwards and almost enveloping the entire dormitory. What kind of trouble are the instructors up to now? Su Sheng turned around, intending to give a middle finger to the surveillance camera, but suddenly recalled that such an act would likely incur penalties. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand and knocked on Lin Chia's dormitory door. After a moment, the door creaked open to reveal Lin Chia, who had risen at 5:30 a.m. After conversing with a few early-rising recruits in the washroom, he had returned to his quarters, where he was currently engaged in meditation. Is Fatty still asleep? Su Sheng and Chao Yuan barged in carelessly, revealing Bai Li, known as Fatty, peacefully snoring, occasionally grinding his teeth. Lin Chia closed the door behind them with a sigh. If we don't wake him, he could sleep all day. Oh, Su Sheng chuckled with interest. And if we do wake him? As they conversed, the transparent mental threads had descended, connecting with each still slumbering recruit. "He'll still wake up if called," Lin Chia asserted. With a swift motion, Su Sheng picked up a slipper and hurled it at Bai Li. It glided down, striking his left cheek, leaving a red mark. He grunted and rolled over, continuing his deep slumber. Lin Chia's mouth twitched slightly, sensing something was amiss. He seized another slipper and smacked it against Bai Li's right cheek. With a jolt, Bai Li clutched the slipper and chuckled, resuming his snoring. Now realizing the situation was unusual, Lin Chia furrowed his brow and infused a substantial amount of mental energy into Bai Li's wrist, yet the latter merely flipped over, undisturbed. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Chao Yuan stepped forward to open it, revealing Shen Qingzhu along with a dozen recruits standing outside. Has he succumbed to slumber as well? Shen Qingzhu pointed at Bai Li. Like Deng Wei and the others, this must be some kind of mental trap. I suspect so. Lin Chia nodded. This complicates matters. Perhaps the 9 dragons' thunderfire could incinerate it? Su Sheng raised his head, contemplating the dense web of transparent threads on the ceiling. He lifted his hand and snapped his fingers, unleashing silver flames that swiftly spread from his palm. Before the silver flames could make contact, the transparent threads rapidly dissipated, yet several strands of silver fire clung to them, racing toward their source. The crackling sounds drew everyone's attention, and they looked up to see a somewhat translucent silver flame seemingly scorching something as it rapidly spread upwards. Shen Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. How had all his showy skills been learned by Su Sheng? As the web-like tendrils dissipated, Bai Li Pang awoke leisurely, slowly opening his eyes to find a group of people staring intently at him. It must be an illusion. Surely it is just an illusion. Bai Li Pang patted his chest, reassuring himself that this was merely a dream. He gradually closed his eyes again, only to snap them open once more, still surrounded by a group of burly men. What the hell? Why are you all staring at me in my dormitory? Finally coming to his senses, Bai Li Pang realized he was in a state of undress, exposed before the eyes of many. Who would even want to look at you? It's all just flab. Shen Qingzhu scoffed. That is my magnificent physique, which exudes a sense of security. You wouldn't understand. Bai Li Pang mumbled as he donned his clothes. Ziye, Su Sheng. What is wrong with my face? He asked, puzzled as he touched his somewhat heated cheeks, where 2 red shoe prints marked his skin, one on each side. What's wrong? Hurry up and get up. Something bizarre has occurred at the training base. Lin Chi even nonchalantly looked elsewhere. I sense the source of this mental trap. Follow me. Su Sheng quickly shifted the topic as the ascending 9 dragons' thunderfire captured the massive silhouette of a spider. At that moment, the creature was struggling against the troublesome silver lightning fire. However, those flames were ultimately without roots. Without Su Sheng's mental power to sustain them, they would soon dissipate. The group's spirits lifted as they hurriedly followed Su Sheng out of the dormitory. I suspect it's just those instructors causing trouble again, Bai Li Pang said, rubbing his face as he followed the others. After all, how could one act under the nose of a powerful figure without making the slightest sound? Damn it! Shen Qingzhu exclaimed, preparing to raise his middle finger at the surveillance camera, but Su Sheng grasped his hand. That will result in a deduction of points. Deduction of points? Damn it! Shen Qingzhu raised his other hand to extend his middle finger. Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, this irritable fellow had no shortage of aggression. In the command center, Shen Qingzhu deduct 2 points. Instructor Hong stated expressionlessly as he marked -2 on the score sheet. Instructor Hong, the first mysterious entity's pivotal ability has already been unraveled. The new recruits who had fallen into slumber have now awakened. Can 3 Mirchuan realm mysteries truly suffice for this assessment? Instructor Han scratched the back of his head. It is said that Su Sheng can even obliterate the agents of the Chuan realm deities. Rest assured, these 3 mysteries possess peculiar abilities. They cannot simply be overwhelmed by strength. Instructor Hong confidently stated. Although it has been customary in the past to impose restraints on these 3 enigmatic entities to suppress their powers, this time, given the exceptional capabilities of this cohort of new recruits, we have chosen to deviate from tradition. For the first time in history, we are deploying 3 Chuan realm mysteries without diminishing their strength. This Su Sheng, when confronted by adversaries, has always relied on the divine ruins to dominate. This time, however, he must face some adversity. The corners of Instructor Hong's mouth slightly curled upwards. After all, it is often better to endure some hardship during training than to suffer losses in actual combat. Wouldn't that lead to collateral damage? Instructor Han furrowed his brow, concerned for these elite recruits who had been painstakingly gathered from across the nation, the seeds of the Night Watchman. Rest assured, we can remotely control the fates of these mysteries. Moreover, we have personnel within the camp. Instructor Hong suddenly halted his speech, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Observing the new recruits surging towards the warehouse, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. Perhaps they should indeed request additional mysteries to participate in this assessment. Chapter 85. Left Thunder. Right Fire. What is the current state of the girls' dormitory? Bai Li Pang suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired while following Su Sheng towards the warehouse. At that moment, the 3rd building where the girls' dormitory resided was enveloped in an eerie silence. The laughter of yesteryears completely vanished, with windows tightly shut. I have no idea, Lin Shiyi replied, shaking his head helplessly. But regardless of how one looks at it, something must have occurred in the third building. After pondering for a while, Bai Li Pang, with a worried expression, handed a ring to Shun Qingzhu. Since that mysterious forbidden place pertains to mental attacks, you should wield this forbidden object. I need to check on the situation in the girls' dormitory. It seems to be the soul-cutting blade, Su Sheng thought to himself. Why give it to me? Wouldn't it be better for Lin Shiyi or Su Sheng? Shun Qingzhu inquired, puzzled as she accepted the ring. Do they seem like they need it? Bai Li Pang retorted, his expression one of incredulity. You, get out of here. Shun Qingzhu stiffened, her brief fondness for Bai Li Pang dissipating instantly. If you can't let go of Mo Li, then go ahead. Just remember, be cautious. Su Sheng patted Bai Li Pang on the shoulder. However, this little chubby fellow was replete with forbidden objects. Even if he wished to perish, it would not be so simple. Moreover, this was merely an assessment. The casualties were merely illusions to deceive the neophytes and create an atmosphere of terror. Bai Li Pang chuckled and greeted everyone before turning to dash toward the third building, before the warehouse. As Su Sheng looked at the tightly shut metal doors, he intended to open them effortlessly with electromagnetic force. I'll do it. Shun Qingzhu leaped forward, blowing a bubble with her gum as she approached the warehouse door. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the metal door was blown off its hinges and dust swirled into the air. Shun Qingzhu's expression was grave, yet her heart swelled with pride at the admiration of the new recruits. This show must be put on by me, Shun Qingzhu. Seeing Shun Qingzhu's evident satisfaction, Su Sheng could only chuckle helplessly. Quickly arm yourselves. We must head to the cafeteria without delay. The spider child should still be there. Su Sheng squinted his eyes. Don't let me catch you. The new recruits swiftly armed themselves and followed Su Sheng toward the cafeteria. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. The group felt a shiver down their spines. The terror of the unknown was the most frightening of all. Speed up. Su Sheng snapped his fingers, and countless pale, blue bolts of lightning surged forth. The recruits felt invigorated, their steps becoming noticeably lighter. They hastily arrived at the cafeteria, where a faint scent of blood assaulted their senses. Is it really necessary to go this far for a performance? Shun Qingzhu frowned. Su Sheng had already sensed the mystery behind the door. With a flick of his finger, the metal door swung open abruptly. A web of spider silk greeted their eyes, and amidst the tangled strands, a mangled man with broken limbs was gruesomely suspended. Bum Li, is that Wang Li? This is too tragic. Hello, what a joke. A new recruit recognized the identity of the man, and a cacophony of discussions erupted, fear surging within each heart. Quite realistic indeed. Su Sheng's lips twitched slightly as he flipped his hand, and silver flames suddenly appeared. The moment the silver flames emerged, the space around Su Sheng's right hand began to warp slowly. This is Shun Qingzhu, and the recruits beside Su Sheng felt the suffocating intensity of the heat and began to retreat gradually. During their time in the dormitory, Su Sheng had merely displayed a few flickers of flame. They had never anticipated that this silver fire was such a terrifying entity. Su Sheng flicked his fingers, and the silver flames spread along the spider silk toward the entire cafeteria. Strangely, the silver flames only scorched the web while passing swiftly over other objects. A slight smile crept across Su Sheng's face. This was the might of strange fire. Unlike Shun Qingzhu's explosive air and electric ignition, with the precise control of his mental strength, he could achieve targeted incineration. The flames spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, all the webs were swept away, revealing everything in the cafeteria to the onlookers, including the large gray-white spider on the ceiling. It scurried about like an ant on a hot pan, trying to evade the searing silver flames. The densely packed compound eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and suddenly, several of those eyes noticed the recruits at the entrance. Is it just my illusion? Why do I feel as if it is a bit flustered? Shun Qingzhu scratched his head in confusion. Countless compound eyes focused on them, and an invisible mental attack surged forward. The Azure Guardian, worn around Lin Chie's neck, suddenly radiated a blue light. Lin Chie paused momentarily before regaining his composure. Is this the Chuan realm? He furrowed his brow and stepped forward, throwing his straight knife. Clang! Unsurprisingly, it missed. Those recruits without mental protection fell into a stupor. Even Sheng Qingzhu stood frozen in place. However, Su Sheng remained completely unaffected. The power of divine punishment did not merely target the body, but the soul as well. Under the might of the heavens, body and spirit were distinctly separate. This was no jest. The mental electric current was nothing in Su Sheng's eyes, let alone such a degree of mental attack, before divine power. It was merely like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He waved his hand, and a green light burst forth. The Qingfeng bamboo cloud sword sliced through the air, appearing before the giant spider in mere moments. Slash! Su Sheng exclaimed lightly, and with the influx of mental power, the Qingfeng bamboo cloud sword instantly expanded, transforming into a several-meter-long great sword descending from above, aimed directly at the giant spider. However, the giant spider was incredibly swift. It dodged the Qingfeng bamboo cloud sword with a swift motion, allowing the great sword to pierce effortlessly into the concrete floor, unleashing countless faint golden bolts of lightning. A wretched howl erupted as the divine thunder seemed to have a peculiar effect on the mysterious creature. The giant spider struggled desperately, red light emanating from its body as it fought to disperse the lightning. "You are too much. I just wanted to sleep. I have done nothing wrong. So why must you strike me? Woe is me." A clear and melodious child's voice rang out, evoking a sense of compassion in Su Sheng. It was not that he was overly soft-hearted. Rather, the spider child had committed no misdeeds, merely being a young arachnid of merely 120 years, who simply wished to slumber. "Su Sheng, are you not aware that your recent assaults have grown increasingly extravagant?" Sheng Qingzhu inquired, emerging from a state of mental distress. Su Sheng shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "There is no other option. Elemental-type divine ruins operate this way. Moreover, my cultivation has been painstakingly achieved through my own efforts, establishing a solid foundation, thus rendering my strength quite formidable." Smack! Observing the scene on the screen, Instructor Hong, in exasperation, slapped his forehead, lamenting, "How could I have allowed such a creature to pass? How am I to instill pressure upon this group of recruits?" This was hardly the fault of the young ones. Instructor Han's lips twitched slightly, remarking, "The moment Su Sheng made his move, he unleashed both thunder and fire. The spectacle nearly rivals that of the Chuan realm. Alas! All that remained was to see if the other two could muster any strength." Instructor Hong could only silently swallow this bitter pill, for he had underestimated Su Sheng's prowess. Nevertheless, the spider child was at least of the Chuan realm, and with its swift movements, it should not be so easily vanquished upon their first encounter, should it? Chapter 86. Run? Are you faster than lightning? Seizing the moment while the gigantic spider was momentarily paralyzed, Sheng Qingzhu snapped his fingers, unleashing a deafening explosion that engulfed the creature in flames, shattering the surrounding furniture. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the giant spider emerged unscathed, dashing toward the window with astonishing speed. Lin Xie furrowed his brow. At such velocity, only one person present could possibly keep pace. "Run?" Su Sheng chuckled lightly as thunder rumbled, his figure morphing into countless streaks of lightning, surging toward the spider and coalescing before it in mere breaths. No matter how swift it may be, can it surpass lightning? With a flick of his wrist, a ring of lightning soared forth, relentlessly pursuing the spider. White bolts of energy, shaped like flying swords, darted out, leaving trails of injury upon the creature's carapace. Seeing the giant spider reduced to a state of frantic retreat, Su Sheng pointed casually, summoning the Qingzhu Fengyun sword, which trembled as it rose from the ground to encircle and besiege the spider. The new recruits, witnessing this scene, felt invigorated. They were well versed in the art of striking a drowning foe. Thus, a myriad of attacks from various forbidden techniques surged forth. Flames, slashes, frost, and more. An eclectic barrage unleashed without restraint. Though they failed to inflict any significant damage upon the gigantic spider, their enthusiasm remained undeterred. However, while Su Sheng rendered the spider helpless, It retaliated against the recruits with ferocity. An invisible mental shockwave descended, weaving ethereal strands of psychic silk that ensnared each new recruit, enveloping the entire canteen once more in a web of confinement, plunging them into unconsciousness. Shen Qingzhu's fingers crackled with electric light. Snapping his fingers, he incinerated the incoming strands of silk. Observing the unconscious recruits, he frowned. His black ring glimmered, and in an instant, a dark blade materialized, the soul-severing blade effortlessly slicing through the psychic strands, liberating the recruit's spirits. As the psychic webs were compromised, the giant spider suffered backlash, its body stiffening as intense pain coursed through it, causing it to tremble violently. Yet, the web's restraints persisted, leaving only Su Sheng, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu free to act. Capitalizing on the spider's slowed movements, Su Sheng's eyes narrowed, golden lightning flickering within his pupils, while a fierce divine might coiled around him, targeting the giant spider. Simultaneously, Lin Xie unleashed his own divine power, his left eye shrouded in darkness and his right aglow with light, intertwining two distinct forces aimed at the spider. Three divergent forms of divine might surged into the spider's mind, its anguished cries resonating throughout the canteen as it curled into a tight ball. Slash! Susen Kemandith, gesturing with his finger as the Qingzhu Fengyun sword transformed into a massive blade, descending upon the spider. Wait! Lin Xie's voice interrupted. Su Sheng's expression shifted, and with a surge of mental energy, the Qingzhu Fengyun sword reverted to a smaller, green blade that whistled back. Can I be the one to slay this spider? Confronted by Su Sheng's perplexed gaze, Lin Xie hesitated for a moment before shyly admitting, it is not out of a desire to seize credit. Rather, it is due to the burgeoning number of patients at the psychiatric facility. Li Yifei cannot manage them all alone. Oh, what is the reason? Su Sheng inquired, his interest piqued as he scrutinized Lin Xie. It is beneficial to me. Consider it a favor owed to you. Under Su Sheng's unwavering gaze, Lin Xie felt a twinge of guilt, but proceeded to elucidate earnestly. Very well then. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Sheng's lips. If he were to take action, the spider child would surely meet a fate of utter annihilation. However, regarding this entity, which posed no significant threat and merely sought to flee and rest, Su Sheng harbored little intent to kill. Should Lin Xie be the one to act, there would at least remain an opportunity to extract some residual value from the spider child. Thank you, Lin Xie acknowledged with a nod of gratitude. His gaze sharpened as he activated the darkest god ruins, a wave of darkness unfurling outward. Simultaneously, two straight blades unsheathed with a resounding clang, lunging towards the spider child. The gigantic arachnid, overwhelmed by the trio of divine forces, lost its wits, curling up defensively as it remained motionless, allowing the blades to penetrate its form. Blood began to seep forth, and after a couple of instinctual struggles, the massive spider succumbed to its stupor and perished. Lin Xie exhaled softly, collapsing onto the ground in a state of exhaustion. Casting a glance at Su Sheng, who appeared unfazed, he could not help but inquire, "Why are you still in such good condition after utilizing divine power?" Typically, divine agents must expend mental energy to unleash their divine prowess. But Su Sheng scratched the back of his head. Perhaps it is because I did not exert myself fully. Since acquiring divine power, he had seldom encountered situations requiring significant mental expenditure to invoke it. Most of the time, Su Sheng merely needed to summon a slight trace of divine might, a task that had become almost second nature to him. Is it truly possible to wield divine power in such a manner? Lin Xie mused, momentarily bewildered. At that moment, Su Sheng glanced upward at the entrance to Building 3, noting the profound silence that enveloped it. Indeed, something has gone awry. Lin Xie's expression turned grave. From the outset, Bali had distanced himself from the group and ventured to Building 3, yet he had not relayed any information thus far. Even a mental prowess of the mortal realm failed to perceive the presence of this building, a phenomenon unprecedented in their experiences. Chao Yuan stepped forward to push the door, but it resisted his efforts. Frowning, he seized the star blade and struck the glass door with the hilt, yet no cracks appeared. Logically, with their current strength, They could shatter the glass door effortlessly. It was evident that this was the work of some mysterious force within the building. At that juncture, a somewhat balding man emerged from the ranks of the new recruits. Circling the glass door, he scrutinized it closely. "I am Li Xiaowang. My domain is intertwined with the concept of space. Thus I can discern that this building's space has been severed." He spoke candidly. "How do we get in?" Lin Chiye furrowed his brow. Li Xiaowang, withdrawing the red tassel broadknife from his back, stepped forward slowly. "Let me give it a try." "No need." Su Sheng interjected calmly. "Just follow me." He was aware that there were two mysteries within this building, the Sound Hunter and the Chaotic Cube. Among the three mysteries, the Sound Hunter was in fact the weakest. The Chaotic Cube's forbidden realm posed a greater challenge, as it had the ability to manipulate space. It is widely recognized that mastery over either of these two attributes, time or space, implies considerable strength. However, the Chaotic Cube evidently possessed limited control over spatial manipulation. With a wave of his hand, silver flames enveloped him, and he strode forward resolutely. To the astonishment of those around him, the space constructed by the Chaotic Cube parted before him as effortlessly as water, revealing its true form. Chapter 87. As thunder rumbles, those who believe themselves capable may enter with me. The rest shall wait outside, Su Sheng stated indifferently. After all, within the confines of Building 3, a larger number would prove to be more of a hindrance than a help. Conversely, he would be required to expend mental energy to maintain the passage. The new recruits exchanged uncertain glances. However, witnessing Su Sheng and his companions enter without a backward glance, several self-assured recruits stepped forth from the crowd to follow. As the 9 dragons' thunder fire swept through, the fabric of space began to distort, gradually reverting to its original form. The group successfully traversed the first floor and ascended toward the second. It seemed that the intrusion into space had been sensed, as countless distortions began to manifest in the areas ahead, untouched by the silver flames. Stairs, corridors, restrooms, and washrooms. Chaotic spaces continuously materialized before Su Sheng's eyes. Suddenly, a fleeting glimpse of a girl's dormitory flashed by, revealing a set of red, risque lingerie hanging out to dry, which caught Su Sheng's eye. He swiftly turned away, noticing the others behind him blushing and bowing their heads. Who would have thought such a perk existed? Li Xiaowang chuckled, rubbing his slightly balding forehead. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed, prompting the group to exchange glances before hastily following Su Sheng. Not far ahead, Su Sheng encountered a pool of crimson blood in the corridor, where a gruesomely bisected body lay sprawled on the ground. It felt disturbingly real. Su Sheng's lips twitched. Had he not been forewarned that this was merely an illusion, he might have been genuinely startled. If the instructor's forbidden realm were to be employed for some ghostly enterprise, it would undoubtedly thrive. With no capacity for resistance, it could almost be considered a guaranteed kill. Lin Chiye stepped forward for a closer inspection, frowning as he remarked, "It appears she was confronting something mysterious, which likely possesses a form of severing ability. Could it be that the entity controlling space cleaved her body apart?" Chao Yuan pondered for a moment before countering. But if that's the case, there must be at least 2 such entities present. Lin Chiye's brow furrowed. Dealing with a space-manipulating mystery was already challenging enough, and now there was an additional threat. What remained uncertain was whether these entities shared the same realm as the spider, both being of the river realm. If they were, given their dwindling mental energy, could they truly withstand the confrontation? Suddenly, Su Sheng narrowed his eyes. The emanating electromagnetic waves swiftly detected a figure approaching. The group steeled themselves, gazing toward the end of the corridor. As the distance closed, they discerned the sound of heavy footsteps. Gradually, a figure nearly 2 meters tall emerged into their line of sight. After discerning the true visage of the shadowy figure, the pupils of several individuals involuntarily constricted in alarm. Before them stood a towering, headless man, wielding a colossal black executioner's blade, measuring over 3 meters in length. As he advanced, the corridor bore the deep scars of his weapon, exuding an astonishing aura of menace. This was none other than the Hunter of Sounds. With a swift gesture, Su Sheng unleashed a vibrant green light that swiftly transformed into a 5-meter-long greatsword. The spine of the sword was composed of successive bamboo segments, while its hilt was entwined with several bamboo branches and leaves. The thunderous crackle of the exorcising divine thunder captured the attention of the Hunter of Sounds. In an astonishing display of speed, charged toward the Qingzhou Fengyun sword. Clang! The Hunter of Sounds raised his executioner's blade to collide fiercely with the greatsword, sending ripples of invisible energy radiating outward. Su Sheng's gaze intensified. Countless bolts of exorcising divine thunder erupted from the Qingzhou Fengyun sword, surging downward toward the Hunter of Sounds with lethal intent. To the astonishment of onlookers, the imposing figure of the Hunter of Sounds was gradually forced to bow beneath the weight of the greatsword, golden lightning relentlessly striking his pallid form. Boom! The Hunter of Sounds suddenly knelt, crashing through the corridor and plummeting below. What a thrilling spectacle it was! Su Sheng grinned, relishing the ease of targeting such a large opponent. With a single finger raised, he summoned a torrent of silver flames that coalesced into a shimmering passageway, at the end of which stood over 10 astonished girls, gazing in disbelief. In front of them was the long-missing Bai Li Pang Pang, brandishing the 1 Qi transforming into 3,000 technique. Su Sheng, Qi, you have finally arrived. Bai Li Pang Pang sighed in relief upon recognizing the figures at the other end of the passage. After much time spent together, he had discovered that their presence instilled a profound sense of security. Go, Qi, deal with the other mysterious foe. Let us see who can vanquish the enemy the quickest. Su Sheng leaped down, his feet landing upon the Qingzhou Fengyun sword as he pursued the Hunter of Sounds. Countless spatial distortions attempted to impede his progress, yet they were effortlessly warped by the silver flames. He extended his arm, launching the thunder ring ahead of him. Buzz! The thunder ring activated abruptly, sending forth a white, sword-like bolt of lightning that the Hunter of Sounds parried with his executioner's blade. Almost immediately, it transformed into a multitude of knife-like lightning strikes that enveloped his form. Clang, clang, clang. The Hunter of Sounds wielded his massive blade with remarkable dexterity, deflecting all the lightning strikes. The noise intensified, and the speed escalated. Su Sheng, intrigued, mused that the Hunter of Sounds seemed to possess a remarkable restraint against his divine ruins. After all, the might of thunder was invariably colossal. Did the Hunter of Sounds have limitations to his speed? Thunderstorm Domain. Su Sheng extended a hand, and as the divine ruins activated, a myriad of thunderclouds converged beyond the third building, concealing golden serpents within. The furious energy of lightning began to swirl and spread throughout the vicinity. Boom! As if receiving an ethereal signal, a series of divine retributions suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing powerfully onto the rooftop of Building 3. The sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed, and in that fleeting moment, the chaotic interior of Building 3 quietly dissipated. Amidst the resounding thunder, the speed of the Hunter escalated to its zenith, leaving behind a trail of phantoms as he surged towards Su Sheng, wielding his decapitating blade with a fervor akin to that of a whirling fan. The lightning flickered incessantly, while Su Sheng activated his elemental transformation, skillfully evading the Hunter's relentless pursuit. A melodious bird's song rang out as the potent force of thunder amassed in his left hand, and soon, a softly rotating golden orb of lightning materialized within his grasp. With a flick of his finger, the orb was released, hurtling towards the Hunter with unyielding force. A deafening explosion erupted as the layer of Building 3 was obliterated, a cloud of dust enveloping the Hunter as figure. As the haze cleared, the battered silhouette of the Hunter came into view. With a deft motion, Su Sheng summoned the Azure Bamboo B-Cloud Sword, which descended from the heavens and pierced through the remnants of the Hunter's form. It appears that even your enhanced speed has its limits. Chapter 88. The ominous clouds gradually dispersed, and the resounding thunder began to fade. Su Sheng gazed upward, observing a large vertical hole blasted into the ceiling. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and the others looked down, their expressions somber. The sound of thunder echoed once more. Countless bolts of lightning coalesced around Su Cheng, illuminating the space beside Lin Chia. "It seems I have triumphed," Su Cheng remarked, a grin spreading across his face. Lin Chia shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing toward the corpse of the chaotic cube behind him. When your divine ruin was activated, the space it manipulated shattered. Aside from controlling space, it possessed little combat capability and was swiftly defeated upon our encounter. Su Cheng turned and descended the stairs. "This time doesn't count." "What do you mean it doesn't count? You said it yourself. Now that you've lost, you wish to backtrack?" Lin Chia discreetly stowed away the remains of the chaotic cube and followed suit. "So tell me, what is the penalty for the loser?" "Even if I concede defeat, I never stipulated there would be a punishment," Su Cheng replied, his tone playful. "I knew it. Evasion is your forte," Lin Chia remarked, wearing an expression of knowing amusement. "I can't shake the feeling that this trial was a complete farce." Chao Yuan scratched the back of his head, recalling how he had been awakened by Su Cheng and how the battle had unfolded without him even activating the Forbidden Ruins. Those scheming instructors miscalculated. Who could have anticipated that so little time would pass before Su Cheng and Lin Chia exhibited such extraordinary prowess? Shen Qingzhu harbored a complex blend of emotions towards the two. To claim he was not impressed would be disingenuous. Although he regarded himself as a genius and viewed them as rivals, acknowledging their superior skills was inescapable, prompting him to strive even harder. Shen Qingzhu disdained underhanded tactics. He sought to surpass them through honorable means. "Indeed, with my brother Su Cheng and brother Chia taking action, what issue remains unresolved?" Bali Pang boasted, patting his chest with a sense of pride. "You fat fool, what does that have to do with you?" Shen Qingzhu rolled his eyes. "I am your loyal sidekick," Bali Pang declared, full of pride and nonchalance. Downstairs, the recruits swiftly exited Building 3, which had sustained significant damage during the battle and was at risk of collapse. The sound of rumbling engines filled the air as jeeps arrived to transport the recruits to the training ground. On the training platform, Yuan Gang, clad in military attire, surveyed the newly arrived recruits, his gaze lingering particularly on a few individuals, especially Su Cheng, whom he scrutinized intently. Had it not been for Su Cheng, this assessment could have provided ample entertainment. It was reminiscent of the incident at Jinan Mountain, swiftly concluded. "Very well, your performance in this exercise has been commendable." The recruits were momentarily left uncertain whether the chief instructor was genuinely praising them or employing a sarcastic tone. Yuan Gang's lips twitched slightly. Although he was aware that Su Sheng and his companions had nearly resolved 90 of the difficulties, he still felt compelled to utter a few formalities. Otherwise, would he not be directly acknowledging the instructor's miscalculations? This was an unsuccessful assessment. It simply could not be. One must maintain appearances both outwardly and inwardly. The assessment? The uninitiated recruits exchanged puzzled glances, while those in the know, such as Shen Qingzhu, could not help but consider raising a middle finger once more. The bodies from the drills were mere illusions. They were not in any real danger. Yuan Gang quickly clarified, "Based on your performance, all our instructors will evaluate your efforts." Dismissed. The recruits cheered as they dispersed, yet Yuan Gang approached Lin Chia. "Where is the body of the chaotic cube?" "What chaos?" "The chaotic cube." "What cube?" "The chaotic cube." "What chaos?" "Enough, just take it." "All right then." Lin Chia innocently nodded, only to realize something and hastily shook his head. "I truly did not see it. Its body seemed to vanish on its own. If it's gone, then so be it." Yuan Gang grumbled, his teeth itching with irritation. As night fell, within the Thunder Palace, Su Sheng and Zhao Kongsheng sat opposite each other on small stools. Between them was a tea table, from which wisps of steam rose from their teacups. "This tea is rather decent, isn't it?" Su Sheng lifted his cup and took a pretentious sip. However, his thoughts were elsewhere, as a line of small text slowly materialized before his eyes. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the new recruit training event. Reward: 1 opportunity for an unrestricted lottery draw." Zhao Kongsheng drained his cup in one go, frowning slightly as he savored the flavor, then earnestly shook his head. "Not much to taste." Su Sheng suppressed a chuckle. It would be odd if there were any remarkable flavor. The convenience store sold a large bag for 20 yuan. What could it possibly be good tea? Returning to his senses, Su Sheng's gaze drifted upward, where the last issued task gradually came into view. After briefly scanning the rewards, he resolved to save this lottery draw until he completed the current task, thereby eliminating any rewards of D grade or below and enhancing his chances of obtaining a higher tier reward. Once Han Xiaoyun is revived, I shall have a companion. Zhao Kancheng poured himself another cup of tea, expressing his thoughts. Little Black has always been around, and besides, do I not visit the Thunder Realm every night? Su Sheng rolled his eyes. Furthermore, the training is about to conclude. You'll have your hands full. At least 3 of us can play Do Di Zhu. Zhao Kancheng glanced at Little Black, who was also holding a large teacup and pretending to drink. But Brother Nyo's hooves can't play Do Di Zhu, can they? Tap tap. Little Black disdainfully glanced at Zhao Kancheng, finishing its tea and tapping the floor with its hoof. All right, I shall prepare your tea. Zhao Kancheng, acting like a humble servant, picked up the kettle and grabbed a large bag of tea leaves to begin brewing tea for Little Black. With a sigh, Su Sheng gazed at the scene before him. Bemused, I call it Little Black, you call it Brother Nyo, and I refer to you as Old Zhao. Does this not confuse our hierarchical relations? What of it? We each have our own designations. Zhao Kancheng dismissed with a wave of his hand. In the Thunderfall mountain range, lightning flickered as Su Sheng's figure coalesced in the high skies. Frowning, he surveyed the surroundings and observed dark clouds billowing across the entire range. Save for the central peak, where the Hall of Heavenly Thunder remained unchanged in its form. He descended rapidly, soon materializing upon the ground. It appears that exiting will not be an easy task. Su Sheng murmured to himself. Were it solely his endeavor, the challenge would be considerably less daunting. However, the presence of 3 companions complicated matters. All he could do was exert his utmost effort. Fortunately, these so-called demons possessed no intelligence, acting merely upon their instinct to slay living beings. Once again, Su Sheng transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing through the vast mountains, in search of a passage that would safely lead his companions to freedom. Chapter 89. Breaking through the following day, in the realm of reality, night fell. A gentle rain began to fall in the Thunder Realm, which was shrouded in a somber daylight, casting a heavy atmosphere. Su Sheng's figure appeared beneath an immensely tall tree. He marked the location on the paper he held, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite the multitude of demons, the vastness of the Thunder Mountain range provided several potential escape routes. During his reconnaissance over the past 2 days, Su Sheng had encountered a myriad of demons, each varying in strength, the weakest merely at the level of a lamp-esque glow. The most formidable among them was a humanoid demon, standing just under 2 meters tall, with 6 menacing arms wielding various weapons. A swirling mass of dark energy enveloped its head, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Merely casting a distant glance at it, Su Sheng could sense its overwhelming aura, and just as he attempted to withdraw his gaze, the 6-armed demon seemed to perceive his attention. Its blood-red eyes suddenly fixed upon him, and the sheer malice emanating from it nearly suffocated Su Sheng. Abruptly, he furrowed his brow and looked upwards, only to be confronted by a black, serpentine creature that lunged from the tree trunk, ensnaring his body. With a crack, Su Sheng transformed into a flash of lightning, dissipating slowly, rendering the black serpent's grip ineffective as its primitive mind failed to react in time. A colossal sword, radiating thunderous energy, descended from the heavens, and the dark energy was obliterated under the divine thunder's strike, akin to spring snow melting away. The sword effortlessly pinned the serpent's head to the ground. As Su Sheng materialized once more, he gazed at the massive serpent, still writhing in reflexive agony despite its impending demise. The divine thunder had proven extraordinarily effective against this demon. With a flick of his wrist, the great sword transformed into a streak of green light and flew back to him, as he again became a flash of lightning, gathering his form towards the distance. The commotion caused by the dying serpent was loud enough to quickly attract other demons, and among them were many capable of flight. Summoning a gesture, the small black creature hovering in the air descended. Su Sheng mounted it, soaring towards the mountain peak etched in his memory. Along the way, he encountered flying demons that spotted the trio in the sky, launching assaults with fervent cries. Among them was a humanoid demon with 4 wings, its speed particularly remarkable. It lacked arms, instead relying on its massive wings to propel itself. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to Su Sheng and the small black creature. A fierce gust, laced with dark energy, surged toward them. The foul stench was palpable, yet the small black creature continued its ascent, the gale dissipating as it drew near. "Descend," Su Sheng commanded, furrowing his brow. Initially, there were few flying demons, allowing the small black creature to easily evade them, but now they were becoming increasingly numerous. If this continued, it was likely that all the demons in the Thunder Mountain range would converge upon them. The only option left was to traverse the mountains on foot. Fortunately, Su Sheng had already discerned the general positions of the demons. According to his findings, the particularly powerful demons rarely moved from their positions. They stood steadfastly as if awaiting something. Only the weaker demons wandered aimlessly. Consequently, they were able to evade most demons, and when encountering the feeble ones, Su Sheng effortlessly dispatched them. Thus, albeit at a slower pace, Su Sheng and Zhao Kongcheng eventually reached their destination. From a distance, Su Sheng spotted a faint glimmer in a certain area of the mountain, the agreed-upon signal with Chun Zhijing. "You have finally arrived." Chun Zhijing, accompanied by the Zhou brothers, Zhou Hai and Zhou Chuan, had been waiting outside the camp. Upon seeing Su Sheng's arrival, she couldn't help but exhale in relief. Though merely 2 days had passed, for her, it felt like an eternity. She had almost succumbed to despair and resigned herself to reality, when suddenly a fellow emerged, confidently asserting he could lead her to safety. Despite Su Sheng's evidently low cultivation level, she felt compelled to believe him. A drowning person clings to any opportunity for survival. Zhou Chuan gazed at Su Sheng in astonishment. He had initially thought him to be an arrogant and naive youth, merely boasting. Yet, to his surprise, Su Sheng had survived outside for a full 2 days and returned. Meanwhile, they had not dared to stray far from the camp. In that moment, Zhou Chuan felt a wave of shame wash over him. He stepped forward earnestly and bowed to Su Sheng. "Regardless of the outcome, your courage surpasses mine. Even if you cannot lead us out, I, Zhou Chuan, still admire you." Su Sheng was momentarily taken aback, and Zhou Hai quickly interjected.